Chapter 1. The Soft Piano Melody. The gentle ringtone of a mobile phone echoed repetitively beside the pillow, rousing Zhang Chang from his slumber in a state of confusion. As he gazed at the glaringly bright screen of the phone, his expression momentarily blank, he picked it up and silenced the incoming call upon noticing the date displayed on the screen April 1, 2035. He abruptly sat up in bed. How did I end up here? Zhang Chang switched on the bedside lamp and meticulously surveyed his surroundings. A familiar yet nostalgic environment. This was the one-bedroom apartment assigned to him by his company in his previous life. Outside the window lay a tranquil scene, shrouded in the dimness of night, the sky adorned with a myriad of stars. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he pinched his thigh with considerable force. The pain. It was not a dream. This was reality. He had indeed been reborn. Reborn to 6 months prior to the catastrophic end of the world. In his previous life, Zhang Chang was an orphan, raised in a welfare institution. Through sheer determination and hard work, he achieved nearly perfect scores on the college entrance examination, securing a place at one of the finest 985 double first-class universities in the country. In his freshman year, he responded to the national call and resolutely enlisted in the military, serving for 2 years in a direct guard regiment of the Southeast Military District, becoming a student soldier. After honorably completing his service, he returned to university, diligently studying for 4 years to successfully finish his undergraduate studies, subsequently being granted a recommendation for graduate studies at the same institution. Upon graduating from his master's program, he declined the opportunity to pursue a doctoral degree abroad, opting instead to work in a large private internet company in Shenzhen, one of the most developed cities in the country, where he earned a 6-figure salary as a high-level professional. After more than 3 years of employment, just as he was promoted to the technical management team, he was confronted with a series of global catastrophic extreme weather events. In the midst of this apocalyptic turmoil, Zhang Chang struggled for survival, relying on his keen intellect, resilient character, and robust physique to endure torrential rains, extreme cold, scorching heat, plagues, polar nights, endless days, and earthquakes. Having narrowly escaped a devastating tsunami, he found himself exhausted, paddling a rubber dinghy in a futile search for land. Suddenly, the previously calm sea erupted in violent waves, and a towering wave over 10 meters high engulfed him and his dinghy in an instant. Gradually, Zhang Chang's thoughts settled. He picked up the phone beside his pillow and noticed several missed calls from the leader of the technical team at his company. He promptly returned the call, and after hanging up, he calmed himself. In 6 months, he would once again face a plethora of extreme weather disasters. He opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance for $15 million in savings. This was the accumulation of his salary and year-end bonuses over 3 years of work, along with dividends from a private software technology company in Shenzhen where he had invested his technical expertise. Since starting his career, Zhang Chang had maintained a frugal lifestyle, a habit cultivated from childhood. Despite his high income, he had seldom indulged in extravagant expenses. His apartment was provided by the company at a nominal rate, and he primarily dined at the company cafeteria. Thus, his daily expenditures were minimal, allowing him to save the majority of his earnings. Zhang Chang rose from the bed and sat at his desk. Opening his laptop after careful consideration, he composed a resignation letter citing health reasons and sent it to his department head's email. He suddenly remembered the Hutian jade pendant he always wore around his neck. Touching it reassured him it was still there. This pendant had been a keepsake from his parents since childhood. During the extreme weather disasters of his previous life, an accidental head injury resulted in blood dripping onto the pendant, inexplicably granting him access to a hidden space. Within this space, time stood still, serving solely as a storage area. Items could be preserved indefinitely, but no living creatures could be stored within. The storage area was vast, a cubic space measuring 200 meters in length and width, with a height of 100 meters, featuring automatic sorting and stacking capabilities. Zhang Chang removed the Hutian jade pendant from around his neck, retrieved a small craft knife from his desk, and after disinfecting it with an alcohol swab from his medical kit, pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the pendant. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the Hutian jade pendant vanished, revealing a spatial consciousness within his mind. Zhang Chang experimented repeatedly with his consciousness to retrieve items, ultimately confirming that it possessed the same spatial functions as in his previous life, without any alterations. A wave of joy washed over him in his previous life. He discovered this space. But by then, extreme weather disasters had persisted for years, leaving little to hoard. In that life, he had to struggle daily to scavenge for supplies, barely managing to survive a life that could only be described as one of suffering. Now, he had 6 months to prepare, with 415 million yuan in savings and the early unlocking of his storage space, allowing him to plan and stockpile necessary survival supplies. Based on his prior experiences and information regarding survival amidst extreme weather disasters, he resolved to find a remote and relatively safe city to take refuge, with plans to eventually seek shelter in one of the large survival bases established by the government. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chang recognized that his current savings of 415 million yuan might be insufficient for extensive stockpiling of survival supplies. He then recalled the mobile software patent he had developed in his spare time, which had garnered interest from 4 or 5 technology companies. However, he had yet to finalize its transfer. Now was the time to sell it to the highest bidder among them. He quickly drafted several emails and sent them to the inboxes of the owners of those technology companies in Shenzhen. Next, he decided to create a detailed 6-month plan outlining the procurement of various survival supplies and determining which safer city he would target. After completing his plan, Zhang Chang glanced at the clock. It was already past 5 in the morning. He looked out the window at the faintly illuminated sky, got up to freshen up in the bathroom, and changed into a comfortable set of sportswear before heading downstairs to begin his morning exercise. Since returning from military service, he had cultivated a daily habit of morning workouts. He ran 5 kilometers, skipped rope for half an hour, and practiced half an hour of combat techniques as a result. His physique remained exceptionally strong and agile, standing at 178 centimeters tall and weighing 72 kilograms. With hardly an ounce of excess fat, his well-defined abs and impressive chest muscle exuded a quiet yet formidable presence. After finishing his morning workout, Zhang Chang enjoyed a simple breakfast at a nearby tea restaurant before returning to his apartment for a shower. Checking the time, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. He glanced at his laptop and found several new emails responses from the owners of the technology companies. Dressing in his usual work attire, he decided to return to the office to finalize his work handover and resignation procedures. He clocked in at 8:30 and proceeded to his department head's office, where the leader expressed surprise at Zhang Chang's sudden resignation. Zhang Chang politely and patiently explained that he was resigning for health reasons and expressed gratitude for the guidance he had received over the past 3 years. The department head paused in silence, sighed, and, feeling regretful, approved Zhang Chang's resignation request, informing the HR department to handle the necessary paperwork and handover. Zhang Chang returned to his workspace, packed his personal belongings into boxes, returned his employee ID, exited the company work group, and proceeded to the accounting department to settle his departure. The company handled resignations with a degree of humanity. Since Zhang Chang was leaving for health reasons, they provided him with an additional month's salary and other benefits. His bank account was soon credited with 210,000 yuan, bringing his balance to 436 million yuan, while the company would reclaim the apartment in a week. After bidding farewell to a few close colleagues, Zhang Chang left the company building where he had worked for more than 3 years, carrying his packed boxes. Once back at his apartment, he arranged meetings with several technology company owners interested in purchasing his mobile software patent. In no time, he successfully transferred the patent for 58 million yuan to one of the companies, signing the patent transfer contract and having it notarized, which increased his bank balance to 1,016 million yuan. Riding a shared bicycle back to his apartment, he surveyed his living space. Apart from clothing, a few pairs of shoes, and some daily necessities, the rest consisted of the original furnishings provided by the single apartment. There was little to pack. A large suitcase would suffice. He quickly organized all his belongings, packing them into the suitcase, discarding items he deemed unnecessary into the trash. Standing before the window, Zhang Chang gazed at the modern skyscrapers and the incessant flow of traffic on the elevated highways, reflecting with a sigh that in 6 months, when the extreme disasters arrived, all this prosperity would turn to dust. The Shenzhen market is exceedingly prosperous and developed, with prices soaring high. However, Zhang Chong has no intention of stockpiling various survival supplies in this city. Although he possesses a considerable amount of money, it must be spent judiciously. The duration of extreme disasters remains entirely uncertain, even when they come to an end. The ensuing scarcity of supplies will be prolonged, necessitating careful long-term planning. Recalling the circumstances of his previous life, a wave of anxiety and confusion washes over Zhang Chong. In this lifetime, he can only strive to prepare as best as he can. Accumulating more survival resources, he picks up his phone and scrolls through his contacts, recalling a few comrades with whom he frequently communicates. One of them currently works as a sales manager at a pharmaceutical company in Shashi, Hubei, and could assist him with medical needs. After all, purchasing prescription medications in bulk is fraught with limitations. Having a friend in the field would greatly facilitate this process. In times of extreme disaster, medical supplies will be exceedingly scarce, often available at exorbitant prices, if not priceless. Additionally, there are other necessities to consider: salt, sugar, heating and insulation materials, cooling supplies, high-calorie foods, various meats, eggs, instant meals, purified water, everyday essentials, outdoor survival gear, self-defense weapons, and various modes of transportation, both on water and land. Zhang Chong meticulously reviews his meticulously crafted survival supply reserve plan. Adding storage shelving to his list, he plans to visit the second-hand market, confident he can find good quality at reasonable prices. He promptly calls his comrade in pharmaceutical sales, explaining that a good friend requires a batch of medications and some medical equipment. Inquiring if he could assist in procuring them at market prices. After discussing the specific drugs, medical equipment, and quantities needed, his comrade assures him that everything could be assembled within 3 days at wholesale prices, as it contributes to his performance metrics. Zhang Chong mentions he will be traveling to Shashi for business in the next couple of days and suggests meeting up. He then transfers a deposit of 100,000 yuan to his comrade and checks high-speed train tickets. The journey from Shenzhen to Shashi takes approximately 3 hours. He books an afternoon train ticket, deciding to head to Shashi first, where he plans to rent a small van for convenience in stockpiling supplies. He stores his neatly packed suitcase in his space, glancing around the single apartment he has inhabited for over 3 years. After locking the door and handing the keys to the property management downstairs, he settles his utility bills and departs the apartment building, taking the subway to the high-speed train station. Arriving in Shashi, it is already past 5 in the afternoon. He takes a taxi to the city center and checks into a budget hotel he reserved online, part of a national chain. Due to the current economic downturn, the hotel rates are quite affordable. He books a 3-night stay for just 540 yuan. After a refreshing shower, Zhang Chong lies on the bed and browses information about the second-hand goods market in Shashi on his phone. He makes a flurry of calls, and one vendor offers a substantial batch of nearly new steel shelves, previously used by a supermarket that has closed. These shelves are thickened, reinforced, 5-tiered, detachable, and measure 200 centimeters in length, 60 centimeters in width, and 180 centimeters in height. The asking price is 460 yuan each, with a total of 320 available if he purchases all. The price drops to 420 yuan each. After some contemplation, Zhang Chong concludes that 320 shells will suffice, and he negotiates the price down to 380 yuan each for the entire order. The vendor considers his offer and agrees to the transaction. Zhang Chong glanced at the time and discussed with his boss whether it was possible to inspect the goods at that moment. If everything was suitable, a transaction could be finalized that evening. The merchant promptly sent Zhang Chong the address of the warehouse of the second-hand goods market and proposed a meeting in 1 hour. After approximately half an hour in a taxi, Zhang Chong arrived at the second-hand goods market, where the merchant soon joined him and escorted him to the warehouse, showcasing a steel multi-tiered shelf that occupied half of the space. Zhang Chong meticulously examined the shelf, confirming its sturdiness and noting that it was in 90 new condition. But he then inquired if there were any vacant warehouses nearby, as he wished to rent one temporarily for a week. The merchant chuckled and replied, "Business is tough these days due to the economic downturn, and many warehouses in the market are unoccupied. However, if you only wish to rent for a week, the market management probably won't agree, as the minimum rental period is 1 month. How about this? I can rent you this warehouse for a week since it only contains these shelves. You can pay me 1,000 yuan for the rental. Does that sound acceptable? Zhang Chang smiled in return, saying, "Thank you very much, boss, that I will settle the payment for both the shelves and the rental right now, considering today as the first day of the rental period." The merchant replied, "Thank you. Now, please hand me your ID card so I can make a copy of the shop, and then I'll draft a short-term rental certificate and give you the key." Following the merchant to the shop, Zhang Chang filled out the rental certificate, exchanged copies of their ID cards, and scanned his payment of 122,600 yuan for both the rental and the shelves. The merchant handed Zhang Chang the warehouse key. After a brief polite conversation, Zhang Chang left the shop and headed towards the warehouse. As Zhang Chang surveyed the second-hand goods trading market, he noticed a single camera positioned at the entrance. But upon inspecting the warehouse, he found no cameras present, which put his mind at ease. He pulled down the large iron door of the warehouse and approached the steel shelves, waving his hand to instantly store them away into his space. Once the steel multi-tiered shelves were stored, they automatically arranged themselves neatly against the wall. After exiting the warehouse, Zhang Chang locked the heavy door and took a taxi away from the second-hand goods trading market, sending the warehouse address to his comrades at the pharmaceutical company, advising them to contact him in advance regarding delivery. Near the budget hotel where he was staying, Zhang Chang spotted a local specialty restaurant. And feeling quite hungry, he stepped inside. The restaurant was not crowded, and he chose a table by the window. The proprietor warmly handed him a menu, which featured a delightful array of local dishes. He ordered a portion of stir-fried rice with cured meat, a dish of Mao-style braised pork, a serving of spicy shrimp, and a plate of grandma's dish from Shaanxi, along with a bottle of beer. As he gazed at the colorful and aromatic spread before him, Zhang Chang felt a wave of joy wash over him, recalling the meager rations he had endured during times of extreme climatic disasters, truly a world apart. His appetite surged, and he devoured the meal with gusto, relishing the flavors, and soon, the table was cleared. The total bill came to 138 yuan. Zhang Chang smiled at the proprietor and remarked, "Your specialty dishes are truly delightful and reasonably priced. I would like to arrange for 3 days of lunch sets for my company's employees. Please pack them in meal boxes for me to pick up. Would that be possible?" The proprietor beamed with surprise, saying, "Our establishment operates with integrity and maintains cleanliness, which is why we have many returning customers. We have previously catered to nearby companies as well. May I inquire what dishes you would like and the estimated quantity?" Zhang Chang perused the menu again and replied, "I will need 200 portions of stir-fried rice with cured meat, 20 portions of chopped pepper fish head, 20 portions of Mao-style braised pork, 20 portions of spicy stir-fried meat, 20 portions of steamed cured meat, 20 portions of spicy chicken, 20 portions of mushroom and vegetable stir-fry, 20 portions of spicy snake, and 20 portions of dry pot cauliflower, all for 3 consecutive days of lunch. Starting tomorrow, each portion must be packed in individual meal boxes. How much will that be? I can pay you in advance and will come to collect them before noon." The proprietor, grinning broadly, picked up a calculator from the counter and began tallying the prices of the ordered dishes and quantities. Soon, he cheerfully announced, "For the packed meals you have ordered, a 1T charge for the meal boxes. The total for 3 days of meals comes to 24,420 yuan. You can just pay 24,400 yuan." Zhang Chang promptly took out his phone and scanned the payment, leaving his contact number. The proprietor enthusiastically escorted Zhang Chang to the restaurant entrance. Back in his hotel room, Zhang Chang checked his mobile banking account balance, which stood at 9,911,800 yuan. He retrieved his suitcase from his space, took out a change of clothes and personal hygiene items, indulged in a hot shower, and comfortably lay on the bed. He browsed nearby car rental companies on his phone and resolved to rent a small cargo van the following morning. Subsequently, he contacted his comrades at the pharmaceutical company to arrange a dinner gathering for the next evening. After a brief perusal of his phone, feeling fatigued, he quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhang Chang awoke early. After washing up, he went out for morning exercise and had a simple breakfast. As he walked, he noticed the streets gradually filling with pedestrians and vehicles headed to work. Following his phone's navigation, he located a nearby car rental company, where he rented a small cargo van for 3 days at a cost of 660 yuan. Driving the van, he headed to the outskirts of Shaanxi to the largest wholesale market for daily necessities in the province. He contemplated that the various living supplies he was accumulating would need to suffice for his own use for the next 60 years, after wandering around the market for a while, where many vendors were just opening their shops. Zhang Chong entered a wholesale store for toilet paper and placed an order for a prominent brand. 700 packs of 12 rolls of coreless toilet paper, 40 boxes of large-sized alcohol disinfectant wipes, and 300 boxes of tissue paper containing 30 packs each. The shopkeeper quickly calculated the wholesale price, which totaled 24,870 yuan. Zhang Chong scanned half of the payment and agreed to settle the remaining balance upon delivery. Leaving the warehouse address and contact number, the shopkeeper promised to deliver the goods after lunch. Next, Zhang Chong visited a neighboring shop specializing in wholesale daily chemical products. He ordered whole boxes of laundry detergent, laundry powder, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, sulfur soap, scented soap, laundry soap, skincare lotion, hand cream, moisturizing shower gel, bottled quick-drying disinfectant, towels, bath towels, mosquito nets, strong mosquito repellent, various aerosol insecticides, 84 disinfectant, manual razors, razor blades, manual hair clippers, self-heating warm packs, electric blankets, various models of heaters, electric fans, air conditioning fans, energy-efficient desk lamps, rechargeable hair clippers, rechargeable high-power flashlights, manual dynamo flashlights, various types of batteries, high-capacity power banks, portable high-capacity mobile power supplies, sewing kits, and thickened garbage bags in large, medium, and small sizes. He also ordered stainless steel chopsticks, stainless steel cutlery, clothes hangers, boxes of gas lighters, boxes of electronic lighters, nail clippers, scissors, clotheslines, outdoor moisture-proof mats, outdoor folding tables and chairs, outdoor folding stainless steel drying racks, portable outdoor gas stoves with matching gas canisters, various sizes of frying pans, boiling pots, steaming pots, soup pots with matching spatulas, soup spoons, various kitchen knives, disposable tableware, and nearly all daily necessities he could envision. The shopkeeper recorded the types and quantities of items while calculating the wholesale price, instructing his staff to categorize and pack the items into boxes. The total for all items amounted to 316,500 yuan. Zhang Chong scanned half of the payment and left the warehouse address and phone number, with the shopkeeper agreeing to deliver the sorted and boxed goods promptly. Zhang Chong leisurely roamed the wholesale market, his eyes keenly observing each shop he passed, adhering to his predetermined plan to purchase various living supplies. Spotting a nearby shop specializing in outdoor sports equipment, he stepped inside, greeted by a young proprietor with a smile. After browsing the store, Zhang Chong noted that although the outdoor products were all domestic mid-range brands, they were practical and reasonably priced, with a wide variety available, that he subsequently placed an order for 30 sets of outdoor fleece-lined, thick, waterproof, and cold-resistant jackets in his size, 30 pairs of outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant sports gloves, 30 sets of thick fleece-lined thermal underwear, 30 sets of thermal underwear, 5 outdoor cold-resistant, windproof, quick-drying down jackets, 10 outdoor split-type wind and rain jackets, 30 sets of outdoor fleece-lined, thick sports sweatshirts, 30 sets of lightweight outdoor sports sweatshirts, 20 pairs of outdoor waterproof and anti-puncture hiking shoes, 20 pairs of outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant climbing boots, 20 pairs of outdoor slip-resistant cold-resistant boots, 30 pairs of lightweight outdoor slip-resistant sports shoes, and 20 outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant fleece hats. Outdoor sports-style fleece-lined thick cotton socks, 300 pairs. Outdoor sports-style cotton socks, 500 pairs. Waterproof large-capacity multi-functional backpacks, 10 units. Specialized rescue ropes for wilderness survival, 5 sets. Anti-scratch and anti-stab automatic inflatable kayaks, 3 units. Heavy-duty, wear-resistant motorized assault boats, 2 units. Portable outdoor diesel generators, 5 sets. Portable outdoor gasoline generators, 5 sets. Heavy-duty, rainproof, cold-resistant, and windproof tents for the wild, 5 units. Outdoor waterproof and windproof sleeping bags, 5 units. Multifunctional portable solar charging panels, 10 sets. Rechargeable outdoor lighting lamps, 5 units. Hydraulic rescue pliers for wilderness, 2 units. Specialized compasses for outdoor exploration, 5 units. Outdoor night vision goggles, 10 pairs. Multifunctional outdoor protective eyewear, 10 pairs. The young proprietor glanced at Zhang Chong's order and smiled, saying, "Brother, it seems you're outfitting the team. I will certainly offer you the most reasonable price. You can rest assured about the quality of the equipment. I'm also an enthusiast of wilderness survival and have personally tested nearly all of these items. They are undoubtedly genuine and reliable. Zhang Chong replied with a smile. Thank you. The young proprietor diligently calculated the prices at the counter, and after a while, he looked up and said, Brother, the total for these supplies comes to 960 yuan. You can simply give me a round figure of 220,000. But will you be transporting the goods yourself, or shall I arrange for delivery? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chong responded, I have a small van parked in a lot outside the market. Please have someone pack the goods for loading, and I will take care of the transport myself. He then took out his phone to complete the payment via QR code. The young proprietor nodded. All right, I will have someone gather and pack the items you ordered for loading. He then called upon 2 store clerks to assist. Once the young proprietor and the clerks had finished loading the packed equipment into the van, Zhang Chong glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he needed to head to the small restaurant to pick up the pre-ordered meal. He then drove away from the wholesale market. After a short while, he pulled over on the roadside, entered the van, and waved his hand to collect all the packed supplies into his space. The items instantly sorted themselves into neat stacks upon entry. Zhang Chong arrived at the entrance of a quaint little restaurant, where the owner had already prepared the meal, placing the packaged dishes into the van with the help of a staff member. After driving away, he parked in the lot of the rented warehouse, surveyed his surroundings, entered the vehicle, closed the door, and organized the meal boxes onto the shelves within the space. After spending some time in the warehouse, he received a delivery call from the supplier. The various supplies ordered in the morning were being delivered to the warehouse in succession. After verifying that the items were all correct, Zhang Chong settled the remaining payment. He closed and locked the warehouse door, then waved his hand to collect the stored supplies into his space, where they instantly sorted themselves into orderly stacks. Zhang Chong checked his mobile banking account balance, which showed 9,349,770 yuan remaining. Zhang Chong returned to the chain hotel where he was staying, took a shower, changed into casual sportswear, organized his belongings, and went downstairs to check out. He hailed a taxi to the high-speed railway station, purchased a ticket for a train to Chengdu, Sichuan province, departing in an hour, and leisurely sat in the waiting area, browsing news on his phone. Zhang Chong had his own plans for visiting Chengdu. The terrain and elevation of Sichuan province are generally higher and farther from the coast, making it one of the least affected provinces during the extreme climate disasters of his previous life. At that time, 2 of the largest survival bases in the country were established in Sichuan. Should Sichuan suffer severely in this life, he could also head to the neighboring Tibetan province, where the unique topography and climate would make coping with various extreme weather disasters considerably easier. And most importantly, it is less populated, leading to fewer conflicts. Watching the scenery whiz by outside the window, Zhang Chong reflected, thinking that without the onset of various extreme disasters, his life could have been exceptionally beautiful. Buying a house, marrying, raising children, and spending a life filled with tranquility and happiness. After more than 7 hours on the high-speed train, he finally arrived in Chengdu at night. He took a taxi to the Jinjiang district, the highest area in Chengdu, known for its well-developed underground drainage system and mature living amenities, a decision Zhang Chong made after careful consideration. Upon alighting, Zhang Chong entered a nearby chain real estate agency, where the agent greeted him with enthusiasm. Brother, are you looking to buy or rent? We have all the listings for properties available in Jinjiang district. Zhang Chong smiled and replied, I would like to rent. I'm looking for a place for over a year, just for myself, preferably a quiet neighborhood, with good safety and privacy, responsible property management, a high-floor 2-bedroom apartment of around 70 to 80 square meters. Not on the top floor, and with a parking space, ideally a place that is move-in ready. The agent invited Zhang Chong to sit in the meeting room, poured him a cup of coffee, and began searching for suitable listings on a tablet. A few minutes later, the agent placed the tablet in front of Zhang Chong and said with a smile, Brother, I found 3 apartments that meet your criteria. How do these look? You can view them at your convenience. After reviewing the general information of the 3 apartments, Zhang Chong was particularly satisfied with one in the Wanli Huayuan community. This apartment was on the 28th floor, a corner unit with 89 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, tastefully renovated, with an underground parking space included. It was a 2-lift, 4-unit configuration, and it had only been occupied for a little over 2 years. The property was managed by a nationally recognized real estate developer, and there were currently very few residents, as the owner had been assigned to work abroad for an extended period, hence the rental listing. The rent was 4,000 yuan per month, with a deposit of 4,000, and the owner required an annual payment. Observing Zhang Chang's interest in this apartment, the agent suggested they could visit the complex, which was only a few hundred meters away and a 10-minute walk. Zhang Chang agreed and stood up to accompany the agent to the community. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, the agent swiped a key card to let Zhang Chang in. "Brother, this community has excellent security and privacy. Residents must use a key card to enter, and even the elevators require a key card to access one's own floor." The agent explained with a smile. Zhang Chang nodded in approval, surveying the surroundings. The community was not large, consisting of 6 buildings with separated pedestrian and vehicular areas, a beautiful and tranquil environment, and very few people. The boundary walls were equipped with protective electric fencing. Inside the apartment, Zhang Chang took a thorough look around. It was indeed impressive, with an elegant and unique decor, fully furnished with essential appliances for a comfortable living. After testing the water, electricity, and gas, he confirmed everything was in order. Turning to the agent, he said, "This apartment is indeed quite nice. I will rent it." The agent, pleased, replied, "Great, brother. Let's head back to the office to sign the lease agreement. You can move in today. Once we finalize the contract, I will provide you with the utility account numbers, and you can bind them for payment on Alipay. The property management fee will be covered by the owner." Upon returning to the real estate agency, Zhang Chang presented his ID, paid 52,000 yuan for a year's rent and deposit, along with a 2,000 yuan agency fee, and signed the rental agreement. The agent handed over the utility account numbers and 3 key cards for community access, suggesting that Zhang Chang change the electronic password for the entrance door after moving in. After leaving the agency, Zhang Chang used his phone to bind the utility account numbers on Alipay and top them up with 500 yuan each. Feeling a bit hungry, he ordered several specialty dishes at a nearby Sichuan restaurant, along with a bottle of beer and a bowl of rice. After finishing his meal and settling the bill for 162 yuan, he casually inquired with the owner, "Do you provide customized employee meals, like 1 meat and 1 vegetable with rice?" The restaurant owner smiled and replied, "Of course, we used to cater for several nearby companies. But due to the current economic downturn, many have stopped ordering. Our meals are hygienic, generous in portion, and delicious, all at reasonable prices. Are you looking to arrange employee meals?" Zhang Chang replied with a smile. "Yes, we have over 60 people in the company, and we will need 60 lunch orders every day except Sundays. What would your price be?" The restaurant owner responded, 1 meat and 1 vegetable with rice is 16 yuan. The dishes vary daily, and there won't be any repeats throughout the week. Given the current business climate, this is already the lowest price we can offer. However, you can be assured of the quantity and quality of the meals. Otherwise, the company wouldn't continue to order. Zhang Chang contemplated for a moment and stated, "Let's do this. Starting tomorrow, I will order 60 meals every day except Sundays. I will come to pick them up before noon, and I will settle the payment for a week in advance." The proprietor promptly smiled and remarked, "Certainly, certainly. Thank you for patronizing our humble establishment." Zhang Chang replied, "You're welcome." He then proceeded to scan the payment code, settling the weekly dining expenses amounting to 5,760 yuan, while leaving his contact number with the restaurant owner. The owner graciously escorted Zhang Chang to the entrance of the restaurant, after which Zhang Chang walked along the road towards his residential community. As he passed by a shop adjacent to the community, he noticed a housekeeping service company. After deliberation, he entered and arranged for 2 cleaning ladies on an hourly basis to thoroughly tidy up his apartment. Once the cleaning ladies had completed their tasks and departed, Zhang Chang returned to his abode, first modifying the electronic password of the entrance door. He retrieved his suitcase from storage, took out the clothes he had changed out of over the past few days, and placed them into the drum washing machine. He then fetched a bucket of laundry detergent from storage, organized his toiletries and hygiene products, including towels and bath towels, in the bathroom, took a shower, and returned to the bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, Zhang Chang glanced at his mobile banking account, which displayed a balance of 5,814,678 yuan. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to purchase bedding, including a 4-piece set for the bed that he decided to manage for one night and planned to rent a car from a rental agency the following day before making his purchases. After airing out his clothes and turning on the air conditioning, He lay in bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. He awoke early the next morning, freshened up, and completed his morning exercises in the community, only to find that it was already past 8 o'clock. Zhang Chang enjoyed breakfast at a nearby eatery and then rode a shared bicycle around the vicinity. Following his mobile navigation, he cycled for 20 minutes until he arrived at a chain car rental company. Upon entering the establishment, a staff member greeted him warmly. "Hello, are you looking to rent a car?" Zhang Chang responded, "Yes, I would like to rent an off-road vehicle for 7 months. A mid-range brand will suffice." The staff member smiled and replied, "We have just received a Ford Explorer 4-wheel drive, 2 years old, with only over 20,000 kilometers on the odometer and no accidents or scratches. Although the vehicle appears quite large, it consumes only 12 liters per 100 kilometers. The fuel tank can hold 73 liters of 92-octane gasoline, and it underwent a full maintenance service just last month. The insurance is comprehensive and expires in January next year. I am renting out temporarily as I have recently lost my job and need to supplement my household income. Allow me to show you the vehicle." Zhang Chang nodded and followed the staff member to the showroom, where he examined the imposing black off-road vehicle. Circling it for a closer look before sitting inside to experience its feel, he inquired, "What is the rental fee for this vehicle?" The staff member replied with a smile. "The daily rate is 220 yuan. The monthly rate is 5,500 yuan, and the quarterly rate is 4,800 yuan, that if you rent for 6 months or more, the minimum is 4,500 yuan per month." Zhang Chang chuckled and said, "Let's go ahead and rent this vehicle. I will sign a 7-month contract." After exiting the car, he accompanied the staff member to the front desk to complete the rental agreement. Presenting his identification card and driver's license, after signing the contract, he paid 31,500 yuan in rental fees, along with a 10,000 yuan deposit. Driving first to a nearby gas station, he filled the tank before following his mobile navigation to a nearby department goods market. Upon entering the market, he parked the car and inquired with the security guard about the section selling bedding, then made his way over to a shop specializing in various bedding items. He browsed for a while and purchased 10 8-jean Xinjiang cotton quilts, 10 10-jean Xinjiang cotton quilts, 10 6-jean silk quilts, 10 thickened and plush Xinjiang cotton blankets, 10 summer air conditioning quilts, 30 pure cotton duvet covers, 10 pure cotton sheets, 10 down pillows, and 10 latex pillows, requesting the vendor to package them in vacuum bags. He settled the bill for 15,800 yuan, leaving his address and phone number, with the shop owner assuring him that the goods will be delivered shortly. Noticing a cashmere clothing specialty store next door, he wandered in and purchased 10 thick high-neck cashmere sweaters, 10 round-neck cashmere sweaters, and 10 thick cashmere trousers, paying 19,000 yuan and requesting the store to package the items in vacuum bags for delivery to his car. As he drove back to the community, he spotted a tobacco and liquor specialty store by the roadside. He promptly parked and stepped inside. In times of extreme calamity, tobacco and alcohol serve as hard currency, often deemed priceless. Zhang Chang himself smoked occasionally, though infrequently, making a pack last him 3 to 4 days, and he drank just a bit. The store owner, noticing Zhang Chang's entrance, set aside his phone and greeted him with a smile. "What would you like to purchase?" Zhang Chang glanced at the display case of cigarettes and inquired, "What brands of cigarettes are available for around 15 yuan?" The owner counted and replied, "There are quite a few in this price range, typically favored by seasoned smokers. 13 varieties in total. Would you like to purchase some of each?" Zhang Chang replied, "I would like 100 packs of each, which amounts to 2 cartons of every kind." The owner's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Such a large quantity. I currently don't have that much stock that if you truly desire them, I can source from other suppliers, but it may take 3 to 4 days. And you would need to pay a deposit." Zhang Chang chuckled and said, "That's fine. How many packs do you have on hand right now?" "I'll take them all." The owner calculated the inventory and informed him, "At present, there are approximately 10 packs of each of the 13 varieties." Zhang Chang replied, "Then please box them up for me. I'll take all of these cigarettes and an additional 100 packs of each." The owner promptly directed his staff to start packing, and soon the cartons of cigarettes were ready. Zhang Chang scanned the payment for 19,500 yuan for the cigarettes and also provided 20,000 yuan deposit for the additional order. The owner and staff loaded the packed cigarettes into Zhang Chang's car trunk. Upon returning to the store, Zhang Chang examined the various types of liquor displayed in the showcase. The owner approached and inquired with a smile, What brand of liquor are you interested in? We have a wide selection. Are you looking to drink it yourself or gift it? Zhang Chong responded. It asks for distributing as company benefits. Medium-priced options will suffice, preferably from well-known distilleries. The owner immediately understood and smiled. In that case, it must be our province's renowned 52-degree Lao Jiao Te Chu. Known nationwide, it comes in cases of 6 bottles. If you'd like, I can offer you a discount at 1,680 yuan per case, which is arguably the lowest price in the city. What do you think? Zhang Chong smiled and said, Excellent. I would like 300 cases of D. Oh, you have them in stock? The owner quickly assured him, Yes, we have plenty of stock. Lao Jiao Te Chu consistently sells well, so I maintain a substantial inventory. Zhang Chong proposed, Here is the plan. Once you have the cigarettes sourced, please contact me, and I will arrange for a vehicle to pick everything up, payment upon delivery. The owner smiled and said, All right, I will do my utmost to get the stock for you as soon as possible. After leaving the tobacco and liquor specialty store, Zhang Chong checked the time, over 11 o'clock, and decided to pick up the box meals he had ordered from the restaurant while also having lunch. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he parked the car and swiftly stored the cartons of cigarettes into his space before entering the establishment. The restaurant owner and staff placed the packed meals into the trunk of Zhang Chong's SUV. After enjoying his lunch, Zhang Chong returned to the vehicle, stored the packed meals onto his space's shelves, and drove back to the community. Once inside his home, he retrieved a silk quilt, along with sheets and pillowcases. Airing the silk quilt on the balcony and washing the sheets and pillowcases to dry on the balcony as clothes rack. Zhang Chong examined all the windows and glass in his home and balcony, noting that they were made of high-quality, thickened thermal break aluminum with triple-layered, laminated, shatterproof safety glass, providing excellent sound insulation and resistance to cold and heat. He felt a sense of reassurance. After meticulously reviewing all the supplies stored in his space, he realized he needed to urgently seek out channels for purchasing gasoline and diesel, as well as self-defense weapons. In the following days, Zhang Chong drove around Chang City, gaining a general understanding of the city's basic conditions. At a large chain appliance store, he also purchased 10 units of the latest portable heating and cooling air conditioners from a renowned brand, the 5 high-power household silent variable frequency gasoline generators. 5 high-power household silent variable frequency diesel generators, along with 2 types of essential spare parts and engine oil, amounted to a total expenditure of 62,050 yuan that he received a call from the proprietor of the tobacco and alcohol specialty store, informing him that the ordered cigarettes had been prepared and were now in the store's warehouse. Zhang Chong proceeded to a car rental company, where he spent 300 yuan to temporarily rent a cargo van, and made his way to the warehouse of the tobacco and alcohol shop. He collected 13 varieties of cigarettes, with 100 packs each, totaling 26 cartons, along with 300 cartons of Lao Jiao Teku. After deducting the previous deposit of 20,000 yuan, Zhang Chong paid an additional 679,000 yuan. The shopkeeper, in a gesture of kindness, offered Zhang Chong a complimentary pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and a pack of Su cigarettes. Zhang Chong drove the cargo van to a secluded road, entered the van, and magically stored the entire cartons of cigarettes and alcohol into his space, where the items were instantly categorized and neatly arranged. After returning the van, he drove his off-road vehicle back to his residential community. Comfortably reclining on the sofa, he lit a soft Zhonghua cigarette and checked his bank account, which revealed a balance of 4,957,700 yuan. Zhang Chong's life was one of ease and fulfillment, aside from the necessary morning exercises. He would fetch his pre-ordered takeout from nearby restaurants at noon and had enrolled in a one-on-one Muay Thai combat training class at a martial arts school close to his community, dedicating 2 hours each evening to training. Observing Zhang Chong's diligent practice, the coach remarked with a smile, "With your physical fitness and the solid groundwork in combat training from your military days, it won't be long before you're ready to debut. You are by far the most outstanding student I've taught to date." Zhang Chong smiled back, giving his coach a thumbs up as he continued to train earnestly in the ring. Gradually, he made acquaintances at the martial arts school, among whom was a friend he particularly valued. The reason was simple. This friend held a managerial position in sales at a petrochemical refinery on the outskirts of the city, and his father was a senior leader at the same company. Through this friend's connections and with a suitable justification, Zhang Chong acquired the long-coveted energy resources at factory prices, 350 barrels of 98-octane gasoline, 200 liters each, 350 barrels of 95-octane gasoline, 350 barrels of 92-octane gasoline, 350 barrels of number 0 diesel, 350 barrels of number 5 diesel, 350 barrels of no, 10 diesel, 350 barrels of no, 20 diesel, 350 barrels of no, 35 diesel, and 350 barrels of no, minus 50 diesel, totaling an expenditure of 4,725,800 yuan. As Zhang Chong surveyed the neatly classified and stacked gasoline and diesel resources in his space, he noticed the dwindling bank balance of 183,900 yuan. Feeling both exhilarated and pained by the outflow of funds, however, he understood that these energy resources would be crucial for his survival during the impending extreme disaster. All that remained was to procure self-defense weapons. Lighting another cigarette, he took a slow drag while seated on the balcony, gazing at the bustling cityscape in the distance. With less than 2 months until the anticipated calamity, it was already August, and the weather had become sweltering, with temperatures soaring to 39 degrees under the relentless sun. Zhang Chong placed an order for 20 portable outdoor folding toilets, 30,000 specialized large garbage bags, 200 bags of 80-pound super odor-absorbing tofu cat litter, and drain sealing putty, totaling 22,600 yuan. He purchased 300 thick, food-grade water storage tanks with a capacity of 1 ton from a manufacturer in the suburbs, along with 50 boxes of hygiene disinfectant water purification tablets, spending 117,000 yuan. After temporarily renting a vacant farmhouse near the manufacturer, he thoroughly cleaned the water tanks, added purification tablets, filled them with water, and stored them in a space before returning the farmhouse. He also installed a highly secure steel anti-theft door in the corridor outside his apartment, costing 8,650 yuan. With the essential preparations nearly complete, he found his bank balance at 23,650 yuan. Unbeknownst to him, mid-September had arrived, leaving only a fortnight until the extreme weather disaster was set to strike. Zhang Chong had been ordering takeout from a nearby restaurant for over 5 months and called the owner to inform them to halt the orders starting Saturday. His private training at the martial arts school had concluded, and through the coach's connections, he acquired 2 high-power stun guns, a sharpened military standard dagger, and a 2-foot-long machete, spending 10,000 yuan that he topped up his utilities, water, electricity, and gas, each with 200 yuan, and recharged his phone with 300 yuan. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds that obscured the blazing sun, and a heavy rain began to fall that a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Chong. The extreme disaster might arrive sooner than anticipated. He quickly descended to the underground parking lot, drove out of the community to a gas station, filled up his vehicle, and collected his takeaway from the restaurant. With only 12,300 yuan left in his bank account, he stopped at a chain supermarket's tobacco and alcohol counter to buy 10 packs of Su cigarettes and 10 packs of soft Zhonghua. Leaving him with a mere 1,000 yuan, he drove a few kilometers to a wholesale market for daily necessities, purchasing a complete box of 1,250 disposable gas lighters, which drained his bank account to zero. The rain intensified, casting a dark pall over the sky, and thunder rumbled continuously, with raindrops drumming relentlessly against the car roof. Upon returning to the community, he parked the vehicle in a blind spot of the underground garage, out of view of surveillance, and transferred the supplies into his space, where they were automatically categorized and stored. He surveyed his surroundings and swiftly concealed the off-road vehicle in a corner of his space. Back at home, he secured the 2 doors, took a hot shower, and changed into comfortable athletic attire. Sitting in a leisure chair on the balcony, he lit a Su cigarette and watched as the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Zhang Chong reflected that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. It was merely a matter of time that he picked up his phone and sent messages to his comrades, the martial arts coach, and a few friends with whom he had developed a good rapport, advising them to stockpile instant food and medications at home due to the worsening weather conditions. Gazing out at the downpour and the incessant flow of traffic on the distant road, Zhang Chong sighed, realizing that they could only resign themselves to fate and wish for their own safety. He slept soundly that night, despite the relentless thunder and lightning outside, with rain tapping against the window panes. Upon waking in the morning, he freshened up and looked outside. The sky was terrifyingly dark, engulfed by ominous clouds. Occasional flashes of lightning pierced through the darkness, illuminating the earth, while torrential rain fell like columns of water. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, silently observing the distance and lamenting that the apocalypse had begun. He retrieved a piece of lamb weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds from the refrigerator, cutting it into small chunks. After washing it thoroughly with rinsed rice water, he placed it in the soup pot, bringing it to a vigorous boil to remove the scum. Before changing the water, he added segments of green onions, chunks of ginger, pieces of white radish, and boneless segments of black fish, bringing it back to a boil before letting it simmer gently. Meanwhile, he steamed a fragrant pot of rice using an electric rice cooker and prepared to stir-fry some mushrooms with greens. While frying peanuts, Zhang Chong busied himself in the kitchen, seizing the opportunity to cook while there was water, electricity, and gas available. Estimating that it wouldn't be long before these resources would cease, he poured himself a small glass of aged liquor. Enjoying his meal while watching the news on television, in the coming week, heavy rains accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds were forecasted nationwide. Schools and kindergartens had already suspended classes, and many employees in various companies had begun to work from home. The government urged the elderly and children to stay indoors as much as possible. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Zhang Chong took out a portable high-capacity power bank and a large charging device from his shelf. Ensuring they were fully charged, he settled into a lounge chair on the balcony, a pot of freshly brewed Shenyang Maojian tea on the small table before him, and a cigarette delicately held between his fingers as he took slow puffs. Gazing out at the torrential downpour, the distant overpass became indistinct, shrouded in the deluge that threatened to persist for an extended period. The elevation of his apartment complex provided some reassurance, residing on the 28th floor. He had ample supplies and felt secure. He contemplated enduring the tempest, the extreme cold, the sweltering heat, plagues, polar nights, and perpetual days, remarkable extremes of climatic catastrophe, resolving to formulate further plans only thereafter, as he pondered. The intercom security system in his apartment chimed, prompting Zhang Chong to approach the front door and press the intercom button. IT was a call from the property management. They reminded him to secure the doors and windows, turn off the water, electricity, and gas valves if he ventured outside, and inquired briefly about his residency information. They provided him with a WeChat group number for the community, suggesting he join to receive timely notifications. Upon joining the community group, Zhang Chong discovered that there were not many residents, just over 300 households in his building. Only about 50 households were represented in the group, and on the 28th floor, he was the sole resident. All other units were vacant. Many residents expressed their grievances regarding the weather in the chat. As he skimmed through the messages, one caught his attention, a resident from Building 3. Unit 1502 was offering free adoption of a puppy. This piqued Zhang Chong's interest immediately. The resident had a litter of 5 mixed-breed puppies, reportedly a cross with a German Shepherd, 82 months old. The owner could not keep them all and invited neighbors to adopt them free of charge. Zhang Chong added this neighbor on WeChat, expressing his desire to adopt one. The neighbor promptly accepted the request and sent photos of the 5 puppies for Zhang Chong to choose from. After pondering for a while, he selected a pure black puppy. They arranged to meet shortly in the underground parking garage of the community to facilitate the handover. Upon arriving at the parking garage, Zhang Chong spotted a middle-aged man holding a cardboard box from which faint puppy sounds emanated. He approached and engaged in polite conversation. After bringing the puppy home, he placed it on the balcony. The box also contained a tube of deworming medication, which he noted could only be used after 3 months. The puppy, undaunted by the unfamiliar surroundings, curiously explored the apartment. Zhang Chong found 2 small stainless steel bowls. Placing them in the corner of the balcony, he filled one with cool boiled water and poured 1/3 of a can of luncheon meat into the other. The puppy trotted over, sniffed the water, and began to eat. In the corner of the balcony, he laid down a cushion and covered it with an old cotton jacket to serve as a bed for the puppy, observing the puppy enjoying its meal. Zhang Chong chuckled. "I must give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Sha Chong." The torrential rains had persisted for an entire week, causing severe flooding in many low-lying areas of the city. The government was tirelessly mobilizing and organizing various agencies to manage drainage and flood control. Zhang Chong had not ventured outside again, spending his days reading shared experiences on Baidu about dog training. Beginning his training with Sha Chong, the puppy had already learned to relieve itself in the designated area of the bathroom and was growing increasingly affectionate toward Zhang Chong. Embracing Sha Chong, he stood on the balcony, gazing out at the rain-soaked window, droplets cascading down the glass. The distant scenery was obscured, hidden beneath a veil of rain and darkness. Sha Chong curled up in his arms. Soon drifting off to sleep, Zhang Chong's thoughts raced. This global deluge might mirror the previous epoc's incessant rains, gradually submerging the earth. The water could reach depths of 20 to 30 meters or more, inundating the infrastructure and supplies of nearly every city. Now was the opportune moment to gather various provisions. Once missed, there would be little chance after the rain ceased and the extreme cold set in. Due to the consecutive days of downpour, many electrical facilities have been damaged, leading to power shortages. The government began implementing scheduled power cuts for all enterprises and large commercial entities, an advantageous situation for his plans. With these thoughts in mind, he gently placed Sha Chong in its makeshift bed, affectionately stroking the puppy's small head. Looking at the sleeping creature, a smile graced his face as he turned back to the bedroom. Glancing at the clock, it was already 8:30. From the outdoor gear section of the shelf, he retrieved a waterproof, multifunctional outdoor backpack, a split raincoat, a pair of night vision goggles, and a set of waterproof, puncture-resistant hiking boots. After donning the raincoat and boots, he slung the backpack over his shoulders. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, Sha Chong scampered over, and Zhang Chong crouched down, gently patting the puppy's head. Sha Chong, be a good guard dog. I have some matters to attend to, but I'll be back soon. The puppy raised its small head, nuzzling Zhang Chong's hand before returning to its cozy spot on the balcony. Upon reaching the ground floor, he pushed open the building's entrance door, immediately greeted by a gust of cold wind mixed with heavy raindrops. Adjusting the collar of his raincoat, he ventured outside the community. The accumulated water on the street reached his ankles, and few pedestrians were visible. Occasionally, a car would pass by slowly. Zhang Chong headed towards a large chain supermarket 2 kilometers away. Given the inclement weather, foot traffic was sparse, and the government had imposed time restrictions on electricity usage for residential and commercial establishments to ensure residents had power. Consequently, many shops and supermarkets closed early. After trudging through water for over half an hour, he arrived at the vicinity of the supermarket, only to find it closed. The 3-story building was pitch black, devoid of any light. Zhang Chong carefully surveyed his surroundings, arriving at a ground-level store adjacent to the supermarket. Retrieving a hydraulic rescue tool from his backpack, he swiftly cut through the U-lock on the glass door, stowing the tool back in his bag. He gently pulled the door open just enough to slip inside. Scanning the area, it was a shop selling children's toys. Entering through the shop's inner door, he found himself on the supermarket's first floor. Removing his night vision goggles, he wiped the rainwater off the lenses, revealing a clear view of his surroundings. Outside, the sky rumbled with deep, thunderous sounds, and blinding flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the dark night. Zhang Chong approached the liquor and tobacco section of the supermarket, where the glass display case showcased an array of premium liquors and wines. Over 100 bottles in total, he extracted a military-grade dagger from his backpack, easily unlocking the display case. With a swift motion, he collected all the liquor into his space storage. Beneath the display case, a cabinet brimmed with various brands of cigarettes. 200 packs of regular cigarettes, 10 packs of soft Zhonghua, 8 packs of Su cigarettes, 12 packs of Nanjing 95 Supreme, and 10 packs of Golden Leaf TNI, all of which he swiftly stored away. Various lighters and accompanying supplies, including flint, oil, and gas canisters along with bulk cigarettes, were also gathered into his space storage. He meticulously collected toiletries, skincare products, sanitary items, various kitchen appliances and utensils, bedding, everyday household goods, small appliances, men's underwear and socks, autumn and winter coats, hoodies, overcoats, and summer clothing, each item being added to his collection. In a corner, he unexpectedly discovered pet supplies. Randomly selected dog food, dental chews, pet canned food, toys, pet-specific shower gel, dog training pads, a dog bed, deworming medication, and a leash, all neatly arranged on a single shelf within the space out on the second floor, a variety of snacks. Food items, pastries, kitchen seasonings, oils, vinegars, bottled pickles, assorted dried goods, seafood products, packaged seafood, fresh fruits and bulk, organic vegetables, convenience foods, freshly slaughtered pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and duck, as well as an array of vacuum-packed cured meats, various canned goods, bottled water, barrel water, dairy products, beverages, diverse brands of tea, and various health supplements, alongside a selection of bottled spirits, yellow wine, and beer. All were methodically collected along with the shelves into the space that on the third floor. In the dining area, he also gathered a considerable amount of well-packaged grains, oils, seasonings, meat products, refrigerated seafood, fresh vegetables, and drinks, in addition to over 20 large canisters of liquefied gas. After gathering supplies from the floors, Zhang Chong returned to the first floor and located the supermarket's warehouse, where he collected entire boxes of various spirits, wines, mineral water, purified water, grains, fruits, vegetables, dried goods, seasonings, and hygiene products, completely emptying the warehouse. Suddenly, he noticed a small door secured with an iron lock inside the warehouse, which appeared to lead to a room. He promptly took out a hydraulic rescue tool and cut the lock, pulling the door open. Inside, he discovered an entire room filled with precious boxed spirits. Zhang Chong realized why he only saw scattered bottles of premium liquor in the exterior liquor cabinet. It turned out they were stored separately in the warehouse. Upon closer inspection, he found 13 boxes of 53-degree Feitian Matai, 12 boxes of 53-degree Wuxing Matai, 30 boxes of 52-degree Wuliangya, 45 boxes of 52-degree Guijiao, 1573. 35 boxes of 52-degree Yanghe Dream Blue M9, 18 boxes of 52-degree Dream Blue Handmade Class, 40 boxes of 53-degree Qinghua Funjiu aged 30 years, 10 boxes of 52-degree Jiannanchuan aged 15 years, and 40 boxes of 53-degree Qinghua Longjiu aged 20 years. In a corner of the room, there were also 2 boxes of soft zhonghua, 3 boxes of hard zhonghua, 2 boxes of suyin, 1 box of golden leaf tianyi, and 1 box of jinsha suyin. Zhang Chong smiled and waved his hand, collecting all of it into the space. All the items collected were automatically classified and neatly arranged within the space. Observing the vast array of survival supplies, Zhang Chong felt an immense sense of security. He wandered around the shops on the first floor and entered a large chain pharmacy, where he collected a substantial amount of various medications, herbs, medical equipment, protective and disinfecting supplies, nutritional supplements, including all the stock in the warehouse. Checking the time, he realized it was already past midnight. Deciding it was time to return, feeling fulfilled by his haul. Outside, the torrential rain fell like a waterfall, and even with outdoor night vision goggles, visibility was limited to just a few meters. Upon returning home, he secured the double doors and was greeted by his dog, Shaqiang, who came running over. After calming Shaqiang, he changed out of his soaked clothes and tossed them in the washing machine, took a hot shower, and soon fell asleep on the soft bed. In the morning, he woke up to the sound of Shaqiang howling beneath the bed, rousing him from his slumber. After freshening up, he filled Shaqiang's stainless steel bowl with fresh water and canned pet food, which Shaqiang eagerly devoured. Practically burying his head in the bowl, he retrieved the dog bed, dental chews, pet toys, and training pad from the space shelf, organizing everything neatly. Shaqiang comfortably nestled into the new dog bed, happily chewing on the dental chew. Zhang Chong, not wishing to cook, pulled out a pre-packed meal from the space shelf, along with a dish of chopped chili fish head, and poured himself a glass of aged liquor to enjoy his meal. Turning on the television, he found news reports covering the disaster situations across various regions, with many inland cities suffering severe flooding. Meteorological experts predicted this to be an exceedingly rare global climatic disaster, urging residents to remain indoors and await government aid. Zhang Chong took a sip of his drink and sighed, acknowledging that this extreme weather disaster was just beginning. Given the city's unique geographical position and high elevation, the current impact was not yet severe. What lay ahead was left to fate. After 2 weeks of relentless rain, water, electricity, and gas supplies had finally been cut off. Zhang Chong took out sealing putty and blocked all the floor drains in the bathroom, kitchen, and balcony, as well as the toilet. Mobile phone signals began to falter, becoming sporadic at best. The community's WeChat group was filled with cries for help and complaints. Zhang Chong joined in with a few grievances, understanding that at this moment it was necessary to go with the flow. There was no sense of despair, only complaints and requests for assistance. The government began organizing rescue efforts, and the community and property management distributed basic living supplies every 3 days, tailored to the actual population of the neighborhood. Zhang Chang, on the first floor, collected 3 days' worth of personal supplies using his ID, then carried the supply bag back to the 28th floor. Upon entering his home and inspecting the contents of the bag, he found 9 bottles of purified water, 3 self-heating hot pots, 6 bags of instant noodles, 3 apples, 1 can of luncheon meat, and 3 bags of pickled vegetables. Though the supplies were limited, they would suffice for an adult's needs for 3 days. He silently praised his government, reflecting that in other countries, the plight of ordinary citizens would go unnoticed, relying solely on oneself. Yet, with the ongoing extreme weather disaster, how long could the rescue effort sustain? He retrieved a portable high-capacity power bank from the space shelf and placed it in the living room, plugging it into the energy-saving floor lamp in the corner of the sofa. The dim room was instantly filled with a warm, soft glow. Shaqiang, holding his toy, trotted over with excitement. Zhang Chang played with his dog for a while, then prepared him another meal, using disinfecting wipes to clean Shaqiang's body. After a satisfying meal, Shaqiang returned to his bed, clutching his toy and dozing off. The rain intensified, turning into a deluge, with dark clouds overhead and thunder rumbling ominously, as if the earth itself were being consumed. Floodwaters began to overflow the community's roads, gradually submerging the underground parking lot. Zhang Chang took out a radio and tuned into the news frequency, hearing reports of various provinces and cities struggling against the floods and conducting urgent rescue operations. Meteorological experts predicted that this storm might not cease anytime soon, urging the public to prioritize their safety and prepare for self-rescue efforts as local governments actively set up rescue stations. Zhang Chang sighed in resignation, switching off the radio, and after a quick wash, returned to his bedroom, preparing to sleep. The once every 3 days supply drops had dwindled to once a week after 2 weeks, and the quantity of supplies was continuously decreasing. The rising floodwaters slowly enveloped the first floor, and his phone had completely lost signal. The temperature in the room was noticeably dropping, and Zhang Chang glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony, astonished to see it nearing freezing. Without hesitation, the doghouse and food and water bowls belonging to Shaqiang were relocated to the living room, and the balcony door was firmly secured. The electric blanket, comforter, and throw blankets were retrieved from the storage shelves, and the bed was freshly made, but a portable high-capacity power bank was taken out and placed beside the nightstand, where it was connected to both the electric blanket and an energy-efficient lamp. Donning thermal underwear, a cashmere sweater, and a winter coat, Zhang Chang felt an immediate warmth envelop him. From the section of packaged meals on the storage shelves, he procured a spicy stir-fry with meat, a dish of shiitake mushrooms with greens, and a serving of fried rice with cured meat, along with a bottle of 10-year-aged Shaoxing rice wine. The aromatic and spicy scent wafted through the air, awakening his appetite, and he indulged heartily in the warm meal. Unbeknownst to him, it was already mid-November, and heavy rains had persisted for 2 consecutive months. The government's distribution of relief supplies had diminished both in frequency and quantity. The relentless downpour had caused water to accumulate dangerously, flooding the community up to the 6th floor. Residents on the lower levels, with the assistance of the property management, began relocating to vacant upper floors. Many families within the community were reduced to eating only 1 meager meal a day, and a new awareness of hunger and food scarcity began to take root. Social order gradually descended into chaos. Each night before bed, Zhang Chang meticulously checked both sets of doors, knowing that Shaqiang's doghouse was positioned near the entrance. Any disturbance outside would elicit a cacophony of barks from the dog. He retrieved a powerful high-voltage stun baton and a jungle machete from storage, placing them within arm's reach to ensure readiness for any potential threat. Now, as he slept, Zhang Chang did so fully clothed. For in this extreme climate disaster, caution was paramount. The night had become a cover for too many evils, and negligence could exact a grievous toll, even one as dire as loss of life. In this dire situation, the constraints of law and morality had eroded, revealing the stark reality of human nature. In the pursuit of sustenance and survival, people could resort to unspeakable acts. Recently, the nights in the building have been punctuated by the chilling sounds of desperate cries and scuffles. Marking a departure from the previously stable environment, Zhang Chong was acutely aware that it was only a matter of time before such events encroached upon his own existence. Deep in slumber, he was jolted awake by Shaqiang's frantic barking, quickly grasping the high-voltage baton and machete from beside his pillow, donning outdoor night vision goggles as he rolled out of in the living room. Shaqiang rushed towards him from by the entrance, emitting a low growl. Zhang Chong vaguely heard the sound of the hallway security door being tampered with. Someone was attempting to pry it open. He donned his shoes, cautiously opened the entrance door, and stealthily approached the security door, peering through the peephole to see two men fiddling with the lock, resting the high-voltage baton against the security door. He activated it, unleashing a crackling surge of electricity that was met with anguished screams from outside. Zhang Chong swiftly opened the security door, wielding the machete in his right hand while the baton crackled menacingly in his left. He lunged at the two men sprawled on the ground, who writhed in convulsions, an iron rod and screwdriver having fallen from their hands. With a quick motion, he swung the machete towards the incapacitated man, eliciting two final, harrowing cries before silence enveloped them. Zhang Chong surveyed the dark hallway, where only the relentless sound of rain accompanied the howling wind, an empty void that he promptly discarded the two men, along with the iron rod and screwdriver, down the stairs. Extending the machete out into the corridor, he washed away the blood with rainwater before wiping it dry. He inspected the security door, ensuring it remained unscathed, and securely locked both sets of doors before returning to the living room. He rewarded Shaqiang with 2 pieces of dried beef jerky. Settling onto the sofa, he activated the energy-efficient lamp and lit a cigarette. Inhaling slowly, Zhang Chong sighed deeply, realizing that incidents akin to tonight's might become a frequent occurrence. He harbored no intention of provoking trouble, nor did he fear it. He was resolute in his stance against any form of leniency. He connected the high-voltage baton to the portable power bank for charging. After finishing his cigarette, he retreated to the bedroom to resume his slumber. The chill of the outside air had seeped in, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. Wrapped in the soft, warm embrace of his bedding, Zhang Chong experienced unparalleled comfort. Following the torrential rains, stagnant water had yet to recede, and an impending extreme cold loomed. Within a single day, temperatures could plummet to below -40 degrees, leaving many unprepared to face the frigid onslaught, succumbing to the cold before they even had a chance to react. Zhang Chong had once deeply experienced this sudden onset of extreme cold during a previous climate disaster, and surviving it had been a stroke of great fortune. Each recollection elicited an involuntary shiver, a bone-deep chill that coursed through him. Awakening at dawn, he glanced at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, which read -3 degrees. Outside, the rain poured down like a dam bursting, categorically a torrential downpour. After completing his morning routine, he consumed a self-heating hot pot provided by the government, followed by a can of beer, and prepared a meal for Shaqiang by mixing rice with canned lunch meat. The radio crackled intermittently with the latest weather forecasts and updates on flood relief efforts across various regions. The Chengdu city government, in collaboration with local military forces, was constructing a large-scale resident shelter in the elevated Wuhou district, projected to be operational by May of the following year. Citizens were urged to stay informed of government-issued relief information. Listening to the broadcast, Zhang Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Recognizing this was the extent of the government's current capabilities. This extreme climate disaster was a global phenomenon. Many governments worldwide had effectively abandoned their citizens, whereas the Chinese government continued to contemplate rescue efforts for the common people. Turning off the radio, he began to contemplate silently. Life trudged on under the weight of relentless storms and chaos. With temperatures having dipped to -10 degrees and the biting wind becoming increasingly harsh, that Shaqiang's physique had gradually grown robust and muscular, his coat glossy and sleek, and he had developed quite the appetite. Zhang Chong had upgraded the dog's food and water bowls to larger sizes. He set up a portable gasoline generator on the balcony to charge the high-capacity power bank. The available electrical appliances were few, limited to the electric blanket, desk lamp, and rechargeable flashlight. As the temperature continued to plummet, the electric heater would soon be necessary. A few days prior, He had positioned a household, energy-efficient, multi-functional coke furnace in the kitchen, connecting its exhaust pipe to the range hood's vent. The aroma of pigeon soup simmering on the coke furnace filled the room, tantalizingly fragrant, as Zhang Chong planned to cook noodles with the soup. Adding mushrooms and spinach in such frigid weather, nothing could warm the soul like a steaming bowl of soup noodles. Shaqiang lay motionless on the kitchen floor, nostrils flaring, tongue lolling out, drool pooling on the ground. Zhang Chong glanced at his dog, chuckling softly. You really are hopeless. The scent of meat renders you immobile. Shaqiang sprang to his feet and dashed to the entrance of the living room, barking fervently at the door. A series of loud knocks followed, prompting Zhang Chong to grab the high-voltage baton and machete. He opened the entrance door and approached the security door, peering outside to find a woman clutching a frail young boy. Can I help you? He inquired. Hello, I'm a resident on the 8th floor. The water is rising quickly and may soon reach my home. Do you have any vacant rooms where my child and I could temporarily stay? I can pay you, the woman replied. That I'm sorry, neighbor, but I'm not accustomed to sharing my living space. Perhaps you should try asking someone else. There are many vacant units in the building, and the property management might be able to assist. Zhang Chong suggested, I've already approached the property management, but they are at a loss for solutions. Residents on the lower floors have occupied all the vacant apartments. Please help me and my child. We will leave as soon as the water recedes. I can offer you extra money, she pleaded, her voice breaking into sobs. I'm truly sorry, but it's just not feasible for me right now. Please, try to find other neighbors who may be able to assist. Zhang Chong reiterated firmly. After speaking, he turned and returned to the room, securing the entrance door with a lock. Outside, a series of loud knocks and a woman's curses echoed, but Zhang Chong remained expressionless, his heart as still as water. As he entered the kitchen to continue simmering the pigeon soup that I in such an extreme state of disaster. Doing good deeds and overflowing with compassion was akin to a sheep walking into the tiger's den, a path to self-destruction. The malevolence of humanity is the most unfathomable and hardest to confront, much like gazing directly at the sun. Seated at the dining table, savoring the fragrant pigeon soup and enjoying the delightful mixed grain noodles, he retrieved a portion of snake delicacy from the storage shelf and poured a glass of aged liquor. His appetite peaked, indulging in a particularly pleasant dining experience. In the bowl of the foolish Chong lay the remnants of half a pigeon mixed with rice, almost burying the entire canine head into the bowl. After satisfying his hunger and tidying up, he was about to spend some time playing with the foolish Chong when a loud rapping echoed at the corridor security door. Zhang Chong opened the entrance door and approached the corridor security door, peering out that he saw several men clad in property management security uniforms and padded coats, wielding iron rods. One of the security guards outside shouted. Residents are not permitted to privately install security doors in the corridor. Open the door. We need to dismantle the illegally constructed security door and restore the corridor to its original state. Zhang Chong chuckled, finding the excuse rather flimsy, and replied, All right, please wait a moment. I'll grab a coat and open the door. With that, he retrieved a modified portable flamethrower filled with gasoline from the storage. Having tested this improved flamethrower in the outskirts before, he knew it could shoot flames up to 2 meters for about 10 seconds. Zhang Chong swung open the corridor security door, brandishing the flamethrower in his left hand. The property security guards momentarily froze, and a searing jet of flame erupted forth, causing them to scream in agony as their padded coats ignited, transforming them into fiery projectiles. With his right hand raised, he wielded a machete, delivering several swift strikes. The flaming figures fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Lighting a cigarette, he leisurely observed the burning figures, sighing softly. Am I being a tad too cruel? I shall be more mindful next time. The relentless downpour had continued for over 3 months, and Zhang Chong glanced at the time on his phone, realizing that the day after tomorrow marked New Year's Day, heralding the onset of a new year. Uncertain of when the torrential rain would cease, the water had already submerged the 10th floor, and the temperature had been steadily declining. A glance at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony revealed a chilling -15 degrees. After boiling several large pots of hot water on the coke stove, he enjoyed a comforting hot bath, changing into a fresh set of warm cotton clothing, feeling considerably revitalized. The foolish Chong lay curled up in his dog bed, gnawing on a chew stick. Zhang Chong reclined on the sofa, switched on the nearby heater, and gazed out at the torrential rain from the balcony window, sipping a can of cola while listening to the news on the radio. This prolonged downpour was a global extreme climate disaster. IT had not only inflicted substantial economic losses, but also seen the death toll rise dramatically each day. Local governments across the country were actively organizing manpower and resources to establish resident evacuation bases, while also rescuing ordinary citizens in need. Consequently, China was among the least affected nations by this global extreme climate disaster. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside the balcony. Lost in contemplation, as he entered the storage space, he observed that it had efficiently categorized and neatly arranged all supplies. There were areas for medical supplies, convenient fast food, snacks, tobacco and alcohol, grains and oils, condiments, fruits and vegetables, various meat products, dried goods, frozen foods, seafood, outdoor gear, sanitary products, assorted daily necessities, energy supplies, beverages, dairy products, drinking water, prepackaged meals, various electrical appliances, hardware tools, kitchen and bathroom supplies, clothing, bedding, water storage tanks, and a storage area for self-defense weapons. The only vehicle present in the transportation area was an off-road vehicle. Every time Zhang Chong gazed at the vast reserves within the storage space, he felt an exhilarating sense of joy. Time passed unnoticed, and by early February, he awoke one morning to find the sound of rain had significantly diminished. Pulling back the bedroom curtains, he discovered that the once torrential rain had transformed into a dense drizzle, interspersed with white snowflakes. Checking the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, he noted it was minus 18 degrees. Zhang Chong mused that the heavy rain had finally subsided, and the extreme cold would soon arrive. He then brewed a large pot of ginger tea with brown sugar on the coke stove. Transferring it into various thermoses and storing them on the shelf, he made the bed anew, layering it with 2 thick comforters, alongside an electric blanket and a wool blanket. The bedding consisted of a 6-pound silk quilt topped with a wool blanket and an 8-pound Xinjiang cotton quilt. He fully charged the portable high-capacity power banks, plugged in the electric blanket, energy-efficient desk lamp, and high-power heater. The portable outdoor gasoline generator was moved from the balcony to the living room, connecting the charging power line to the high-capacity power bank. He securely closed and locked all windows in the balcony, kitchen, and bathroom, ensuring the sliding door was tightly shut and drawing the thick curtains. The Foolish Chong's water and food bowls were relocated to the corner of the bedroom, with his dog bed placed near the high-power heater. Zhang Chong dressed the Foolish Chong in specially modified thermal underwear, making the dog bed much cozier with old cotton clothing. He locked the entrance security door and the corridor security door. Sealing any gaps with weather stripping, he retrieved a box of warming patches, placing them on the bedside table for emergencies. Having completed all preparations against the cold, Zhang Chong finally felt a sense of security. Fully aware of the bone-chilling severity of the impending extreme cold, in his previous life during the extreme cold period, he had nearly succumbed due to inadequate warmth and protective measures. Listening to the howling wind outside the bedroom window in the dead of night, he recognized that the extreme cold was imminent. He donned a waterproof, thermal fleece hat and cranked the electric blanket and heater to maximum. Pulling back the thick blackout curtains slightly, he glanced outside to see the rain had lessened. Yet the snowfall had intensified. The thermometer on the bay window indicated a chilling minus 21 degrees. With a few days until the spring festival, the rain had finally ceased, leaving the sky ominously dark, with chaotic snowflakes dancing amidst hailstones the size of ping-pong balls. Zhang Chong approached the window, acutely aware of the biting cold. The thermometer now read minus 26 degrees. He tightly drew the curtains and secured them with clips. The Foolish Chong, having eaten his fill, lay quietly curled up in his thick nest, sleeping soundly. Crawling into his warm, soft bed, he checked the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He switched off the desk lamp. Preparing to sleep, in the middle of the night, a series of piercing air raid sirens jolted Zhang Chong from his slumber. Feeling an unusual chill in the room, he promptly adjusted the electric blanket and high-power heater to maximum, gradually warming the space. The extreme cold had finally arrived, with the government issuing warnings to residents through the air raid sirens. Zhang Chong sighed, acutely aware that many would struggle to endure the frigid temperatures tonight, especially the elderly and children. in this dire situation of scarcity. Upon waking in the morning, he found the snow had stopped, though the sky loomed ominously dark. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 42 degrees, causing the accumulated water outside to freeze rapidly. He set up a small outdoor folding table in the bedroom, retrieving a portable stove, hot pot base, seasonings, lamb rolls, cuttlefish rolls, beef tripe, spinach, greens, bok choy, frozen meatballs, fish balls, shiitake mushrooms, and bamboo shoots from the storage shelf, along with a bottle of liquor, pouring a generous glass that it was far too cold. He needed a hot pot to dispel the chill. The foolish Chong squatted nearby, his eyes fixed on the steaming, fragrant, and spicy pot of ingredients. After more than an hour of feasting, Zhang Chong sat back, satisfied, savoring the deliciously spicy meal. Having consumed half a gin of liquor, feeling immensely invigorated, Sha Chong had indulged himself to the point where his belly was round and taut, lying motionless in his dog-esque bed. After tidying up, donning a thermal fleece hat and a thick, insulated outdoor jacket, he made his way to the living room, only to be met with a sudden rush of icy air. Zhang Chong activated the portable gasoline generator by the wall to charge his high-capacity power bank, lighting a cigarette and savoring each slow draw. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the silence. Zhang Chong felt a flicker of surprise. It was over 40 degrees below outside, a temperature so frigid that water would freeze instantly, yet there were still those undeterred by the cold. He quickly donned his thermal gloves, grasped a high-voltage electric baton and a jungle machete, and opened the door to the hallway. Peering through the peephole, he spotted a middle-aged couple bundled in thick cotton coats, their heads adorned with hats and scarves. The woman held a handbag in her hand. Zhang Chong inquired, "What brings you here?" The woman spoke softly from outside. "Hello, we are your neighbors from 2908 above. The food distributed during the rescue effort ran out 2 days ago, and our child hasn't eaten in nearly that long. That if you have any food to spare, we would greatly appreciate it. I have some gold jewelry to offer in exchange." Zhang Chong furrowed his brow, about to refuse when the middle-aged man interjected, "Please believe us. We are not bad people. We are doctors at a hospital in Qing City." With that, he produced 2 identification cards and held them up for Zhang Chong to see. He continued, "We do not need food for ourselves, just something for our child. These pieces of jewelry can be yours." Zhang Chong felt a wave of inner conflict. He had encountered this couple twice in the elevator prior to the extreme weather disaster and had found them to be polite and well-mannered. In such dire times, he had little desire to extend kindness. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Yet a flicker of compassion stirred within him. The couple's professions as doctors could prove invaluable during these catastrophic weather conditions. Despite having ample medical supplies in his own space, the prospect of having friends who could provide medical assistance in times of crisis seemed a worthy investment in his own safety and health. Their willingness to offer precious items in exchange for food suggested a reliability that surpassed those who resorted to moral coercion and unwarranted demands. However, Zhang Chong resolved to let events unfold naturally. The future was beyond his control, but he believed in not forcing matters, especially in a world ravaged by disaster, where human nature was most complex. Taking care of oneself was paramount. He decided this fleeting act of kindness would be a means of accumulating good karma for himself. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Place the gold jewelry on the ground, and in 10 minutes, come back for the food that I will leave it at the door." The middle-aged couple expressed their gratitude and placed the handbag outside the security door before turning to leave. Zhang Chong peered outside to ensure they were gone, then opened the security door to retrieve the handbag. Inside, he found 3 jewelry boxes, a solid gold ring, a solid gold bracelet, and a solid gold necklace, each accompanied by receipts. After a moment's thought, he took out a pack of bottled water, a box of beef-flavored instant noodles, 2 bags of ham sausages, 2 bottles of chili sauce, and several apples from his space. Placing them in a cardboard box, he approached the security door again, glanced outside, and then placed the box on the ground before locking the door behind him. Before long, he saw the couple returning from the corridor, their eyes welling with tears as they beheld the provisions by the door. They bowed deeply towards the security door, lifted the box, and departed. Zhang Chong returned to his bedroom, shedding his coat and gloves to sit beside the heater. Even a brief venture outside had left him chilled to the bone that he stored the 3 pieces of gold jewelry in his space, letting out a soft sigh. The temperature continued to plummet. And Zhang Chang glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony. It read -45 degrees. The glass of the balcony window was obscured by frost, rendering the view outside indistinct, even through the heavy, sliding door. The penetrating cold was palpable that he drew the thick blackout curtains closed and headed to the kitchen, adding more charcoal to the energy-efficient multifunctional coal stove, intensifying the flames that a pot of chicken soup simmered on the stove. And he tossed in a bag of organic bean sprouts, planning to cook a hearty serving of green bean noodles alongside some steamed cured meats, complemented by a touch of liquor. A sumptuous lunch indeed. Days like this felt leisurely and comfortable, a blissful existence shared with his dog that on the eve of the spring festival, the government dispatched a rescue team to distribute essential supplies, providing each household with a bag of frozen dumplings filled with pork and cabbage, a bag of ham sausages, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and an apple. After the Lantern Festival, many residents, spurred by government encouragement, began relocating to a large residential base several kilometers away, contributing to the construction of essential infrastructure. Zhang Chang stood by his bedroom window, a lit cigarette in hand, observing the residents braving the bitter cold, carefully navigating the uneven, icy terrain with their families and belongings until they gradually vanished from sight. Drawing the thick curtains closed, Zhang Chang pondered. The outside temperature was still bearable, and with his complete outdoor cold weather gear, he felt it was time to venture out. Less than 2 kilometers to the north lay a commercial district of office buildings, where he hoped to find ample supplies. The temperature would continue to drop, and based on his prior experiences during the last extreme cold period, he anticipated it could plunge to -62 degrees and persist for an extended duration. Checking the time, it was already 10:30. Zhang Chang retrieved a pair of outdoor anti-slip, insulated boots, a set of waterproof, insulated shell clothing, and a pair of waterproof gloves from his outdoor gear area. He affixed several heat packs to his thermal base layers, donned a waterproof fleece hat, and donned his complete outdoor ensemble. Before soothing Sha Chang for a moment, he stepped outside, traversing the fire escape stairs to the 11th floor and crossing the corridor onto the icy surface. Below the 11th floor, the area had been submerged by rainwater from a recent deluge, now frozen solid due to the extreme cold. Zhang Chang set his sights on the northern office building district, navigating the uneven ice littered with debris. Making slow progress for an hour and a half until he reached the commercial zone, he approached the nearest office building, circling its perimeter while surveying the surroundings, eventually finding a partially opened window through which he climbed inside. This floor was occupied by an educational training institution, and after exploring the premises, he found little of value aside from office furniture and a few cases of bottled water. Ascending the fire escape to the 10th floor, he discovered a high-end fitness club. From the fire cabinet in the stairwell, he grabbed a fire axe and smashed through the glass door along with its lock. After searching for a time, he collected dozens of cases filled with various sports drinks, premium bottled water, and snacks from a small storage room in the fitness club in a lavishly decorated office. He also acquired a beautifully crafted, exceptionally sharp samurai sword, a set of rosewood table and chairs, 2 sets of exquisite purple clay teapots, several boxes of high-end canned tea, 2 cases of Remy Martin XO cognac, a case of Flying Fairy Mao Tai, and 5 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Within the locked drawer of the boss's desk, he discovered 2 bars of gold, each weighing 500 grams, an 18K gold Rolex Datejust watch, an unopened box of premium Cuban hand-rolled cigars, and a uniquely shaped KEY in the lowest cabinet of the bookshelf against the wall. A small, sturdy safe caught his eye. Zhang Chang examined the lock mechanism, retrieved the oddly shaped key, and, to his astonishment, it turned smoothly, opening the safe. A broad smile of exhilaration spread across his face as he beheld the pristine Glock 17 pistol resting within, accompanied by 2 magazines, 3 boxes of ammunition, a suppressor, and a set of gun maintenance tools. Since leaving the military, he had scarcely touched a firearm. During his service in the Field Army's Guard Regiment, Zhang Chang had even secured 3rd place in the regiment's pistol shooting competition. He picked up his pistol, admiring it with great affection, and swiftly loaded 2 magazines with a total of 34 rounds. He inserted the magazine into the weapon and secured it at his waist. The bullets, silencer, and maintenance tool for the firearm were meticulously organized on the shelf designated for personal defense weapons in his spatial compartment that in the lower tier of the safe, 30 neatly stacked investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, were stored. Zhang Chong placed 32 gold bars into a storage box, segregating them on a designated shelf within the spatial compartment, after conducting a thorough search of the office to ensure there were no additional resources to collect. He turned and departed from the gym. Ascending to the 11th floor, which housed a logistics and trading company, he quickly began his search within in the pantry. He gathered several boxes of self-heating hot pots, snail noodles, 2 boxes of soda, multiple large containers of unopened purified water, and a double-door refrigerator filled with an array of imported snacks, packaged foods, and tea treats in a succession of offices and workstations. He collected 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes, a titanium alloy outdoor folding bicycle, several emergency medical kits, a lightweight stainless steel folding lounge chair, some unopened snack packages, and an entirely new set of office supplies. Within the general manager's office, he retrieved a large mahogany multi-layered wine cabinet stocked with various renowned wines, a dozen boxes of exquisite health supplements, several boxes of collectible pu'er tea cakes, a brand new, unopened latest model Apple laptop, and a set of leather sofas with a coffee table. In the private lounge of the office suite, he acquired a luxurious oak bathtub, a high-end full-body massage chair, 2 boxes of 30-year-aged Matai, 2 boxes of handcrafted Yonghe Dream Blue, and a box of Nanjing 95 cigars. Beneath the bed, he discovered a leather suitcase. Upon opening it, he sighed at the sight of stacks of cash and foreign currency, which had now become virtually worthless. Inside the suitcase's compartment lay 2 investment gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams. He promptly placed these heavy gold bars into the designated shelf storage box in his spatial compartment. After surveying the thoroughly looted 11th floor, he turned and proceeded to the 12th floor. On the 12th floor, 2 companies resided, a law firm and an architectural design company. After meticulously searching both, he found only a few boxes of bottled mineral water, beverages, and packaged snacks in the pantry, with no other valuable resources to collect before he left for the 13th floor. This floor housed an office for a major foreign brand of motor oil. Upon entering, he gathered over 30 boxes of various models of fully synthetic motor oil from a storage room, along with a brand new mobile high-power silent diesel generator, complete with a power converter, specialized power cables, spare parts, a dedicated repair toolbox, and 4 barrels of 60-liter high-definition diesel. In the pantry, he collected 2 boxes of vacuum-packed Sichuan-style cured meats and sausages, a box of instant coffee, a smokeless electric barbecue grill, 3 boxes of sports vitamin drinks, and 5 boxes of bottled purified water. In the director's office, he procured 2 boxes of Wuliangya, 2 boxes of Guojiao, 1573, a box of imported premium red wine, a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, a pack of Jinsha Su cigarettes, a dozen boxes of vacuum-packed ready-to-eat sea cucumbers, and 4 exquisite gift boxes of tea. After thoroughly searching, he departed the 13th floor and ascended to the 14th floor. Through the expansive tempered glass curtain wall, Zhang Chong beheld an entire floor dedicated to an international brand showroom for lightweight watercraft and water sports transportation vehicles. That a surge of excitement coursed through him. These watercraft were incredibly practical and could even be life-saving in critical moments. Entering the showroom, he was captivated by the sight of various models: lightweight high-power jet skis, luxurious high-displacement speedboats, small fully enclosed aluminum magnesium alloy yachts, small enclosed marine rescue boats, high-speed marine sports boats, and double-deck luxury speedboats designed for emergencies. He counted a total of 6 types, comprising 12 distinct models of watercraft, along with 2 emergency escape vessels. He waved his hand to collect them one by one into his spatial compartment, where they were instantly organized into their respective categories. In a corner storage room, he gathered the corresponding maintenance tools, replaceable parts, various maintenance consumables, user manuals, and a portable fuel pump. In the client reception area, he collected over 20 boxes of bottled mineral water and various high-end candies. After securing all necessary supplies from the 14th floor, Zhang Chong glanced outside. The sky was gradually darkening, and it was already 7 o'clock. The temperature would plummet significantly at night, prompting his return. He donned his outdoor night vision goggles and descended the fire escape, exiting the office building and heading toward his residential complex. Around 9 o'clock, Zhang Chong finally returned home safely. Although it was merely a 2-kilometer journey, The bitter cold and icy roads made it a treacherous endeavor. Shag Chong, his dog, joyfully bounded over, and after calming him down, Zhang Chong offered him some dried beef in his bowl, which he eagerly devoured. In the kitchen, Zhang Chong replenished the energy-efficient multifunctional charcoal stove with more charcoal and began simmering a pot of chicken soup. He stood nearby, stoking the fire. The journey back had left him cold and hungry, and he'd even taken a couple of tumbles. The biting wind felt like a knife against his face. The notion of zero-cost purchases was not as simple as it seemed, yet the unexpected bountiful haul made it worthwhile. After boiling a kettle of hot water, he washed his face thoroughly and soaked his feet for a while. Gradually warming himself, he turned on the high-powered heater and electric blanket in the bedroom. Setting them to maximum, he retrieved his pistol from his waist and placed it beside his pillow, next to the heater. He unfolded a small outdoor dining table and brought over the chicken soup from the charcoal stove, along with a portion of spicy stir-fried meat, a serving of mushrooms and greens, 2 bowls of rice, and a bottle of aged liquor. For Shag Chong, he mixed half a chicken with a bowl of rice and added 2 spoonfuls of chicken soup. The dog happily devoured his meal. Turning on the radio, he began to eat and drink while listening. After over half an hour, feeling full and satisfied, he tidied up and checked the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, which read -48 degrees. He drew the curtains tightly and returned to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, he retrieved his firearm maintenance tools from the spatial shelf, picked up his pistol, and quickly disassembled it for thorough maintenance. During his service in the Field Army's Guard Regiment, maintaining firearms was a daily necessity. Though he hadn't handled a gun in quite some time, the familiarity and comfort came rushing back to him. After meticulously caring for the weapon, he swiftly reassembled it and placed both the gun and the maintenance tools back on the designated shelf in his spatial compartment. As he entered the spatial realm, he observed the various resources collected that day, all automatically categorized and neatly arranged in their respective areas. Surveying these supplies, Zhang Chong felt a profound sense of satisfaction and security. He retrieved a Rolex Datejust 18K gold watch, adjusted it according to the date and time on his phone, and donned on his left wrist, finding it quite fitting. With the watch, he would no longer need to constantly check his phone for the time. Now, the phone served merely as a timekeeping device. Lighting a cigarette, Zhang Chong took slow puffs while gazing intently out the window. He reflected on the present harsh climatic disasters and the essential reliance on resources for survival. Aside from the serendipitous element of luck, it was all about resources. Everything else was mere nonsense. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of sunlight, for several months. Zhang Chong stood before his bedroom window, staring into the distance, even beginning to long for the sweltering days of summer, drenched in sweat. At least under the sun, one could feel the vibrancy of life, but now the entire world seemed devoid of vitality, as if all life had been completely frozen in slumber amidst the extreme cold. There had been no sounds of life from the building for a long time, a haunting silence enveloping everything. Currently, under the biting cold, rescue teams had ceased distributing aid since the spring festival. Most able-bodied residents had migrated to large refuge bases, enduring the hardships of labor and toil to contribute to their construction. However, at the very least, there is a semblance of sustenance and a source of warmth. Remaining behind feels almost like surrendering one's fate to the heavens when faced with the brink of life and death. An overwhelming desire to survive manifests within a person, making them capable of enduring any hardship as long as they can continue to live. In the extreme calamities of his previous life, Zhang Chong had harbored this very mindset. Survival was paramount above all else. A sudden knock echoed at the door, prompting S.H. Chong to dart towards the entrance, barking fiercely. Zhang Chong, puzzled for a moment, grasped the jungle machete tightly and approached the security door of the corridor. Peering through the peephole, he saw the middle-aged couple from upstairs, clad in heavy clothing, each dragging a large suitcase, accompanied by a child bundled up just as snugly, who bore a sizable backpack. Upon opening the security door, a frigid wave of cold rushed in, and he softly inquired, "Haven't you left for the base yet? I thought you had already departed. Are you preparing to leave now?" The middle-aged man outside lowered his scarf and replied softly, "The hospital at the base is in dire need of doctors. We have been informed that we can head over at any time, that we can no longer endure here, and it seems the rescue teams may not distribute supplies any longer. Thus, we are preparing to move to the base. This community will likely only have us 2 households remaining, but we came to bid you farewell and to express our gratitude for the supplies you provided, which have allowed our family of 3 to persevere. Should you find yourself at the base in the future and require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out at the base hospital. My name is Wang Zihan, and this is my wife, Li Jing. With that, the family bowed deeply to Zhang Chong. He smiled, contemplated for a moment, and said, "Please wait a moment." He retreated inside, retrieving the 3 pieces of gold jewelry he had exchanged with the couple for supplies, along with a large bag of instant food and 2 vacuum-packed bags of meat products, placing them into one bag. Turning back to the corridor door, he handed the bag to the middle-aged couple, smiling as he said, "I am Zhang Chong. That IT is not much, just a token of my appreciation. Please accept it to help nourish your child. To the base, food will only barely suffice. Take care on your journey. If fate allows, we shall meet again." The couple accepted the bag, their eyes welling with tears, nodding in gratitude as the woman said, "Thank you, and please take care of yourself too." With that, the family turned and descended the stairs. Zhang Chong secured the 2 doors and locked them. He returned to his bedroom, drew back the heavy curtains, and stood by the window, lighting a cigarette and taking slow drags as he watched the family of 3 trudging towards the large refuge base. Gradually fading from sight, that he felt a profound connection with this couple, realizing they were individuals of clear moral distinction, who would repay kindnesses shown to them, despite the apocalypse, where many had drastically changed, even becoming extreme. There remained those who steadfastly adhered to their principles. That he closed the curtains, adjusted the brightness of his energy-saving lamp to its maximum, and noted that his high-capacity power bank had only 15% charge left. He proceeded to the living room, starting the outdoor portable gasoline generator to charge the power bank. Gazing at the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, he noted it had plummeted to minus 50 degrees. The cold was intensifying, and the risks associated with venturing out for supplies were now too great. Moreover, the stockpiled resources in his space were sufficient to meet his future survival needs. Zhang Chong understood that remaining in his home was the wisest and safest choice. In this building, it seemed he was the sole survivor left. In truth, this was not such a bad situation. It promised greater tranquility and fewer concerns. He imagined there would be no more disturbances. If anyone dared to intrude, he thought, raising his Glock 17 for a moment's inspection. Days passed in a quiet yet fulfilling manner. Each morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Zhang Chong would diligently engage in 2 hours of physical combat training, followed by training S.H. Chong. On days when the midday temperature permitted, he would take S.H. Chong outside, allowing the dog some freedom to roam and also helping his own body gradually acclimatize to the harsh cold. An overly comfortable living environment could lead one to become complacent and lazy. In such extreme times, that could prove fatal, a realization Zhang Chong deeply understood. Furthermore, the confined space within the house could cause both humans and animals to develop psychological issues due to prolonged environmental oppression. As he observed Sage Chong frolicking on the icy surface, a smile broke across his face. The winds had lessened significantly in recent days, and the temperature had stabilized. The sky remained ominously overcast. Thus, after lunch, he would take the dog out for fresh air and allow it to relieve itself. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette. Feeling the biting cold seep into his lungs, he stubbed the cigarette out on the ground and called Sage Chong back. Not far off, 3 men, bundled in heavy clothing, clumsily approached across the ice. H. Chong quickly dashed back to Zhang Chong's side, fixating on the approaching trio. The men stopped a few meters away, eyeing Zhang Chong and the robust Sage Chong with unmistakable greed. Zhang Chong coldly addressed them. "Do you need something? If not, I kindly ask you to leave point," one of the men replied. "We've gone 2 days without food. Your dog looks well fed. Surely, you can spare us some food." "We will leave immediately." Zhang Chong shook his head. "You can seek assistance at the large refuge base established by the local government. There, you can work for food." With that, he beckoned Sage Chong to return and turned toward the corridor. The men's expressions darkened, and they brandished short iron rods and kitchen knives, encircling Zhang Chong, and his dog, S.H. Chong, let out a low growl, and Zhang Chong smiled slightly, unzipping his jacket to reveal the machete he had retrieved from his space. Holding the machete, he advanced towards the three men, whistling for S.H. Chong. The dog sprang forward, swiftly tackling one of the men wielding a short iron rod, sinking its teeth into the man's head as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Chong approached the other two men with remarkable composure. Before they could raise their knives, he swiftly slashed at their faces with his machete point. Two agonizing screams erupted as the knives fell from their hands, their palms clutching their gushing wounds. Zhang Chong struck again. Severing their throats, he recalled Sage Chong, who was still gnawing at the fallen man, and delivered a final blow to put an end to the man's struggles. After rinsing the blood from the machete with a bottle of purified water, he stored it back in his space. From his pocket, he retrieved a small piece of jerky as a reward for the valiant S.H. Chong. Observing the three corpses on the ground, he contemplated how to dispose of them. Leaving them on the ice felt too conspicuous, and it would be uncomfortable to encounter them again when he next brought S.H. Chong out. As large snowflakes began to fall, the temperature dropped sharply. Zhang Chong glanced skyward, noting the thick clouds obscuring the dim sky. Without further ado, he hurried back home with S.H. Chong, securing and locking the doors behind him. In the kitchen, he added charcoal to the energy-efficient multifunctional stove. Igniting a robust fire, he returned to his bedroom, turning on the electric blanket and heater to their highest settings, pulling back the curtains. He was astonished to see that in just that short time, a heavy snowstorm had begun to blanket the outside world. In the living room, he locked the sliding door to the balcony and checked the outdoor thermometer. Noting it had plummeted to minus 52 degrees, he drew the thick blackout curtains and returned to the bedroom, finding S.H. Chong lazily sprawled in its bed, licking its paws, which brought a smile to Zhang Chong's face. He gently spoke to the dog. "Tonight, I'll make sure you have a hearty meal. In critical moments, I must rely on you." Back in the kitchen, he retrieved a piece of lamb and a pigeon, adding green onions, ginger, garlic, shiitake mushrooms, dried scallops, and water, placing the mixture in a soup pot over the stove to simmer. Watching the charcoal ignite into a blazing fire, he lit a cigarette, pondering how, in times like these, yearning for a peaceful existence felt like a luxury. Indeed, it was no easy feat. For dinner, a whole pigeon was mixed with rice for Xiaqiang, accompanied by a generous serving of meat broth. The dog devoured it with unrestrained joy, its tail wagging with such fervor that it seemed on the verge of breaking. Zhang Chong retrieved a bottle of wuyangye, along with a dish of chopped chili fish head, a portion of mixed cured meats, and a bowl of rice, sipping the aromatic lamb and pigeon soup while gazing out at the swirling, feather-like snowflakes. He felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Upon waking in the morning, he distinctly sensed a notable drop in temperature. The warmth and softness of the bedding enveloped him, inducing a desire to linger. Glancing at his watch, it read 7:30. He looked over at Xiaqiang, who was curled up in the dog bed, still fast asleep. The bitter cold had even compelled the dog to remain nestled in its cozy nook. After lying in bed for another half hour, he finally arose to wash up. He pulled back the curtains and beheld the snow cascading down like a waterfall, signaling a heavy blizzard outside. The temperature had plummeted to minus 55 degrees. Zhang Chong set up a small outdoor folding table in the kitchen, adding some daylilies, kelp, and dried tofu skins to the remaining meat broth. While he boiled half a pound of mung bean noodles, fried a plate of small fish, and steamed a cured fish, he poured himself a glass of wuyangye and began to eat leisurely. Xiaqiang, meanwhile, mixed his lamb soup with rice and added a can of luncheon meat. The charcoal stove burned a brilliant red, gradually warming the kitchen to a cozy haven. After taking a sip of his drink, Zhang Chong glanced out the kitchen window at the relentless snowfall, letting out a sigh. He wondered how many people would struggle to endure such weather. A government broadcast crackled through the radio, advising residents who had yet to relocate to large refuge bases to remain indoors and prepare for the cold, discouraging any attempt to venture out in search of supplies. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he gathered the trash into a separate corner and added more charcoal to the stove. That he sat in the kitchen, engaging in playful antics with Xiaqiang. At tea this moment, the kitchen was the warmest place in the house, even bordering on slightly too hot. After a while, Zhang Chong removed his outer jacket. Finding himself slightly perspiring, he took out various bags of snacks and beverages, placing them on the small dining table, munching while entertaining the dog. This kind of life was what Zhang Chong longed for, leisurely and unrestrained. Although there were moments of solitude, the safety it offered was paramount, allowing him to live freely within his means. This was a stark contrast to the ordinary residents who had moved to large refuge bases. In those bases, everything was managed in a semi-military manner. Ordinary residents had to obey orders, comply with work schedules, and adhere to living arrangements. Every action was dictated by the regulations established by the base, resembling a small, closed-off societal group. Unless one possessed substantial wealth or exceptional talents, life would be more comfortable, easier and freer than that of the average resident. If one had nothing, compliance was the only option. Otherwise, the choices were bleak: permanent expulsion from the refuge base and being blacklisted by all bases, or remaining and enduring the most arduous labor and strictest punishments. Zhang Chang recalled his past life, the time spent surviving in a large refuge base. Though it was not lengthy, the memories were vivid and unforgettable. Eventually, he chose to leave the refuge base and fend for himself outside. Within the base, ordinary residents typically had two modes of living and working. One could remain in the base, participating in various demanding construction and production tasks or other jobs assigned by the base, receiving 2 meals a day to barely meet basic needs. They were provided with periodic clothing distributions, essential supplies, basic medical assistance, and free lodging in communal dormitories where dozens shared a space. This mode of life was the safest, offering fundamental safety and living guarantees, but it was also the most austere and the choice of the majority of ordinary residents. The other mode involved individuals or teams venturing out to procure various supplies for the base or undertake special tasks issued by the base, earning points to exchange for daily necessities and lodging. Aside from breathing air, nothing was free. This mode was also the most perilous, with minimal safety and living assurances. Seeking supplies could lead to competition, deceit, and violence among peers. The dangers of undertaking special tasks were self-evident, often with no guarantee of return. However, if one succeeded in gathering an abundance of supplies or completing a special task safely, the living conditions within the base would vastly improve compared to the first mode. One could dine freely in the cafeteria, choosing preferred dishes without restrictions on time or quantity. Shopping in the base's supermarket for daily necessities was also an option. If illness or injury occurred, one could receive excellent treatment at the base hospital. Living arrangements included options for shared apartments, with varying capacities of 8, 6, 4, 2, or single rooms, and even better accommodations with private kitchens and bathrooms. As long as one had sufficient points on their base identity card, a comfortable life was assured. Crucially, the points on the identity card were redeemable across all large refuge bases in the country. Regardless of which living and working mode ordinary residents chose, as long as they adhered to the base's regulations, they need not worry about personal safety or the security of their belongings. The base enforced stringent penalties against those who threatened residents within its confines. In these extreme climatic disasters, the prevailing sentiment was one of endurance and survival, and few dared to violate the base's survival rules. Zhang Chang lit a cigarette, reflecting on his life experiences, feeling profoundly fortunate and happy in his current state. Watching the snow tumble like a waterfall outside, a smile crept across his face. Time flew by, and it had been several months since he last ventured outdoors with Shachong. It was not that he did not wish to go out, but rather that the frigid air posed a significant risk of frostbite. With outdoor temperatures plummeting to -62 degrees, the blizzard had gradually subsided a few days prior, leaving the outside world a frozen, icy expanse. Even within the house, despite the roaring fire of the energy-efficient charcoal stove and the constant operation of a high-powered heater. Bundled in thick, insulated clothing, the cold still seeped in. Shachiang, aside from eating and occasionally visiting the bathroom, spent most of the time nestled snugly in its warm dog bed. Zhang Chang, too, devoted the majority of his time to lounging under the covers. Aside from 2 hours of daily physical training and meals, his greatest pleasure now lay in tuning into the radio across various frequencies, maintaining his firearms and knives. This global extreme cold spell had nearly reduced the population by a third. All the large refuge bases being established by the government across the country had been completed and were operational. Listening to the news on the radio, Zhang Chang marveled at the country's formidable mobilization and rescue capabilities, as well as its substantial financial and material resources. Feeling a deep-seated admiration for his homeland, He mused that the extreme cold spell had lasted nearly a year, with the duration of frigid temperatures reaching its zenith. Soon, it would gradually rise, warming until the onset of the extreme heat period. This era's extreme cold was harsher than the last, with lower temperatures and longer duration. Consequently, the forthcoming extreme heat period might also be characterized by higher temperatures, lasting even longer. With this thought, Zhang Chong rubbed his temples, questioning whether he was overthinking. Regardless of the circumstances, they were inescapable. He could only face reality with equanimity. He took out a piece of dried beef, savoring its chewiness, relishing the flavor. Noticing Xiaqiang stirring in its bed, he looked up to find the dog fixated on him. He tossed another piece of dried beef into the dog bed, where Xiaqiang eagerly caught it, devouring it ravenously. Zhang Chong chuckled at the dog, saying, "Xiaqiang, you really can eat. You've already consumed more than I have. Once our stockpile runs out, I'll have no choice but to stew you for dinner. You'll become my emergency rations." In the doghouse, Xiaqiang lifted his head and barked a few times at Zhang Chong before resuming his stillness. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 4:30. It was time to rise and prepare dinner. Throughout the day, Zhang Chong and the dog primarily subsisted on 2 meals, one around 9 or 10 in the morning and another around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The frigid weather had drastically reduced their physical activity, with most of their time spent nestled under the covers, leading to minimal energy expenditure and a lack of hunger. After donning a thick, fleece-lined windbreaker, he made his way to the kitchen. He first added coal to the energy-efficient coal stove and stoked the fire to warm the room. Entering his space, he retrieved a bag of frozen pork and cabbage dumplings, a supply distributed by the government before the spring festival. He also took out a bag of pork and shepherd's purse dumplings and a preserved chicken, steaming the chicken in a steamer and boiling 2 bags of dumplings in a pot. He set up a small outdoor folding dining table in the kitchen. Once the chicken was steamed and the dumplings were ready, he retrieved the last portion of dry pot cauliflower and a bottle of aged liquor. He tore half of the chicken into Xiaqiang's bowl and served over 20 dumplings. Xiaqiang buried his head in the bowl, wagging his tail excitedly. Zhang Chong dipped his dumplings in a small dish of ginger vinegar and sipped some liquor, exclaiming, "Dumplings and liquor make for a better life." Xiaqiang lifted his head to glance at Zhang Chong, gave a couple of soft grunts, and resumed his meal. They continued eating until nearly 6 o'clock. When Zhang Chong realized he was slightly tipsy, with only half a bottle of liquor remaining, perhaps due to the prolonged cold weather and the comfort of staying indoors, his tolerance had increased. After cleaning up and securing the stove, he returned to the bedroom with Xiaqiang. Despite having a high-powered heater running, the bedroom felt significantly colder than the kitchen. Xiaqiang instantly jumped into his doghouse, lying still. Zhang Chong checked the thermometer on the windowsill. 6 degrees. It was over 50 degrees colder than outside. He drew the blackout curtains tightly. Checking the charge on his high-capacity power bank, he noted it was still around 60%, sufficient for the night. He turned on the electric blanket to its maximum setting, removed his outer clothing, placed his handgun under the pillow, turned off the lamp, and slipped into the soft, warm bedding, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Though life during the extreme cold was arduous, it was manageable. Zhang Chong, while somewhat heat-sensitive rather than cold-averse, did not relish the frigid climate, especially the bone-chilling temperatures below -30 degrees, standing on the balcony. He gazed out at the icy, snow-covered world, adorned in silver. Although the temperature had gradually risen to around -25 degrees over the past month, it remained cold, yet it felt much more bearable. At least indoors, he no longer needed to be fully equipped with winter gear and could slightly open the windows for fresh air. He could take Xiaqiang outside to frolic in the hallway or downstairs. Having endured a full year and 5 months of the extreme cold, it had not been easy, truly a struggle. The warm midday sun occasionally broke through the thick clouds, casting golden rays. Zhang Chong sighed deeply, relieved that the extreme cold had finally passed. The coming days, though brief, promised to be the most comfortable, yet also the most perilous. With temperatures gradually warming, a substantial amount of ice and snow would melt, and the floodwaters that had once submerged the 11th floor would increase, having been overwhelmed by continuous heavy snowfall that had reached the 16th floor. The unique topography of Changsha made it difficult for water to accumulate. But if significant flooding occurred, natural drainage would be challenging, necessitating considerable manpower and resources to resolve the issue. Zhang Chang pondered this, scratching his head. The severity of extreme weather disasters in this life could very well surpass those of the previous one. Even during the extreme cold, it was evident that temperatures were lower and lasted longer. The other extreme disasters that lay ahead would likely be even more severe. Lost in thought, he felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing he had initially underestimated the situation. Now, the most pressing concern was to gather energy resources. More was better, as preparation was key, though his space already held a considerable stockpile of various energy supplies. In the long run, it was still insufficient. Finding ways to accumulate more now would ensure greater abundance when the time came. Regardless of the nature of the calamity, energy would be indispensable, and as resources became purely consumable and non-renewable, their value would rise, especially during periods of polar night and after significant earthquakes. Checking his watch, he noted it was 2 in the afternoon and he decided to take Shaqiang out to search for supplies. Particularly energy resources that, if the search took too long, they would spend the night outside, as the current cold was manageable. Moreover, his space was stocked with various cold weather supplies. After donning his full outdoor winter gear and fitting Shaqiang with the anti-slip boots he had crafted, along with a thick fleece-lined vest, he fed the dog some warm water and jerky for energy. He packed the portable gasoline generator, high-capacity power bank, and high-powered heater into his space, locked the 2 doors, and descended the stairs with Shaqiang, stepping carefully on the slippery ice as they ventured forth. Zhang Chang's goal was the parking areas of the high-rise buildings. Most gas stations, auto repair shops, and dealerships had already been submerged beneath the water, leaving the high-rise parking areas as one of the few remaining hopes for obtaining gasoline or diesel. Although extracting fuel might be cumbersome, it was better than nothing, and other valuable supplies could potentially be gathered as well. Shaqiang frolicked ahead, experiencing his first outing since being adopted, finding everything to be exhilaratingly new. After over an hour of walking, they arrived near the office building commercial district where Zhang Chang had previously collected supplies. He wandered between several buildings, noting that the tempered glass facades had been nearly all vandalized, likely by others searching for resources or by supply teams from large emergency shelters. Long scratches on the icy ground suggested that supplies had been dragged away. Nevertheless, he decided to explore further, hoping for luck. Calling for Shaqiang, he entered the office building through a broken window. They searched floor by floor until reaching the top level, where a bitter smile emerged on Zhang Chang's face. It had been completely stripped bare, with nearly all useful supplies removed. Sitting atop the reception desk of a company, he pulled out some instant food and a sports drink to replenish his energy, offering Shaqiang some water and a few pieces of jerky. After resting for a while, he took Shaqiang downstairs to continue the search in another building. Much to his dismay, the next building yielded similar results. Nothing of value. With only 2 buildings remaining, they continued their ascent, soon reaching the top floor once more. Zhang Chang sighed in resignation, yet felt grateful he had come earlier to secure vital supplies. Otherwise, he would have found himself in the same position as now, missing out as others had already claimed the resources. With 1 building left to explore and darkness descending, Zhang Chang donned his outdoor night vision goggles, leading Shaqiang up the stairs, searching layer by layer. Upon reaching the 26th floor, he felt a surge of excitement. The glass doors of this company were still locked and showed no signs of damage. It appeared that those searching for supplies had found enough below and needed to relocate their findings, leaving this floor untouched. After all, transferring supplies from the upper echelons requires both manpower and time. Zhang Chang glanced at the company, which was an office for a mechanical lathe manufacturer from another province. He retrieved a fire axe from space and, with 1 swift strike, severed the doorknob along with the U-lock. Entering the office, he began to search meticulously. In a small warehouse, he found dozens of boxes of mechanical lathe parts that had been abandoned. The offices were filled with client information and office supplies, all left behind. In the general manager's office, he collected a set of high-end, multifunctional indoor gym equipment, 2 boxes of Qing Hualang 20 soy sauce liquor, 1 box of Jian Nan Chun vintage wine, 2 packs of winterworm summergrass cigarettes, a redwood box containing 8 commemorative coins made of pure gold, 2 boxes of 50-year-old wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain, a smooth and translucent Hatian jade bracelet, several exquisite gift boxes of Biluakanti, and a beautifully crafted Jingdejun porcelain TSET. In the tea room, he gathered 2 boxes of spicy crayfish hot pot, 2 boxes of spicy beef instant noodles, 1 box of Yangzhou pickles, 3 boxes of bottled purified water, and 1 box of bottled mineral water. After thoroughly searching, he found no other valuable materials and turned to leave. Making his way to the 27th floor. The 27th floor housed a brand marketing company for grain and oil, a joint venture between China and Hong Kong. Shag Chong followed in and immediately flopped onto the reception sofa. Panting heavily, Zhang Chong shook his head at Shag Chong, thinking to himself that the dog had not been exercised enough lately and would need more physical activity in the future. He took out a bottle of purified water and let the dog drink most of it, then fed him a few small packets of dried meat snacks. He began searching the company, and in a storage room, he collected 10 boxes of imported bottled olive oil, 5 boxes of pressed peanut oil, 5 boxes of pressed sesame oil, over 40 boxes of imported vacuum-packed 1 kilogram bags of various fine rice, coarse grains, and mixed grains, as well as over 40 boxes of various canned meat products and canned seafood. In the tea room, he found a brand new microwave still in its box, a brand new upright refrigerator, and a brand new high-end tea bar machine. The offices and workstations contained only basic office supplies and desktop computers scattered about. Zhang Chong speculated that the company had recently relocated to this office building just before the extreme climate disaster and had not yet officially commenced operations. However, he considered himself fortunate, as his haul was quite satisfactory. Leaving the 27th floor with Shag Chong, he descended the fire escape to the 28th floor. This floor was home to a company that exported plush toys for children. After a thorough search, he only managed to collect a few boxes of bottled drinking water, with nothing else of value. Upon reaching the 29th floor, Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. It was a company specializing in solar photovoltaic power generation equipment. Zhang Chong had some knowledge in this area, as a close comrade from the military had returned home to work in this field. Primarily, they installed solar panels on the rooftops of homes in remote villages, converting the generated electricity via inverters for direct use in household circuits, or storing it in large-capacity power sources. Surplus electricity could be sold to the power company. After breaking the door lock, Zhang Chong entered the company with Shag Chong and began a detailed search. In 2 warehouses, he collected 65 sets of household solar photovoltaic panel components, along with accompanying inverters, controllers, power connection cables, high-voltage intelligent lithium battery storage systems, large-capacity power sources, panel mounting brackets, installation manuals, and specialized tools. He also found 5 brand-new portable diesel generators for agricultural use, complete with stabilizers, easily worn replacement parts, specialized lubricants, connecting cables, repair toolkits, and maintenance manuals, as well as 30 barrels of 50-liter diesel. After gathering the materials from the warehouse, he checked other offices but found nothing of value, and promptly left with Shag Chong. Ascending to the 30th floor, the final level of the building, he was surprised to discover it was a wholly owned Japanese mining exploration company. Zhang Chong had always harbored a distaste for the Japanese, and upon seeing the safety glass door equipped with a fingerprint lock, he raised a fire axe and smashed the glass door. Once inside, he surveyed the area. The entire floor was adorned in a Japanese-style decor. He commenced a meticulous search in a partitioned storage room. He collected 2 boxes of top-tier portable outdoor water filtration purifiers, 2 rechargeable emergency rescue detectors, 4 sets of rechargeable handheld cutting machines with accompanying blades, 2 boxes of multifunctional gas masks with filters, 1 box of outdoor emergency hygiene kits, 1 box of mosquito repellent spray, 1 box of chemical-resistant gloves, 2 high-powered field binoculars, and 2 boxes of high-calorie vacuum-packed ready-to-eat meals. In the tea and rest area, he gathered several boxes of sake and a dozen boxes of imported bottled mineral water. Approaching the last unsearched office, he sensed that this space had likely been reinforced during renovations. The partition walls were distinctly different from those of other offices, constructed of a complete steel structure with 3 layers of tempered laminated glass, reinforced with high-strength steel plates, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. A heavy redwood fireproof soundproof door stood before him, equipped with a fingerprint access system. Randomly pressing the keypad on the wall, it illuminated instantly, powered by an independent system unaffected by outages. Tapping on the door revealed its steel composition. Shag Chong lay at his feet, panting heavily, and in the eerie silence of the night. The atmosphere felt particularly ominous. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs, and wiped his outdoor night vision goggles. Feeling somewhat helpless, he acknowledged that breaking through such a door was not his forte. He took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water, leaving the remainder for Shag Chong, and pulled out a piece of chocolate to replenish his energy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked up at the ceiling, walked to a ventilation opening, placed a chair beneath it, climbed up, and retrieved tools from the equipment section of his space, unscrewing the vent cover. Crawling into the duct, he made his way to the vent directly above the office. To his surprise, the vent was covered with a fine double-layered steel mesh securely welded in place. Zhang Chong smiled and retrieved the recently collected rechargeable handheld cutting machine, beginning to cut through the vent. In just a few minutes, he managed to create an opening large enough for ventilation. With a grin, he remarked, "This professional tool is meant for special places like this." After removing the vent cover and returning the tools to his space, he peered down into the office below, astonished by the entirely classical Chinese decor that stood in stark contrast to the Japanese office environment outside. That it exuded a sense of antiquity and simplicity. Far more elegant than the surrounding areas. Descending into the office, he observed closely that by the window sat an elegant and rustic redwood desk, adorned only with a few traditional writing implements and a photo frame. A row of floor-to-ceiling redwood bookshelves lined the wall, filled with various bronze artifacts, porcelain, ancient books, jade, and paintings. In a corner, there was a Zeton coffee table surrounded by Zeton chairs. The office's partition led to a private resting area, featuring a small bed against the wall, opposite a double wardrobe, and beside it, a sturdy safe about 1.5 meters tall. Near the window was a bathroom equipped with a bathtub. Zhang Chong felt a twinge of disappointment. This office, clearly fortified and remodeled, was surprisingly simple and ordinary inside. Should it not be more impressive? Was it merely to enhance personal security? Or perhaps it was a sign of guilt, a troubled conscience, or even paranoia? He found it perplexing, but deciding to take what he could, he began to search earnestly. First, the sturdy safe beside the double wardrobe was moved into a corner of the space. Upon opening the wardrobe, several suits and casual outfits were revealed, while the drawers contained neatly folded ties and undergarments. Personal items that were promptly disregarded. That on the lowest shelf of the wardrobe lay 2 black metal briefcases. Upon inspection, each briefcase contained 2 rows of 6 investment gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams, totaling 24 substantial gold bars. Subsequently, these 2 metal briefcases were securely locked and stored on a shelf designated for gold within the space. A thorough examination of the private resting area was conducted to ensure no hidden spaces or additional materials remained before returning to the office. The antique rosewood tea table set in the corner was transported into the space, along with an entire row of floor-to-ceiling mahogany bookshelves and their contents. After a meticulous inspection of the mahogany desk, it was determined that there were no valuable items, with the desk and chairs being the only worthwhile possessions. Consequently, the entire mahogany desk and chair set was also stored away. The final, detailed search of the office was carried out, checking walls and corners, confirming that nothing else was left behind. Zhang Chong gazed at the empty office. Feeling a mix of confusion and acceptance, he retraced his steps through the ventilation shaft back to the outer office area, leading Sha Chong downstairs and out of the commercial district. The biting cold wind outside remained relentless, prompting Zhang Chong to tighten the cuffs and collar of his tactical jacket. That a glance at his watch revealed it was nearly 1 a.m., and he had been out for over 10 hours. Noticing Sha Chong appeared weary, likely fatigued from their prolonged outing, he squatted down to comfort the dog, offering it a piece of dried beef. He decided it was best to return home, feeling satisfied with the day's achievements, planning to venture out again the following day or the day after. Together, they made their way towards the residential community. By the time they arrived home, it was already 2:30 a.m. Zhang Chong first poured a large basin of warm water for Sha Chong, then prepared a portion of Mao's braised pork accompanied by rice, placing it in the dog's bowl. Upon seeing the food, Sha Chong perked up, eagerly devouring the meal. After adding some coal to the energy-efficient charcoal stove to heat water for washing his face and soaking his feet, Zhang Chong felt the weight of fatigue settle in, Realizing he had perhaps overestimated his stamina and energy, he retrieved a high-capacity power bank and a high-powered heater, placing them by the bedside. Then unfolded an outdoor folding table in the bedroom. He took out a packaged meal consisting of one meat and one vegetable dish, pouring himself a glass of aged liquor as he began to eat leisurely. Once Sha Chong was sated, he returned to his dog bed and soon fell asleep, snoring softly. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Zhang Chong removed his outerwear and pants, slipping into the warmth of his bed. Entering the space, he surveyed the materials collected that day. All meticulously categorized and organized, he decided to leave the safe in the corner for tomorrow's endeavor. Closing his eyes, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, he awoke to find it was already 1 p.m. Glancing at his watch, and then at the still sleeping Sha Chong, who was snoring softly, he lingered in bed a little longer before getting up. Washing and heading to the kitchen, he stoked the charcoal stove to life, taking out a piece of beef, tomatoes, dried bamboo shoots, daylilies, dried kelp, and some seafood products, placing them all into a pot to simmer. He also steamed a pot of rice and a few sausages. Along with a piece of cured fish. As Sha Chong awoke, he scampered over, squatting on the ground with his eager eyes fixed on the simmering pot. Zhang Chong retrieved the safe from the corner of the space and placed it on the balcony, lighting a cigarette as he scrutinized the safe closely. Noticing 4 small holes on the back of the safe, likely for wall anchoring with expansion screws, he pondered the dual security of the electronic keypad and mechanical lock. It seemed that the only way to open it would be through brute force, so he resolved to cut it open from the back where the small holes were located. He fetched 2 sets of portable rechargeable handheld cutting machines from the space, plugged them into the high-capacity power bank to charge. Returning to the kitchen, he checked the soup, which was ready. Setting up the outdoor folding table, he poured a glass of 10-year-old Shaoxing rice wine. Placing the pot and the steamed sausages and fish on the table, along with a bowl of rice. Mixing beef soup with sausage for Sha Chong's rice, the dog sniffed eagerly and began to eat with enthusiasm. After both had eaten and tidied up, Zhang Chong lit a cigarette and went to the balcony, opening the window. He closed the sliding door and donned a pair of outdoor multifunctional protective goggles and a mask before picking up the handheld cutting machine and commencing to cut into the back of the safe. Alternating between the 2 cutting machines and changing the cutting discs once, he worked for 2 continuous hours before finally removing the back panel. Zhang Chong gazed in astonishment at the contents of the safe. The effort from the previous day had been worthwhile, truly worthwhile. The safe contained 4 layers. The first layer held 2 brand new Browning HP-35 handguns for magazines, 6 boxes of ammunition totaling 300 rounds, and 2 matching shoulder holsters. The second layer contained a brand new HK MP7 submachine gun for magazines, 10 boxes of ammunition totaling 500 rounds, and 2 scopes. The third layer housed 2 pieces of the latest domestic model of Level 7 high performance lightweight bulletproof vests. The fourth layer contained a dark green wooden box housing 24 M26 high-explosive grenades. Zhang Chong's eyes widened at the sight of these weapons, his legs trembling with excitement. His hands caressed the arms, his heart racing with exhilaration. He stored these weapons into the designated area for self-defense within the space. After replacing the cutting discs on the 2 handheld machines, fully charging them, he stored them away. The now-defunct safe was placed in the corner designated for waste in the space, to be discarded on his next outing. Once finished, he tidied up the balcony and himself, closing the window before returning to the living room. He took out an exquisite porcelain tea set, rinsed it, and brewed a pot of Westlake Longjing tea. The milky white porcelain cup was filled with fragrant, verdant tea, exuding an invigorating aroma. Lighting a cigarette, he savored the tea while contemplating his next outing plans. After a day of rest at home, fully rejuvenated, Sha Chong began to bounce energetically around the house once more. Zhang Chong glanced at the outdoor thermometer hanging on the balcony. The temperature had risen to -21 degrees Celsius, and the sky had cleared considerably, revealing a hint of blue. After breakfast and tidying up, he helped Sha Chong don his winter gear, attaching the jungle machete to his waist and equipping the Glock handgun with a silencer. Checking it thoroughly before placing it in the multifunctional outdoor backpack. Locking the 2 main doors, he descended and exited the community, heading into the distance. Sha Chong no longer scampered excitedly over the icy path, but instead walked steadily alongside Zhang Chong. Likely understanding that their outings would be prolonged, and he needed to conserve his energy as Zhang Chang walked, he attentively observed his surroundings. The current weather was perfect for seeking resources, a sentiment shared by others. The societal order, legal constraints, and moral boundaries had become secondary. The primary goal for every survivor was simply to endure and thrive. As he walked, he noted that many formerly low-lying structures had been completely submerged by accumulated water. Frozen solid, only the taller buildings remained visible above the ice. Occasionally, he encountered a few others also searching for supplies, who maintained a cautious distance upon seeing Zhang Chang and his dog in such moments. As long as others did not provoke him, Zhang Chang had no intention of causing trouble and was not inclined to do so. Should one encounter individuals oblivious to reason, there would be no mercy extended. After traversing for more than 2 hours, a mere 7 or 8 kilometers were covered. Passing by several towering commercial edifices, upon entering one, it became apparent that some still resided within, prompting an immediate retreat. Encounters with those lacking foresight, intent on robbery or seeking dog meat, were decisively handled by Zhang Chang, that he sought a relatively clean spot to rest temporarily, extracting a thermos and some instant food from his backpack to replenish his energy. Offering some warm water to Shiqiang and sharing a few small snacks of dried meat. After walking for over an hour, Zhang Chang halted, surveying the desolate and chaotic surroundings, realizing that aimless searching could no longer continue. Currently, the only viable sources for survival supplies were large commercial complexes, which invariably attracted attention, having been scrutinized by others in places that garnered considerable focus. What could possibly remain? Numerous individuals still roamed the streets, opting not to reside in substantial refuge bases, likely disliking constraints and the associated hardships. Although resources for survival could still be found, the ongoing consumption raised concerns about how much would remain, particularly during the impending extreme heat phase. His own stockpile of various supplies was already quite ample, especially concerning energy resources, which could be conserved without significant issues. The paramount concern now was safety, to live securely. Zhang Chang's mind raced as he contemplated his next steps, deciding to return and devise a long-term strategy. He first found a secluded spot, scrutinizing the area before swiftly disposing of the accumulated garbage and abandoned safe stored in a corner of his space. With Shiqiang in tow, he retraced his steps, returning to the community after 4 hours. As they approached the vicinity of the building, they were encircled by 6 or 7 gaunt, ragged men brandishing sticks and kitchen knives. Shiqiang, with head held high and eyes glinting with ferocity, emitted a low, menacing growl, ready to pounce. Zhang Chang swiftly removed his backpack, retrieving his Glock handgun. The men, upon seeing the firearm in Zhang Chang's grasp, froze in their tracks, terror evident on their faces. One middle-aged man, holding a kitchen knife, shouted to his companions, "That gun must be a fake. Look at how clean he is, his complexion rosy. He must have plenty of supplies to be able to keep such a robust dog. Let us capture him first, and we can feast on dog meat soup tonight." Before he could finish speaking, a faint bang resonated, and a bloodied hole appeared in the man's head, causing him to stagger and collapse. The remaining men, witnessing this, abandoned their fallen comrade in sheer fright, fleeing in haste. Bang! 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 Rang out 5 successive shots, striking down the 5 men who had barely managed a few steps. One individual, slipping and scrambling on the icy surface, desperately attempted to escape. Shiqiang was about to pursue when Zhang Chang called him back. With a smile, he lowered his weapon and addressed Shiqiang softly. "Ah, it seems that for some, bullets serve a more persuasive purpose. Yet, we must refrain from exterminating them all, right?" Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, he concluded that leaving them there might serve as a cautionary display for those with ill intentions nearby. Ascending the stairs with Shiqiang, he secured the 2 doors and returned indoors. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 5:30. He stashed the Glock and his survival knife onto the shelf in his storage area. In the kitchen, he replenished the energy-efficient, multi-functional charcoal stove with some charcoal. Opening the vents to stoke the flames, he retrieved a dried leg of lamb, chopped it into pieces, and added a large cabbage. A handful of sweet potato noodles, and some hot pot base, filling the pot with water to simmer for dinner. After boiling 2 large kettles of hot water, He washed his hair, then his face, and soaked his feet. Ensuring he was presentable on the balcony, he lit a cigarette, gazing out at the distant lights illuminating a high area. This was the large refuge base of Chung City. Zhang Chang reminisced about the extreme climate disasters of his previous life, reflecting on the viral outbreaks and plagues that ensued during the extreme heat, which led to widespread infections and deaths among the densely populated refuge bases in some cities. The death toll reached half the population of these shelters. At that time, the scarcity of medical supplies and protective gear left many large refuge bases in dire straits, and the struggle to merely fill their stomachs. Nothing else held significance. Zhang Chang sighed. Contemplating the past, humanity seemed so insignificant in the face of such catastrophic natural disasters. The relentless extraction of resources and severe pollution had rendered this blue planet unable to bear the burden, forcing nature to retaliate in its own way. Checking the outdoor thermometer, he noted the temperature had risen to -19 degrees, the current rate of warming. The ice and snow below would likely begin to melt entirely within a month. A new disaster was imminent. Upon waking the following morning, he completed his morning routine and added water to the leftover lamb, sweet potato noodles, and cabbage from the previous night, boiling them with some mixed grain noodles and a portion of mushroom and vegetable stir-fry. He filled the dog-s bowl with fried rice and included a can of luncheon meat. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he settled on the living room sofa to smoke a cigarette, allowing his consciousness to wander into his storage space in the packed meal section. The initial 3 days' worth of takeout he ordered from Shushi had dwindled to just over 100 servings of fried rice. The last portion of mushroom and vegetable stir-fry was now consumed. That he had ordered over 9,000 box meals, each containing a meat, a vegetable, and rice from a restaurant in Chung City, which remained untouched. Various instant food items, canned goods, and snacks were neatly arranged in rows, filling the highest shelves of his storage. Numerous boxes and bags of rice, flour, oil, seasonings, dried goods, seafood, pickled items, fresh vegetables, and fruits were sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for a lifetime. The abundance of supplies left Zhang Chang somewhat dazed, considering the fortune he had spent on them. He pondered whether to remain in this place to endure the forthcoming extreme heat, plagues, polar nights, and endless days, or to depart immediately. If he stayed, would he always be so secure? The events of yesterday serve as a stark reminder that complacency could lead to peril if he were to leave now. Should he head to Tibet or Xinjiang? Which province would offer a better and safer life? In this extreme climate, regions that were vast, sparsely populated, and distant from coastal areas would undoubtedly provide greater safety, freedom, and comfort than the inland provinces. If he chose to depart now, the icy roads were still deeply frozen, and with the installation of anti-slip chains, driving should pose no significant challenge. Zhang Chang opened a can of cola, taking a few sips before lighting another cigarette and inhaling slowly. Shiqiang lay sprawled on the sofa, wagging his tail, his eyes fixed on Zhang Chang. After much contemplation, Zhang Chang ultimately resolved to leave today, heading first to the nearest Tibetan province for a while to assess the situation. With Xinjiang as a potential next stop, he retrieved his old phone, which he had updated with navigation software and offline maps before the extreme disaster began. Now, proving useful, he took out a large-capacity power bank to charge his phone. Entering the bedroom, he stored the portable high-capacity power supply, high-powered heater, and all his bedding, including the mattress and nightstand, into his storage space. Along with the sofa, coffee table, high-definition television, floor lamp, double-door refrigerator, washing machine, kitchen utensils, and the energy-efficient multi-functional charcoal stove. As Zhang Chang surveyed the nearly emptied apartment, he let out a deep sigh. After enduring the extremes of torrential rain and frigid cold in this place, the thought of departing now evokes a tinge of reluctance. Donning outdoor cold weather gear, I outfitted Shiqiang with a thermal vest and insulated booties. I retrieved the jungle machete and Glock handgun, securing them at my waist before placing them into the outdoor multifunctional backpack. After surveying the room one last time, I turned and left with Shiqiang, locking the 2 doors and stowing the keys away. Descending to the icy road outside, I activated my mobile phone and opened the navigation app. Setting the destination to the provincial capital of Tibet, Sashi, a distance of 2,285 kilometers, I end this current state of extreme climatic calamity. Highways and national roads were indistinguishable, both submerged beneath floodwaters and snow. Observing the nearby road conditions, which were uneven and littered with various frozen debris, I deemed it unsuitable for driving and decided to follow the navigation prompts on foot with Shaqiang. Along the way, I encountered several ordinary residents also searching for survival supplies, maintaining a wary distance from one another, casting curious glances at me and my robust dog as we gradually moved away. I also crossed paths with two groups of marauding refugees, which scattered in disarray under my decisive and forceful intervention. After walking for over 4 hours, I gradually distanced myself from the urban area and reached the outskirts near the national road. I found a relatively flat and clean spot, laid out a moisture-proof mat, and set out Shaqiang's water and food bowls that I poured a bottle of purified water, mixed a portion of boxed rice with some jerky, and fed it to the dog. For myself, I enjoyed a serving of stir-fried rice with cured meat and a portion of vegetables, washed down with a carton of pure milk. After satisfying my hunger and tidying up, I retrieved a box of bullets and refilled an empty magazine with 17 rounds. Lighting a cigarette, I took a moment to carefully assess the icy road conditions, which appeared significantly smoother and less cluttered than those in the city. After exploring the vicinity without issue, I summoned the four-wheel drive Explorer vehicle from the corner of my space and placed it on the ice from the storage compartment in the trunk. I retrieved a specialized automatic retractable anti-skid chain for the tires. With Shaqiang on board, I started the vehicle, activated the heating system, and connected my phone to charge. Following the route indicated by the navigation, I departed Chengdu, heading towards Tibet. I maintained a speed of approximately 50 kilometers per hour, constantly vigilant for the state of the ice ahead, while Shaqiang sat excitedly in the back seat, eyes glued to the fleeting scenery outside. After driving for more than 3 hours, dusk began to settle. I pulled over to rest briefly, pouring a bottle of purified water into Shaqiang's bowl, while I opted for a bottle of sports vitamin drink, alongside some convenient ready-to-eat meals and snacks to share with the dog. Consulting the offline navigation map, I noted that our next stops would be Yajiang, followed by Kongding, Lidong, Zhuogong, Bomi, Linji, Shannon, and finally reaching Sashi. I resolved that once we passed areas free of water and ice, I could relax and restore a normal routine, traveling by day and resting by night. Taking advantage of the low temperatures, which ensured the ice would not melt, I intended to cover as much distance as possible. I cracked the windows open slightly and lit another cigarette. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was nearing 7 o'clock. I restarted the four-wheel drive, turned on the low beams, and continued at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Progress was painfully slow, fraught with challenges. When confronted with impassable or fractured ice, I would retract the vehicle into my space, carefully navigate with Shaqiang on foot, and then resume driving. After 2 days, I arrived at the outskirts of Kongding City, a small town at the junction of Sichuan and Tibet. In fact, Kongding serves not only as a border between Sichuan and Tibet, but also between Yunnan and Qinghai, marking a confluence of 4 provinces. The climate here is characteristically alpine, with persistently low average temperatures, significant temperature fluctuations in spring and autumn, pleasantly mild summers, and exceedingly cold winters with heavy snowfall. The environment is picturesque, the air crisp, and the population sparse. Numbering only around several 100,000 as I drove, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the treacherous icy surfaces had given way to normal asphalt roads, likely due to the elevation. I promptly pulled over, removed the specialized anti-skid chains from the tires, and stored them in the trunk. From the resource area within my space, I retrieved a 50-liter barrel of 92-octane gasoline to fill the tank. Placing the empty container in the trunk, though pedestrian and vehicular traffic was sparse, a sense of vitality began to emerge. Excitement welled up within me as I increased my speed, drawing closer to the urban center where the number of people and vehicles gradually swelled. I observed many families resting by the roadside, likely having fled from other cities. Following the vehicles ahead, we inched forward. Not far ahead, I spotted a checkpoint where vehicles and pedestrians were directed through separate lanes, each manned by armed officers ensuring order and inspecting entrance. I promptly stowed my machete and Glock into my space, retrieving my identification from within. After some consideration, I retrieved a suitcase from my space. placing unwashed clothing inside, along with some ready-to-eat meals and bottled water, which I set on the back seat. Noticing Xiaoqiang sitting patiently beside me, I attached a leash around his neck, after waiting for about 10 minutes. My vehicle reached the inspection lane, and as required, I disembarked with Xiaoqiang for the check. An officer wielding a detection device conducted a thorough scan of my person and then of Xiaoqiang. With a smile, he remarked, "You've raised an impressive dog, strong and with a glossy coat, more formidable than the police dogs we have in these times. It's quite the challenge to keep a dog well fed." He sighed softly after his statement. I smiled in reply, "Indeed, I've raised him since he was a pup, and we've formed a deep bond. Even when food is scarce for me, I wouldn't let him go hungry." I glanced at Xiaoqiang, affectionately stroking his furry head. Another officer meticulously examined the interior of the vehicle and the trunk. Having completed the inspection, I approached the window at the checkpoint, presented my identification, underwent facial recognition, and provided detailed personal information alongside fingerprint registration. After the formalities, I received a chip card the size of an ID, along with a resource exchange manual, and I drove into the city of Kongding. Parking by the roadside, I scrutinized the chip card and the manual. Realizing that this area now functioned similarly to the large-scale refuge bases established by official government agencies in inland cities, to engage in any form of consumption, one must exchange resources for points. The currency once in use had become mere paper everywhere. Flipping through the resource exchange manual, I examined the chip card issued by the Kongding government, which was valid across all regions in the country, including other large-scale refuge bases. The chip contained all personal information from my ID, including fingerprint and facial recognition data. Ordinary residents could exchange various resources or wages from labor at designated points for a corresponding amount of points, which could then be stored on the chip card for everyday expenses, shopping, and fee payments. The manual meticulously outlined the exchange ratios and quantities for various types of resources that I diligently perused its contents, noting that the items with the highest exchange rates varied, yet they were undeniably scarce and non-renewable resources in the present and future. The first 3 pages listed various medications, medical devices, disinfectants, family planning supplies, and protective medical gear. The 4th, 5th, and 6th pages detailed grains, cooking oils, edible salts, sugars, and foodstuffs. The 7th, 8th, and 9th pages focused on precious metals and energy resources. The 10th through 12th pages covered hardware, building materials, tools, and electrical items. And the 13th through 19th pages enumerated everyday necessities and cold weather gear. Beyond, there are various land and water transportation materials that require specific assessment and negotiation before exchange. After perusing the manual, Xiaoqiang contemplated the current extreme climate disasters, which could merely be deemed in their infancy. When they will entirely cease remains an utter mystery, beyond anyone's ability to predict. Perhaps they may never conclude. In the early to mid stages, such chip cards may still hold some utility. However, with the relentless onslaught of calamitous events and the severe degradation of living conditions, they too will eventually become as worthless as the currency previously utilized. In the future, exchanging materials for points will only allow for limited conversions, just enough for short-term use, as excessive reliance could lead to significant troubles. He then placed the material points, exchange chip card, and identification documents into the inner pocket of his windbreaker. After driving around the city for a while, he spotted a branch of a government-sanctioned material exchange institution beside a budget hotel. He promptly parked in the hotel's adjacent lot, slung his backpack over his shoulder, pulled a suitcase, and led the dog, Xiaoqiang, into the hotel. At the front desk of the budget hotel, a young female attendant sat there, her gaze vacant, lost in thought, upon noticing Xiaoqiang entering with a robust dog and a suitcase. She quickly stood up, smiled, and inquired, "Hello, are you here to stay with us? Our hotel is clean, tidy, and well-maintained, with water and electricity available. Many guests from afar choose to reside here." Xiaoqiang replied with a smile. "Yes, I am looking for accommodation. May I ask what rooms are available and how many points it would require for a one-night stay?" The attendant cheerfully responded, "We have 3 types of rooms: standard quadruple rooms, single suites, and family suites. The standard room accommodates 4 people, featuring an independent bathroom with hot water for bathing, costing 5 points for one person for a night. The suite is ideal for those who prefer tranquility. suitable for solo occupancy, with an independent bathroom and a small balcony equipped with a washing machine for laundry. It costs 25 points for one night. The family suite is designed for 3 to 4 occupants, comprising 2 rooms with 2 large beds, an independent bathroom, a small kitchenette, a cozy living room, and a balcony for bathing, laundry, and cooking, costing 40 points for one night. Which type of room would you prefer? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chang said, I will leave my suitcase here for now and go to my car to retrieve materials to exchange for points at the neighboring institution before deciding on a room. The attendant replied with a smile, Of course, your suitcase will be safe here. I'll keep an eye on it. Zhang Chang placed his suitcase at the front desk, took Shag Chang outside, and walked towards the parking lot. Once in the car, Zhang Chang surveyed the various materials within. After some thought, he retrieved a set of 8 gold commemorative coins, encased in a mahogany box, from the shelf designated for gold storage. Upon opening the box, he noted that it contained a quality inspection report and a purchase invoice. Each coin weighed 50 grams, totaling 400 grams. He closed the box and stowed it in his multifunctional outdoor backpack. Leading Shag Chang into the Material Exchange Institution, he presented his Material Points Exchange chip card and the set of commemorative coins at the counter, addressing the staff. Could you kindly assist me in exchanging these coins for points? The staff examined the coins and responded with a smile. If you wish to exchange for points, we will need to conduct a destructive test on these coins. Once they pass inspection, we will exchange them according to the government's established standards. Zhang Chang replied, That is perfectly fine. The staff placed the coins on an electronic scale for weight assessment and then handed them to another employee for gold testing about a few minutes later. The staff announced with a smile, Your coins have passed the quality check and meet the exchange requirements, totaling 400 grams. Each gram of gold can be exchanged for 6 points, so you will receive 2,400 points. Zhang Chang nodded. All right. The staff inserted Zhang Chang's chip card into the reader and credited it with 2,400 points. After signing the transaction receipt, he retrieved his chip card and returned with Shag Chang to the adjacent budget hotel. The female attendant stood up and asked with a smile, Which type of room would you like to choose? Zhang Chang softly replied, I would like a family suite, preferably in a quieter location. For 3 nights, he then handed the Material Points Exchange chip card to the attendant. The attendant accepted the card with a smile, inserted it into the designated reader to register the accommodation details, and deducted 120 points. Handing back the chip card along with a room key card, she informed him, Here is your room key. Your room number is 301, located in a corner suite on the 3rd floor. Ensuring a peaceful stay. Conserve electricity. The hotel elevator is currently out of service, so you'll need to use the stairs. I will assist you in bringing your suitcase upstairs. Zhang Chang smiled and replied, The suitcase isn't heavy. I can manage it myself. Thank you. Having spoken, Zhang Chang hoisted his suitcase and, leading Sha Chang, ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the family suite, he meticulously examined the surroundings. Finding no issues, he removed the leash from Sha Chang's neck, took out its water and food bowls, and placed them in the corner of the room. After pouring a bottle of purified water, he unpacked a box meal, mixing the meat and vegetable dishes with rice before serving it in the bowl. Sha Chang eagerly drank the water and began to eat, clearly famished. The suite was indeed clean and tidy, exuding a minimalist charm. Each of the 2 modestly sized bedrooms housed a large bed measuring 1.8 by 2 meters, adorned with pristine bedding and linens. A bedside table held an energy-efficient lamp, while a double wardrobe stood against the wall. The small living area contained merely a wooden dining table for 4 and 4 chairs. The bathroom was designed with a separation of wet and dry areas, featuring only a toilet, a wash basin, and a shower room. The kitchen, though compact, was equipped with a range hood, a microwave, an induction cooker, a rice cooker, a frying pan, and a soup pot. On the balcony, there was a fully automatic washing machine. Feeling content with his choice of the family suite, despite its slightly higher cost, Zhang Chang appreciated the ability to prepare his own meals. For the past few days, both he and Sha Chang had been subsisting on takeout meals, which had become rather monotonous. He retrieved a large bag of dirty clothes from his suitcase, placed it in the washing machine, and extracted a packet of laundry detergent to wash them. After gathering his personal hygiene products, he relished a hot shower in the bathroom, changing out of his dirty clothes into a clean outfit, feeling remarkably refreshed. Lighting a cigarette, He took a moment to relax before heading to the small kitchen. He retrieved his soup pot, placed a free-range chicken, tender bamboo shoots, daylilies, dried shiitake mushrooms, along with scallions, ginger slices, and spices into it, filled it with water, and set it to simmer on the induction cooker. He then took out his rice cooker and steamed a pot of fragrant rice. Using spinach, bright red chili peppers, garlic slices, ginger shreds, and jellyfish heads, he prepared a cold dish seasoned with various condiments, and opened a can of tuna, accompanied by a bottle of aged liquor. Once the chicken soup was ready, he served it on the small dining table in the living area and began to leisurely indulge in his meal. Sha Chong, crouched on the floor, looked up at Zhang Chong and barked eagerly. Zhang Chong patted its head and placed half of the free-range chicken and some rice into its bowl, prompting the dog to happily devour its food. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he hung the freshly washed clothes on the balcony. Outside, the night had fully descended, and the solar streetlights along the road emitted a dim glow. Zhang Chong took Sha Chong for a stroll around the vicinity, checking on his vehicle parked in the lot, which was monitored by staff, ensuring its safety. Returning to the suite, he felt a bit fatigued, having traveled continuously since leaving Chung City without much rest. After locking the door from the inside, he retrieved his Glock pistol and placed it beneath his pillow, turned off the lights, and lay down, quickly falling into a deep slumber. He enjoyed a particularly restful night. Awakening to the sunlit morning at 10 o'clock, the sky outside was bright and blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds drifting like sails across the vast expanse. Glancing at the outdoor thermometer on the small balcony, Zhang Chong noted the temperature had dropped to -15 degrees, but it was rising quickly. After freshening up, he added some coarse grain noodles and a few greens to the leftover chicken soup from the previous night. For Sha Chong, he mixed the remaining chicken meat with rice and added some broth, prompting the dog to eagerly dig in. After eating and cleaning up, he sat in the small dining area, smoking a cigarette, contemplating taking Sha Chong out for a little exploration, ideally to purchase some local specialties for storage. As he mentally entered the storage space, he reviewed all the supplies. He discovered that the 301-ton capacity water tanks he had stockpiled in Chung City had been nearly depleted, having used up 90 of them over the course of a year and a half, which included 5 months of torrential rain and extreme cold. It was clear he needed to replenish a supply of potable water, especially with the impending hot season and the threat of disease, as clean water resources would become increasingly scarce. Leashing Sha Chong, he exited the suite and passed by the hotel front desk, where a young female attendant sat in a daze. Smiling, he asked, "Hello, do you know where I might find large water tanks for sale in Kongding? I wish to procure some." The young attendant stood, smiling as she replied, "My neighbor next door specializes in that business. His water tanks are of excellent quality, and he's a very honest man. He primarily sells to nomads in the Tibetan region. As the winter temperatures here are quite low, causing pipes to frequently freeze. Therefore, nearly every household has a water tank for winter usage. My home is not far from here. Just exit the hotel. Turn left, cross an intersection, and you'll find a small street lined with 2-story buildings. There's a shop run by my neighbor that sells water tanks. I'll write down the address for you." After jotting down the information, she handed it to Zhang Chong, but he accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you very much. I will check it out." Leading Sha Chong out of the hotel, he glanced at the address and, after a brief stroll of 10 minutes, arrived at the store specializing in water tanks. Upon entering, he noticed various capacities of water tanks displayed along the walls that a rugged middle-aged man approached him. Smiling as he asked, "Hello, I'm the owner of this shop. Are you looking to buy water tanks? The ones displayed here are of standard capacity, but we have larger ones available in the back." Zhang Chong regarded the burly man, a typical cam man, and replied with a smile, "I would like to purchase some large-capacity water tanks. How is the quality, and what capacities do you offer?" The middle-aged man assured him, "You can rest assured about the quality. They're made from thick, food-grade, corrosion-resistant plastic, and we have 3-ton, 5-ton, 8-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton, and the largest 30-ton tanks. Each tank comes with a sealed inlet and outlet, along with a supply hose and purification tablets." Zhang Chong pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are there any nearby small warehouses available for short-term rental with water and electricity? I wish to temporarily rent one for 2 weeks to store some purchased goods." The middle-aged man considered this and replied, "Yes, There's a small food processing plant not far from here that has a warehouse that IT closed down during the extreme cold period and currently has no raw materials for production. The owner is a local resident living nearby. I can ask him about it. It should be fine to rent it out, as it's just sitting idle. Zhang Chong produced a cigarette and offered one to the middle-aged man. Lighting his own and taking a puff, he smiled and said, "That would be very helpful. I would like to buy 15 tanks each of 30-ton, 20-ton, and 10-ton capacities. How do you propose we arrange the pricing?" The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a grin, "Business is tough these days, and I can barely make ends meet. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you the best discount possible. I have plenty in stock." He then picked up a calculator and began to carefully tally up the prices on a piece of paper. After a while, he handed Zhang Chong a slip detailing the quantities and prices of the 3 types of tanks, stating, "Here's the number and price for the tanks you requested at. I've given you the lowest price possible." Zhang Chong examined the paper closely. For the 30-ton tanks, the price was 165 points each, totaling 2,475 points for 15. The 20-ton tanks were 110 points each, totaling 1,650 points for 15. The 10-ton tanks were 55 points each, totaling 825 points for 15. The grand total came to 4,950 points. Zhang Chong chuckled. "That is quite a significant amount of points." The middle-aged man sighed. "Indeed, the price is already quite low. These thick food-grade water tanks are large in capacity and quantity, given the current extreme weather conditions. We must find ways to survive, so I can only sell them at a loss." Zhang Chong nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "Yes, let us hope everything will improve. I'll go and exchange some points. And I'd appreciate it if you could inquire about the short-term rental warehouse. See you shortly." The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "There's a government official point exchange nearby at the intersection. I'll ask about the warehouse for you right away. Don't worry. See you soon." Zhang Chong led Sha Chong out of the shop, making his way towards the intersection ahead. Surrounding them were numerous onlookers, casting curious glances at Zhang Chong and the DOG. An elderly woman seated at the entrance of a small store muttered to herself, "That dog is remarkably robust. I wonder how much food it takes to raise one like that." Sighing softly, Zhang Chong glanced down at Sha Chong. Realizing that they were indeed attracting quite a bit of attention, he removed his backpack from his shoulder and retrieved 2 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. From a dedicated storage shelf within his space, in an instant, they were transferred into his backpack. Checking the remaining stock on the shelf, he noted there were 30 more 500-gram gold bars, and within 2 metal briefcases, 24 1,000-gram gold bars. Zhang Chong sighed, reflecting on the value of this gold, which in a peaceful and harmonious society 2 years prior would have sufficed to purchase a decent property in a prime urban area. Had it not been for the occurrence of extreme disasters, the IT could have comfortably provided a good quality of life for an ordinary family for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the material points exchange at the intersection, 2 staff members were engaged in casual conversation behind a glass counter. Zhang Chong placed the 2 gold bars and his material points exchange chip card on the counter and softly requested, "Could you please assist me in exchanging these 2 gold bars for points?" The staff members weighed and inspected the bars before crediting Zhang Chong's chip card with 6,000 points. The display screen indicated a balance of 8,280 points on his card. After signing the transaction slip and retrieving his chip card, he led Sha Chong back to the shop selling water storage tanks that a middle-aged man, upon seeing Zhang Chong approach, quickly stood up and smiled. "I just want to inquire. The owner of the food factory is willing to rent out a warehouse for a short term. IT has water and electricity, and it's quite spacious if you rent it for 2 weeks. It will cost you 100 points, with utility fees billed separately by the government according to usage. What do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chong nodded and replied, "All right, please take me to see the food factory's warehouse. If it meets my needs, I will rent it and then return to pay you for the tanks, which you can have delivered directly to the warehouse." The middle-aged man nodded enthusiastically and led Zhang Chong to the food factory owner. Upon reaching the nearby warehouse, Zhang Chong surveyed the area and noticed a small pool built in the corner along with a large faucet that provided a substantial water flow at the warehouse entrance. He promptly agreed to the short-term rental of the warehouse for 2 weeks, recorded the readings from the 2 water and electricity meters, and paid the 100 points rent. The owner of the food factory handed Zhang Chong the key to the warehouse. Afterward, Zhang Chong with Sha Chong in tow, returned to the shop, signed a contract for purchasing the water storage tanks, and paid the middle-aged man 49.50 points in addition to the water inlet pipes and large bottles of disinfection tablets that came with the tanks. The middle-aged man generously gifted Zhang Chong 5 additional boxes of disinfection tablets and promised to arrange for the tanks to be delivered to the warehouse immediately. Zhang Chong calculated that with the 45 large-capacity storage tanks, combined with the 91-ton storage tanks he had already used, he would require 990 tons of tap water to fill them all. With 2 large-flow faucets in the warehouse, 2 weeks should be more than sufficient. He then smiled at the middle-aged man and inquired, "Could you find me 2 laborers to help clean these storage tanks in the warehouse, adding an appropriate amount of disinfection tablets and filling them with tap water? Additionally, I have 91-ton storage tanks that will be delivered to the warehouse shortly, and they need to be cleaned and filled as well. That I'm open to discussing the labor costs for 2 weeks." The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement, and he replied with a grin, "No need to hire workers. My family can handle it. They often help me with cleaning tasks like this. You can leave it to me for a labor fee of 50 points. Does that sound good?" Zhang Chong agreed, stating, "That works for me, that I'll head to the warehouse now, and once the tanks arrive, I will hand over the warehouse key to you." Upon reaching the warehouse, Zhang Chong carefully surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of surveillance cameras. He then swiftly transported the 90 used storage tanks from his space and arranged them along the wall. Afterward, he took out a bottle of purified water and a few bags of snacks to feed Sha Chong. After more than half an hour, the middle-aged man arrived with several individuals, pushing a few long carts to deliver the storage tanks to the warehouse. Handling them with care, Zhang Chong handed the warehouse key to the middle-aged man and paid him 50 points for labor. With Sha Chong, he exited the food factory warehouse and began to stroll along the road. The streets were not particularly crowded, revealing a few displaced individuals resting on the ground, burdened with their belongings in the chilly wind. Occasionally, a car would pass by, leaving Zhang Chong with a sense of desolation and emptiness. Yet, in comparison to other cities, this place felt like paradise. The shops along the street were eerily quiet, with scant items on the shelves, particularly in the food and daily necessities categories. After wandering through a few stores and feeling somewhat disheartened, Zhang Chong approached a local passerby to inquire about where he could purchase local specialty products. The local resident glanced at Zhang Chong and his dog, shook his head, sighed, and walked away without a word. Zhang Chong was taken aback. Checking his watch, he realized it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and his stomach was beginning to growl. He decided to return to the hotel for dinner and planned to visit the warehouse tomorrow before exploring other areas of Kongding. Upon returning to the hotel, as he was about to head upstairs, he noticed a young female attendant tidying up the reception area. He paused, approached her with a smile, and said, "Thank you for recommending the shop. I was able to purchase the water tanks. May I ask where I might find local specialty products? I visited several shops but couldn't find any." The young attendant furrowed her brow slightly and replied softly, "You're welcome. I'm glad you found what you needed. Unfortunately, there are very few places selling local specialties now. Ever since the extreme disaster began in September of the previous year, this area has suffered from heavy rain, snowstorms, and extreme cold. Given the high elevation of Kongding, the floodwaters receded quickly, causing minimal disruption to travel. However, such harsh climatic conditions have resulted in 2 consecutive years of poor harvests, with many livestock perishing from the cold, which were subsequently turned into jerky by the herders. Most of that has been consumed by now, leaving little for sale. Many daily necessities that used to be transported from inland regions are now in short supply, as the disasters in those areas are even more severe, making transport impossible. Consequently, ordinary residents here can only find ways to earn points and purchase limited quantities of food and daily necessities from the government each month to survive. Recently, the government's reserves have also run low, leading to a reduction in supply. Many residents are forced to turn to the black market, paying high prices for food and daily necessities with points, or traveling to nearby cities in the Tibetan region to buy supplies to resell. However, I've heard that cities in the Tibetan region are also beginning to limit their supplies, allowing individuals to purchase only once a month with their material points exchange chip cards. And even that is limited. But even with limitations, the supply there is significantly better than here. Listening to the young attendant's words, Zhang Chong sighed inwardly, realizing the hardships faced by ordinary residents in this area. He then asked, Is the Tibetan region less affected by the disasters? Why don't people migrate there to live? The young attendant shook her head, explaining, the Tibetan region has indeed experienced less severe disasters compared to here. Many people from this area have tried living there for a short time, but eventually returned, citing high living costs and difficulty finding work. Earning points through labor is quite challenging. The Tibetan region benefits from various national policies that support it due to its unique geographical position, making it less susceptible to natural disasters. Consequently, large material reserve bases have been established there, making the supply of daily necessities much more secure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong understood and empathized with the government's long-standing support for regions like Tibet and Xinjiang. Providing tax relief and vigorously promoting local education, healthcare, and infrastructure development, it was entirely reasonable for the Tibetan region to have a national-level material reserve base. Nodding, Zhang Chong encouraged the young attendant. Disasters will eventually pass. Everything will get better. The young waitress nodded resolutely. Leading Shaqiang back to the suite, she removed the dog leash and poured a generous amount of cool, boiled water into the dog bowl, which Shaqiang eagerly lapped up. She then used an induction cooker to steam a large plate of dried eel, drizzling it with sesame oil, and prepared a dish of sugar-coated tomatoes. After retrieving a box meal and a jar of Shaoxing rice wine, she mixed some eel with rice for Shaqiang, alongside a can of luncheon meat that, as she ate, her mind lingered on the words spoken by the young waitress that evening. The cost of living in the Tibetan region was exceedingly high, making it difficult for ordinary residents to survive in those cities. Zhang Chong pondered, it shouldn't be so. The permanent population and living conditions in Tibet had remained stable until the onset of extreme disasters. Unless, at the very beginning of such climatic catastrophes, a significant number of wealthy individuals had moved there, encroaching upon the survival space of ordinary residents. Alas, thoughts of this were futile. All he could do now was take things one step at a time. Moreover, he had ample supplies stored in his space, sufficient to sustain his future needs, as long as he took care of himself. Other matters were beyond his concern, after satisfying his hunger and thirst. He tidied up, took a hot shower, and collected the clothes that had dried on the balcony. Observing that Shaqiang had already curled up in his dog bed and was snoring, he lay on his bed, gazing out at the star-speckled sky, which was extraordinarily beautiful. At the hotel reception, he extended his stay for another 10 days, paying with 400 points, leaving him with 2,780 points on his chip card. Zhang Chong had visited the short-term rental food factory warehouse several times, watching as a middle-aged man, accompanied by his family, meticulously washed and disinfected the water storage tanks, filling each with tap water. The tap water in Kongding was of excellent quality, sourced from mountain springs, pure and sweet, having undergone sedimentation, multi-layer fine filtration, and disinfection, making it essentially drinkable. The water fees were also reasonable, at 0.2 points per ton. A day in advance, the middle-aged man filled all the water tanks with fresh water, and Zhang Chong retrieved the warehouse key. That evening, he took Shaqiang to the warehouse, bringing all the water tanks into his space. Sorting and storing them alongside the other tanks, on the final morning of the rental period, he returned the key to the food factory owner and settled the fee for 992 tons of tap water, paying 198.4 points, leaving him with 2,581.6 points on his chip card. His space now contained a reserve of 1,200 tons of fresh water, along with numerous cases of mineral water, purified water, bottled water, various beverages, dairy products, and an array of assorted bottled and barreled drinks. Zhang Chong devised a new plan. In the future, he would rely on the life supplies he could exchange for points, rather than utilizing the reserves in his space. Returning to the budget hotel, he organized all of his belongings and returned the suite access card at the front desk. From his backpack, he produced a bag of snacks and handed it to the young waitress, who received it with excitement and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. With Shaqiang by his side, he exited the hotel and made his way to the parking lot, placing his suitcase in the trunk. Once inside the car, he opened the navigation app and started the vehicle, following the route toward Tibet. The journey from Kongding to the provincial capital of Lhasa spanned over 1,800 kilometers. Zhang Chong was not in a hurry to reach Lhasa. Instead, he intended to stop in each city, county, or town along the way for 2 or 3 days to immerse himself in the local culture, ultimately selecting a suitable place to settle down. As he admired the majestic mountains and lakes along the route, he felt invigorated by the boundless beauty surrounding him. Upon arriving at the border of Sichuan and Tibet, the road began to grow congested. With vehicles stopping and going in the distance loomed the towering mountains, piercing the clouds, under the azure sky, seemingly within reach. Zhang Chang's emotions surged with excitement. Previously, he had only browsed such landscapes online, but witnessing them firsthand was a distinctly different experience. Shaqiang, perched in the back seat, also gazed intently at the scenery, his tail wagging in delight. Soon, they approached the checkpoint for entering Tibet. Presenting his identification card, driver's license, and the points exchange chip card, Zhang Chang complied with the staff's inquiries and paid 20 points to obtain the entry permit and a one-year vehicle pass for the Tibetan region. He drove away from the checkpoint and arrived at the first stop in Tibet, Monkong County. The roads were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. Zhang Chang observed Tibetan herders nearby, wielding whips to guide their flocks toward the horizon. This sight evoked the poetic lines, "Blue skies, clear waters, and green grass abound," with whips in hand, herding cattle and sheep. Not far ahead, he spotted an official gas station where numerous vehicles queued for fuel. Checking the fuel gauge, he noted he had 2 bars left, prompting him to pull in for a refill in the waiting area. He glanced at the posted fuel prices and regulations, reflecting on the relatively high gas prices in Tibet, too. 5 points per liter for 92-octane gasoline. Each individual could only refuel once a day, with a maximum limit of 70 liters per visit. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he reached the pump, filling his vehicle with 58 liters of 92-octane gasoline, for which he paid 145 points. His points exchange chip card now held 2,416.6 points. Following the road signs, he entered the ramp leading into Monkong County. The small towns along the way featured traditional Tibetan-style homes painted in earthy yellows and pale greens, while residents donned traditional Tibetan robes, occasionally glancing at the vehicles passing by. Slowing down, he savored the serene and ethereal scenery outside the window. In the far distance, snow-capped peaks glistened under the sun, exuding a sacred radiance, while lush greenery and winding, crystal-clear rivers captivated his gaze. Zhang Chang immersed himself in the extraordinary sights, absorbing the unique local customs and culture. Shaqiang, too, grew unusually quiet, resting his paws on the window as he watched the world go by. Monkong County was not extensive, with a population of only around 70 to 80,000. The wide main street bustled with people and vehicles. Flanked by closely knit 3-story Tibetan-style residential buildings, that he parked the car in a secluded parking area and led Shaqiang down to leisurely explore the street. Entering a shop selling local specialties, he was greeted by a short, elderly man in a Tibetan robe, holding prayer beads, who emerged from the back room with a warm, benevolent smile. "What would you like to buy?" the elderly man inquired kindly. Zhang Chang smiled as he surveyed the limited selection on the shelves and asked, "How much for the dried yak meat and the barley mixed grain cakes?" The elderly man replied gently, "The dried yak meat is sold in 1-pound bags for 18 points each, while the barley mixed grain cakes are 2 pounds per bag for 7 points. Zhang Chang smiled, saying, "I'll take 50 bags of dried yak meat and 10 bags of barley mixed grain cakes." The elderly man looked at him with astonishment, shaking his head and softly saying, "I'm sorry, but we don't have that much stock. That no shop on this entire street can provide that quantity. Even combined, the inventory of all the shops cannot meet your request." Seeing the puzzled expression on Zhang Chang's face, the elderly man explained with a smile, "You must have just arrived from another province and are not yet familiar with the situation in Tibet. Since the extreme climatic disaster, the government has imposed strict supply distribution controls on daily necessities in the region, especially on foodstuffs like grains, oils, salt, sugar, and meat products. Each person can only purchase the specified types and quantities of goods allowed by the government once a week, using their points exchange chip card. Once the weekly limit is reached, no further purchases can be made anywhere in Tibet within that week." Zhang Chang nodded, suddenly understanding, and asked, "Why is it limited to a week rather than a month?" The elderly man chuckled, explaining, "Previously, purchases were allowed on a monthly basis, but the government discovered that many residents from neighboring provinces were coming to buy daily necessities and reselling them. Thus, the time frame was shortened to weekly, and strict measures were implemented to control the activities of residents who purchase goods and leave Tibet quickly, limiting their re-entry times and areas. Zhang Chong reflected on the challenges ordinary residents faced in striving to live well during these times. He then inquired, "So how many of these 2 items can I purchase at once?" The elderly man remarked, "Dried yak meat is now available for purchase. You may buy a bag at this time. For your next purchase, however, a 2-week interval is required, and within a month, the total quantity must not exceed 2 bags. Additionally, no other meat products may be acquired," he continued. "You can purchase 3 bags of barley and mixed grain cakes. But you will not be able to buy again until this time next week, and the total within a month cannot surpass 12 bags, equivalent to 24 pounds. Other grain-based food items are also off limits." Zhang Chong listened attentively to the elder's detailed explanation and fully comprehended that the region was imposing strict controls on the variety and quantity of various meat and grain products available for daily consumption by residents. Each individual was allotted merely 2 pounds of meat products and 24 pounds of grain product per month. It seemed that the state and government had anticipated the potential prolongation of this extreme climatic disaster. Hence the formulation of such rationing policies to ensure the sustainability of essential supplies in light of future prolonged consumption and demand. Zhang Chong glanced down at the slumbering Shiqiang, who was lying on the ground and appeared to be dozing off. He thought to himself that it seemed he would need to undertake a long-term weight management plan for his dog. He retrieved a resource points exchange chip card from his inner pocket and handed it to the elder, smiling as he said, "Then please provide me with a bag of dried yak meat and 3 bags of barley and mixed grain cakes." The elder accepted the chip card, inserted it into the reader, deducted 39 points, and returned the card to Zhang Chong. He then took down a bag of dried yak meat and 3 bags of barley and mixed grain cakes from a shelf, placed them into a bag, and handed it to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong stowed the bag into his multifunctional outdoor backpack, politely bid farewell to the elder, and led Shiqiang out of the shop. Upon checking his watch, he noted it was already 7 in the evening, yet the sky was still remarkably bright. He needed to find a hotel to stay in, as Shiqiang looked rather listless. Likely due to hunger, as he took out a bottle of purified water from his backpack, drank a few sips himself, and offered the remainder to his dog. He also produced several bags of snacks and dried meat to feed Shiqiang, who devoured the food in a few bites and perked up, finally lifting his head as they walked into the middle of the street. Zhang Chong unexpectedly spotted an internet service center. Intrigued, he led Shiqiang inside. The center had 2 staff members seated, and upon seeing Zhang Chong enter with his robust dog, they greeted him with smiles, inquiring, "Are you here to obtain an internet phone card?" "Yes," Zhang Chong replied. "What is the procedure?" One of the staff members explained, "We will need your identification or resource points exchange chip card. The internet phone card we provide is applicable throughout the entire Tibetan province and functions like the previous mobile phone cards, allowing access to the Tibetan internet, making calls, and sending messages. However, it is only usable within the Tibetan province. Once the card is purchased and activated, you can download the official convenience service platform for the Tibetan province. Link your chip card and enable payment functions, allowing you to settle various fees directly from your phone. The monthly fee for the internet phone card is 5 points, and the initial activation requires a fee of 5 points along with 3 months of monthly fees." Zhang Chong retrieved his old mobile phone from his outdoor backpack and inquired, "Can I use this phone with the internet phone card here?" Another staff member examined the phone and confirmed, "Yes, it is compatible." Zhang Chong placed his resource points exchange chip card on the counter and requested, "Then please process an internet phone card for me." The staff member efficiently activated the internet phone card, installed it in Zhang Chong's phone, and after a quick setup, it functioned almost identically to his previous mobile card. After paying 20 points, he took back his chip card and, with Shiqiang in tow, exited the service center. Holding his mobile phone, Zhang Chong felt an unexpected sense of nostalgia, as if he were transported back to a time before the extreme disaster, a sense of peace and societal harmony. He strolled along the storefronts lining the street, but was unable to find a suitable lodging. After inquiring with the shop owner, he finally discovered a hotel tucked away in a secluded alley near the street. The hotel proprietor warmly guided Zhang Chong through several rooms, and he ultimately selected a suite in the courtyard that featured a private bathroom and a washing machine, reserving it for 2 days at the cost of 60 points. Upon entering the room, he carefully inspected his surroundings and found nothing amiss. securely locking the door behind him. From a corner of the space, he retrieved Shurqiang's water and food bowls, pouring some bottled purified water and a packed meal into the food bowl for his dog, who eagerly devoured it. He then stored the dried yak meat and barley and mixed grain cakes purchased earlier on the shelf designated for convenient food storage in his space. After changing into clean clothes and gathering his personal toiletries, he took a shower and placed his soiled garments into the washing machine. Lying in bed, he took out his phone and downloaded the official convenience service platform for the Tibetan province. Using his identification, he registered an account and linked his chip card, quickly discovering various information, including his chip card balance of 2,297.6 points, recharge and expenditure records, the card's issuance date, and the relevant institutions, as well as the time limits and quantities for future purchases of essential supplies. After exiting the convenience service platform, he logged into the Tibetan Internet portal, where he could browse forecasts for weather, local culture, news reports, traffic conditions, policies and regulations, criminal cases, educational and healthcare information, and job vacancies, among other topics. After a brief exploration, he attempted to search for information outside the province, but the results yielded only blank pages. Zhang Chong understood that internet access was restricted, allowing browsing solely within the Tibetan province. Observing Shurqiang, who had settled at the foot of the bed and was now snoring contentedly, Zhang Chong retrieved a portion of stir-fried rice with cured meat, a box of spiced yellow flower fish canned goods, a vacuum-sealed bag of spicy sea jellyfish, and a bottle of 10-year-old Shaoxing rice wine, taking a seat at the dining table to enjoy his meal. After a short while, he felt somewhat warm and opened the door, letting in a breeze that lacked the previous biting chill. He promptly hung an outdoor thermometer on the door handle. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he hung his washed clothes out to dry in the courtyard. Returning indoors, he checked the thermometer, which read 10 degrees. The temperature seemed to be rising alarmingly fast that a sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Chong's mind, suggesting that extreme heat might soon arrive. Opening his phone, he checked the weather forecast, which had already been updated in real time, revealing that the outdoor temperature ranged from 8 to 12 degrees. He browsed the weather updates for various areas and cities within the Tibetan region, noting that aside from Dingri County in the Shigatse region, where temperatures were still dropping, most other areas had experienced significant warming. Zhang Chong discovered that Dingri County is the location of the Mount Everest base camp. He realized he needed to find a stable place to reside, one with a sparse population, abundant natural resources, open space, and well-developed living facilities. Suddenly, he recalled a comrade from his military days whose hometown was in the Lingji region of Tibet. He had often heard his friend speak of Lingji as the area with the lowest altitude in Tibet and the highest oxygen content, where ordinary individuals were unlikely to experience altitude sickness, providing a high level of comfort. Additionally, Lingji is known to be rich in hydropower resources, boasting the largest forest area in the country, with a forest coverage rate of 48%. The region also features comprehensive living facilities and a relatively small permanent population, making it a highly desirable place to live. Transportation is well developed, with Lingji located just 400 kilometers from the provincial capital, Lhasa. Zhang Chong searched for information about Lingji city online and found that the details aligned closely with what his friend had described. He discovered that the renowned adventure tourism destination, Matua County, is also situated in the Lingji region. Ultimately, he decided to visit Lingji city first. If it proved suitable, he would settle there and cease his constant wandering. He looked up the distance and found that the journey from Mongkong to Lingji was approximately 800 kilometers, which could be covered in less than a day's drive. Planning to rest well tomorrow and set off the following morning, he glanced at his watch and saw it was already past 10. He locked the door securely, retrieved his Glock handgun from his space, checked it, and placed it under his pillow. Lying down, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night passed soundly, and upon waking in the morning, he found it was nearly 8 o'clock, feeling invigorated and full of energy. Shurqiang was at the foot of the bed, licking his paws. After freshening up, Zhang Chong mixed a box of pork and egg roll canned food with rice for Shurqiang and enjoyed a packed meal himself. Checking the outdoor thermometer, he noted it was already 12 degrees. The weather outside is splendid, with a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and the sun radiating its warm glow. Taking a chair, I settle into the yard, igniting a cigarette and savoring each puff. Suddenly, Shaqiang exuberantly bounds out from the house, collapsing at my feet. As I gently stroke Shaqiang's fluffy head, the dog revels in the affection, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. The innkeeper approaches, greeting me with a friendly nod. The dog you have is remarkably robust. Almost rivaling the size of a Tibetan Mastiff, I offer the innkeeper a cigarette from my pack, smiling as I reply. I've raised him since he was small. I endure my own discomforts, but I would never impose any on him. The innkeeper lights the cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. Chuckling, cigarettes have become quite a commodity these days. They're practically priceless here, coveted on the black market, and vanish almost instantly. If I had some, I wouldn't dare smoke them. I'd surely trade them for essential supplies. I smile faintly and respond, I smoke infrequently. I have no addiction to it. Whether I smoke or not makes little difference. This is from before the extreme disaster. A gift from a friend that I've kept ever since. There truly a black market here. Will the authorities not intervene? The innkeeper replies, if one can abstain, it is best to do so. Yes, there's a black market, and the authorities are aware. As long as nothing goes awry, they tend to turn a blind eye. The ordinary citizens here are enduring great hardships, and it is not uncommon for them to exchange valuable possessions for food or other necessities. I remark, the government encourages residents to trade various goods for points, which can then be used to acquire needed supplies or pay for other expenses. It's a commendable system. The innkeeper chuckles softly, saying, exchanging goods for points is easy, but securing the appropriate supplies with those points is far more challenging. The government strictly regulates the sale of daily necessities, particularly grains and oils, and the prices are far from low. Thus, the black market thrives, with barter becoming the most practical means of transaction. I nod in agreement. Indeed, in these times, nothing is easy. Is the black market nearby? When does it typically operate? The innkeeper smiles, it's just out on the main street. Starting after midnight each night. You might take a stroll and see for yourself, but do be cautious. In these times, human intentions are the most unpredictable. With a sigh, he turns to leave, watching the innkeeper's retreating figure. I exhale softly, murmuring, human intentions are always the hardest to predict. After lunch, I take Shaqiang for a leisurely stroll, glancing at the parking lot filled with off-road vehicles, all secure under the watchful eye of a dedicated attendant. With a mere 1.5 points for a day's parking. Nearby, a police patrol ensures safety. Leaving no cause for concern, I wander through the shops on the street, yet find nothing that piques my interest. What I desire is simply unavailable. I meander to a picturesque spot nearby, feeling a refreshing sense of tranquility wash over me, completely oblivious to the ongoing extreme climatic disaster. Shaqiang runs about wildly. Full of energy, we remain outside until after 6 in the evening before returning to the inn. I fill a large bowl with water for the dog, which he quickly laps up, then retrieve 2 portions of box meals from my supplies, one containing braised beef, the other sardines, mixing half of each with rice before serving it in Shaqiang's bowl. Pouring myself a glass of I indulge in my meal. Sated, the dog flops onto the ground, eyes shut, utterly exhausted. After finishing my meal and tidying up, I take a hot shower, changing into a lightweight outdoor tracksuit and slip-resistant shoes, washing my thick clothing and shoes before hanging them out to dry in the yard. I recline on the bed for a brief rest, setting my phone alarm to prepare for a midnight excursion to the black market. When the hour arrives, I leave Shaqiang inside the room, retrieving 2 packs of regular cigarettes to tuck into my pocket, along with a jungle machete to place in my multifunctional outdoor backpack, before stepping out of the inn and onto the bustling street. I had anticipated a sparse crowd at the black market, but was surprised to find it even more vibrant than during the day. Many individuals lay plastic sheets on the ground, displaying various goods for others to peruse and exchange. As I wander, I come across numerous items that are absent from the shops, gaining insight into the enduring significance of the black market in any era. Despite the plethora of goods, their quantities are meager, and I find little incentive to trade for these ordinary supplies. Just as I consider returning to the inn, I catch sight of a middle-aged man in traditional Tibetan attire, holding an ancient, elegantly simple knife adorned with red and green gemstones, its silver handle intricately wrapped. Several individuals approach him, but ultimately shake their heads and walk away. Intrigued, I step forward and inquire, Are you looking to trade that Tibetan knife for supplies? The man glances at me and affirms, yes, I wish to exchange this knife for some antibiotics, specifically anti-inflammatory medication. Puzzled, I ask, doesn't the local hospital have such medication? The man sighs, responding softly, if I could procure it from the hospital, I wouldn't be here seeking to trade. In these times, such medications are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if available, they command exorbitant points. That I nod, acknowledging the man's truth. In this dire climate disaster, medications have indeed become precious commodities, not easily accessible to the average individual. Naturally, no one would willingly part with them, as they are vital for survival. I had not anticipated the scarcity of such essentials so early in this extreme disaster. I gently request, may I take a look at that knife? The man hesitates for a moment before handing it to me, genuinely stating, certainly. This is a Lhotse Tibetan knife, which I have cherished for over a decade. I would never consider trading it unless my child were ill and in dire need of medication. I grasp the knife. Drawing it from its sheath reveals a glimmering blade of exquisite craftsmanship. Forged by hand, possessing a remarkable texture and fluid lines, the edge exceptionally sharp. The entire blade emanates a unique aesthetic, measuring over 40 centimeters in length. A rare and valuable Tibetan short knife, both collectible and functional. I return the blade to its sheath, respectfully offering it back to the man, and softly propose, I possess a few boxes of antibiotics, neatly packaged, though not in abundance. How many would you wish to exchange for? The man's expression brightens with excitement as he replies, my family consulted a doctor earlier, who prescribed at least 2 boxes of third-generation cephalosporin antibiotics, to be taken for a full week. 2 boxes would suffice. He gazes at me with eager anticipation. I chuckle softly, saying, your knife is indeed impressive, but its value may not quite meet the requirement for 2 boxes of antibiotics. The flicker of disappointment crosses his face. And after a moment of silence, he removes a delicate cord from around his neck, intricately woven from silk, upon which hangs a 9-eyed bead. He tenderly caresses it, murmuring, this bead was bestowed upon my ancestor by a living Buddha during a hunting expedition in the Gobi region. I have worn it since birth, never parting from it. The most precious items I can offer are this bead and this knife. With a sigh, he reflects on his predicament. After a moment's contemplation, I suggest, wait for me at the corner of the street for 15 minutes. I shall return with the medication. The man's face lights up with gratitude as he exclaims, thank you. Thank you so much. Having spoken, Zhang Chong proceeded towards the intersection ahead on the street. Upon returning to his hotel room, he rummaged through the medical supplies section in the storage space and retrieved 3 neatly packaged boxes of Ceftonir dispersible tablets. After checking the dosage, he noted that 1 box contained a 3-day supply. He found a bag to stow these 3 boxes and tucked them into his pocket. He affixed a silencer to his Glock pistol, secured it at his back, and exited the hotel. Making his way to the street corner, I could see this moment. A middle-aged man was anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Chong approach, he hurried to greet him. Zhang Chong looked at the man and softly said, first, give me the concealed dagger and the 9-eyed bead, and I will provide you with the medication. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged man. The man produced the concealed dagger from his waist and handed it to Zhang Chong with both hands. Then retrieved the bead entwined in a silk cord from his bosom, gently kissed it, and offered it to Zhang Chong with both hands. Zhang Chong accepted it, examined it briefly, placed it in his pocket, and handed the bag containing the medication to the middle-aged man. The man inspected the 3 boxes of medicine carefully, his expression transforming into one of reverence and excitement. Zhang Chong said nothing further, took the dagger, and swiftly turned to leave, returning to his hotel room. Sitting at the edge of the bed under the light, he fondled the concealed dagger for a while, feeling an inexplicable attachment to it. He took out the 9-eyed bead, examining it closely. Its surface was as smooth and warm as jade, and the 9 eyes seemed to emanate a sacred aura. He marveled inwardly, recognizing it as a holy object. Gently loosening the silk cord, he wore it around his neck, tightening the cord. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already past 1 o'clock. Tomorrow, he would need to set off for Linji. He subsequently placed the concealed dagger back on the shelf designated for self-defense weapons in his storage space. He set the Glock pistol under his pillow, locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Before 7 in the morning, Zhang Chang awoke, washed up, and gathered the clothing, shoes, and personal items that had been drying in the small courtyard. Stowing them in his storage space, he prepared a serving of rice mixed with a can of braised beef for the simple-minded Chang, while he himself enjoyed a portion of fried rice with preserved meat and opened a self-heating spicy hot pot. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he felt a light sheen of sweat. Checking the outdoor thermometer, he saw the temperature had already reached 15 degrees, rising rapidly. The extreme heat period was approaching swiftly. He needed to act quickly to find a suitable place to settle down before the weather turned hot. Zhang Chang approached the hotel owner to check out, kindly reminding him that the sudden rise in temperature was somewhat abnormal and advised him to prepare for the heat. The hotel owner looked up at the sky, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "At this time of year in the Tibetan region, such a temperature increase is indeed unusual. Thank you for the reminder. Please take care of your safety as well." Zhang Chang nodded, taking hold of the simple-minded Chang, and exited the hotel. They arrived at the parking lot, where he paid a parking fee of 3 points. Started the off-road vehicle and opened the navigation app on his phone, setting the destination to Linji City, driving out of Mongkong. The roads were not heavily trafficked, with only the occasional vehicle speeding past. While Zhang Chang maintained a steady speed of 60 kilometers per hour as he passed a winding mountainous road, loose stones occasionally fell, and Zhang Chang drove cautiously, ever vigilant of his surroundings, his palms and forehead slightly sweating. After more than an hour, he finally navigated through safely, his anxious heart gradually calming. He stopped by the roadside to rest for a moment, pulling out a bottle of purified water to give to his dog. Finishing a box of milk himself, and smoking a cigarette before continuing on his journey by noon, the sun had become glaringly hot, and the dog had fallen asleep on the back seat, snoring softly. Not far ahead, along the roadside railing, 5 or 6 individuals clad in Tibetan robes were prostrating every 3 steps and bowing every 9 steps, earnestly making their pilgrimage to the holy city of Saga. Zhang Chang reduced his speed in advance, passing by them slowly. This was a profound expression of faith. Many pilgrims undertook journeys of thousands of kilometers, undeterred by wind and rain, dedicating months or even years to their devout journey, kneeling until they reached the sacred land. After entering the Tibetan region, Zhang Chang frequently encountered such pilgrims, the eldest among them being in their 60s or 70s, while the youngest were not yet 10 years old. Observing their earnest, simple, and resolute faith stirred a sense of respect within him. Around 5 in the afternoon, he passed an official rest area and gas station, filling his off-road vehicle with gasoline, paying 186 points. As the fuel price had risen to 3 points per liter, the navigation indicated that Linji was still over 240 kilometers away, approximately 4 hours of driving. He checked the online convenience service hall and found that his chip card had a remaining balance of 2,108.6 points. Parking at the rest area, he got out to pour a bowl of purified water for the simple-minded Chang, mixing rice with a can of braised chicken for himself, and took out a packed lunch to eat. Sitting in the vehicle, he lit a cigarette, browsing real-time news and weather updates for the Linji region on his phone, gaining a basic understanding of the area's geographical climate, culture, and customs. After resting for an hour, the sky remained clear and bright. He left the official rest area and got back on the road toward Linji. As night fell completely, he entered the Linji region, checking his watch. It was 10 o'clock. Exiting the highway, he followed the ramp leading into the city, where he underwent a thorough inspection at the official checkpoint. After 20 minutes of driving, he arrived in the city, where wide asphalt roads and bright solar streetlights stretched into the distance. The streets were bustling with vehicles and pedestrians leisurely strolling along the sidewalks. Observing the vibrant state of the city, Zhang Chang recalled Chengdu, noting the stark contrast. Both faced extreme climate disasters. One was steeped in hardship, while the other thrived in comfort and prosperity. Perhaps this was the divine favor bestowed upon the Tibetan province, a reward for the residents' devout and steadfast faith, granting them peace. Zhang Chang parked the vehicle by the roadside, opened the Tibetan internet, and selected the automatic city locator. The web page displayed information on Linji's amenities, transportation, tourist attractions, and nearby hotels that he found a nearby 3-star hotel just over 500 meters away and promptly opened the navigation to drive there. After parking in the hotel's lot, He took hold of the simple-minded Chong and pulled his suitcase into the hotel lobby. A female attendant rose from her seat, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, are you here for accommodation?" Zhang Chong replied. "Yes, may I inquire about your available rooms?" The attendant explained. "We have standard double rooms, single suites, and family suites, all equipped with air conditioning, television, a compact washer-dryer, and private bathrooms." Zhang Chong asked, "What are the rates?" The attendant responded, "I see you have a dog, so the standard double room is not an option. The single suite costs 60 points per night, while the family suite is 90 points per night. Which would you prefer?" Zhang Chong decided. "I'll take the single suite, please, for 2 nights." He then produced his points exchange chip card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The attendant inserted the chip card into the reader, recorded the information, and deducted 120 points. She retrieved a room access card from the drawer and handed it to Zhang Chong along with his chip card, saying, "Here is your chip card and room access card. Your room is 506. If you wish to extend your stay, please do so by noon the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, checkout is also due by noon the day after tomorrow." Zhang Chong nodded, taking the simple-minded Chong and rolling his suitcase to the elevator, ascending to the 5th floor and entering the single suite. The room was about 15 square meters, tastefully decorated, featuring a separate bathroom with frosted safety glass. In the center was a queen-size bed flanked by 2 nightstands, while a wall-mounted television faced the bed. In one corner stood a single wardrobe, and there was also a single sofa with a small coffee table, alongside a wall-mounted heating and cooling unit near the window. Zhang Chong turned off the lights, drew the curtains, and carefully inspected the room with his phone camera, finding no issues. The single suite was quite decent, albeit somewhat pricey, having provided Xiaoqiang with a bottle of purified water and several pieces of savory meat snacks. The dog sprang onto the single sofa, curling up comfortably. After a day of travel, it was likely quite fatigued. Zhang Chong retrieved a set of clean clothes and personal toiletries, heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. He placed his soiled garments into a compact washing and drying machine, adding detergent for a thorough cleanse. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 11 o'clock. Standing by the window, he opened it and lit a cigarette, gazing at a colossal mountain peak that pierced the starry sky. The following day, he awoke to find it was already past 9. He drew back the curtains, the sunlight particularly glaring. Checking the thermometer on the windowsill, he saw the temperature had risen to 17 degrees. A pleasant climate, neither too hot nor too cold. After washing up, he and Xiaoqiang enjoyed breakfast together. He equipped the dog with a leash and descended from the hotel, strolling leisurely down the street with his canine companion. Upon checking his phone's location, he discovered they were in the most bustling area of Linji City, by district. Zhang Chong took a deep breath, feeling no signs of oxygen deprivation. Observing his surroundings, he noted the pleasant climate, beautiful environment, and vast landscapes, devoid of altitude sickness. It was indeed an ideal place for long-term habitation. He realized he needed to find a stable residence soon, as temperatures were gradually rising, necessitating preparations for the impending heat wave. This period of extreme heat could potentially last longer than the previous cold spell, bringing with it harsh climatic conditions and accompanying viruses, a truly perilous situation. Walking alongside Xiaoqiang on the sidewalk, he spotted a row of commercial buildings, one of which housed a real estate agency. He decided to enter with his dog. A bespectacled young man approached with a broad smile, inquiring, "Hello, are you looking to buy or rent a property?" Zhang Chong replied with a smile. "Either option is fine. I've just arrived here and wish to gather some information first." The young man gestured for Zhang Chong to sit on a sofa in a small conference room and brought him a cup of hot water. Xiaoqiang lay at his feet, wagging his tail eagerly. Zhang Chong retrieved a dental chew from his outdoor multifunctional backpack and tossed it to the dog. Zhang Chong then asked the young man, "Are many people currently purchasing properties here? How are the prices?" The young man smiled and responded, "In the Linji area, particularly in Bai district, the living costs, property prices, and climate are significantly more favorable than in the provincial capital of Sashi. Therefore, many individuals are indeed buying properties here, mostly residents who have gradually relocated from inland cities seeking refuge. Local residents typically own homes, and it is infrequent for them to buy additional properties, as most ordinary citizens cannot afford them. The property prices depend on geographical location. Naturally, the prices in this area are quite steep. In truth, Zhang Chong had no intention of purchasing a home. He merely wished to rent. The future remained uncertain, and renting offered the freedom to move on a whim, much like his experience in Chengdu, without any reservations. Purchasing a home, on the other hand, would entail significant costs, especially given the current circumstances. The amount of resources required to exchange for a property would be considerable, and any substantial transactions would likely attract governmental scrutiny, rendering it not worth the risk. Zhang Chang chuckled, saying, "If the prices are exorbitant, I'll only consider renting. I live alone, so buying isn't necessary. Are there any quiet, safe private residences in Bai District, complete with furniture and appliances, that I could rent?" The young man replied. "Please hold on a moment." He stepped outside and returned with 2 property listings, placing them on the coffee table. Flipping through them, he said with a smile, "There aren't many rental options that match your criteria in Bai District at the moment. Recently, there has been a significant influx of buyers and renters from inland cities, all with high expectations, much like yours. Therefore, suitable properties are scarce and in high demand that I will keep an eye out for you and notify you as soon as something becomes available." Zhang Chang smiled and pulled out an unopened pack of ordinary Jin Nanjing cigarettes, placing it on the table and pushing it towards the young man. "I appreciate your assistance. Please help me find a suitable property. I wish to rent as soon as possible." The young man's face lit up with surprise and excitement as he quickly stashed the cigarettes in his pocket, grinning at Zhang Chang. "Brother, you are indeed generous. Rest assured, I will find you a fitting property and inform you promptly." After exchanging contact numbers, Zhang Chang left the real estate agency, with the young man enthusiastically seeing him off at the door. He then visited 2 other nearby real estate agencies, gathering information that corroborated what the first young man had conveyed, an accurate reflection of the current rental market in Linji City. With one hand holding Shaqiang's leash and the other retrieving his phone, Zhang Chang logged into the government's official convenience services website to check his chip card's balance. 1988.6 points. IT seemed insufficient for renting, so he would need to recharge, considering future utility payments. He hoped the local government would ensure continuous service, as it would be a substantial expense. As he pondered, a slender, sharp-featured young man approached. Shaqiang immediately growled softly at him. The young man chuckled. "Big brother, you've just arrived from inland, Haven TU. I came over 2 years ago as well. Are you looking to trade for supplies? I have everything, barter or points exchange, either works." Zhang Chang calmed his agitated dog and addressed the somewhat dubious young man. "The supplies I need may not be within your inventory, and even if they are, the quantity may not suffice." The young man laughed. "As long as you can afford it, there's nothing I can't procure for you." Zhang Chang chuckled. "I currently require 300 tons of high-calorie, smokeless coking coal and 40,000 liters of 92-octane unleaded gasoline. Do you have them?" The young man laughed in response. "Are you joking, big brother?" Zhang Chang lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag before exhaling. "Do I seem like I'm jesting?" The young man, observing Zhang Chang's calm demeanor, scratched his head and pondered. "How about this? Let us meet here at 8 tonight. I'll let you know if I can fulfill your request. Does that sound good?" Zhang Chang agreed. "All right, I'll await your news." With that, he took Shaqiang and departed. The young man watched Zhang Chang's retreating figure before turning to leave. Zhang Chang wandered near the hotel for a while, visiting several supply shops, finding the variety of goods similar to those in Mongkong, albeit in greater quantities. Upon returning to his hotel room, he filled a bowl with mineral water for Shaqiang and opened a can of cola. Drinking heartily, his phone rang in his pocket. It was a young man from the real estate agency. He informed Zhang Chang that a property had just become available on the outskirts of Bai District. Perfectly matching his rental needs. It was a 2-story traditional building, fully equipped with water, electricity, furniture, and appliances, ready for immediate move-in. The residence featured a private yard suitable for parking, nestled in a picturesque and tranquil environment. Ensuring both privacy and safety, IT was merely 10 kilometers from the center of Linji City. The owner, a resident from an inland province, was relocating to the provincial capital of Sashi and sought to rent the property long-term. The rent was currently quite reasonable, only 1,000 points per month, with a payment structure of 3 months' rent in advance and 1 month as a security deposit, with future rent easily payable online. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chang replied, "Let us go see the property. If it truly meets my needs, I will secure it and sign the rental agreement immediately." The young man readily agreed. stating that the homeowner would be at home tomorrow morning, allowing them to visit the property together at 9 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chong felt a temporary sense of relief. He realized he needed to first visit the nearby official resource points to exchange for more points. Glancing at the various supplies in space, he hesitated to part with any of them, deciding instead to utilize his investment gold bars. With the ongoing extreme weather disasters, gold would prove to be of little value in the future. He then retrieved 5 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, from the shelf designated for gold storage, placing them into his outdoor multifunctional backpack. That on the shelf, there remained 25 gold bars of the same weight, along with 24 1-kilogram gold bars stored in 2 metal cases. Leaving Sha Chong in the room, Zhang Chong took his backpack and descended from the hotel, heading towards the nearby official resource points for exchange. He laid out his resource exchange chip card alongside the 5 gold bars on the counter, requesting an exchange for points. After weighing the gold, the staff verified its authenticity and credited Zhang Chong's chip card with 15,000 points, leaving him with a balance of 16,988.6 points. Returning to his hotel, he rested for a while before awakening to check the time. It was already 6:30. Rising from bed, he retrieved a self-heating pot set, a boxed meal, and poured himself a glass of Moutai. He mixed rice for Sha Chong with a portion of braised beef and potatoes from the self-heating pot. After finishing and tidying up, it was now 7:30, and he had arranged to meet the rather unsightly young man at 8 o'clock. Zhang Chong equipped his Glock handgun with a silencer, tucked it into his waistband, slung his outdoor backpack over his shoulder, and led his dog downstairs to leave the hotel, heading towards their agreed meeting place. Arriving 10 minutes early, Zhang Chong lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked. Sha Chong sniffed the ground, lifting his leg to relieve himself. Zhang Chong, exasperated, took a few steps forward, observing Sha Chong, and remarked, "Alas, it seems I must control your eating and drinking from now on. You should also shed a few pounds." From behind, the voice of the young man called out, "Big brother, you are indeed punctual." Zhang Chong turned to see the small, gaunt young man accompanied by a robust, menacing man in his 40s. Taking a drag from a cigarette, Zhang Chong exhaled slowly and replied softly, "I do not have a habit of being late. Have you brought me good news?" The young man smiled. "Big brother, it is certainly good news. This place is bustling with people, making it inconvenient to talk. Let's discuss it in that alley. This is our boss." Zhang Chong nodded, leading Sha Chong as he followed the 2 men into a quiet alley near the sidewalk. The intimidating, muscular man looked at Zhang Chong and said earnestly, "I hear from the thin monkey that you desire 300 tons of high-calorie smokeless coke and 200 barrels of unleaded gasoline. Is that correct?" Zhang Chong smiled. "Indeed," the robust man continued. "What resources do you intend to trade for these energy commodities?" Currently, such materials are strictly regulated and controlled by government authorities. If you propose to use ordinary materials for trade, we temporarily do not require them, nor is it necessary to take that risk. Zhang Chong chuckled. "Of course, trading scarce resources for rare ones is only fair. What type of resources are you hoping to acquire?" The muscular man scrutinized Zhang Chong, taking a step closer, and whispered, "Whole cartons of cigarettes, well-packaged alcohol, and antibiotics or anti-inflammatory medications are acceptable." Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and replied, "While energy commodities are indeed tightly controlled by government authorities, they still possess value in the market, making trading manageable. However, whole cartons of cigarettes and well-packaged antibiotics or similar medications are currently virtually priceless. You should understand this well, that if your requested quantities are unreasonable, it is unlikely we will reach an agreement." The robust man laughed. "That is certainly the case. 100 cartons of cigarettes, 30 boxes of liquor, and 80 boxes of well-packaged antibiotics. This quantity should suffice. Correct?" Zhang Chong chuckled and shook his head, softly stating, "That joke is quite unamusing. If I were to provide such a quantity of scarce resources, the energy commodities I would receive in return would be astronomical. There are plenty of buyers in the black market eager to trade with me." A hint of menace flickered across the robust man's face, which quickly vanished as he smiled and said, "In the Linji region, without my approval, I fear no one would dare engage in such a transaction." The slender young man chimed in, "Big brother, the risks we are taking in this transaction are immense. Should anything go awry, we would still need to provide compensation, and we may end up incurring losses. You must understand our predicament." Zhang Chong sighed softly, If we cannot come to terms, then let it be. After saying this, he turned to lead Sha Chong away. The robust man's expression darkened with anger, and he commanded, "Stop! Since we cannot reach an agreement, you cannot expect us to leave empty-handed. That dog of yours looks quite plump. Let it serve as our meal tonight." With that, he advanced towards Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's countenance grew cold as he suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike upward into the robust man's chin. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the man's hands flew to his jaw, pain etched across his face. Without hesitation, Zhang Chong struck again, this time landing an elbow blow to the man's temple. The robust man's eyes bulged, his gaze becoming unfocused as blood poured from his mouth and nostrils before he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, the slender young man, taken aback, could hardly react. In the blink of an eye, he witnessed his leader fall. Regaining his wits, he turned to flee, only to feel a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound, blood pouring forth as he crumpled to the ground. Zhang Chong wiped the blood from his machete and quickly stored it away. He murmured under his breath, "Overestimating yourselves. You truly have misjudged your capabilities." With a glance around the alley, he calmly led Sha Chong towards the other end of the street. After a night of deep slumber, he awoke before 6 the next morning. After completing his morning routine, he took Sha Chong downstairs and embarked on a jog along the sidewalk. As he neared the location where he had met the two men the previous evening, he noticed that the alley across the street had been cordoned off, several police cars with flashing lights parked nearby. Zhang Chong did not linger, continuing his run. After completing his exercise, he returned to the hotel, took a hot shower, and filled a large basin with water for Sha Chong. He tore off a small piece of barley cake and placed it in the dog's bowl. For himself, he prepared a serving of stir-fried rice with cured meat, a box of milk, and a can of fermented fish, eating at a leisurely pace. Once satisfied and cleaned up, he checked the time. It was past 8. Gathering all his belongings, he pulled his suitcase and took Sha Chong downstairs to check out at the hotel front desk. Driving his off-road vehicle, he arrived at the real estate agency, where the young man awaited him with a briefcase in just over 10 minutes, they reached a villa community on the outskirts of Bai District. After registering as a visitor, Zhang Chong entered the community, which comprised over 62-story independent villas, each spaced about 10 meters apart, with small yards accompanying them. The area was lush with trees, exuding tranquility. The young man guided Zhang Chong on a tour of the community, ultimately leading him to the middle of the last row before a particular villa. "Brother, this is the house. Let us go inside and take a look," he said with a smile. Accompanied by the homeowner and the young man, Zhang Chong thoroughly inspected the entire house, finding it quite satisfactory. The decor was simple yet practical and elegant. The ground floor housed a kitchen, storage room, bathroom, guest bedroom, dining room, and living room, while the upper floor featured a master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet, a secondary bedroom, a study, another bathroom, and a spacious viewing balcony. The house was fully equipped with water, electricity, gas, and various furniture and appliances. In the small yard, there was a parking space against the wall, a quaint gazebo in one corner, an artificial pond filled with pebbles for fish and aquatic plants, and a flower bed. Zhang Chong felt quite content with this property. Although it was only for himself and his dog, he desired a comfortable living space, especially considering the prolonged periods of extreme heat, polar nights, and endless days that lay ahead. If the living environment is excessively oppressive, one's mental well-being is likely to suffer. The young man turned to Zhang Chong, smiling, and remarked, "Brother, what do you think of this apartment? Here, the utility bills for water, electricity, and gas can be paid directly through the online convenience service hall on your mobile phone by binding the account number. But if you like it, we can sign a lease agreement now, and you can move in." Zhang Chong replied, "All right, let's sign." The young man retrieved 2 copies of the rental agreement from his briefcase. Zhang Chong glanced over it. The lease term was agreed upon as 3 years, with rent to be paid quarterly, and there were no significant issues. After both parties signed the contract, they exchanged mobile numbers and obtained the landlord's card number for the material points redemption chip. He then added the card number in the online convenience service hall and transferred a total of 4,000 points for 3 months' rent and the security deposit. Additionally, he paid the young man a service fee of 500 points. The landlord handed the key to the villa to Zhang Chong, and, after a few casual exchanges, departed alongside the young man. Zhang Chong parked his SUV in the small courtyard and locked the gate. Upon returning to the villa, he retrieved Sha Chong's dog bed, water bowl, food bowl, and toys from the storage area. Placing them in the corner of the living room by the window, he set the outdoor foldable stainless steel drying rack on the upstairs viewing terrace and arranged his personal hygiene and toiletry items in the bathroom of the master suite. He hung some frequently worn autumn and winter clothes, spring and summer attire, undergarments, and bedding in the cloakroom. He made the master bedroom's large bed with his own comforter, sheets, and pillows, and positioned a genuine leather full-body massage chair by the window. He took out some pots, pans, rice, flour, cooking oil, dry goods, condiments, and seasonings, placing them in the kitchen. He also stocked the double-door refrigerator with bottled and canned beverages, dairy products, packaged snacks, fruits, and meats. The other furniture and appliances in the house were quite complete and nearly new, so no additional items were needed. Zhang Chong took out his phone, logged into the online convenience service hall, and added the account numbers for water, electricity, and gas to the payment options. That he noted that water cost 0.3 points per ton, electricity 0.5 points per kilowatt hour, and gas 1.2 points per cubic meter. He charged 100 points for the water bill, 200 points for electricity, and 200 points for gas. The chip card still had a balance of 988.6 points. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he felt as though something was amiss. After a moment's reflection, he remembered he took out the brand new high-end tea maker he had previously acquired, positioned against the wall, and plugged it in. Placing a large barrel of purified water inside, he retrieved a beautiful porcelain tea set and a gift box of tea leaves, arranging them on the coffee table, and brewed a pot of Longjing tea. Sipping the fragrant beverage and lighting a cigarette, Zhang Chong felt a sense of belonging, a feeling of home, touching the smooth, jade-like nine-eyed bead around his neck. He mused that he had finally settled down. From this moment forth, a new life would begin in the days that followed. Zhang Chong remained industriously occupied. He hired a cleaning service to thoroughly clean both the upstairs and downstairs as well as the courtyard, applying sunshade and heat insulation film to all the safety glass windows in the villa. He enlisted a professional electrician to install 2 sets of solar photovoltaic panels, using fixed brackets to secure them on the roof and balcony. After adjusting the inverter power conversion lines, he connected the photovoltaic power generation system to the high-voltage intelligent lithium battery storage system, linking it to the villa's household power terminals in the event of a power outage. He could seamlessly switch to solar energy. The 2 sets of solar panels generated enough electricity daily to meet all the household electrical consumption, with any surplus energy automatically stored in the high-voltage lithium battery system. He also had a shallow well dug in the corner of the small courtyard, installing an electric pumping device, as the Lingji region boasted abundant water resources, with underground water accessible just 4 to 5 meters below the surface. This would ensure a free water supply in case of future service interruptions. Furthermore, he customized and purchased razor wire protective fencing and sturdy steel window guards from manufacturer, installing them on the courtyard walls and all windows. He replaced the courtyard gate with a robust, highly secure iron door. This endeavor cost an additional 780 points, leaving him with 11,208.6 points on the chip card. Zhang Chong trimmed Sha Chong's long fur with clippers and bathed him with pet-specific shampoo. Marking the dog's first bath since birth, he discarded the thick bedding in Sha Chong's doghouse and disinfected it, leaving it out in the sun to dry, observing the outdoor thermometer hanging in the pavilion of the small courtyard. Zhang Chong noted the temperature had already reached 33 degrees. The sun had become exceptionally scorching since rising around 5 in the morning. The weather was gradually warming up, and the peak heat period was fast approaching. Currently, staying in the upstairs bedroom without air conditioning was still bearable, but as temperatures climbed to 40 degrees or higher, he would need to relocate to the guest room downstairs. He planned to tidy up the guest room soon, so that it would be ready for occupancy when the heat intensified. The property management staff began broadcasting throughout the community, announcing that due to the rising temperatures, the government had lifted the previous weekly limit on purchasing various essential goods, allowing residents to buy a month's worth at once. Zhang Chong left Sha Chong at home to guard the house and drove his SUV to an official supply shop near the community, exchanging points from his chip card for 2 pounds of dried yak meat, 24 pounds of barley flour for pounds of dried vegetables, and several other daily necessities, exhausting his monthly purchasing limit and paying 148 points. Upon exiting the shop with his supplies, just as he approached his vehicle, a jovial man in his 50s approached Zhang Chong and said, "Young man, I don't believe we've met before. Have you just moved to this area?" Zhang Chong placed the supplies in the back seat of his SUV and closed the door, replying, "I just moved here recently." "And you are?" The man responded, "I work at this official supply shop and I'm familiar with most residents around here, but this is the first time I've seen you. I hope I'm not intruding." Zhang Chong smiled and replied, "You're too kind. I appreciate your help in the future." He then took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to the man, lighting his own afterward. The man inhaled the cigarette, savoring the scent, and remarked, "It smells delightful. It's rare to come across someone who can still enjoy a smoke and drive a car these days. You're quite accomplished. You must have come from an inland province, right?" Zhang Chong chuckled, using a lighter to ignite the man's cigarette, softly saying, "You flatter me. I'm just getting by. I came from Chengdu in Sichuan province." The man scrutinized Zhang Chong closely, stepping a bit closer, and whispered, "If you ever need any supplies, feel free to come to me. My surname is Chun. You can call me Uncle Chun, as long as it's not something particularly scarce. I can help you out. Prices are negotiable. If you have any goods you wish to part with or trade, I can assist. My channels are very secure." Zhang Chong contemplated for a moment and smiled, saying, "All right, Uncle Chun, I'll seek your assistance in the future. However, I only deal in items that are exceedingly rare and valuable." Uncle Chin's eyes brightened, and he grinned. "No need to be polite. It's a deal." With that, he turned and walked back into the official supply shop. Zhang Chong returned to the community, driving into the courtyard and securely locking the heavy iron gate. He organized the purchased supplies and, having ventured out, found himself quite sweaty. He took a shower in the downstairs bathroom and tossed his changed clothes into the washing machine, donning only a pair of summer casual cotton shorts. Adjusting the temperature of the living room air conditioner to 27 degrees, he noticed Sha Chong sprawled on the floor beside the coffee table, wagging his tail incessantly. Zhang Chong brewed a pot of exquisite Biluakun tea, savoring it slowly while lighting another cigarette, reflecting on Uncle Chin's words. Since he had shown interest, perhaps it was time to test the waters. After less than an hour of physical exercise in the courtyard that morning, Zhang Chong was already soaked with sweat, having consumed 3 large glasses of lightly salted water. By 7 o'clock, the sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth. Zhang Chong glanced at the outdoor thermometer, noting that the temperature had soared to 36 degrees Celsius. He covered the off-road vehicle with a thick black sunshade, returned indoors, took a shower, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Silly Chong followed him excitedly, entering the room with a bounce. From a storage space, he retrieved a portable air conditioning unit that could both cool and heat, placed it against the wall, plugged it in, and set the cooling function to 25 degrees within minutes. The kitchen was enveloped in a refreshing coolness. Zhang Chong couldn't help but feel relieved, knowing he wouldn't have to worry about the heat while cooking in the kitchen anymore. He simmered a pot of red date and mung bean soup, stir-fried a dish of cumin lamb, prepared a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and tossed together a cold dish of jellyfish and dried tofu vermicelli. For Silly Chong, he made a final serving of fried rice with preserved meat. Accompanied by a can of luncheon meat, he retrieved 2 cans of chilled beer from the refrigerator and settled down in the dining room to enjoy his meal leisurely. As the evening approached and the air outside became slightly cooler, he took Silly Chong for a stroll around the community, unexpectedly running into Uncle Chun and his wife, who were also out for an evening walk. Upon chatting, they discovered that Uncle Chun and his spouse resided in the same community, just a row ahead of Zhang Chong's home. Uncle Chun had sought to relocate closer to home for convenience, thus applying for a transfer to a government supply point near his doorstep. Noticing the rapport between Uncle Chun and Zhang Chong, his wife discreetly excused herself to head home. Zhang Chong offered a cigarette to Uncle Chun, lighting one for himself as well. Uncle Chun regarded Zhang Chong and spoke softly. "I have a business proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing." Zhang Chong chuckled, replying, "Uncle Chun, do tell." Uncle Chun took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and continued, "I have a friend in Sashi who wishes to purchase some high-end brand cigarettes and alcohol. However, he has yet to find a reliable source for supply. I'm curious if you might have any connections in this regard." Zhang Chong inhaled deeply, pondering before he replied quietly, "Uncle Chun, as you are well aware, Ever since the extreme climatic disasters struck various regions of the country, all production facilities have ceased operations. Their machinery has been rendered obsolete, and the inventory has suffered significant damage due to the calamities. Even if there are some intact supplies, after 2 years of human consumption, very little remains. High-end brand cigarettes and alcohol have now become extraordinarily scarce and are essentially priceless. Moreover, all inland provinces are currently grappling with the aftermath of flooding and the thawing of previously accumulated snow. Tibet, which has historically depended on the inland provinces for the transportation of various supplies, now finds it utterly impossible. While Tibet has been somewhat less severely affected than the inland provinces, the extensive consumption over the past 2 years has depleted many of its reserves. The government's strict control over the purchasing of various supplies is a clear indication of this. Currently, high-end brand cigarettes and alcohol are in such limited supply here that even if they exist, their quantities are exceedingly rare and will only become scarcer in the future. Those who possess such goods are unlikely to part with them easily unless they can exchange them for equally scarce commodities. The principle of rarity equating to value is universally understood, so I can only promise to make inquiries to the best of my ability. Uncle Chun listened intently to each of Zhang Chang's words, and as he reached the conclusion, a smile gradually spread across his face. The initial discussion had been mere pretext. The real result was yet to come. Curiosity welled up within him for this young man before him, who had recently arrived from the inland provinces. Point one would not live so leisurely at such a time, without possessing remarkable capabilities and means. With a grin, he remarked, "I knew I had not misjudged you. You shall be my contact in this matter. Do notify me immediately upon receiving any news." With that, he retrieved his phone, and they exchanged contact numbers. Zhang Chang, leading Silly Chong, took another lap around the community before returning home. He secured the iron gate of his small yard, showered, and then settled onto the living room sofa, savoring some fine tea. Entering his storage space mentally, he checked the inventory of cigarettes and alcohol. The stock included 32 full boxes of assorted regular cigarettes, 6 packs of soft Chunghwa cigarettes, 27 packs of Su cigarettes, 19 packs of Nanjing 95 Supreme, 12 packs of Golden Leaf TNI, 10 packs of Jinsha Su cigarettes, 2 packs of Dongchong Xiaocao cigarettes, a box of premium handmade Cuban cigars, 3 boxes of hard Chunghwa, 10 packs of various ordinary brand white spirits, 680 boxes of assorted ordinary foreign spirits and red wines, 320 boxes of regular yellow wine, and 1,480 boxes of beer. Additionally, there were 14 boxes of 53-degree Feitia Mitai, 12 boxes of 53-degree Wuxing Mitai, 32 boxes of 52-degree Wuliangye, 2 boxes of 53-degree Mitai, aged 30 years, 20 boxes of 52-degree Yanghe Dream Blue Handcrafted Edition, 35 boxes of 52-degree Yanghe Dream Blue M9, 47 boxes of 52-degree Guijiao 1573, 42 boxes of 53-degree Qinghua Lang, aged 20 years, 16 boxes of 52-degree Jinnanchun Vintage, 40 boxes of 53-degree Qinghua Funjiu, aged 30 years, 2 boxes of premium brand Armai Martin XO, 1 box of premium brand Lafite red wine, and 210 bottles of bulk high-end brand white spirits. Zhang Chang felt that the high-end brand stock was a tad insufficient. While the ordinary spirits were plentiful, over the past 2 years, he had primarily consumed regular spirits. With indulgences in fine wines and cigarettes being remarkably few, he had intended to reserve the best resources for critical moments. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered over his strategies. Embracing a mindset of leveraging small gains against larger risks, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Chun. "How much high-end cigarettes and alcohol does your friend require?" A prompt reply from Uncle Chun soon arrived. "The more, the better." Zhang Chang chuckled, thinking, what a cunning old fox. However, he knew that such tactics would not work with him. He replied, "My client needs 500 tons of high-calorie, smokeless coke and 100,000 liters of unleaded gasoline, as well as 100,000 liters of high-definition diesel." After a considerable wait, Uncle Chun replied, "Such a substantial quantity of energy resources may be beyond my friend's capabilities. Perhaps a smaller amount would be more feasible." Zhang Chang responded, "That's all right. My client prefers not to engage in fragmented transactions. It's too cumbersome and risky." Uncle Chun quickly replied, "Safety is paramount at all times. And my friend in Sashi just mentioned that someone is seeking to purchase enteric-coated aspirin at a high price. Zhang Chong was taken aback. Such medication seemed commonplace. Why would anyone pay a premium for it? He then mentally accessed the medical supplies section of his storage space and was surprised to find that he indeed had this medication. There were 2 large boxes, and upon inspecting one box, he noted that it contained 48 tablets of 0.1 g, a preferred medication for treating cerebrovascular diseases, particularly crucial for patients with coronary heart disease who need to take it daily without fail. Zhang Chong recalled that these medications had been acquired during the early stages of the extreme disaster in Chung City, Sichuan province, from a large supermarket under a zero-cost purchase initiative at a prominent pharmaceutical chain. After some thought, he disabled the timestamp function on his phone's camera and took a photo of the medication, ensuring everything appeared in order before sending it to Uncle Chun with a note. "Is this the medication in question?" Minutes later, his phone rang. It was Uncle Chun calling. The urgency in Uncle Chin's voice was palpable as he explained that he had sent the medication photo to his friend in Sashi, who immediately confirmed with a doctor acquaintance that it was indeed the required medication. Zhang Chong learned that this medication had been quite ordinary and affordable before the extreme disaster, with low profit margins. However, as it was a specialized medication requiring long-term use, only 2 domestic pharmaceutical companies produced it, and their output was minimal, though it had generally met domestic demand. Yet due to the extreme climatic disasters, all pharmaceutical companies had halted production, and their warehouses had been inundated by severe flooding, compounded by blizzards and extreme cold. Thus, this medication had effectively become completely unavailable. It was no wonder that the families of patients needing long-term medication were willing to pay hefty sums for it. Those possessing such medication were usually in need of it for themselves, and their stock was unlikely to be substantial or relinquished, for once it was consumed, there would be no means to procure more, only the grim wait for death. As Zhang Chong listened to Uncle Chen's account, he suddenly grasped the situation, sighing inwardly. Alas, isn't this the reality of the exceedingly scarce and coveted resources in these times? Zhang Chong ignited a cigarette and silently began to smoke. The phone emitted a series of beeps, indicating that the battery was critically low, leading it to shut down automatically. He retrieved the charger to power the phone, yet chose not to turn it back on. Standing by the window, he gazed at the horizon, which had yet to succumb entirely to darkness. In the midst of relentless and severe calamities, far too many innocent lives have been ruthlessly snatched away in an instant. No one would feel pity for another, nor did anyone possess that privilege. One must take care of oneself and strive to live well in order to glimpse hope. Otherwise, everything is mere nonsense. Zhang Chong lowered his gaze to the box of medication in his hands, recalling the middle-aged Tibetan man he had encountered in the black market of Mongkong, who had been pleading for medicine for his child. He had exchanged 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory drug for the man's most treasured 9-eyed Z and a Tibetan dagger, that a wave of confusion washed over him as he sighed deeply, and the medication in his grasp vanished from sight. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was just past 10. The sky had only recently begun to darken. He looked over at Sha Chong, who was already asleep in his doghouse, breathing evenly in slumber. As he turned to head back to his bedroom for some rest, the doorbell from the small courtyard rang out, causing him to frown. Who could it be at such a late hour? He retrieved a jungle machete from his space, gripping the weapon as he approached the iron gate of the courtyard. Sha Chong followed closely. Emitting loud barks, Zhang Chong called out, "Who is it?" A voice from outside the gate responded, "It's me, Uncle Chun." Zhang Chong hung the machete on the side of the door and opened the small side gate, finding Uncle Chun standing before him with a beaming smile. "Uncle Chun, please come in," he invited. Uncle Chun replied, "I want to come in. Your phone call was disconnected earlier, and when I tried to reach you again, it was off, so I thought I'd come check." Zhang Chong chuckled. "The phone ran out of battery. I'm charging it now. That I was just about to call you once it was powered up." Uncle Chun continued, "I wanted to ask about the photo of the medication you sent me earlier to you currently have that medication. A friend of mine in Sameo said he could offer a high price for it." Zhang Chong produced a cigarette, offering one to Uncle Chun before lighting his own. After taking a puff, he murmured, "This was sent to me a few days ago by a very good client. He urgently needs to acquire this medication or something with similar efficacy that I'm currently inquiring on his behalf." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chin's expression showed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly recollected himself and smiled, saying, "I see that Do you think this medication can still be traded? Zhang Chang laughed lightly, responding, Uncle Chun, as you mentioned on the phone, those who currently possess this medication likely require it for long-term use. Hence their stockpiling. Ordinary individuals wouldn't hoard such a typically common and inexpensive medication that in truth, if one seeks to trade for this medication, it's quite simple. Just find the right person and offer an irresistible price. There truly aren't many viable channels beyond that. Uncle Chun nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette, his gaze toward Zhang Chang reflecting a degree of admiration. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chun, Zhang Chang returned to his bedroom. Extracting the box of enteric-coated aspirin, he examined the packaging, noting that the recommended dosage was 1 tablet of 0.1 g per day, with his box containing 48 tablets, enough for 48 days. Entering the medical supplies area of his space, he observed the specifications for bulk packaging of this medication, which consisted of 10 boxes per package, with each carton containing 20 packages. His mind began to race with thoughts. The following day, he rose early, as the weather had grown quite warm. However, physical training could not be neglected. After washing up and warming up, he commenced his jump rope exercise in the courtyard. His phone rang. It was Uncle Chun, informing him that his business associate from Sameo would be arriving in Linji around noon and inquiring if Zhang Chang had time to meet. Zhang Chang smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. He readily agreed, asking Uncle Chun to make the arrangements. Uncle Chun hung up the phone, clearly satisfied at noon, in a remarkably discreet yet luxurious Tibetan-style restaurant in Linji. Zhang Chang savored the rich, aromatic butter tea served by the attentive staff. Smiling at Uncle Chun seated across from him, he remarked, in these times, with the government's stringent controls on everyday necessities, limiting the purchase of rice, flour, and cooking oil, it's surprising that such a restaurant still exists. The cost must be considerable. Uncle Chun chuckled, replying, at any time, the consumer demographics and their respective classes differ. I had to leverage some good connections to secure a reservation here. For an ordinary person, the prices would be quite prohibitive. Zhang Chang nodded in agreement, reflecting on the undeniable truth that, even in the midst of dire calamities, some individuals remain entirely unaffected, living in extreme luxury, while others may risk their lives merely to secure a morsel of food. Uncle Chin's phone rang. After answering, he hung up and smiled at Zhang Chang, saying, My friend has arrived. Please stay seated. I'll go greet him. With that, he rose and headed toward the restaurant entrance. Moments later, Uncle Chun returned with a burly, amiable-looking middle-aged man. After exchanging pleasantries, the three took their seats, and the staff presented a beautifully crafted menu. Uncle Chun handed the menu to the middle-aged man, who smiled and then passed it to Zhang Chang. Without hesitation, Zhang Chang accepted it, flipping it open to peruse the offerings that a wave of excitement surged through him at the staggering prices listed. Yet he maintained an outward calm. He ordered deep-fried lung, steamed beef tongue, long stone pot chicken, and sauerkraut noodles, while a young female server diligently took notes. Zhang Chang returned the menu to Uncle Chun, who then ordered Tibetan blood sausage and roasted lamb. He then looked up at the middle-aged man, inquiring what he would like to drink. Zhang Chang chimed in, I happen to have 2 bottles of fine liquor gifted by a client, which I brought along. He reached into his outdoor backpack, retrieving 2 bottles of Wuliangye and placing them on the table, along with 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes beside the liquor. Uncle Chun and the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. The middle-aged man chuckled softly. It's been over a year since I've had Wuliangye in these times. Such liquor and cigarettes are rare treasures indeed. You truly have impressive connections. Zhang Chang smiled modestly, saying, You flatter me. As the dishes gradually arrived, the three enjoyed their meal while engaging in casual conversation. The middle-aged man turned to Zhang Chang, softly stating, regarding the medication I mentioned to Uncle Chin last night. It is urgently needed by a leader from the Tibetan province for his family. If you have a way to procure it, please assist. Price is not an issue. Zhang Chang lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag before responding. Let me be frank. I currently have a client who possesses that medication, but the quantity is limited, only enough for a little over a year. The shelf life is 5 years, and its efficacy is absolutely assured. My client is in urgent need of a batch of energy-related supplies. He glanced at Uncle Chun as he spoke. The middle-aged man fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Zhang Chong observed him before continuing. My client has stated that if further supplies are required in the future and no suitable channels for procurement are found, he will do his utmost to leverage connections to continue providing this type of medication. A smile gradually spread across the middle-aged man's face as he responded, "Please hold on a moment while I make a phone call." With that, he rose to head towards the restaurant entrance. Uncle Chun looked at Zhang Chong, grinning as he remarked, "If this comes to fruition, it will be a transaction of astronomical value." Zhang Chong smiled back, softly saying, "In these times, health and life are of utmost importance. Everything else is secondary." Uncle Chin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that for some, when they possess power and wealth, they often become more cautious about their lives. That a few minutes later, the middle-aged man returned with a broad smile. Sitting down and raising his glass towards Zhang Chong, that he softly proclaimed, "It's a deal. May we enjoy a fruitful collaboration." Zhang Chong raised his glass in return, echoing to a successful partnership. After finishing their meal and preparing to leave, Zhang Chong retrieved the well-packaged box of enteric-coated aspirin from his outdoor backpack, placing it before the middle-aged man with a smile. "This is a gesture of goodwill from my client. The remaining 9 boxes will be delivered upon verification and receipt." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Understood. He then placed the medication into his bag. Upon driving back to his residence, as soon as Zhang Chong entered the house, Sha Chong rushed over, barking excitedly and nuzzling against him. After soothing the dog for a while, I filled its water bowl with fresh water and took out a box meal, mixing in its food bowl. The dog happily began to eat. I took a shower and changed my clothes. The temperature outside had already reached 38 degrees, oppressive and stifling, yet the outing was worthwhile. Zhang Chong sat on the living room sofa and logged into the Tibetan region's network on his phone. Checking the nearby counties under the Lingji area, he decided to head to Millen County, which is over 60 kilometers from the city center, to temporarily rent a warehouse for receiving supplies in the following days. He busied himself with renting the warehouse and sent the address to the middle-aged man involved in the trade of pharmaceuticals that he spent a week in Millen County with Sha Chong, facilitating the exchange of energy supplies, which were gradually delivered to the warehouse. After receiving the final batch of goods and completing the inspections, Zhang Chong handed over the remaining 9 boxes of medicine to the middle-aged man, who then drove back to Sashi City. After finalizing the receipt of supplies, Zhang Chong terminated the warehouse lease and drove back to the apartment with Sha Chong. He parked the car in the small courtyard, covered it with a thick black sunshade, locked the iron gate, and entered the house. That he turned on the living room air conditioner, setting it to 25 degrees in the bedroom. He removed the high-performance, lightweight, Level 7 protective nano bulletproof vest he had been wearing, along with 2 M26 grenades and a Glock pistol, placing them on the shelf in the weapons storage area. After enjoying a hot shower that invigorated him, he settled on the living room sofa, brewed a pot of exquisite Tiguanyin tea, and savored it slowly while lighting a cigarette. He gazed at the newly acquired 500 tons of packaged high-calorie, smokeless coke, 500 barrels of 92-octane unleaded gasoline, and 500 barrels of high-definition diesel, relishing the satisfaction of success achieved through calculated risk. Opening his phone, he logged into the public service online platform and checked the points balance on his chip card, a total of 9,960. 6 points. During his week-long stay in Millen County, he refueled the off-road vehicle once on the road, along with expenses for accommodation and the weekly warehouse rental, totaling 1,100 points. The next morning, he found Uncle Chun and handed him a tote bag containing 2 packs of Likun cigarettes and 2 bottles of canned red wine. Uncle Chin's face broke into a pleased smile at the sight of the gifts. That night, Zhang Chong, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the heat, beads of sweat covering his forehead and face. He turned on the bedside lamp, but it failed to respond. Glancing at the air conditioner on the wall, he noted that the temperature display was off. Rising from bed, he walked into the living room to find Sha Chong sprawled on the floor, panting heavily. After checking the electrical meter and the circuit breaker with no issues found, he concluded there must be a power outage. He promptly switched the power supply to the solar photovoltaic system, instantly illuminating the bedroom lamp. Returning to the bedroom, he turned on the air conditioner, adjusting it to 26 degrees, as Sha Chong trotted in and lay down on the floor by the windowsill. Stepping out to the small courtyard, Zhang Chong was met with a wave of heat. Even in the dead of night, it was uncomfortably warm. He glanced at the outdoor thermometer in the pavilion. 40 degrees. Looking up at the sky, countless stars twinkled in the pitch-black expanse, appearing so close one could almost reach out and touch them. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. The intense heat wave had officially commenced. He took a warm shower in the bathroom and laid a bamboo mat on the bed, relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioner, soon drifting off to sleep. In the morning, he drew back the curtains, and the scorching sunlight streamed through the dark, heat-insulating film on the glass, the heat wave palpable even through the window. After freshening up, he checked the electricity meter in the power supply box. Noting a blinking red light, power had been restored. He swiftly switched the power supply mode back to the grid and turned on the living room air conditioner, setting it to 26 degrees. Filling Sha Chan's water bowl to the brim, the dog scampered over to lap it up in the kitchen. He first activated the portable air conditioner, retrieved 2 tomatoes, some daylily, 2 eggs, dried shrimp, spinach, frozen meatballs, and sliced ham from the refrigerator. Preparing to make a soup with barley noodles and fish, he also opened a can of 5-spice ribbon fish and took out a bottle of appetizing side dishes, pouring a generous serving of noodles and adding a few pieces of meat jerky for Sha Chan. As he ate, he watched Sha Chan devour his meal, pondering that the dog must be the happiest in the world, living a carefree life filled with food and companionship. If only he could be reborn as someone like Sha Chan. Suddenly, a text notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from the Linji municipal office. Due to the recent rise in temperature, the city's electricity consumption had surged, and the power supply facilities were operating beyond capacity. The supply department announced that starting today, they would implement time-limited power supply. The power supply schedule was set from 6 to 9 in the morning, 11 to 2 in the afternoon, and 6 to 10 in the evening. Zhang Chong read the message, dismayed that there would only be 10 hours of electricity available in over 40-degree heat. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 8 o'clock, and power would be cut off in an hour. Fortunately, he had installed 3 sets of solar photovoltaic panels earlier, providing sufficient electricity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on a generator, consuming gasoline and diesel. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he brewed a pot of green tea, only for the power to go out right at 9 o'clock. Zhang Chong switched the power supply mode back to the solar system and turned on the air conditioner. Sipping his tea, he thought about the time-limited power supply and hoped there wouldn't be a similar situation with water. Just then, another text notification popped up. It was a message from Municipal Water Supply Department regarding the time-limited water supply decision. With the same cutoff times as the electricity, had these 2 departments conspired in advance? How synchronously they acted! Lighting a cigarette, he smoked quietly while observing Sha Chong, who was sprawled on the floor. Utterly motionless, he retrieved 3 handguns and a submachine gun from storage, disassembling them and meticulously cleaning and maintaining each one with the appropriate tools, as they would be crucial for his survival. He also took out a concealed dagger, a katana, a standard military knife, and a jungle machete, diligently maintaining them with knife oil. Additionally, he plugged in 2 high-power electric batons to charge them. Zhang Chong surveyed the well-maintained weapons in the storage area. Aside from a box containing 24M26 grenades and accompanying ammunition, these were his only means of defense. He realized that his arsenal was woefully inadequate, especially regarding firearms and ammunition, but he needed to find a way to acquire more. As the ongoing extreme disasters would inevitably lead to increasing chaos in societal order, with human greed and malice intensifying. Natural calamities were unavoidable, but man-made disasters must be addressed personally. After storing all the weapons back into space, he approached the window and gazed outside, where the blazing sun scorched the ground, igniting an inexplicable impulse within him. The upstairs bedroom had become uninhabitable, even with the air conditioner running continuously. Zhang Chong decided to swap the small bed from the downstairs guest room with the larger bed from the upstairs master bedroom. Relocating it downstairs, with daytime temperatures soaring to 45 degrees, he understood that this was merely the beginning of the extreme heat period. He secured all the windows in the house and drew the thick, dark blackout curtains shut. He stored the off-road vehicle in a corner of the space, reluctant to leave it exposed to the punishing sun and heat, even with a thick black sunshade over it. How much protection could it possibly offer in such intense temperatures? It dawned on him that his reserves were indeed scant. Pitifully, so he retrieved a 1-ton water storage tank and placed it in the living room, planning to use the stored water during the outages and refill it when the water supply resumed. For now, he aimed to avoid stepping outside, feeling a genuine aversion to heat and sweat, perhaps stemming from the hardships endured during the previous extreme heat period. Though he had ultimately persevered, it left a shadow in his heart. Just then, his phone chimed with a text message from Uncle Chun, inquiring about his well-being. Zhang Chong replied that he was doing well, having prepared in advance. Uncle Chun responded, advising him to stay safe and avoid going out, as things outside were becoming somewhat chaotic. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied, "Thank you for your concern, and the same to you." After a while, Uncle Chun responded, stating that he would drive to Zhang Chong's doorstep in half an hour. "I will ring the doorbell twice. Please come out to collect the supplies. Though not much, it is a small token of my appreciation." Zhang Chong found himself at a loss for how to respond. He did not wish to owe anyone a favor. Especially at such a time, debts of gratitude must eventually be repaid, and the cost often exceeds what one has received. However, he could not refuse. For doing so would imply that he lacked supplies and was abundantly stocked, effectively laying a trap for himself. He intended to reside here for an extended period, enduring the extreme heat, polar nights, and endless daylight, and could not afford to stumble over such trivial matters. He promptly replied, "All right, thank you, Uncle Chun." After putting down his phone, he could not help but let out a wry smile. Before long, the doorbell to the small courtyard rang twice. Zhang Chong retrieved a powerful high-voltage electric baton from beneath the coffee table and opened the entrance door. Instantly, a suffocating wave of heat surged in, as though he was facing a raging inferno. Approaching the iron gate of the small courtyard, he opened the side door and saw Uncle Chun alight from a vehicle, hurriedly running to the back, opening the trunk and unloading 2 cardboard boxes, placing them before Zhang Chong. With a wave of his hand, Uncle Chun quickly returned to his car and drove away. Zhang Chong carried the 2 boxes into the courtyard, locked the side door securely, and returned inside, closing the entrance door tightly. Already drenched in sweat, he first took a warm shower in the bathroom, changed out his clothes, and tossed them into the washing machine, donning only a pair of oversized shorts as he returned to the living room. Upon opening the 2 boxes, he discovered them neatly filled with food supplies: 10 bags of dried yak beef jerky, 15 bags of barley grain cakes, 10 bags of dried vegetables, and 10 boxes of canned beef and lamb products. He waved his hand, storing the food from the 2 boxes onto the shelves of the instant food section in his space. Though he did not lack such resources, the gesture of sending supplies during these times was indeed a kindness, he mused. Regardless of what the future held, he would remember this favor. Brewing a pot of Maojian tea, he settled onto the sofa to savor it, recalling Uncle Chin's message about the current slight chaos outside, prompting his mind to race with thoughts. He remembered the last time he was in the city with Uncle Chun and his friend at a restaurant. While driving home, he passed by an automotive trading city, where the ground-level shops appeared to be several 4S dealerships selling cars. This thought brought a faint smile to his face, like a 10 o'clock in the evening. The sky still held a faint light, not yet fully dark, that he retrieved the off-road vehicle from a space and parked it in the small courtyard, deciding to venture out. The outside temperature remained scorching. He glanced at the outdoor thermometer, which read 42 degrees, slightly cooler than during the day. Leaving Sha Chong at home to guard the place, Zhang Chong drove away from the community towards the automotive trading city in the city center. The roads were sparsely populated with vehicles, and few pedestrians could be seen, likely due to the oppressive heat, as everyone stayed indoors to cool off. At an intersection, a police car with flashing lights was on patrol, its 2 officers seated inside with closed windows, gazing down at their phones. Zhang Chong parked his car over 300 meters from the automotive trading city, pulling over to the side, lighting a cigarette. He observed the darkness enveloping the sky. Checking the time, it was 10:20. He decided to wait until 11 o'clock before proceeding. Turning on the frequency radio, he listened to the news from the Tibetan region, reporting an influx of residents migrating from other provinces to various areas in Tibet. This has led to a shortage of daily necessities and resources, resulting in a chaotic social order and rapidly rising prices. However, with effective government regulation across Tibet, prices were gradually stabilizing and social order was slowly improving. Zhang Chong sighed, hoping for genuine stability. Otherwise, he would struggle to sleep soundly in the future. As 11 o'clock approached, Zhang Chong turned off the engine, locked the car doors, and walked along the sidewalk towards the automotive trading city. The solar streetlights on either side of the road shone brightly, with the occasional car speeding past. The asphalt road, scorched by the day's intense sun, had become somewhat soft, emitting a mist-like vapor in the distance. The stone-paved sidewalk remained hot beneath his feet. Zhang Chong noticed a family, comprised of men, women, and children, slowly making their way forward, burdened with backpacks and dragging suitcases. They were likely fleeing from inland provinces. Turning the corner, he arrived at the automotive trading city, where the shops and buildings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. Zhang Chong recalled that it was currently a scheduled power outage, and the entire city was essentially without electricity. He retrieved a pair of outdoor night vision goggles from his backpack and donned them, instantly clarifying his surroundings. The iron gate of the trading city was tightly shut, but a faint candlelight flickered in the guard room, indicating someone was on duty. Zhang Chong strolled slowly along the sidewalk outside the shops, carefully observing his surroundings. Peering through the tall glass windows of the stores, he surveyed the interior. 34 car dealerships had double safety glass doors that opened inward. The showrooms displayed various brands and models of cars, SUVs, and vans, while the last dealership specializing in RVs housed only two large, luxurious, foreign-brand off-road RVs. Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the window of his dealership, scrutinizing the safety glass wall. Every 2 meters, there were sliding windows elevated at a height of 1.6 meters. Zhang Chong took a pair of thin cotton gloves from his multifunctional outdoor backpack, attempted to slide one of the windows. But it did not budge. Locked firmly from the inside, he retrieved a military-grade dagger from his space, sliding it into the gap between the windows, slowly applying pressure to unlock it. Carefully, he opened the window a little, then deftly climbed into the showroom. Shutting the window behind him, he meticulously examined the showroom. Noting 2 offices, a small conference room, and a storage room, he first entered the storage room, where shelves against the wall and on the floor were neatly stocked with boxes of various models of fully synthetic motor oil, antifreeze, oil filters, air conditioning filters, brand new explosion-proof tires, a complete set of maintenance and repair tools, RV-specific batteries, a portable electric air pump, and 20 barrels of diesel and gasoline, each containing 50 liters. That he waved his hand, transferring all the items from the storage room, along with the shelves, into a space in the office. He found only the keys to the 2 large, heavy-duty RVs parked in the showroom, with nothing else of value to collect. Returning to the showroom, he waved his hand again, storing the 2 luxurious off-road RVs into his space. Exiting the 4S dealership, he employed the same method to enter the other 2 car dealerships. He collected 4 SUVs and 3 small vans, locating their corresponding keys and transferring all maintenance supplies stored in the storage rooms of the 2 dealerships into his space. After leaving the 4S dealerships, he quickly returned on foot to the street where he had parked the off-road vehicle. Driving smoothly back to the community, he parked the off-road vehicle in the small courtyard, covering it with a thick black sunshade and setting up a foldable canvas sunshade on the vehicle. Upon entering the house, Sha Chong rushed to greet him, wagging his tail incessantly. After calming the dog for a while, Zhang Chong glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30, and his clothes were thoroughly soaked in sweat. He took a warm shower, returned to his room, switched on the air conditioning, and laid down on the soft beat. As his consciousness entered the space, he arranged the 9 vehicles he had collected in the area designated for motorized transportation, lined up neatly in 3 rows by size and type. That on the other side were 12 different models of lightweight motorized boats, alongside 2 types of emergency escape vehicles. Gazing at these acquired resources, Zhang Chong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His outing today had yielded quite a rewarding haul. As the temperature gradually rose, the outdoor temperature had reached 52 degrees during the day, and while the nights were somewhat better, they never dipped below 42 degrees. The relentless sun shone for nearly 16 hours a day, prompting Zhang Chong to adjust his daily physical combat training schedule. The duration has been reduced from 2 hours to 1, not out of fear of enduring heat, but due to the excessive loss of sweat that could easily lead to dehydration. The government has officially changed the schedule for purchasing various daily necessities to after 10 o'clock at night, as the daytime temperatures are unbearable. When venturing outside without proper precautions against heat, one can quickly succumb to dehydration or even heat stroke. The official supply point near the community, while procuring supplies. I encountered Uncle Chun, who was managing the order among the residents. He appeared significantly more haggard compared to our last meal together. With a bitter smile, Uncle Chun advised Zhang Chong to take care to prevent heat-related issues at home, especially warning against falling ill. The hospitals within the city are currently overwhelmed with patients suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration, many of whom have not survived. The only treatments available now involve physical cooling methods, as there are no medications left to dispense. After a sigh, Zhang Chong furrowed his brow and gently remarked that wasn't a large material reserve base established in Tibet quite some time ago. It is one of the few significant strategic material reserve bases in the nation, and it should have medical supplies as well. Whitehaven the hospitals requested assistance. Uncle Chun shook his head and explained that the large reserve base in Tibet primarily stores state-level strategic materials that can be preserved for extended periods, such as non-renewable energy resources, various weaponry and ammunition for national defense, and engineering machinery for disaster relief. The base also holds precious metals, rare earth products, medical equipment, disinfectants, and strategic goods like cotton, sugar, salt, soybeans, corn, rice, and flour. Medications, on the other hand, are classified as provincial-level temporary resources and, generally, only a 6-month supply of common anti-inflammatory, antibiotic, and fever-reducing medications is stored based on the population. Other types of medications are sent monthly from inland provinces as per regular demand. Tibet is one of the provinces least affected by extreme climatic disasters. While inland areas suffer from relentless torrential rains and heavy snow, the government and various civil organizations have generously dispatched a multitude of medical supplies and medications from their reserves to assist other provinces in urgent need. However, following the torrential rains and heavy snow, an unanticipated year-and-a-half-long spell of extreme cold ensued, resulting in over 2 years of continuous consumption of medical supplies in Tibet without any replenishment. Zhang Chong pondered whether any medications could possibly remain. The residents are now more fearful of illness than hunger or hardship. When sickness strikes, they must endure it alone, survive it, and they live on, fail to endure, and death is their only recourse. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Zhang Chong felt a wave of confusion and despair wash over him, recalling the middle-aged man in the black market of Mongkong, desperately seeking medicine for his child, willing to sacrifice his most cherished possessions for life-saving treatment. He also thought of Uncle Chun's friend, who, regardless of whom he traded with, managed to exchange a considerable amount of energy resources for merely 10 boxes of medication, enough for a year's supply for his loved ones. Zhang Chong fell silent, unsure of what to say next, and slowly walked home with a month's worth of supplies in hand. The night sky was exceptionally beautiful, although there was not a whisper of wind. The heat remained oppressive, yet Zhang Chong felt an increasing chill within his heart. Since his last nighttime excursion for supplies, he had confined himself indoors, even avoiding the small yard. His day consisted of merely 1 hour of physical training, preparing 2 meals, and otherwise sitting idly, sipping tea, scrolling through his phone, or sleeping, reluctant to move. Silly Chong, aside from eating, drinking, and attending to nature's calls, lay on the floor near the air conditioner, playing dead. Outside, the daytime temperature had soared to 56 degrees, transcending mere heat in such relentless, scorching conditions. The once abundant water resources of the Linji region, its rivers, lakes, and streams, were evaporating, leaving behind barren land and cracked earth, as vast expanses of verdant flora continued to wither. A notification chimed on his phone. It was a reminder from the municipal authorities regarding the limited water supply. Starting tomorrow, water would only be available for 3 hours a day, from 7 to 8 in the morning, 12 to 1 at noon, and 7 to 8 in the evening. Zhang Chong glanced at the 1-ton water storage tank in his living room, which he had neglected to refill after emptying it yesterday. Remembering an outstanding favor owed to Uncle Chun, he picked up his phone and sent a message. The government is reducing the water supply hours. I have an extra 1-ton water tank and a soft water hose for you to use. Uncle Chin quickly replied, expressing his concern over how to collect and store water in the future, and offered to come by immediately to pick it up. Zhang Chong responded, sure, Just ring the doorbell twice. He carried the water tank and hose to the front of the small yard, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Soon, the doorbell rang twice, and upon opening the iron gate, he saw Uncle Chun and his wife. Both bundled up for protection, swiftly relocating the water tank outside before hastily departing. After securely locking the gate and returning indoors, Zhang Chong was drenched in sweat. His face flushed, he poured 3 basins of warm water over himself in the bathroom before feeling somewhat refreshed. Back in the living room, he set the air conditioner to 25 degrees and sat on the sofa, allowing the oppressive heat to gradually dissipate. He retrieved another 1-ton water tank from the storage area and placed it in the living room where the previous one had been. Lighting a cigarette, he reclined on the sofa, contemplating the wisdom of not incurring debts of gratitude, especially during these times. He felt that he had repaid Uncle Chin's favor and resolved to limit future interactions. His phone buzzed incessantly with new messages, prompting him to grumble about the relentless pressures of existence. 2 notifications from the municipal authorities arrived, one announcing a reduction in power supply hours due to the recent extreme heat causing significant overload on power lines and transformers, now limited to 3 hours a day, mirroring the water supply schedule. The second was from the gas company, indicating that due to the excessive heat, the gas pipelines had overheated, posing a fire and explosion hazard, and would temporarily cease gas supply. Zhang Chong sighed, realizing that conditions would only become increasingly difficult. He mentally surveyed his resource storage area, noting that 16 large-capacity liquefied gas tanks, each holding 50 kilograms, remained. This should suffice for an extended period. These tanks had been procured at no cost from a large supermarket in Chengdu and have been stored ever since. From the kitchen supplies area, he retrieved a liquefied gas stove, placed it in the kitchen, connected a gas hose to one of the tanks, and upon testing, a vibrant blue flame ignited. He thought to himself, let the gas supply halt. Even if water and electricity are cut off, it won't significantly disrupt my daily life. With the ongoing extreme heat, outages would inevitably occur. No one could continue working under such soaring temperatures. From this point forward, he would need to exercise greater caution. As the numerous solar photovoltaic panels on his roof had become rather conspicuous, yet he mused, he could not forsake them simply because they stood out. The sunlight in such sweltering weather offered an inexhaustible source of free energy. If one is excessively concerned about the feelings of others, perhaps life itself holds little value. Observing the vast array of high-capacity batteries within the space, solar photovoltaic power generation, high-pressure intelligent lithium battery storage systems, portable mobile power sources, all have been retrieved and connected to power lines to be fully charged. Upon being stored, these items are instantly sorted and neatly stacked. The extreme heat has persisted for 6 months, with daytime outdoor temperatures consistently hovering around 62 degrees. The sun blazes like a colossal fireball, scorching everything upon the earth. Zhang Chong lies languidly on the bamboo mat-covered living room floor, watching Shai Chong in the corner, lapping up water from a bowl. Electricity and water supply remain at a normal distribution of 3 hours each day, although the water flow has noticeably diminished. Monthly procurement of daily necessities continues as usual, albeit with a significant reduction in both variety and quantity, particularly food, which has decreased by a quarter. Zhang Chong examines the latest government-issued regulations on daily necessities distribution for residents, published online, and finds them markedly different from previous ones. It is evident that the government is striving to control the consumption of various reserve supplies to the greatest extent possible. However, he feels a sense of gratitude, even in such extreme heat. The government manages to maintain basic provisions, evoking admiration for the strength and foresight of the nation. During his last outing to procure supplies, he overheard neighbors discussing the installation of underground basements in their homes for respite from the heat. Zhang Chong felt a twinge of surprise, but understood the necessity. 3 hours electricity per day is indeed insufficient. Once the air conditioning is turned off, the room temperature rapidly escalates, turning it into a steam room. Living and resting in a basement is undoubtedly a wise choice. His own home is equipped with solar photovoltaic power generation facilities, allowing him to switch power supply modes. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to dig a basement. For such high temperatures could indeed be life-threatening. Uncle Chun added Zhang Chong to the neighborhood group, though he held little interest. However, upon hearing Uncle Chen mention that many neighbors in the community possess significant status and resources, frequently exchanging various supplies in the group, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to join. Upon entering the group, he discovered that it included not only residents of his own community, but also many from nearby upscale neighborhoods. Almost daily, individuals with diverse needs post requests for exchanges of goods. Those interested in trading would reach out privately. Zhang Chong mostly browses the posted items out of boredom. Many are ordinary daily necessities that hardly seem worth trading. A neighbor from nearby sent him a private message inquiring if he had any surplus outdoor solar photovoltaic power generation equipment available for a high price. Zhang Chong chuckled, likely having seen the solar panels installed on his roof and balcony. He promptly replied that he neither lacked points nor ordinary daily necessities. After sending the message, he wondered if he had been a bit too ostentatious, but felt it might deter further disturbances. Unexpectedly, the neighbor responded with an unexpected message. Upon seeing the protective measures around your villa's small courtyard and windows, I can tell you certainly are not in want of supplies. I harbor no ill intent. Merely wishing to ensure my family lives comfortably, I offer you 10 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, in exchange for a complete set of solar photovoltaic power generation equipment. Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and replied with a counteroffer of 30 gold bars. Non-negotiable. A mere 10 minutes later, the neighbor agreed to the deal, specifying that the equipment must be in perfect condition and that the exchange will take place at 11 o'clock tonight at your courtyard gate. Zhang Chong replied with an affirmation, requesting they ring the doorbell 4 times upon arrival, that he then retrieved a complete set of solar photovoltaic power generation equipment, along with the necessary components, installation tools, and user manual from the electrical hardware section of his space. Packaging them together, at precisely 11 o'clock, the doorbell rang 4 times. Zhang Chong moved the equipment to the front gate and discreetly secured his Glock handgun to his waist. He opened the small side door to find a man and a woman standing outside, the man holding a small suitcase. Upon seeing Zhang Chong, the man placed the suitcase on the ground and opened it, revealing 6 neatly arranged rows of investment gold bars. Zhang Chong glanced into the suitcase, gesturing for them to take the power generation equipment. The duo lifted the equipment and swiftly departed, their figures quickly swallowed by the night. Zhang Chong picked up the suitcase, locked the small side door, and returned indoors. Within mere minutes, he was drenched in sweat, as though he had been in a steam room, the oppressive heat making even breathing feel labored. He first took a shower in the bathroom, then returned to the living room, where he opened the suitcase to reveal 30 gleaming gold bars, reflecting the light with a dazzling golden glow. He stored the 30 gold bars in a dedicated compartment on his gold shelf within the space, bringing his total to 55 bars weighing 500 grams each, along with 24 1-kilogram bars in 2 metal suitcases. Lighting a cigarette, he contemplated how, prior to the extreme disaster, these gold bars would have been worth over 20 million, allowing for substantial material reserves. Yet now, alas, the following morning, while enjoying breakfast, he received a private message from the neighbor regarding the transaction of the power generation equipment. Consisting of just 2 words, "Thank you," Zhang Chong smiled and set his phone aside. Rising early, he freshened up and commenced his daily regimen of physical combat training, though only an hour long. Zhang Chong found it particularly excruciating, drenched in sweat as it dripped onto the floor. Exercising in such high temperatures is indeed a formidable test of one's willpower. After his workout, he took a shower, cleaned the floor, and entered the kitchen that he first activated the portable air conditioning unit, setting the temperature to 24 degrees, and soon the kitchen became pleasantly cool. Suddenly, he craved braised pork. Gazing into the fridge, he retrieved a 2-kilogram slab of pork belly from the freezer to thaw. Touching the chilled meat while observing the blistering sunlight outside brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. He cooked a pot of rice in the rice cooker and prepared a refreshing salad of lettuce. The vibrant green lettuce, enhanced with fragrant cilantro, drizzled with sesame oil, aromatic vinegar, and sprinkled with pepper, ignited his appetite. But he mixed some braised pork with rice for Shai Chong, who devoured it with enthusiasm. Zhang Chong surveyed the table, pleased to see a balanced meal of both meat and vegetables that in these times, indulging in such a breakfast felt almost extravagant. Notifications from a neighborhood group on his phone continued to buzz incessantly, prompting Zhang Chong to furrow his brow. complaints arose regarding the daily struggle to fill their bellies, compounded by the lack of electricity as sweat poured down even while sitting still. Yet, some remained comfortably inside, enjoying air conditioning and feasting, their dogs appearing plump and well-fed. How terribly unfair. Many in the group chimed in, echoing one another's sentiments. Though no names were mentioned, Zhang Chong was well aware they were referring to him. Recently, he had been cooped up in his room all day, feeling somewhat despondent at a few nights. He took his dog out for walks in the community, where neighbors spotted them. Additionally, he made monthly visits to the official supply point at night to procure various daily necessities. Often accompanied by his simple-minded companion T. O. His surprise, he attracted the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals in the neighborhood. As he read the messages in the neighborhood group chat, a smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. It was truly naive and juvenile for anyone to cling to the fantasy of fairness in these times. One could hardly fathom how they had managed to survive this long. Setting his phone down, he picked up a piece of succulent, well-cooked pork, savoring its flavors while chewing slowly. It was a tad rich, yet delectable, and he couldn't resist indulging in a second bowl of rice. Feeling slightly stuffed, as the dishes were particularly appetizing. After tidying up, he brewed a pot of Longjing tea, watching the tender green leaves unfurl in the hot water, a gentle aroma wafting through the air. Lighting a cigarette, he took a moment to observe his dog, who was eagerly lapping at the water bowl, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Even the dog seemed to have grown tired of the rich pork. He picked up his phone and logged into the online service hall of Tsang province, checking the balance on his chip card, which still held 2,285 points, scanning through the consumption records of the past few months. He noted that he had transferred 6,000 points in rent to the landlord twice, recharged the electricity twice costing 600 points, topped up his phone card for 100 points, and purchased various supplies at the official points 7 times for a total of 975 points. With the remaining points on the card, he realized he wouldn't even have enough to cover the next rent payment. Moreover, he had to make his monthly trip to procure daily necessities. Although he didn't genuinely need to buy those items, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. After all, it was best to minimize any suspicions from others. The oppressive heat outside made the thought of exchanging points feel like a torment not worth enduring, so he decided to wait a little longer. As he pondered this, a loud banging echoed from the iron gate of the courtyard, accompanied by several voices shouting. His dog perked up immediately, rushing to the front door, pacing back and forth while growling. Zhang Chong chuckled to himself, amused at the impatience of some individuals. It was a scorching day with temperatures soaring above 60 degrees. However, he welcomed the interruption as it would eliminate the need for future vigilance, resolving the matter in one fell swoop. After sipping some hot tea, he retrieved a high-powered stun baton from beneath the coffee table. He thought for a moment, considering that if they were undeterred by the heat, he might as well turn up the temperature for them. He then fetched a handheld flame thrower from the storage space. Opening the front door, he left his dog inside and stepped towards the courtyard gate, inquiring, "What do you want?" A man's voice responded from outside. "My house was robbed last night, and all my supplies were taken. A neighbor saw you lurking around my doorstep. You must be the thief. Open the door and let us search your house." The other men echoed his sentiments, insisting that if he was innocent, he would allow them to enter and investigate, threatening to break down the door otherwise. Zhang Chong couldn't help but laugh, retorting, "If your house was robbed, you should contact the police. Expecting to burst into someone else's home without any evidence is akin to being a rogue. Besides, how much could your supplies possibly be worth for someone to brave the heat to steal? Honestly, you people have no shame. The sun itself could hardly penetrate your thick skin." The group of men, already frazzled by the heat, began kicking the door in frustration upon hearing Zhang Chong's taunts. He swiftly removed the lock from the small side door, flinging it open while raising the flamethrower. A searing jet of fire erupted, sweeping over the men, whose horrified screams filled the air. As the flames subsided, Zhang Chong unleashed the stun baton, delivering jolts of electricity to the men, their wails mingling with the crackling sounds of the device throughout the neighborhood. The men lay convulsing on the sun-baked ground, their bodies contorted in agony. Zhang Chong secured the side door and returned inside, realizing he had only been outside for a mere 10 minutes, yet felt overheated and drenched in sweat. After rinsing off with several bowls of warm water in the bathroom, he gradually felt more at ease. Back in the living room, he downed 2 bottles of sports vitamin drinks in quick succession. Feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, his dog bounded over, nuzzling against his leg with its soft fur. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a flurry of discussions in the neighbor group chat regarding the earlier horrific screams. The families of the men were dragging them back home under the sweltering sun. Zhang Chong understood that even if they were taken to the hospital, treatment would likely be futile under such extreme conditions. If their families decided to involve the police, he would be justified in claiming self-defense. Lost in thought, his phone rang, revealing a call from Uncle Chun. He answered promptly as Chun relayed that he had witnessed the entire scene from his window and reassured Zhang Chong that he would assist if any complications arose. Zhang Chong exchanged pleasantries, reflecting that this was a minor debt of gratitude, but it certainly helped him avoid considerable trouble. That afternoon, the neighborhood echoed with cries from several households, and Zhang Chong, half awake on the sofa, stretched languidly. Later that evening, 2 police cars arrived to take statement from the deceased men's families and sought out Zhang Chong to gather information. He recounted the events accurately, with Uncle Chun corroborating his account as a witness to the attempted robbery. After taking notes, the officers exchanged glances with Zhang Chong and left without further comment. Word spread quickly throughout the community that a young man named Zhang Chong, who owned a robust dog, was not to be trifled with. Upon waking the next morning, Zhang Chong completed his physical training and showered. Noticing the water tank was nearly half emptied, he decided to take advantage of the morning supply times to refill it. However, upon turning on the tap, he found no water. Checking the time, he saw it was 7:10 a.m., well within the designated supply hours. Confused, he opened the neighborhood group chat to find a barrage of complaints about the morning's lack of water and electricity. Zhang Chong deduced 2 possibilities. Either there was a complete outage or the supply times have been shortened again, with the latter being more likely that a total interruption of water and power would lead to societal chaos. Something the authorities surely wanted to avoid. With daytime temperatures already soaring to 65 degrees, life without water and electricity would become exceedingly difficult. While having breakfast, he received an official text alert stating that due to the persistent rise in temperature, the water and power supply systems were experiencing high failure rates and damage. From today onward, water and electricity will only be supplied from 11:30 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Chong let out a sigh. This meant that in the future, there would only be 1.5 hours of supply each day. When the night air grew slightly cooler, he would need to check the well in the small courtyard to see if it was still capable of providing water. The well driller had previously assured him that there would be a water source underground at a depth of 4 to 5 meters and that there was no need to dig too deep. However, Zhang Chong insisted on having the well drilled to a depth of 10 meters, believing that drawing water should not pose any problems. Fortunately, he had also had the foresight to ask the driller to install a dark-colored sunshade over the well. At 11 o'clock that night, he arrived at the small courtyard, where the sweltering air felt akin to being roasted beside a furnace. He connected the electric pump's power line to a portable high-capacity battery, poured some water into the well, and flipped the pump switch. Within approximately half a minute, the well's faucet gushed forth with cool, clear underground water. Zhang Chong filled a small bucket with the pristine water, marveling at its clarity and cleanliness. Silly Chong frolicked joyfully beneath the flowing water, while Zhang Chong retrieved a soft hose, attaching it to the faucet to water the cement floor of the courtyard. Seeking to cool it down, steam continuously rose from the ground, and after half an hour of watering, the courtyard floor finally cooled off. He filled the artificial pond, which was lined with pebbles and had become parched, to the brim with water. Upon inspecting the flower bed, he discovered that the plants had withered completely. The once loamy soil had cracked and hardened. He watered the nursery thoroughly, and the drenched soil regained its softness. After returning indoors and taking a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed and contemplated before picking up his phone to send a message to Uncle Chun. I have a well in my courtyard that can draw underground water with excellent quality. If you're in need of water, feel free to come by anytime. He soon received a reply from Uncle Chun. Thank you. We still have enough water for now. The 1-ton capacity water tank you provided has been extremely helpful. Currently, when water comes, we fill the storage tank first. The heat is unbearable. It's hard to breathe inside. Please take care to avoid heat stroke. It seems this weather won't cool down anytime soon. Zhang Chang pondered for a moment and replied, I also have a set of solar photovoltaic equipment in this weather, it should generate enough power for your air conditioning needs. You can come and collect it. Uncle Chin quickly responded with gratitude. Thank you. I'll come by to pick it up and install it while it's still cool outside. I'll ring the doorbell shortly. Zhang Chang replied, all right. He got out of bed and walked to the living room. Retrieving a complete set of solar photovoltaic equipment, along with the necessary components, installation tools, and user manual, packaging them together. Moments later, the doorbell rang twice, and Zhang Chang carried the equipment to the front gate of the courtyard. Upon opening the side door, he saw Uncle Chun and his wife. With a smile, he said, here is the complete home solar photovoltaic system I've packaged for you. It includes an installation manual. It's quite easy to set up. It's too hot outside. Please take it back quickly. Uncle Chun and his wife, smiling, replied, thank you very much. With that, they picked up the equipment and turned to leave. Zhang Chang watched their departing figures, letting out a soft sigh. Living these days was truly not easy. Once again, it was the day of the month for purchasing various supplies. At 11 o'clock at night, Zhang Chang stepped outside. This time, he didn't bring Silly Chong along. Not because he didn't want to, but because the dog had poked its head out the door, then retreated back into the living room, lying on the floor, utterly unwilling to go out. As he opened the front door, a wave of suffocating heat hit him, and he could feel sweat immediately begin to bead on his skin. Glancing at the outdoor thermometer hanging in the courtyard pavilion, he noted it read 58 degrees. This was still the nighttime temperature, and he dared not even imagine the daytime heat. Neighbors strolled along the community path in small groups, some as families, others as close friends, all heading out to purchase supplies. Typically, they would remain indoors, doing everything possible to escape the sweltering heat. The variety and quantity of available supplies had diminished further, yet the prices had risen significantly. Packaged dried yak meat was no longer available, and for packaged dried vegetables, individuals were limited to purchasing only 2 bags. For barley and mixed grain cakes, each person could buy a maximum of 15 bags. Other daily necessities were also alarmingly scarce. In the official sales point hall, many residents were chattering loudly with the staff. Zhang Chang always ensured he purchased the maximum allowable amount within the limits. Carrying his supplies, he silently exited the sales point, making his way back towards his home. He contemplated how the government continually reduced the variety and quantity of daily supplies available, particularly food items, indicating that their reserves were likely running low. This also suggested that the government might completely cease supply. Perhaps in a few months, next year, or even next month. In truth, it was quite remarkable that the government had managed to maintain basic supply levels for ordinary residents throughout this period of extreme adversity. Lighting a cigarette, he walked while smoking, the sweat cascading down his forehead and face. Yearning to return home for a refreshing shower on the way, he encountered a young couple. Zhang Chang prepared to step aside, but the young man paused, looked at Zhang Chang, and said, hello, we live in the same community very close to your home. Thank you for selling us a set of solar photovoltaic equipment last time. Otherwise, our family would have suffered greatly in this heat. Zhang Chang halted and regarded the young couple, recalling their familiarity. They were the same pair from that night, when he had traded the solar equipment for investment gold bars. He smiled and said, no need for thanks. Our transaction was fair and equal. Nothing more. The young woman looked at Zhang Chang and asked, are you able to acquire food supplies? We can purchase them at 5 times the market price in points or exchange them for investment gold bars. We have elderly and children at home, especially the children who are currently growing. The quantities of food available at the official sales point were far too limited, and they sought to procure more through alternative channels. Zhang Chang took a drag from his cigarette, slightly furrowing his brow in thought, and then replied, leave your phone number, and I will contact you via text. He then took out his phone, and they exchanged contact information. Upon returning home, he first took a refreshing shower and drank 2 bottles of lightly salted water before gradually regaining his energy. Picking up his phone, he saw that the young man had sent him a message. Hello. Any food supplies will do. We can provide points or investment gold bars in advance. Zhang Chang reflected on the fact that he still had 2,285 points left on his supply exchange chip card. In such weather, he was reluctant to venture out to redeem points. Initially, he had considered whether he could exchange points at the nearby official supply point, but Uncle Chun informed him that due to the extreme heat, the government had reduced the number of exchange points, leaving only a few designated locations in the city for such transactions. This serendipitously spared him the arduous trip downtown to redeem points. However, observing the current situation in the province, it was likely that points would soon lose any value, that he reasoned that he had enough points to cover half a year's rent and purchase various living supplies for that duration. After that, he could only go with the flow and make future plans as necessary. Food supplies would only continue to become scarcer and more expensive. He glanced at the shelves in his space designated for convenient instant food. He had accumulated 160 bags of barley and mixed grain cakes and 40 bags of dried vegetables. He quickly found several large boxes and stored all the barley cakes and dried vegetables in one designated corner of his space. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to the young man. A friend has 160 bags of barley and mixed grain cakes and 40 bags of dried vegetables. The quality of the food is impeccable. I require 6,000 points and 5 investment gold bars, non-negotiable. If interested, we can conduct the exchange tomorrow night at 11 in front of my house. He soon received a reply from the young man. Deal. Please provide me with your supply points exchange chip card account, and I will transfer the points to you. The 5 investment gold bars will be given to you during the exchange tomorrow night. Zhang Chong sent his chip card account details that a few minutes later, in the service hall of the convenience website, he discovered that his chip card had accrued an additional 6,000 points, bringing his total balance to 285 points. The following night at 11 o'clock, a young couple from his neighborhood arrived punctually at the entrance of Zhang Chong's courtyard to conduct their transaction, after several trips back and forth. They successfully moved all the goods and departed. Returning indoors, Zhang Chong carefully stored the 5 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, in a designated compartment of his shelving unit for gold. Sitting on the living room sofa, he gazed upon the 60 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, along with the 24 heavier bars of 1,000 grams secured within 2 metal briefcases. He contemplated the hope that these investment bars would prove invaluable in the future. Wishing for the swift passage of the extreme disasters that had plagued his previous life, which had been fraught with hardships and ultimately led to his demise, I end this life. Zhang Chong yearned fervently for the climate-related calamities currently facing him to dissipate quickly, allowing him to live a life of tranquility, peace, and benevolence, devoid of trials and dangers. Even if his meals consisted solely of coarse pickled vegetables and required daily toil, he still regarded it as a rare form of happiness. Life unfolded in a calm and remarkably fulfilling manner. Without comparisons, there existed no pain. Whenever he observed the waves of lamentation and various grievances in the neighborhood chat group on his phone, Zhang Chong would sigh for them, yet simultaneously feel a sense of contentment and gratitude for his own satisfactory existence, that he relished the uninterrupted coolness of the air conditioning, enjoyed a diverse array of dishes with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and savored the variety of delectable meals that never repeated. While facing the same extreme disasters, his life was starkly different. Zhang Chong reclined in a genuine leather massage chair, savoring a piece of preserved plum candy while indulging in a luxurious full-body massage. Glancing at the date on his phone, he noted that it was May 17, 2038. The global extreme climate disaster had commenced with torrential rains on September 17, 2035, followed by heavy snow, a frigid spell. And now the sweltering heat that had persisted for 2 years and 8 months. The extreme heat had persisted for 9 months, with outdoor daytime temperatures soaring to 70 degrees since last week. Zhang Chong had ceased his physical combat training. The wall-mounted air conditioning unit struggled to cool the room for even an hour before it would pause momentarily. The outdoor heat was so intense that the air conditioner's external unit, subjected to extreme temperatures for prolonged periods, significantly affected the indoor cooling. When he first moved in, Zhang Chong had wisely placed sunshade heat insulation panels atop all outdoor air conditioning units to prevent damage from the scorching sun during the heat wave. Looking back, it was indeed a prudent decision that he had relocated the portable air conditioning unit from the kitchen to his room, and only with both units operating simultaneously did he experience any relief from the heat. Silly Chong lay on the floor, eyes closed, nearly motionless. Now, Zhang Chong and his dog had confined their activities to the guest room downstairs. The smaller indoor space allowed for quicker and cooler air conditioning. If he could avoid cooking, he did. opting for prepackaged meals for all 3 daily meals that on occasions when he desired to improve his diet and ventured into the kitchen, it required 2 trips to the shower to refresh himself. Zhang Chong was munching on an apple, taking a bite for himself, and tossing a piece to Silly Chong. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a text message. It was from Uncle Chun, warning that water and electricity supplies might soon be completely halted. And the monthly procurement of supplies would also be interrupted. He had just received notice from higher authorities. You should plan ahead. Zhang Chong stood from the massage chair, then slowly sat back down. This news was anything but favorable. In truth, the cessation of water and electricity, along with the suspension of supply purchases, would have little impact on him personally. However, the entire social order would descend into chaos. Without the constraints of law and morality, people would resort to any means necessary. Zhang Chong understood all too well the kind of survival environment that awaited: brutal, bloody, fraudulent, barbaric, marked by behaviors devoid of any moral scruples. He reread Uncle Chin's message and replied, "If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. What are your plans?" Uncle Chin quickly responded that since the onset of the extreme disaster, every region in the Tibetan province had been working to establish a refuge base capable of accommodating approximately 50,000 residents. The resident refuge base in Millen County had just been completed 2 months ago. That he and his spouse were set to leave their community around 10 o'clock tonight, along with their entire department, to the refuge base for new work assignments, where they would also reside. Zhang Chong replied that it sounded promising. At least they would be safe at the base, with a degree of assurance for their lives. Far better than remaining there. Perhaps he would also go to the base in the future, and they could see each other often. Uncle Chin responded, "Let's hope so." "Yes," you said, "we will only take a few personal items. Clothing and essentials that we won't be taking much else. After we leave, I will place the keys to my home at your doorstep. If you find anything you can use, feel free to keep it. Additionally, I've left the water storage tank and solar photovoltaic equipment in the living room." Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and replied, "Before you leave, please ring the doorbell twice. I'd like to see you off." After a while, he received Uncle Chin's response. "All right." Zhang Chong glanced at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He retrieved 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes, 2 bottles of Laojiao Teku, a beautifully packaged tea gift set, and a box of candies from the storage area in his space. Placing them into ABAGA as 10 o'clock approached, the doorbell rang twice. Zhang Chong picked up the bag, opened the front door, and stepped into the courtyard. Instantly, it felt as if he were being roasted in an oven. The scorching air making it difficult to breathe, that he opened the small side gate of the courtyard and saw Uncle Chun standing by a car. Zhang Chong handed the bag to Uncle Chun, who smiled at him, accepted the offering, placed it in the car, and gently handed Zhang Chong 2 keys, saying, "Take care of yourself." Zhang Chong nodded and replied with a smile, "I will. You too." Uncle Chun turned and got into the car. Driving away from the community, Zhang Chong walked over to the row of houses belonging to Uncle Chun, used the keys to unlock the courtyard gate and the entrance door, and entered the living room. He noticed the water storage tank on the floor and the boxes containing the packed solar photovoltaic equipment. Alongside a large cardboard box, he stored the water tank and the box solar photovoltaic equipment in a space. Opening the large cardboard box, he discovered it contained neatly arranged 20 bags of dried yak meat and 15 cans of instant beef and lamb products. These must have been the supplies Uncle Chun left for him. He waved to store the large box in his space, placing it on the shelf reserved for quick meals. After securing the entrance door and the courtyard gate, he tucked the 2 keys into a crevice at the base of the front door steps and turned to head back home. After taking a shower, he entered the guest room, feeling as if he had stepped from one world into another. He glanced at Silly Chong, who lay sprawled on the floor, and said gently, "From now on, you won't be so comfortable. You'll need to take on the responsibility of guarding the house. Your vigilance will ensure our safety on the 5th day after Uncle Chun departed the community. The once daily 1.5-hour supply of water and electricity was completely terminated." An official message arrived, stating that due to the ongoing extreme heat, the water and electricity systems had sustained severe damage from prolonged overuse, rendering them incapable of further supply. Across the city, all official supply points and material exchange locations were suspended from operation. Residents could log onto the convenience website Service Hall to register for accommodation at the city's resident refuge base, or present their identification and material exchange chip cards to apply for registration at the refuge base directly. Zhang Chong read the message on his phone and sighed softly. Uncle Chin's predictions had proven accurate, arriving far too swiftly. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled slowly, contemplating that he had no intention of living in the resident refuge base. Although safety and basic living conditions would be assured there, he preferred his current situation. However, there are numerous regulations and constraints that must be adhered to, and it requires arduous and relentless labor to secure the basic necessities of life. The neighborhood group has erupted into chaos, filled with various insults and complaints, likely in response to official notifications received via text message. Zhang Chong can empathize with such feelings. The abrupt necessity to abandon one's home and relocate with one's family to an entirely unfamiliar place and environment is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet the vast majority of residents will accept this reality, for survival is paramount, and everything else has become inconsequential. Zhang Chong exited the neighborhood group and set down his phone, contemplating that if all the residents, apart from himself, decided to leave, life would indeed become quieter. Without the supply of water, electricity, and various daily necessities, ordinary residents would find it impossible to endure. Nevertheless, one must prepare for contingencies, as humanity devoid of any constraints is inherently unpredictable. In such times, human life is rendered the most trivial and worthless in the dead of night. While drawing water to fill the storage tank in the living room, he heard the cacophony of curses and the sounds of smashing from the community, soon accompanied by anguished wails. Zhang Chong had neither the inclination nor the ability to intervene, aware that such occurrences were inevitable. To manage one's own affairs is the greatest fortune. After filling the storage tank, he added an appropriate amount of purification tablets, began to water the ground in his small yard to cool it down, filled the artificial pond, watered the flower beds, and doused himself several times to alleviate the heat. One must find something to occupy oneself with. Thus, each night unfolded in this manner for Zhang Chong. He could hear the haunting cries and the sounds of violence from the neighborhood or nearby areas every evening. The large iron gate of his yard had been battered twice at night, with intruders attempting to break in. They would be met with several basins of gasoline poured down, followed by a lit piece of wood, resulting in a raging inferno outside the gate, accompanied by horrific screams. Alternatively, if someone attempted to scale the wall or break a window, they would either be viciously attacked by the ferocious dog or engulfed by a sudden, fierce blaze. Zhang Chong found these days particularly exhilarating. Yet mourned the folly of these individuals. After the last incident, when the yard's gate was forcefully rammed open by a vehicle in the dead of night, a dozen brutal assailants armed with various weapons stormed into the yard, only for a high-explosive grenade to detonate within. In the wake of the explosion, there were nearly no survivors. Dismembered limbs and blood stained the ground, and half of the yard's wall collapsed. Wearing outdoor night vision goggles, with a machete in his left hand and a Glock in his right, Zhang Chong searched the vicinity with his dog. Confirming that no one else remained, he returned to the yard, observing the scene before him. He shook his head, soothing the agitated dog. It appeared that staying here was no longer feasible. It was time to leave. He promptly dismantled the solar photovoltaic equipment installed on the roof and balcony, packing it along with its ancillary components into boxes for storage. The electric pumping device for the well in the yard was also packed into a cardboard box and stored away. He collected all the furniture, appliances, liquefied gas stoves, pots, and personal hygiene items from both upstairs and downstairs, leaving only the air conditioning units untouched. Essentially, he had emptied the villa for himself, accompanied by his dog. He exited the community and carefully observed the surroundings in a secluded area. Releasing the dog to scout for anomalies, he retrieved an off-road vehicle from the transportation section of his storage space, parked on the road, and entered the vehicle with the dog, starting the engine and speeding towards the city. Zhang Chong turned on the car's air conditioning. He was drenched in sweat, while the dog lay on the back seat, panting heavily. After driving for over 10 minutes, he arrived near a relatively secluded ecological park in the city, cautiously exited the vehicle with his gun, and surveyed the area for any irregularities, extracting a large barrel of purified water from his storage. He cleansed himself, fed the dog bottled mineral water and several sausages, while he consumed 2 cartons of milk and some dried yak meat. After resting for a brief period in the vehicle, his body gradually returned to a normal temperature. He took out his phone, logged onto the Tibetan Region's website to catch up on the news and assess the overall situation across various regions. He discovered that aside from the provincial capital, Sashi, which remained relatively stable with no significant incidents, other urban areas were in utter chaos. The local governments could only ensure the safety and basic daily needs of residents in designated shelters. With little else to manage, numerous local residents and refugees from inland provinces began to migrate towards the nearby official shelters being established. Exiting the Tibetan Region's website, he logged onto the community service platform, noting that his chip card still held 5,285 points. Last month, he had transferred 3 months' rent to the landlord, and now having departed, there was nothing to be done but accept it. However, reflecting on his time here, over 10 months, he had amassed a substantial amount of energy resources, 9 brand new vehicles, and 35 gold bars, which certainly counted as a bountiful return on investment. He sent a brief message to the landlord, succinctly explaining the current situation regarding the property. After a while, the landlord replied with a terse understood. Setting down his phone, Zhang Chong gazed into the pitch-black night outside the car window. Cracking it open slightly, he lit a cigarette, contemplating his future whereabouts. After careful consideration, he concluded that it would be best to remain adaptable, without the need to establish a rigid target for himself. After all, the entire globe is currently enduring extreme and adverse climatic conditions. There are no sanctuaries unaffected, only varying degrees of disaster. Given that the situation in Sashi appears relatively stable, he decided to head there first, seeking a more comfortable place to reside, at least to endure the extreme heat, with future plans to be made later. Consulting the navigation map, he noted that Sashi was approximately 400 kilometers away. If all went smoothly, he could arrive in just over 6 hours. He promptly set the mobile navigation to take National Highway 318. With the destination set for Sashi, the journey was fraught with danger, yet ultimately uneventful. Many segments of the road had long been left unattended and were in perilous condition, with rocks occasionally tumbling down from the mountainside. The other side of the road, dropping off into deep cliffs. Zhang Chong drove cautiously, his attention fixed unwaveringly on the road ahead, wary of any slip-ups. The dog lay in the back seat, snoring softly, deep in slumber. After navigating the treacherous sections, Zhang Chong parked on a relatively flat stretch of sandy gravel beside the road, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. With just over 90 kilometers remaining to Sashi, Zhang Chong looked out the window, where the horizon was beginning to glow with the golden light of dawn, illuminating the majestic mountains that pierced the clouds. A breathtaking sight, but he glanced at the electronic display in the vehicle, which read 57 degrees outside. It was just 6 o'clock, and the sun had yet to fully rise. He needed to press on. He resumed driving towards Sashi, and just 5 kilometers away from the city, he was stopped by several fully armed police officers at a roadside checkpoint. Zhang Chong slowed the vehicle and parked it, then entered the checkpoint, presenting his identification and the points redemption chip card. After a government official registered his personal information, they conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle, the young officer remarked with a smile. At this time, it's quite impressive to see a dog so well fed. Zhang Chong chuckled in response. Many have said the same that in these times, a dog is far more reliable than people. With it by my side, at least there's nothing to worry about. The young officer nodded in agreement, softly adding, indeed, many people are less dependable than dogs nowadays. The government officials and police officers meticulously completed their inspection of the vehicles, signaling that there were no issues. After a brief inquiry with Zhang Chong, one of the officers issued him a 6-month pass and subsequently allowed him to proceed. Zhang Chong, accompanied by his dog Sha Chong, entered the vehicle and drove towards the city center of Sa City. Upon reaching the checkpoint at the entrance to the city, Zhang Chong presented his identification, chip card, and pass. After verification, the police granted him passage. Gazing at the magnificent Patala Palace, which stood majestically between the mountains, Zhang Chong was struck by its sacred grandeur, radiating a holy brilliance under the light of the rising sun. The streets were sparsely populated, yet the number of vehicles gradually increased. The sunlight grew increasingly intense, prompting Zhang Chong to lower the sun visor and set the air conditioning to its maximum cooling setting, observing the quaint and elegant architecture lining the road. He could faintly hear the melodious chanting from distant temples, immersing himself in the mysterious cultural ambience of this sacred city that beckoned countless devotees to journey long distances, enduring hardships to pay homage. Following the directions from his phone's navigation, Zhang Chong arrived at a 4-star hotel, the Snow Mountain Golden Light Hotel, a 5-story traditional Tibetan-style building located on the main thoroughfare of Chengguan District. Guided by the bellboy, he parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot and turned off the engine. The moment he stepped out with Sha Chong, he was enveloped by a suffocating heat. Even in the underground garage, he pondered what it would be like above ground. Holding Sha Chong's leash and pulling a suitcase, they ascended to the hotel lobby via the elevator. Instantly, a wave of coolness washed over him. The hotel was equipped with a large central air conditioning system. The lobby, adorned in a tall, luxurious yet minimalist Tibetan style, played soothing ethnic music, creating an elegant and comfortable atmosphere. The receptionists, young and beautiful in traditional Tibetan attire, greeted him with warm smiles. Zhang Chong mused to himself, recognizing the distinctiveness of this grand hotel in a provincial capital. Under the guidance of the reception staff, he approached the front desk. Zhang Chong glanced up at the large LCD screen displaying the various room types and prices. His dog, meanwhile, lay sprawled on the marble floor. The front desk attendant greeted him with a friendly smile, inquiring, "Good day, what price range are you looking for?" As Zhang Chong contemplated the room types and their respective prices, he sighed inwardly, realizing that everything appeared satisfactory except for the cost. It was no wonder that Sa City was often regarded as having a high cost of living. Indeed, it was not low. "Please book me a single suite at 368 points per day for 3 days," he replied with a smile that he then retrieved his chip card from his outdoor multifunctional backpack and placed it on the counter. This was the least expensive option he had seen among the various suites. The front desk attendant inserted the chip card into the card reader to register his information, deducting 1,104 points. She then handed him the chip card along with the access card for his suite. With Sha Chong in tow and pulling his suitcase, Zhang Chong took the elevator to his assigned room. 306. Swiping the door card to enter the suite, he was pleasantly surprised. Despite being the most economical option, the room was exquisitely furnished, featuring light gray floor tiles, cream-color wallpaper, and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that muffled the sounds of the bustling street outside. The suite comprised a small living area furnished with a charming 2-person sofa and a coffee table, with a compact refrigerator tucked away in the corner. The bedroom, which included a windowed bathroom, boasted a comfortable 1.8-meter soft mattress bed flanked by bedside tables. On the opposite wall hung a wall-mounted LCD television, and a 2-door wardrobe stood beside it, while a casual chair and a foldable desk occupied the window side. Upon entering, the central air conditioning had already adjusted to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Zhang Chong drew the thick blackout curtains, plunging the room into darkness, and carefully scanned every corner with his phone's camera. Finding nothing amiss, he felt a sense of relief that he set out Sha Chong's water bowl and food dish against the wall, filled the latter with a generous portion of kibble, and watched as his dog eagerly devoured the meal. After retrieving his personal toiletries from the suitcase and placing them in the bathroom, he took a warm shower and loaded his used undergarments, shorts, and t-shirt into the small washing machine. Lying on the bed, he felt his entire body relax. Indeed, he was quite fatigued. He glanced at Sha Chong, who, having eaten his fill, was now curled up on the floor, dozing peacefully. Zhang Chong picked up his phone and logged into the public service online platform, reviewing the housing sale and rental listings in Sa City, as well as the locations for material point exchanges. He also checked his chip card balance, which stood at 4,181 points, recalling the elevator ride where he had seen information about the hotel's Tibetan restaurant and licensed shops. He resolved to take a good nap before heading downstairs to explore. Zhang Chong enjoyed a deep, refreshing sleep, awakening to find it was already past 5 in the afternoon, with Sha Chong having settled at the foot of the bed. He pulled back the curtains to reveal a sweltering sun blazing in a cloudless sky, the long street devoid of pedestrians, and the shops lining the road closed for the day, creating a sense of desolation. In such extreme heat, outdoor activities were no longer feasible. Stretching lazily, he replenished Sha Chong's water bowl and mixed some rice with a can of luncheon meat to feed his dog, descending to the first floor. Zhang Chong entered the Tibetan restaurant, where the staff warmly welcomed him, Seating him at a table for one, they poured him a glass of sweet milk tea and presented the menu. Scanning it, he noted that it primarily featured local specialties at rather steep prices. Looking up at the attendant, he inquired, "Hello, may I ask if the variety and quantity of daily necessities available for purchase by ordinary residents in Sa City are the same as in other regions of Tibet? Are there any restrictions, and where can these items be purchased?" The server smiled and replied, "There are indeed some differences. The range of daily necessities available for purchase in Sa City is more extensive, and the quantities are also greater than in other regions, ensuring that residents can meet their basic needs. However, purchases are limited to once a month with a specified quantity. There are over a dozen official material stores in the city, making it quite convenient to buy supplies. Due to climatic conditions, these stores only open after 9:30 p.m., but there is one located near the hotel." Zhang Chang nodded, taking a sip of the sweet milk tea, only to discover it was salty, albeit with a unique flavor. After a moment's thought, he asked, "If I have purchased my allotted quantity of food at the official material store this month, will there be any restrictions or implications for dining at the hotel restaurant?" The server chuckled softly, responding, "Restrictions only apply if you are dining at establishments below 4 stars or in government-designated venues. Dining at this hotel restaurant will not pose any issues." Understanding the situation, Zhang Chang observed the numerous diners around him, reflecting that the lives of the affluent were undeniably more comfortable, even amidst such harsh climatic adversities. Perusing the menu, he ordered a braised yak hoof, stir-fried beef with pickled radish, crispy lamb chops from the Holy Land, a jug of barley wine, and a serving of Tibetan noodles. As he savored the exquisite dishes, Zhang Chang recalled that this was only his second experience dining in a high-end restaurant since entering Tibet. The first had been courtesy of Uncle Chen's friend. This time, however, he was paying out of his own pocket. The flavors were delightful, though the portions were modest and the prices exorbitant. After finishing his meal, he took out his chip card to settle the bill, which amounted to 420 points, significantly more than a day's hotel accommodation. Exiting the restaurant, he stepped into the adjacent licensed shop, only to find the selection of goods rather limited, predominantly consisting of specialty products from various regions of Tibet, with a few items from inland provinces. However, there were no food items available. Zhang Chang glanced at the prices, which were exorbitantly high. Turning to the shopkeeper, he inquired, "Do you have any specialty Tibetan medicine?" The shopkeeper furrowed her brow before responding, "I'm afraid we don't have any that we use to carry Tibetan medicine, but since the onset of extreme climatic disasters, our stock has been depleted. The local people have been unable to cultivate the herbs needed to produce Tibetan medicine in such harsh conditions. The wild herbs that could be used for medicine were mostly frozen during the extreme cold. And when the temperature finally rose, farmers attempted to plant them again, only to be met with scorching heat that either cooked them or dried them out." Having spoken, Zhang Chang let out a sigh and murmured softly, "It is the same everywhere these days. Medicines are exceedingly scarce. Even if one manages to procure some, the prices are exorbitant. Moreover, those who possess medication are unlikely to part with it easily, as it is a matter of life and death." The salesperson furrowed his brow. A look of distress etched upon his face as he remarked, "What we dread most now is falling ill, that if one's body can withstand it, then one survives. If not, one is left to await death. Even if one is taken to a hospital, it is of little use, as there are no medicines to be found anywhere. News reports indicate that many provinces inland are experiencing outbreaks of viral plagues, with numerous casualties. Who knows what the situation will be like here in the Tibetan region?" Alas, listening to the salesperson's words, tinged with sorrow, Zhang Chang reflected on the last extreme heat period, which was similarly marked by rampant viral outbreaks across the globe, leading to widespread mortality. He hoped that this time would be different, wishing for peace and safety in this region. Furthermore, following the extreme heat period, they would soon have to confront the long night phase, an interminable stretch of darkness that obscures the passage of time. Sighing again, he glanced at the display case, finding nothing of interest, and turned to leave the franchise store, taking the elevator back to his room. He trimmed the fur of his dog, Shai Chong, and gave him a bath with pet shampoo, filling the basin with fresh water and offering him a small piece of dried yak meat. The dog chewed contentedly while perched on a lounge chair, gazing out the window. After his own bath, Zhang Chang lay on the bed, perusing the latest news updates on the Tibetan online platform. Due to the viral outbreaks in various inland provinces, the Tibetan provincial government had temporarily closed all transportation checkpoints leading into the region, urging residents to adhere to personal protective measures and to promptly report any cases of infection. Logging off the Tibetan site, he accessed a public service website, browsing through housing rental listings that he needed to find a suitable place soon, ideally a standalone house in the suburbs of Linji, complete with all utilities and situated in a sparsely populated area. Or perhaps a quaint Tibetan farmhouse would be even better. After some time, a rental listing posted by a local Tibetan caught his interest. The property was located in a small town in the Dazi district, over 20 kilometers from Shashi city, featuring a traditional Tibetan farmhouse with a large courtyard. The house was a single-story structure with 5 rooms, equipped with electricity, and the courtyard boasted a personal well. Cooking could be done using a wood stove, and the surrounding area was open and airy, with fresh air and only a little over 100 households in the entire town. Zhang Chang mused that the rent for such a modest farmhouse should be quite affordable. And importantly, it would provide ample space for both him and Shai Chong, preventing any feelings of confinement. He promptly dialed the number listed and learned that the owner lived in Shashi city with their child and wished to rent out the vacant farmhouse to earn some points for household expenses. They agreed to meet later that evening when it would be cooler to view the property. If it suited him, the rent would be 400 points per month. Zhang Chong arranged with the owner for an evening viewing. Agreeing to pay 3 months' rent up front, he checked his chip card balance, discovering he had 3,761 points, which would suffice for the time being. While there were no visible signs of viral outbreaks in the area, he understood the importance of being prepared. Henceforth, whenever he went out, he would wear a medical mask and carry disinfectant spray. Observing the hygiene supplies in his space, he retrieved a box of medical masks and a bottle of alcohol disinfectant spray, placing them in his multifunctional outdoor backpack. Checking his watch, he noted that it was nearly time for their appointment, that he donned a medical mask, took Shai Chong by the leash, and descended to the underground parking lot via the elevator. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a wave of oppressive heat. After starting the vehicle and activating the air conditioning, he waited for the interior to cool before departing from the hotel. Once on the road, the asphalt felt unusually soft under the wheels, a testament to the blistering sun's intensity. A light sheen of sweat formed on his forehead as he noted the external temperature on the display, 62 degrees. Even as the clock approached 9:30 p.m., upon reaching the agreed-upon location, he met the homeowner, and together they drove towards the small town in Dazi district. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the destination, with Shai Chong curiously peering around from the passenger's seat. Zhang Chong examined the surrounding environment. The property was indeed situated on the edge of the town, not far from a winding river that meandered past rocky banks. The town itself was small, with just over 100 households scattered throughout, and the occasional barking of dogs would prompt Shai Chong to perk up his ears. Entering the courtyard, Zhang Chong smiled. It was spacious, flanked by tall fences, with a neatly stacked pile of firewood on one side. In front of the house stood a modest well, covered with bamboo, and he drew a bucket of cool, clear water. Upon entering the house, he was struck by the thick walls and high ceilings. The main room featured a cooking stove, and a large water vat was positioned against the wall. 2 additional rooms flanked either side. Furnished simply with some old furniture, but lacking any modern appliances apart from electric lights. Despite its simplicity, the home was entirely livable, and given that he had all he needed in his own space, he wouldn't require any of the owner's possessions. After surveying the property, he found it quite satisfactory, a quintessential example of a rural Tibetan residence. It was conveniently located just a short 20-minute drive from Shashi city. He promptly signed a rental agreement, which stipulated that water was included in the rent, while electricity would be paid separately, with 3 months' rent due up front. Zhang Chong added the owner's chip card account and electricity account number, transferring 1,200 points for rent and recharging the electricity account with 200 points. The owner handed him the keys to the house. With 2,361 points remaining on his chip card, Zhang Chong drove the owner back to the city. And after bidding farewell, he returned to the hotel with Shai Chong, preparing to move in after checking out the following day. The next morning, he awoke to find it was already past 9. With Shai Chong sprawled at the foot of the bed, wagging his tail, stretching lazily, Zhang Chong contemplated what to do that day, drawing back the curtains to let in the blinding sunlight. even through the thick safety glass. The oppressive heat was palpable, prompting him to close the blackout curtains once more. Given the temperature, there was little he could accomplish. It seemed best to remain indoors or perhaps explore the hotel. After washing up, he filled Shai-chan's water bowl and prepared 2 takeout meals, mixing rice and meat for the dog-s bowl. He also opened a can of tuna and poured himself a beer. As he ate, he watched Shai-chan devour his meal, reflecting on how most people could scarcely afford to keep such a dog at this time. The mere thought of Shai-chan conjured images of a dog meat stew on the dinner table, and he found himself salivating at the notion. Suddenly, Shai-chan turned his head, eyeing Zhang-chan, who held the beer, before resuming his meal. Zhang-chan was taken aback, wondering if perhaps they shared a telepathic connection. He picked up his phone to check for updates on the Tibetan news site, but it was unresponsive. After fiddling with the charger for a while, he concluded that after years of use, it was time for a new phone. That he shifted his awareness to his space, searching through the area filled with various electronic devices and tools, and indeed he found a new phone. Moreover, there were 2 brand new, unopened, latest models of HW smartphones. Upon reflection, this acquisition took place within an office of an educational training institution located in a commercial district of Chengdu, Sichuan province. That a thorough search of the entire floor of this training center yielded only these 2 pristine smartphones, along with several boxes of bottled mineral water. Little did I anticipate their utility at this moment that I promptly extracted one, unwrapped the packaging, retrieved the SIM card from my old phone, inserted it into the new device, and connected it to the charger. Upon powering it on, I reconfigured all the settings, activated the fingerprint recognition for unlocking, logged into the Tibetan region's online platform, and re-downloaded the local public service portal. Once all operations were complete, I perused the updated official government news from the Tibetan region. That a sudden jolt of anxiety struck me. The inevitable had indeed arrived. In recent days, several cases of viral infection had emerged across various districts in Tibet, with fatalities reported due to the absence of medical treatment. Cities throughout the province were already strategizing lockdown measures, establishing traffic checkpoints, and implementing closed management of all resident shelters within the province. Ceasing to accept new applications for entry into these facilities, Zhang-chan lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly. Just yesterday, I had seen a medical expert comment on the outbreak of this viral plague in inland provinces, asserting that upon discovering a single case, numerous others had likely already been infected. The transmissibility of this virus was alarmingly high, with an incubation period of approximately 3 to 4 days during which no symptoms were apparent, making detection exceedingly difficult. After this incubation phase, infected individuals would rapidly exhibit symptoms, and without timely medical intervention, they would swiftly succumb to the illness. Zhang-chan contemplated his options, while daylight remained and the outside temperature was oppressively high. The routes leading to Dazi district were likely still open. That he extinguished his cigarette, hastily gathered his belongings, and packed them into a suitcase. From his outdoor backpack, he retrieved a medical-grade protective mask, took hold of Shirchion, pulled the suitcase behind him, and descended the elevator to check out at the front desk. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, he started the vehicle, lowered the sun visor, and activated the air conditioning. Exiting the hotel, he sped towards Dazi district. The journey of over 20 kilometers would take less than half an hour. However, Zhang-chan perceived this stretch of road as particularly protracted. Sweat streamed down his face, and he paid no heed to wiping it away, relieved that there were no closed roads along the way, allowing him to enter Dazi district smoothly. Soon, he arrived at the small town, where the streets were devoid of any vehicles or pedestrians. The outdoor temperature soaring to 70 degrees, he opened the fence gate to the small courtyard, drove the SUV inside, covered it with a thick black sunshade, and erected a foldable canvas awning atop the vehicle. After securing the courtyard gate, he entered the house, firmly locking the door behind him. Zhang-chan was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, while Shirchion panted heavily, tongue lolling out. He made his way to the innermost bedroom, retrieved a portable cooling and heating air conditioning unit from storage, plugged it in, and set it to cooling mode at 23 degrees. From his suitcase, he took out Shirchion's water and food bowls, placed them against the wall, and filled the water bowl to the brim. Shirchion hurried to the bowl, eagerly lapping up the water. Zhang-chan fetched a large barrel of purified water from storage and poured it over himself. Feeling slightly more refreshed, returning to the bedroom, he began to experience the cool relief provided by the air conditioning. Sitting on an old wooden chair, he opened 2 bottles of electrolyte drinks and downed them in quick succession. After a few minutes, his body began to recover. He mused to himself that at this moment, his very life depended on the air conditioning. There was no denying it. Now feeling entirely at ease, Zhang Chang removed his damp clothing, dried himself off, and changed into comfortable shorts and a short-sleeved t-shirt. The 9-eyed bead hanging around his neck was particularly striking. Glancing around the bedroom, he shifted a few pieces of old furniture and a small bed from the wall to the opposite side of the living room. From storage, he retrieved a plush mattress and nightstand, placing them in the center of the bedroom. Gradually, he brought out energy-efficient lamps, a high-end tea brewing machine, a double-door refrigerator, a washing machine, a coffee table, a massage chair, a gas stove, a gas cylinder, dining table and chairs, and various kitchen utensils, arranging everything in the bedroom, outer room, and living area. He also took out Shiqiang's dog bed and placed it in the corner. After organizing everything, the space felt considerably warmer and more inviting, evoking a sense of home. Seated in the genuine leather electric massage chair, he indulged in a full-body massage. Taking out his phone, he logged into the Tibetan region's online platform to check the latest news updates. The city of Lhasa had decided to seal off all access points leading into the urban area from external regions by 11 o'clock that morning, including all its districts and counties. Zhang Chang glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. He felt grateful for his prudent decision-making. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have found himself trapped, rendering his rented accommodation pointless. The densely populated urban area of Lhasa was particularly concerning, especially since he was staying in a hotel. The thought of a viral outbreak in such close quarters was daunting. Here, it was best to remain indoors as much as possible, venturing out only during the cooler evenings to take Shiqiang for a walk in the courtyard. He resolved to install solar photovoltaic equipment in the yard, for the scorching sunlight outside was too valuable to waste. It could also save him points to recharge his electricity bill. Additionally, the electric water pumping device he had brought back from his previous rental villa would be perfect for the well in this courtyard, alleviating the daily chore of lugging water back and forth with a bucket to fill the large water tank, making laundry much easier as well. Zhang Chang contemplated his future lifestyle, suddenly realizing that he was quite adept at budgeting and suited for a life of frugality. Days passed in a leisurely manner, as he diligently followed the official news reports on the Tibetan region's online platform, where the viral plague continued to spread rampantly across various cities in Tibet. Each day, residents were quarantined by health officials due to viral infections, and the death toll from the lack of available treatments steadily rose. Medical experts in Tibet, analyzing data from inland provinces, indicated that this virus was transmitted exclusively between humans, exhibiting a high degree of contagion and inflicting severe damage to the lungs. With proper personal protective measures and disinfection protocols, the risk of infection could be mitigated. The government continuously implemented stringent control measures. Yet, faced with the relentless influx of infected individuals and the severe shortage of medical supplies and disinfectants, both officials and ordinary citizens found themselves helpless. All road entrances to the small town had been voluntarily sealed off by the villagers. Zhang Chang now disinfected his bedroom, outer room, and living area with alcohol twice a day. The well water drawn from the well was treated with disinfection tablets and left to sunbathe in the small courtyard before use. Due to the scarcity of essential supplies, the villagers in the small town began to experience chaos. Daily, several violent incidents occurred, ranging from covert nighttime burglaries to brazen daylight home invasions, with the desperation for food leading to a complete erosion of moral boundaries. Standing at the doorway of the living room, Zhang Chang surveyed the disheveled courtyard, where the once dirt floor was now gradually stained crimson with blood and dismembered limbs littered the ground. The machete in his hand, its edge dulled and chipped, lay discarded in the corner of the courtyard. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, inducing an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Were it not for the constant wearing of a medical protective mask, one might well have expelled bile in despair. This marks an indeterminate number of occasions on which nefarious intruders have forced their way in, attempting to seize property to H. with his elongated tongue protruding. Crouched at the doorway, vigilant as he surveyed the outside, Ing secured the door to the main room with a tight lock, first sanitizing himself and Chi-ing with an alcohol spray. He fetched water from the large cistern by the wall to wash away the splattered blood, relishing a refreshing shower before donning clean, comfortable summer attire. Upon returning to the bedroom, he reveled in the coolness provided by the air conditioning, filled Chi-ing's water bowl to the brim, and mixed rice with a can of braised pork for his canine companion, who buried his entire head in the bowl to consume the meal. Ing retrieved a packed lunch, took 2 cans of chilled beer from the refrigerator, opened a tin of spiced ribbon fish, and a bottle of beef chili sauce, savoring his meal slowly. The extreme heat had persisted for a staggering 1 year and 7 months, with daytime temperatures outdoors consistently hovering around 60 degrees, while the nights had dipped below 50. Ing felt the temperature gradually receding. It would not be long before the oppressive heat would wane, making way for the terrifying polar night. The town had fallen into an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds or sight of villagers, rendering it hauntingly desolate and forlorn. Ing pondered the only plausible cause, that someone among the villagers had contracted the viral plague, failing to isolate and sanitize, leading to mutual contagion, ultimately resulting in a tragic outcome. But he let out a sigh, relieved that he had taken various preventive measures and preparations in advance. Caution and prudence were never misplaced, for life is singular and precious. The town's power supply had long been severed, and the official news from the online Tibetan region had not been updated for ages, until one fateful morning his phone buzzed with an official alert, a brief announcement. The outbreak of the viral plague had, according to provincial medical experts, completely subsided. From this day forth, the official resident refuge bases across various cities and regions in the Tibetan province would lift lockdown management, reopening to applications from unaffected ordinary residents. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Ing polished the gleaming blade of his katana while listening to the rustling wind outside. He reflected, sighing in trepidation, on the countless lives lost to the viral plague, the harsh reality that amidst extreme calamities, humanity often feels as insignificant as ants. Ing lay in his dog bed, gnawing on a chew toy, producing a satisfying crunching sound. Ing stretched lazily on the bed, glancing at Ing still peacefully slumbering in his bed. Breathing steadily, he rose to draw back the curtains. Although the sunlight remained somewhat harsh and glaring, it was far more tolerable than during the sweltering heat. Glancing at the outdoor thermometer, which read 32 degrees, he felt a surge of exhilaration, reflecting on the fact that the oppressive heat period had finally been endured after 1 year and 9 months. No small feat. After refreshing himself and having a simple breakfast, he ventured into the yard with Chi-ing, observing the once mighty river beside the stony bank, now completely dried up, revealing a bed of sand and stones. The landscape was ravaged with cracked and hardened earth as far as the eye could see, devoid of any greenery. Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag and retrieved the all-terrain vehicle from storage, checking the fuel gauge before filling the tank with a 50-liter barrel of gasoline. Accompanied by Chi-ing, he circled the vicinity, overwhelmed by a singular sensation, desolation, a lifeless barrenness devoid of any signs of vitality. Returning to the small courtyard, he glanced at the similarly depleted well, packed the electric pump into a box, and stored it away. The exterior walls of the house had developed extensive cracks, rendering it uninhabitable. He carefully packed the solar photovoltaic equipment along with its components in boxes for storage. Inside the house, he began at the living room and continued into the bedroom, collecting all cooking utensils, dishes, various appliances, furniture, daily necessities, and personal belongings into storage. Surveying the empty rooms, a wave of despondency washed over him, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. Yet he quickly regained composure, recognizing that this state of existence was, in fact, quite favorable. At least his health was intact, his needs were met, and he enjoyed freedom. Securing the house, he placed the key on the windowsill. He glanced at the neatly stacked firewood, over a meter high, weighing around 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, a precious resource for warmth during the impending polar night, and waved it into storage. With Chi-ing in tow, he climbed into the vehicle, once again donning a medical protective mask from his outdoor pack, and set off toward SSH. After 20 minutes, he arrived in the city center of SSH. The once bustling commercial street lay eerily silent, with no pedestrians or vehicles in sight. The current temperature posed no issues for outdoor travel. especially now that the viral plague had entirely vanished. Yet, the entire city resembled a ghost town, utterly devoid of life. He drove to the four-star Shuishan Jingguang Hotel, where he had previously stayed, parking beside the entrance. Upon disembarking with SH Ying, he noticed an official government notice affixed to the glass doors that it was a reminder from the period of the viral outbreak, prohibiting all public service sectors from operating. The handles of the glass doors were ensnared with iron chains. Enki Ing and SH Ing attempted to enter the hotel through the underground parking lot and fire escape, only to discover that the fire door was also secured with chains. Without hesitation, he retrieved a hydraulic rescue tool from his storage, swiftly severing the chains. Ascending to the hotel lobby, he found the space still relatively clean and orderly, devoid of any signs of chaos, save for the absence of people. Reflecting on the scene outside, he deduced that the hotel had likely closed its doors before the outbreak, remaining shuttered until now. Following the viral plague's eruption in the city, there had been no timely quarantine or lockdown, resulting in widespread infection and death, leaving only a scant few survivors. Those fortunate enough to have survived were likely residing in the resident refuge bases, which had been among the first to implement strict lockdown measures, isolating themselves from any external contact. With this thought, he exhaled heavily. During times of extreme calamity, countless unnatural deaths occurred daily. Although aware that it is inevitable, a sense of sorrow and helplessness still envelopes him, leaving him with no choice but to take care of himself. The dog, filled with exuberance, scampers about the hall, while Zhang Chong can only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. He wanders around the hall, hoping to discover some valuable supplies. Upon entering a Tibetan-style restaurant, he finds that aside from some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and a few condiments, all other ingredients have succumbed to rot and decay, rendering them utterly disregarded. In the small storage room of the kitchen, he gathers several boxes of well-packaged oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and an array of seasonings, but upon spotting a few bags of rice and flour, he realizes they have already gone moldy and decides to forego them. He then makes his way to a neighboring franchise store, glancing at the display case filled with local Tibetan souvenirs, yet find himself devoid of interest and turns to leave. In the hotel supply reserve, he collects numerous boxes of laundry liquid, washing powder, and dozens of boxes of toilet paper, tissue, along with an assortment of soaps, towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and disposable slippers. Finally, he arrives at the manager's office, where he retrieves two finely crafted, steel-made Tibetan knives, one long and one short. From the bookshelf at his astonishment, he discovers an HKP-7 pistol, 2 magazines, and 2 boxes of ammunition in the locked drawer of the desk, a find that fills him with delight as he quickly stows them away in his space. After a meticulous search yields no further valuable supplies, he returns to the hotel exterior with his dog. Once seated in the car, he enters his space to inspect the various supplies he has gathered, which have already been organized into their respective storage areas. Observing the weaponry section, he finds 4 handguns, a submachine gun, a box of M26 grenades, 3 Tibetan knives, a katana, a standard military dagger, 2 high-powered electric batons, 2 lightweight, high-performance bulletproof vests rated at level 7, and several boxes of compatible magazines and ammunition. A slight smile graces Zhang Chong's face. Though his haul may be modest, he is satisfied with having acquired the essentials he needs. He starts the off-road vehicle and slowly navigates along the road. After more than half an hour of leisurely driving, he spots a 3-story building on the roadside, marked as an official supply point, and pulls over. The entrance features a rolling shutter door, which Zhang Chong pries open with a crowbar he retrieves from the trunk. After securing the crowbar back in the vehicle, he enters the supply point, which comprises 2 rooms, one for sales and the other for storage. Kicking open the ordinary wooden door leading to the storage room, he finds it filled with various boxes of daily necessities. Among the treasures are 6 boxes of vacuum-packed yak jerky, 10 boxes of vacuum-sealed barley cakes, 5 boxes of vacuum-packed dried vegetables, 5 boxes of vacuum-sealed yak butter, and over 30 boxes of assorted daily supplies. With a wave of his hand, he collects all the goods into his space. Exiting the supply point, he pulls down the shutter door, reflecting on the current situation. The government has yet to dispatch personnel to requisition supplies, and he should gather as many useful provisions as possible while he can. With the impending arrival of the polar night, essential resources, particularly food and energy supplies, will become increasingly scarce. Zhang Chang is acutely aware that as the polar night approaches, the duration of daylight will diminish, giving way to prolonged darkness. Eventually, there will be no more daylight, only the enveloping blackness of night. The climate will suffer as well, with temperatures steadily plummeting, especially in the Tibetan region, where the unique geographical and climatic conditions will cause the drop to be more rapid and severe than in inland provinces. The most daunting aspect of the polar night is its extended duration, which may surpass even the extreme cold and heat periods. Without daylight and the warmth of the sun, the environmental conditions will turn perilously harsh and frigid, making the cultivation of crops impossible and delivering a devastating blow to livestock. Social order will likely descend into chaos, violence, and brutality, potentially reaching the point of cannibalism in any nation or city. After years of extreme climatic disasters, the remaining food and energy reserves will become fiercely contested resources. As he contemplates the grim reality that awaits him, an involuntary shiver runs down his spine. The actual situation is far more severe than he had imagined. He opens his phone and logs into the public service online portal, discovering that there are 16 official supply points within the city of Sa. Apart from the one he has already visited, he meticulously notes the specific locations of the other 15. These are the only places where he might still find practical supplies, especially food. Driving to the locations in sequence, he searches each one, only to find several of them already emptied of supplies. The remaining 9 supply points. He manages to collect over 200 boxes of various food items and more than 300 boxes of assorted daily necessities. After finishing his collection at the last official supply point, he returns to his vehicle and drives a short distance before encountering a police car with flashing lights approaching from the opposite direction. Surprised to finally see other people, he pulls over and steps out, standing beside his car. The police car halts in front of his off-road vehicle, and 2 armed officers exit, approaching Zhang Chang. They scrutinize him and peer into the vehicle. One officer inquires, "Where are you from? And what is your purpose here? Please present your identification." Zhang Chang retrieves his ID and supply exchange chip card from his outdoor backpack and hands them to the questioning officer. With sincere expression, he explains, "I reside in the town of Dazi. The residents were infected during a recent viral outbreak that I live on the outskirts, isolated from them, and thus escaped the contagion a few days ago. I received a government notification stating that the virus has been completely eradicated and the resident shelter has reopened to accept applications from those outside. That I came here to check on a shelter, but am unfamiliar with the roads. Which is why I've been driving around, hoping to find someone to ask for directions, but I haven't seen a soul." The officer uses a handheld terminal to verify Zhang Chang's identification and chip card, confirming there are no issues, and returns the documents to him. He quietly remarks, "Currently, there are no ordinary residents left in the city of Sa. Before the viral outbreak, the government had been relocating healthy residents to a shelter established 18 kilometers away in the Drolong Ditching district. Those who failed to evacuate in time during the outbreak were largely infected. Now, this entire area has become a no-man's land, with water, electricity, and gas supplies completely cut off. The government will gradually restore normal life here based on the actual situation regarding extreme climate disasters. You should make your way to the resident shelter. You can find detailed routes online." Zhang Chang nods and replies, "All right, thank you. I will head to the resident shelter now." He turns and gets back in his vehicle, activating a navigation to search for the location of the shelter in the Sa region, then drives away. The officers watch him leave, one expressing a hint of skepticism, while the other comments, "Look at that dog in his vehicle. It's remarkably well fed, even more so than the dogs we had at the police dog base. That a person who takes such good care of their pet must have some connections or wealth. Unlike us, who toil outside all day just to ensure our families can scrape by." 2 police officers exchanged a wry smile before continuing their patrol in the vehicle as Zhang Chang drove. He quickly pondered the situation. It appeared that the government-sanctioned refugee base nearby maintained a relatively stable and orderly environment. Daily necessities seemed adequately supplied, at least sufficient to sustain the basic needs of ordinary residents. Otherwise, long-term survival would be challenging. However, it was clear that for common citizens to live comfortably within the refugee base, it would not be an easy endeavor, nor would it be a matter of receiving government-provided welfare, without strings attached. Much like the refugee bases established in inland provinces, participation in various labor-intensive tasks organized by the base or completion of assigned duties would be required to earn the right to a stable life there. It would be wise to visit and assess the situation. If it seemed favorable, settling down would be prudent, allowing for a secure passage through the upcoming polar night and polar day, but if not, alternative plans could be devised. Following the directions on his phone's navigation system, he arrived at the Duolong Duching district after about 20 minutes. From a distance, he spotted an endless wall stretching far into the horizon. Outside the wall lay a deep trench, creating an imposing boundary. The 4-meter-high thick wall was topped with a half-meter-high razor wire security mesh, with a guard post manned by 2 fully armed soldiers stationed every 100 meters or so. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs as he assessed the vast expanse of the refugee base. The wall itself seemed to extend indefinitely, clearly indicating that it was a large-scale refugee base, likely the largest being constructed in the entire Tibet province. After some contemplation, he retrieved 10 investment gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, from a designated shelf within his storage. He also took 4 packs of ordinary Huanghe loose cigarettes from the tobacco section and placed them into his outdoor multifunctional backpack. Additionally, he procured 2 boxes of common brand liquor, a box of standard red wine, and a box of regular foreign liquor, stowing them in the trunk of his vehicle. 0.5 packets of dried yak jerky, 5 packets of barley grain cakes, and 2 packets of dried vegetables were placed in a small cardboard box, which he set on the passenger seat. He quickly located the entrance to the refugee base along the perimeter wall. The entrance featured an exceptionally tall and heavy steel electric sliding door, tightly sealed. To the left of the door stood a fully enclosed, container-style guard post, occupied by 2 stern-faced soldiers, weapons at the ready. To the right, a 2-tiered inspection station had been constructed from 2 large stacked containers a short distance from the sliding door. 2 rows of barbed mobile barricades were positioned, and Zhang Chong parked his vehicle just outside them. If not for the knowledge that this was a refugee base, one might easily mistake it for a military camp. Turning off the engine, he exited the vehicle and approached the barricades. 2 government officials emerged from the inspection station and approached him. One of them inquired, "Are you here to register for entry into the refugee base? Please present your identification and resource point exchange chip card." Zhang Chong replied, "Yes," retrieving his identification and chip card from his pocket and handing them to the official. After receiving the documents, the official produced a terminal scanner, inserted the chip card, and scanned the identification for verification. Once confirmed, he returned the documents to Zhang Chong, instructing him, "Please drive your vehicle to the inspection station for further checking." With that, the 2 officials moved aside the barbed barricades. Zhang Chong drove up to the inspection station, turned off the engine, and exited the vehicle alongside his dog, Shuang Chong. The officials looked at Zhang Chong and his sturdy canine companion with evident surprise. After a thorough examination of the SUV and Zhang Chong's belongings, they appeared somewhat astonished. It had been a long time since they had encountered such scarce and sought-after items as cigarettes and liquor, especially in bulk. Confirming there were no prohibited items or issues, they led Zhang Chong into the inspection station office to complete the entry registration process. One of the officials stated, "Your resource point exchange chip card has a balance of 161 points. Upon entering the base, you can recharge points at the Resident Service Hall on the first floor of Building 1 or visit the Employment Service window to select work opportunities that will yield corresponding reward points." Life in the base operates similarly to the outside world. All expenses are paid with points, and vehicles must be parked in designated lots within the base. You may choose to rent a parking space monthly or opt for temporary parking, paying a daily fee. Zhang Chong nodded in understanding, smiling as he replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you." He recalled that his chip card should actually have 2,361 points. How had it dwindled to just 161? Suddenly, he remembered transferring another 200 points for 3 months' rent to the owner of the farmhouse during the severe outbreak of the viral plague, and he hadn't made any further transfers since. Reflecting on his actions, he considered himself quite benevolent. In such dire times, many others would likely have ceased paying rent altogether. Zhang Chong then inquired of the officials, "I would like to know, in the base, do residents rent their own accommodations, or are they assigned by the government?" The official chuckled, "With such a robust dog accompanying you, it's likely that you would prefer an assigned residence. For residents with limited financial means and few points on their chip cards, the government will initially assign them to a communal dormitory shared by 24 individuals, with monthly fees deducted from their points. Those with slightly better financial conditions may choose from dormitories housing 12, 8, 6, or 4 individuals. Individuals with more favorable economic circumstances, such as couples or larger families, can opt for two-person rooms, single rooms, or family suites. However, many residents tend to choose the four-person and two-person rooms, as single rooms and family suites are less common due to their higher costs. Additionally, strict occupancy rules govern the base, limiting the number of occupants based on the room type. For example, a single room can accommodate only 2 people, while a family suite can host a maximum of 5. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong understood and expressed his gratitude to the officials. The steel-electric sliding door began to move slowly, and Zhang Chong cautiously drove into the refugee base. Before him lay a picturesque scene of tightly aligned 7-story apartment buildings, as well as a row of 5-story residential buildings with greater spacing in between. Behind them stood hundreds of 3-story townhouses, and at the farthest end, in the quietest and most pleasant area, were dozens of 2-story, standalone villas. That a smile crept across Zhang Chong's face. At any given time, societal stratification would exist, and absolute fairness would forever remain an illusion. Only a perceived sense of equitable fairness could be claimed. Following the directional signage, he navigated his vehicle into a parking lot near the perimeter wall, where various types and brands of cars were parked. Over 200 in total, he selected a spot near the exit, parked, and turned off the engine. As he stepped out with Zhang Chong in tow, he noticed a lean, smiling young man standing before him. Zhang Chong's ears perked up, and he emitted a low growl toward the young man. The young man's face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back. Zhang Chong reached out to calm his dog, smiling at the young man. "Do you need something?" The young man, still nervous, glanced at the dog before responding. "Big brother, are you new to the base? Do you wish to rent a parking space monthly or pay daily for parking?" Zhang Chong retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a puff before offering one to the young man. "Is there a difference?" The young man beamed, taking the cigarette with gratitude, inhaling its scent before carefully placing it in his jacket pocket. Thank you, big brother. There's indeed a difference that if you rent a parking space monthly. It costs 180 points. If you pay daily, it's 8 points per day. Naturally, renting monthly is more economical," that he continued. "Regardless of whether you choose monthly rental or daily payment, I will waive your parking fee for today." Zhang Chong chuckled. "Then I'll opt for the monthly rental. Where do I pay for the parking?" The young man retrieved a small wireless card reader from his bag, smiling. "You can pay me directly." "Big brother, how many months would you like to rent?" Zhang Chong pulled his chip card from his outdoor backpack, handing it to the young man. 1 month. The young man replied cheerfully, "All right, big brother, I will start counting from tomorrow." Upon completing the transaction, the chip card was inserted into the payment terminal, resulting in a deduction of 180 points. After finalizing the operation, the chip card was returned to Zhang Chong, with a broad smile. Introduced himself. "Brother, my name is Jiza, a local from S City, responsible for overseeing this parking lot, and quite familiar with the base. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at the parking lot. I usually reside in the security booth at the exit." Zhang Chong accepted the chip card, stowed it away in his outdoor backpack, and replied, "Thank you very much." With that, he took hold of Sha Chong and exited the parking lot. Heading towards Building 1, the lean young man retrieved a cigarette from his shirt pocket, inhaled deeply, and gazed at Zhang Chong's departing figure, muttering to himself, "No wonder my eyelids have been twitching since this morning. I must have encountered the god of wealth today." After walking for a while, they arrived at the public service hall of Building 1, instantly attracting the attention of many, particularly towards the stout Sha Chong. Observing the 7 or 8 service windows in the hall, Zhang Chong led Sha Chong to the housing consultation and leasing window. Once seated, the female staff member greeted him with a smile, asking, "Are you here to arrange for housing rental?" Zhang Chong responded with a smile, "Yes, I'm curious about the available rooms and how many points are required." The female staff member beamed as she presented a catalog, placing it on the counter. "You may take a look. All the rental properties available at the base are listed here. The prices indicated are solely for the rental of the houses, while utility fees need to be recharged separately." Zhang Chong perused the catalog attentively, noting that the offerings were similar to what he had heard from the staff at the entrance checkpoint, yet he was taken aback by the steep prices. The row houses and standalone villas he had seen earlier were not available for rent. They were presumably reserved for the dignitaries and leaders of the province. Accompanied by Sha Chong, it was evident that sharing accommodations with others was not an option. In fact, even without Sha Chong, Zhang Chong would not consider cohabiting with anyone else. The single room consisted of approximately 10 square meters, featuring a 1.5-meter bed, a bedside table, a simple wardrobe, a small desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner, with a monthly rent of 1,500 points. The single suite, about 23 square meters, included a small independent bathroom, a 13-square-meter bedroom with a king-size bed, a bedside table, a double-door wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. The suite also boasted a 6-square-meter activity area with a single sofa and a small coffee table. The bathroom measured around 4 square meters and was equipped with a shower, a toilet, a single shower cabinet, and a compact washing machine, with a monthly rent of 3,200 points. The family suite, approximately 40 square meters, comprised a 14-square-meter bedroom with a king-size bed, 2 bedside tables, a 4-door wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Additionally, it featured a smaller secondary bedroom of about 10 square meters with a 1.5-meter bed, a bedside table, a double-door wardrobe, a small desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Outside the bedroom was a small living room of about 8 square meters, furnished with a dining table and 4 chairs, along with a water dispenser. The bathroom, approximately 5 square meters, had a separation of wet and dry areas, and included a shower, a toilet, a double shower cabinet, and a washing machine. There was also a 3-square-meter kitchen equipped with an exhaust hood, an induction stove, a microwave, a sink with a faucet, and a double-door refrigerator. With a monthly rent of 5,500 points, Zhang Chong considered the 3 types of housing and leaned towards the single suite, as its space was sufficient for him and Sha Chong and the 3. 200 points were entirely manageable. However, the absence of a kitchen posed a significant inconvenience. He would have to forego the luxury of preparing delicious meals for himself. Ultimately, he resolved to rent the family suite. Though it was pricier, it offered greater comfort. The extra secondary bedroom would provide storage space and accommodation for Sha Chong, while the larger bathroom and the kitchen would facilitate cooking at any time. Noticing Zhang Chong's keen interest in the family suite, the female staff member felt a surge of joy, as this would contribute positively to her work performance. With a smile, she remarked, "The family suite you are considering is located in a 5-story residential building, all of which are fully furnished. With a few additional daily necessities, you can move in right away. If you prefer the family suite, I can arrange for you to view a corner unit on a favorable floor, which also includes a small balcony not counted in the suites area, perfect for drying clothes without the need to go up to the rooftop." Zhang Chong grinned and replied, "Thank you very much. Beautiful. That I will first go exchange my points and then return to finalize the rental of the family suite." With that, he rose, taking Sha Chong's hand, and made his way to the materials points exchange window. Upon arrival, he retrieved 10 investment gold bars and the materials points exchange chip card from his outdoor backpack. Placing them on the counter, he addressed the staff member. "Could you please help me convert these investment gold bars into points?" The staff member at the exchange window appeared astonished, exclaiming, "In my time working at the base, this is the first instance I've encountered someone exchanging such a substantial amount of investment gold bars for points. Please hold on. We will weigh and verify the investment gold bars." After placing the 10 gold bars on an electronic scale, another staff member conducted a destructive test on them 0.5 minutes later. The staff member credited Zhang Chong's chip card with 30,000 points, and the electronic screen displayed a balance of 30,981 points. Zhang Chong inquired, "How can packaged cigarettes and alcohol be exchanged for points?" The staff member hesitated momentarily and replied softly, "Although the materials points exchange manual does include items such as cigarettes and alcohol, thus far, no one has attempted to exchange such scarce and sought-after materials for points. If you wish to use cigarettes or alcohol for points, I can submit a request to my superiors to provide you with a satisfactory exchange rate." Zhang Chong smiled and said, "Thank you. I will come back to exchange when I need it." After retrieving his chip card, he stood up, feeling the outdoor backpack considerably lighter, and returned to the housing consultation and leasing window, cheerfully asking the female staff member, "Could you take me to see the family suite first? If it suits me, I will finalize the arrangement." With a radiant smile, the female staff member replied, "Of course, I will take you there right away." Living in a 5-story residential building offers significantly better security and privacy compared to a 7-story apartment. You must swipe your suite access card to enter the unit door, and each building has an administrator on duty 24/7, along with professional cleaning staff who maintain the cleanliness of the building regularly. She then retrieved the key and access card for the family suite from the back office and led Zhang Chong to the 5-story residential building. They viewed a family suite located on the west side of the 3rd floor, and the amenities within the suite were largely as described by the female staff member. After circling the suite, Zhang Chong felt quite satisfied, especially with the added balcony for drying clothes. Zhang Chong asked, "How are the utility fees calculated?" The female staff member pondered briefly before responding. "The base's tap water is charged at 5 points per ton, and electricity costs 6 points per kilowatt hour. You can directly recharge the utility fees via the convenient online service hall on your smartphone, binding the building number and room number of your family suite. Or you can also use the self-service payment machine in the base's public service hall." Nodding in understanding, Zhang Chong took Sha Chong and the female staff member back to the public service hall of Building 1, where they signed the housing rental contract. He used his chip card to pay for 3 months' rent, totaling 16,500 points, after which the female staff member handed Zhang Chong 3 keys and 2 access cards. He also recharged 200 points for water and 300 points for electricity at the self-service payment machine. Logging into the online service hall on his phone, he confirmed that his personal information now reflected his rental record and recharge expenditure at the base. Future rent payments could be made via phone, with the option to pay monthly. Observing a remaining balance of 13,981 points on his chip card, Zhang Chong furrowed his brow. It seemed that living a stable and carefree life at the base would not be an easy feat. Leading Xiaqiang to the parking lot, I drove the SUV down to the base of the building. I unloaded 2 boxes of white wine, a box of red wine, a box of foreign liquor, and a small cardboard box filled with food supplies from the trunk, carrying them into the 3-bedroom suite on the 3rd floor. That I retrieved my cleaning tools and busied myself for half the day, tidying up the new abode until it was neat and presentable. That I unpacked various everyday essentials, appliances, and personal hygiene items, placing them meticulously in their designated spots. That I took out the bedding, pillows, and bamboo mat to redecorate the large bed in the bedroom. Xiaqiang's water bowl, food bowl, dog bed, and the outdoor stainless steel folding drying rack were set on the small balcony. Upon inspecting the entrance door, I noted it was a sturdy iron fireproof and burglar-proof door. With robust locking mechanisms, there was truly little to worry about. I will be spending most of my days at home, especially with my highly vigilant dog by my side, gazing at the newly arranged home. A profound sense of warmth and comfort enveloped me, instilling a feeling of belonging. After a refreshing hot shower, I tossed the soiled laundry into the washing machine and hung out to dry on a balcony. I filled Xiaqiang's water bowl with fresh water and placed a packet of air-dried yak jerky in his food bowl. Excitedly, Xiaqiang scampered to the balcony to indulge in his treat. That I in the kitchen. I used a rice cooker to steam a pot of rice, prepared a tomato, seaweed, and egg soup, and stir-fried a plate of spicy and sour potato shreds alongside cumin lamb. That I poured myself a glass of aged liquor and settled in the living room to enjoy my meal. Sitting at the desk in the bedroom, I gazed out at the gentle, radiant sunlight filtering through the window, feeling particularly cheerful. That I placed the outdoor thermometer on the windowsill, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke. Picking up my phone, I accessed the Tibetan region's website to review the latest announcements from government departments. Due to the prolonged extreme climatic disasters, there has been a significant influx of people from inland provinces seeking refuge in the Tibetan province, resulting in a severe shortage of food supplies and various daily necessities. With recent improvements in the climate, the government encouraged citizens to actively cultivate barren lands, providing free seeds through official agricultural departments to grow various crops and promote self-sufficiency. Zhang Chong sighed. The current brief respite in climatic conditions was merely a prelude to the next wave of severe disasters. It would only afford the beleaguered populace a momentary breath before the impending prolonged polar night, which would render life increasingly arduous and challenging. Exiting the Tibetan region's website, I logged into the community service portal, where I discovered recent employment opportunities posted by the base. Residents could choose to apply for jobs based on their skills, including agricultural development, crop cultivation, greenhouse planting, herbal cultivation, hydropower engineering maintenance, foundational construction projects, as well as positions in kindergartens, primary and secondary schools, small commercial markets, community hospitals, internal security patrols, and various maintenance roles for housing, utilities, and internet services. Compensation and rewards would be reasonably exchanged based on job positions and hours worked. After perusing the listings for a while, I found nothing particularly suited for me and decided it was best to remain comfortably at home for the time being. My primary motivation for choosing to live at the base was to ensure a secure and stable life during the forthcoming polar night and day. If I had to rely on arduous labor for reward points to sustain my living, it would be more liberating to wander outside than in the base. As long as I adhered to the rules and avoided conflicts with fellow residents, I should encounter few issues. Moreover, ordinary residents living in the base were primarily focused on working hard to earn more points to support their families, with few contemplating troublemaking. Furthermore, the future development of the refugee base remained uncertain amidst the worsening extreme climatic disasters. It was unclear how long it could endure. For now, it sufficed to live in the present, taking each step as it came. When the time came that I could no longer stay, I would leave. Glancing at the shelf designated for storing gold, I noted there were still 50 investment gold bars weighing 500 grams each in the storage box, and 2 metal suitcases contained 24 investment gold bars weighing 1,000 grams each. Considering my monthly expenses for rent, utilities, and parking, the points from these investment gold bars would sufficiently support my living in the base for 3 to 4 years. After that period, the polar night and day should have passed. Following a brief tranquility, greater calamities would undoubtedly follow, global earthquakes and tsunamis. With these thoughts lingering in my mind, I resolved not to dwell further on them, and to embrace whatever came my way. After a restful night, I awoke, washed up, and discovered it was already past 8 o'clock. I mixed some rice with a can of braised chicken for shachiang and prepared a simple meal of instant noodles with an egg, spinach, ham, and mushrooms, which tasted quite delightful, leaving me feeling somewhat stuffed. Taking shachiang for a few rounds downstairs, I noticed the residential area was remarkably quiet, with few people in sight. As I was walking, a cleaning lady approached and smiled, asking, "Hello, how come it feels so tranquil in this residential area? Are there fewer residents here?" The cleaning lady glanced at Zhang Chang and Shachiang squatting beside him, furrowing her brow slightly, as she replied softly, "There are quite a few residents in this building. Most ordinary residents living in the base are housed in the adjacent 7-story apartment dormitory, where the prices are more affordable than this hour. Most are already at work. Aside from the elderly and children, very few remain at home. To maintain normal living expenses in the base requires a significant number of points, and many must juggle 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet." With a sigh, she returned to her cleaning duties. Zhang Chang understood the current state of affairs in the base. It was likely even more challenging in the inland provincial refugee bases, even in times of prosperity without extreme disasters. The majority of ordinary residents struggle daily for basic sustenance and to support their families. There are elderly individuals in their 60s or 70s laboring tirelessly on construction sites, exposed to the elements, and young delivery workers zipping through the city streets on electric bikes from dawn until dusk, all in pursuit of meager earnings. After returning Shachiang home to guard the house, Zhang Chang shouldered his multifunctional outdoor backpack and descended from the residential area, heading toward the nearby commercial district. It was time to purchase some daily necessities. Although not urgently required, appearances must be maintained. The commercial district comprised 2 levels, and it was rather desolate inside. Only a few shops on the lower level were open for business, with the largest being the official supply store of the base. Zhang Chang noticed a modest barber shop and, feeling the weight of his unkempt hair, decided it was high time for a professional trim rather than his usual self-cutting routine. Upon entering the shop, he paid 20 points and received a buzz cut. After the wash, he felt significantly refreshed and lighter. Stepping out of the barber shop, Zhang Chang entered the official supply store, where he found no other customers. 2 staff members sat idly chatting, observing the empty shelves, which displayed only a scant selection of daily necessities. One staff member stood and gently inquired, "What would you like to purchase?" Currently, The variety of goods available is quite limited, consisting only of basic daily supplies and a small selection of food items. Zhang Chong noticed only two types of food on the shelves: vacuum-sealed beef-flavored compressed biscuits in 400-gram packs and vacuum-sealed yak butter in 250-gram packs. He promptly asked, "Are those the only two food options available?" The staff member nodded and explained, "Yes, most ordinary residents in the base typically eat 2 meals a day at the communal dining hall using their chip cards. The two food items here are primarily for those residents who are in better economic conditions to supplement their nutrition. Additionally, each individual's chip card permits the purchase of only 1 pack of yak butter and 2 packs of beef-flavored compressed biscuits per month." Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that during his 2 days at the base, he had hardly ventured outside, being primarily occupied with organizing and cooking at home. Now, he understood that residents were expected to dine at the communal dining hall daily. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Is there a limit on the quantity of food served at the dining hall? Can we take leftovers home?" The staff member glanced at Zhang Chong, his expression tinged with melancholy, and remarked, "You must have just arrived at the base, haven't you? I presume you have yet to dine in the mess hall." In the mess hall, each individual is permitted to collect but 1 portion of food using their chip card, and the servings are rather modest, barely sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Since the onset of the extreme climatic disasters, agricultural yields in the Tibetan province have been virtually non-existent, and the government's food reserves have become exceedingly scarce. To be able to secure a meal here at the base is indeed a remarkable feat. I have heard that many residents from inland provinces have sought refuge here, and there have been numerous reports of starvation fatalities. Alas, with that, he let out a deep sigh. Listening to the staff member's lament, Zhang Chong found himself at a loss for words. He purchased some daily necessities, a packet of yak butter and 2 packets of beef-flavored compressed biscuits, paying a total of 480 credits before turning to exit the supply store. Following the signs, he located the base's mess hall and noted the posted dining hours, planning to return daily for meals starting in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, Zhang Chong arrived at the mess hall half an hour early, only to find the residents already queued in 6 long lines, awaiting their turn for food. He promptly joined the line at the back. From the information section of the community service portal on his phone, he gleaned some basic details about the refugee base in the provincial capital of Sa City. The entire base spans 50 square kilometers, featuring 4 entrances and the capacity to accommodate up to 300,000 residents. It boasts 20 large mess halls, 5 smaller ones, for extensive residential districts, 3 commercial areas, 2 hospitals, a school, 2 office zones, a military encampment, a small helicopter airport, a fully equipped thermal power plant, a water supply facility, a sewage treatment plant, a waste disposal site, large warehouses for essential supplies, energy reserves, food processing plants, livestock slaughterhouses, machinery factories, greenhouse cultivation areas, traditional medicinal herb farms, crop growing zones, and pastures for cattle and sheep. The base functions as a large refugee settlement, akin to a well-equipped small city. After queuing for over half an hour, it was finally Zhang Chong's turn. He produced his chip card and paid 15 credits, receiving a portion of rice and a bowl of vegetable soup from the staff. Upon opening the box containing the rice, he found merely 2 rice dumplings, weighing approximately 4 ounces, while the vegetable soup was prepared from dried vegetables. That he placed the dumplings and soup into a bag and exited the mess hall, heading towards the residential area. On his way, he encountered a lean young man named Jiza, who was in charge of monitoring the parking lot. Spotting Zhang Chong, he greeted him warmly. "Big brother, are you off to the mess hall? Are the rice dumplings and soup to your liking?" Zhang Chong smiled, replying, "How could they not be? Being able to fill my stomach, even just barely, is already a blessing." The lean young man, beaming with a smile, whispered, "If you find these unsatisfactory, I have a friend working in the base's mess hall who can arrange for some different food, guaranteed to be far more palatable than these rice dumplings and soup." Zhang Chong furrowed his brow and gently responded, "Thank you, but I have no particular demands regarding food. I'm content as long as I can eat enough. So, I don't require anything at the moment. If I do, I will reach out to you." The lean young man, perceptive of Zhang Chong's demeanor, smiled knowingly and said, "All right, I won't trouble you further. I must head to the mess hall for my meal." Zhang Chong nodded, and the young man briskly made his way to the mess hall. Upon returning home, Shag Chong ran over, wagging his tail. Zhang Chong mixed the vegetable soup with one of the dumplings and poured it into Shag Chong's bowl. The dog sniffed the bowl on the balcony and then returned to Zhang Chong, barking excitedly. Zhang Chong picked up the remaining dumpling and began to eat, gently patting Shag Chong's head as he said, "This is food. If you don't eat, you may not get even this in the future." Shag Chong seemed to comprehend Zhang Chong's words and trotted to the balcony to eat, after finishing the rice dumpling. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, reflecting on his previous life during the extreme climatic disasters, recalling that he had eaten nearly anything that could fill his belly, yet seldom had he truly felt full. A faint smile of bitterness crossed his face. Life had become rather too comfortable, which was not necessarily a good thing. Enduring hardships was not entirely bad, as one must remember suffering to appreciate sweetness. His phone buzzed with a message, and upon checking, he discovered it was from Uncle Chun. "How are you faring? Is everything well? Where are you? I returned to the neighborhood, and, seeing the state of your house, realized you had left." Zhang Chong pondered for a moment before replying. "I'm doing well, currently in the provincial capital of Sa City. How about you?" Not long after, he received Uncle Chen's reply. "That puts my mind at ease. I am working at the refugee base, and all is well. That my friend in Sa City, the one with whom you traded last time, wants to know if you can procure that type of medication again." Zhang Chong chuckled. During their last meal together, he recalled a middle-aged man mentioning it was for a leader's family in the Tibetan province. Thus, Uncle Chen's friend must be residing in this base and likely living quite comfortably. He promptly replied, "I need to contact my client to find out. I'll get back to you shortly." Before long, he received Uncle Chen's response. "Understood." Zhang Chong set his phone down, his mind racing with thoughts. He had perused the various regulations of the refugee base on the community service portal, learning that ordinary residents wishing to exit the base must provide valid reasons and submit a request to the police department in advance. Upon approval, they would be issued a temporary exit permit to leave the base. This presented an excellent opportunity to venture out and explore, for otherwise, it would not be easy to find a way out. He picked up his phone to reply to Uncle Chun. "My client is currently in Naku. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should pose no problem. This time, I should be able to provide a 2-year supply of medication. But we need to discuss it in person. If your friend is in Sa City, he can reach out to me." Shortly after, Uncle Chun replied, "Okay, I have informed my friend, and he will contact you soon." "Thank you." Zhang Chong responded, "You're welcome." Raising his gaze to the window, he noticed that dusk was gradually descending, glancing at his watch to find it was only 6:30. It should typically be darker past 9 o'clock. Moreover, I distinctly recall that it was past 9 o'clock when darkness enveloped the sky last night, and intense premonition surged within me, signaling that the polar night was fast approaching. After taking a shower and placing my clothes in the washing machine, my phone rang. Zhang Chong returned to the bedroom to glance at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, it turned out to be a friend of Uncle Chun. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation swiftly turned to the matter at hand. As I had anticipated, Uncle Chin's acquaintance was currently residing in the same base, living in the adjacent row of townhouses that I articulated my request. If he could assist in procuring the necessary medications, I would require nothing else. Merely a special pass granting me unrestricted access to the base and the opportunity to study helicopter piloting, mastering the skills required for flight. After a moment of silence on the other end, he promised to provide a response later and hung up. I set down my phone, lit a cigarette, and gazed out at the now completely darkened sky. I no longer needed to hoard supplies. My extensive reserves within the space were sufficient to last a lifetime. Most importantly, I had ample stocks of various energy resources, medical supplies and equipment, grains, oils, seasonings, meats, dried goods, aquatic products, seafood, frozen items, fresh vegetables and fruits, convenience foods, drinking water, dairy products, snacks, confectionaries, tobacco, and tea. That I also possessed an array of daily necessities, along with a reserve of 1,200 tons of fresh water, various land vehicles, lightweight watercraft and motorized transport, numerous gasoline and diesel generators, solar photovoltaic systems and storage devices, a variety of electrical appliances and hardware tools, outdoor gear, weapons, ammunition, cold weapons, and self-defense items. Almost every day, I would enter the space with my consciousness to inspect my stockpiles. finding great pleasure in it. The only regret was the absence of a flying vehicle and my lack of piloting skills. Hence, I had made this request, surmising that the other party possessed the ability to fulfill it. Furthermore, I was merely seeking to learn helicopter piloting techniques, not to acquire a helicopter. Through the information on the community service website, I learned that there was a small helicopter airport within the base. Where there was an airport, helicopters would surely follow. That I was acutely aware that following the conclusion of the polar night and the polar day, a far graver disaster awaited. A global earthquake and tsunami. Relying solely on cars and boats would be utterly inadequate. If I could secure 1 or 2 helicopters before such calamity struck, my chances of survival would significantly increase. While now was not the time to obtain a helicopter. Learning to fly was imperative. Seizing the opportunity before the polar night fully commenced was crucial. Moreover, having a special pass allowing free entry and exit from the base would serve as a vital contingency plan. I had a fair understanding of the current state of the base, where residents received rice cakes and vegetable soup from the communal dining hall. The quality and quantity indicated that the government's food reserves were severely strained. Only the government and the upper echelons of the base were privy to how long they could sustain the situation. If the looming food crisis were not addressed, the base could erupt into chaos at any moment. Perhaps not even enduring the polar night or polar day, at that point. The entire base might resemble a powder keg, ready to explode, and I recalled the words of the official supply staff who had mentioned that since the onset of extreme climatic disasters, agricultural yields in the region had plummeted to virtually nothing. Even the most ordinary grassroots workers understood that a food shortage was already in effect, signaling a dire situation that if I possessed a special pass, I could adapt to the base's circumstances and make a timely escape if necessary. Now, everything hinged on Uncle Chen's friend's capabilities. I hoped he would not disappoint me and could fulfill my wishes. Gazing at my phone on the desk, a sense of anticipation welled within me, a hope for my survival during the impending calamities. As time ticked by, I checked my watch. It was 10 o'clock, and I surmised I would receive no response tonight. Outside, a rustling sound caught my attention. The pitch-black sky had begun to drizzle with fine rain. I found myself momentarily entranced by the long-missed precipitation. Upon waking the next morning, I observed the drizzling rain and the residents bustling to work outside my window. That I glanced at the outdoor thermometer on the windowsill. It read 12 degrees. In just a few days. The temperature had plummeted from over 30 degrees by approximately 20 degrees. I picked up my phone and noticed an unread message from Uncle Chen's friend sent around 2 in the morning, requesting a meeting with me at the parking lot at 9 o'clock that morning. A smile crept onto my lips as I closed the window, freshened up, and went to the balcony to fill the water bowl for my dog. Sha Chong mixed a handful of barley cakes with a few pieces of dried yak meat and poured it in his bowl. Sha Chong sprang from his doghouse and eagerly began to eat. In the kitchen, I boiled a bag of frozen pork and cabbage dumplings, prepared a small dish of ginger vinegar, and opened a can of pork and egg rolls, pouring myself a cup of yellow wine. I leisurely sat in the living room, enjoying my meal. Checking the time, it was 8:30 that I grabbed an umbrella, descended the stairs, and made my way to the parking lots. I approached the parking area. I spotted a black sedan parked by the roadside. The window lowered, revealing a kindly middle-aged man seated in the back seat, who waved at me. I recognized him as Uncle Chen's friend. I promptly closed my umbrella and entered the car. I offered him a cigarette, lit my own, and took a puff. The middle-aged man smiled, lit his cigarette, and spoke softly. Under normal circumstances, you would be expected to request a substantial amount of food or supplies in exchange for a stable life in the base, which would be reasonable. Yet your request exceeds my expectations. I flicked the ash from my cigarette out the window, smiling as I replied. Fish come in myriad forms, and nets in countless patterns. How much more so are human thoughts? For no two minds are ever identical. The nuances in our approaches can lead to vastly different outcomes, and it is entirely normal for some matters to exceed expectations. The man chuckled, retrieving a red document and a magnetic card from his pocket, handing them to me. This is the special pass for the base, valid for a maximum of 2 years, issued last night. You may use it once you sign your name on the front page. This magnetic card is a government fuel card for the base's gas station. Only with this card can you refuel. I accepted the items, examined the special pass, and tucked them into my pocket, saying, "Thank you. I will do my utmost to bring back the medications intact. Regarding the helicopter training, the middle-aged man became serious, stating, through arranged connections, you may receive 3 months of guidance from military pilots at the base's helicopter airport. This is a special exception to AS for how much flying skill you ultimately acquire. That depends solely on you. This is the extent of my capabilities. I nodded, my heart racing with excitement, and softly replied, I understand. Thank you. I will contact you once I return. With that, I opened the car door, raised my umbrella, and headed back towards the residential area. The middle-aged man watched my retreating figure, quietly murmuring, 2 years' worth of medication. I hope you can bring it back intact. Upon returning home, I affectionately patted Sha Chong's head and smiled, saying, soon, I'll take you out for a nice drive to lift your spirits. Returning to the bedroom, he retrieved a fountain pen from his outdoor backpack and meticulously inscribed his name in the designated area on the first page of the special pass. He carefully stowed his identification and chip card, along with the special pass and official fuel card, in the inner pocket of the outdoor backpack, ensuring all windows at home were securely closed and locked. He placed the bowls belonging to Sha Qiang into a bag, locked the front door, and inserted a half toothpick into the gap of the door. Leading Sha Qiang downstairs, he proceeded toward the parking lot. Driving the off-road vehicle, he made his way to the official gas station at the base, filling the tank to capacity. From the trunk, he extracted 4 empty 50-liter gasoline cans, requesting the attendant to fill them up. The attendant regarded Zhang Chong with a look of astonishment and quietly inquired, Are you going on a long journey? Zhang Chong smiled and replied, Indeed, I must embark on a significant trip. He placed the filled gasoline cans back into the trunk. Sha Qiang poked his head out of the rear window, curiously surveying the surroundings. Upon arriving at the electric gate of the base, the staff, after verifying Zhang Chong's special pass and identification, slowly opened the imposing steel gate. Zhang Chong cautiously drove out of the base, and after passing through a checkpoint where armed sentries rechecked his documents, he maneuvered past 2 rows of spiked barricades. Yes, he drove away in the off-road vehicle. It felt as though he had been liberated from a cage. Speeding away from the base, not on the open road, he felt as if he had been set free. Although his stay at the base had only lasted a few days, it felt akin to being confined within a prison. The sight of the base's towering walls and dense barbed wire imposed an uncomfortable sense of invisible restraint. Outside, a light rain fell steadily, coating the windshield with glistening beads of water. Zhang Chong activated the windshield wipers, reduced his speed, and gazed at the desolate villages flanking the road. Pulling over, he checked the outdoor temperature displayed on the electronic screen, 9 degrees. With the temperature steadily declining each day, he retrieved his phone, activated the navigation system, and set the destination to Naku, a journey of 320 kilometers, roughly 4 hours by car, from the confines of the space. He took out a bottle of purified water, an electrolyte drink, a bag of dried yak beef, and a packet of spicy chicken feet, dividing the contents equally into bowls for Sha Qiang and himself. While he ate and watched the scenery outside, the parched, cracked soil was rejuvenated by the rain, seemingly infused with life, while the sky remained overcast and dreary, observing the desolate and barren environment surrounding him. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. The reality was that everywhere was alike. After enduring torrential rains, blizzards, extreme cold, and heat, as well as viral plagues, the global population had diminished by 3/4. There was no longer a patch of untouched land in this world. From a medical supplies section of the space, he retrieved 2 packets of enteric-coated aspirin from the large medicine cabinet. Following the prescribed daily dosage indicated on the boxes, he set aside 16 boxes of medication sufficient for 2 years for the transaction, placing them in a small cardboard box set apart in a corner of the space, while returning the remaining 4 boxes to the large cabinet. Lowering the car window, he lit a cigarette, recalling how he had exchanged 10 boxes of such medication in Linji City for a substantial amount of energy resources, causing him to smile with delight. However, the conditions, value, and significance of this exchange far surpassed those resources, making it profoundly worthwhile, as it was a means of preserving life that a patrol car, flashing its lights, approached and stopped beside his off-road vehicle. 2 armed policemen exited and approached his window. Sha Qiang, who had been lying on the back seat, perked up, sniffing the air and barking excitedly at the window. Zhang Chong, soothing his unusually agitated dog, discarded his cigarette but cheerfully asked from the driver's seat, "I just came out from the base to run some errands." "Is there something you need?" One officer, with a serious expression, demanded. "You just came from the base. Present your base entry pass and personal identification." Zhang Chong scrutinized the officer before him, noting how ill-fitting the uniform was on his frame. A faint scent of blood emanating from him. His gaze shifted to the other officer standing nearby, whose face bore an old scar, and whose right hand trembled slightly as it held the firearm. He then smiled and replied, "All right, I'll get it for you." Reaching for the outdoor backpack resting on the passenger seat, he opened the compartment containing a silenced Glock pistol, swiftly drawing it and firing. After the faint pop of 2 shots, one officer fell with a bullet in his forehead, while the other collapsed with a shot to the chest beside the off-road vehicle. Zhang Chong glanced at the fallen officers and fired a finishing shot into the chest of the one who had been shot. Donning a pair of cotton gloves from the toolbox in the passenger seat, he exited the vehicle and rummaged through the officers' bodies and the car. He discovered their identification cards in the pockets of their uniforms, noting that the photographs did not match the fallen men. With a sigh, he realized these were patrol officers who had met with misfortune, murdered by these 2 criminals who had assumed their identities in an attempt to continue their nefarious actions and seize valuables. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. Da Shaqiang's earlier unusual behavior had raised Zhang Chong's suspicions, prompting him to observe the officers' actions closely before decisively firing. Otherwise, it would have been he who lay there now. He collected the service pistols and spare magazines from the 2 impersonators and found a box of ammunition in the patrol car's armory, which he placed on the shelf in the space designated for self-defense weapons. The rain, initially a light drizzle, began to intensify. Zhang Chong returned to the vehicle, closed the windows, turned on the heating, and used a dry towel to wipe the rain from his hair and face. Following the navigation prompts, he drove away through the rain and mist, contemplating the recent events. The outside world was far from peaceful. In such dire conditions, some had lost all sense of humanity, willing to commit heinous acts for mere survival. This reality was why most ordinary citizens prefer to abandon their homes and endure a difficult existence in government-sanctioned refugee bases, fully aware that survival was paramount. Zhang Chong's decision to visit Naku stemmed from its proximity to the Xinjiang province. Since the onset of global extreme climatic disasters, the 2 provinces least affected by the calamities were Tibet and Xinjiang. It could be said that Tibet and Xinjiang were the 2 regions globally least impacted by such severe disasters. Moreover, the largest official refugee base, the central new city of China, was established in the northern city of Xinjiang province. It is said that the entire base can accommodate millions of residents seeking refuge. The protective capabilities and safety levels of the central new city of China are of the highest grade. It is also the current location of the nation's supreme authority, almost all elite groups within the country. The best resources and the most abundant supplies are concentrated in the central new city of China. Zhang Chong traveled unobstructed and, as night fell, arrived at the vicinity of Naku, feeling slightly dizzy and experiencing labored breathing. Realizing he was suffering from altitude sickness, Naku, situated in the Tibetan province, is the highest city in terms of elevation, with an extremely unique geographical environment characterized by cold, low oxygen levels, and a dry climate. It is also one of the largest highland pastures in Tibet, almost perpetually covered in ice and snow. Renowned as the largest uninhabited area in the country, the Qiangtong, infamously dubbed a land of death, lies between the Naku and Ali regions. Entering the road leading to the urban area of Naku via an expressway ramp, the surrounding mountainous landscape appeared increasingly barren and desolate. Checking the temperature on the LCD screen, it read -6 degrees, and outside the car, large snowflakes began to drift down, though he could not tell when it had started. He pulled over to the roadside, cranked the heating to maximum, and took out 2 packed meals, mixing one into Sha Chong's bowl, watching the swirling snowflakes outside as he began to eat. Zhang Chong picked up his phone, accessed the Tibetan region's network, and browsed the weather conditions in Naku, revealing a wry smile on his face. The resident refuge base in Naku had just issued a blizzard warning, predicting an early onset of the snow season. Looking at his phone, Zhang Chong quickly contemplated that perhaps his timing was off. He had originally planned to explore Naku before heading directly to Xinjiang province for a few days, but now that seemed unfeasible, that if the snow season had indeed arrived early, it would mean that heavy snow would block the mountains, rendering all roads impassable due to ice and snow. Forcing his way forward could result in being stranded on the return journey, which would undoubtedly disrupt his trading plans. The risk was too great. In such high-altitude, wintry conditions, it was all too easy to lose his life alongside Sha Chong, which was simply not worth it. However, it would be unwise to make the trip without any purpose. Thus, he decided to wander around the urban area of Naku to see if he could uncover any opportunities. Although his supplies were already plentiful, if he could acquire additional valuable goods for free, it would be all the better, as long as there was space to accommodate them. With this thought, Zhang Chong found himself stroking his chin and chuckling, reflecting on how greedy he had become. Maintaining a steady speed on the bumpy road, it appeared that this stretch of mountain road had not been maintained for quite some time, with numerous loose stones having rolled down from the nearby hills. Yet it remained passable. Zhang Chong focused his mind, switching from high beams to low beams, slowing down to observe the condition of the road ahead, as snowflakes danced in the cold wind, blanketing the land in white and obscuring its original desolation. Sha Chong squatted in the back seat, his head pressed against the window, gazing into the pitch black outside. After more than 20 minutes of driving, they entered the urban area of Naku, which should have been brightly lit, but now appeared particularly desolate, devoid of any light. Zhang Chong scrutinized the dark, multi-story buildings lining the road. This was supposed to be the main thoroughfare of this small town, but it had sadly become a ghost town, uninhabited and changed beyond recognition. Outside, heavy snow began to fall, and Zhang Chong glanced at the temperature on the LCD screen, which had dropped to -10 degrees. He found a building with an awning by the roadside, drove inside, and retrieved thickened thermal underwear and a cashmere sweater from his space, donning an outdoor waterproof and cold-resistant jacket along with non-slip, insulated boots. Instantly feeling warmer, he dressed Sha Chong in a modified pet cotton coat and cold-resistant booties he had prepared, and the dog instantly appeared more adorable. Putting on outdoor night vision goggles, he turned off the car, stepped out with Sha Chong, and surveyed the surroundings, waving to store the vehicle in his space. The building before him was a 3-story structure, the ground floor shop empty and deserted. Zhang Chong inspected the iron chain lock on the door, retrieved a hydraulic rescue tool from his space, and cut through the chain. He entered with Sha Chong, closed the shop door, and ascended to the 2nd and 3rd floors, finding the rooms largely vacant, stripped bare. Choosing a small room, he secured the door and locked it tight. Extracting a portable high-capacity power bank and a high-powered heater from his space, quickly warming the room, he laid a double layer of moisture-proof mats on the floor and took out an outdoor, thickened, moisture-proof sleeping bag. Preparing to spend the night there, he examined the 2 standard-issue police pistols he had collected. They appeared to be scarcely used and in relatively good condition. After disassembling them, he used specialized maintenance tools to clean and maintain them before reassembling them. The 4 magazines contained a total of 30 rounds, and he filled each magazine to its 15-round capacity from a box of ammunition, storing them in the designated weapon area of his space. Sha Chong lay lazily on the moisture-proof mat, yawning, while Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, drawing in the smoke as he gazed out at the howling cold wind whipping the snowflakes into a frenzy. Lost in thought, in the middle of the night, he was roused by Sha Chong, faintly hearing voices outside. Instantly, he crawled out of his sleeping bag, donned his outdoor night vision goggles, and retrieved his Glock pistol from his space. Affixing a silencer, the voices were emanating from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs. The shop door had been locked with a chain yesterday, but now it had been cut, likely indicating that some disaster victims were seeking refuge inside, possibly carrying supplies. It seemed he was on the verge of striking it rich again. Moments later, several male voices chimed in, affirming the speaker. Zhang Chong swiftly stowed the power bank, heater, sleeping bag, and moisture-proof mat into his space. He tucked the pistol behind his waist, drew out his katana, and mused to himself, "You probably haven't tasted blood yet. But soon, I shall let you partake." He gently opened the door, stepping aside while reaching down to pat the vigilant Sha Chong beside him. Several men were searching through the rooms, and soon footsteps approached. The door bursting open as a flashlight beam pierced the darkness, that a scream erupted as one man, who had just entered with the flashlight, was met with a sudden flash of steel, the blade piercing his chest and withdrawing swiftly, causing him to collapse to the ground. The other men outside reacted quickly, extinguishing their flashlights and taking cover on either side of the door, brandishing their weapons. Zhang Chong kicked the flashlight out into the hallway. Causing chaos outside, he swiftly darted to the doorway, wielding the katana with both hands, and in the darkness, the anguished cries echoed as he dispatched his foes, soon plunging the area back into silence. Downstairs, the sounds of commotion continued, and the staircase illuminated with the beams of 6 or 7 flashlights. Zhang Chong drew his Glock from behind his waist and swiftly fired in the direction of the light. The faint bangs of gunfire rang out, taking down 6 assailants armed with knives and clubs. One remaining assailant, terrified, tumbled down the stairs, and Zhang Chong descended after him, with Sha Chong springing forward to seize the man, viciously tearing at him as his screams reverberated hauntingly through the empty space. Zhang Chong called Sha Chong back, observing the assailant lying on the ground, blood pouring from his arm wound, as he lit a cigarette and took a drag. Exhaling smoke slowly, he tore a piece of cloth from the dead assailant's clothing and wiped the blood off his katana. He spoke softly, "If you wish to avoid joining your deceased companions, I can grant you a chance at life, provided you possess something that piques my interest. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let my dog tear you into pieces. Think carefully before you respond." The assailant on the ground was drenched in cold sweat, trembling all over, and stammered, "Please don't kill me. I can take you to our nearby hideout, where we have gathered plenty of supplies during our time scavenging in the city." Zhang Chong chuckled, stroking Sha Chong's head, and asked, "Are there any other companions left?" The assailant replied, "We have 13 in total. Except for me, you've killed everyone else. That I swear I'm telling the truth. I can lead you to our hideout and give you all our supplies." "Please don't kill me." Zhang Chong responded, "All right. I consider myself a reasonable person with a kind heart. If your supplies satisfy me, I will spare your life. Lead the way." Following the miscreant, accompanied by Shiqiang, they trudged against the biting wind and swirling snow for over 10 minutes, ultimately arriving at an underground chamber of a building that in the 2 corners of the basement. Fire pits fashioned from discarded gasoline barrels flickered, providing a measure of warmth. The criminal opened a concealed iron door and addressed Zhang Chong, saying, "All the supplies we've scavenged are in this warehouse. You can have them. Just spare my life." No sooner had the words left his lips than a gunshot rang out with a resounding bang, a crimson hole appearing in the center of his forehead. His body swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Chong shook his head and murmured softly, "To grant a reprieve to someone like you would be tantamount to endangering others." "My apologies." He approached the iron door, peering inside, and sighed upon discovering a considerable amount of supplies. The miscreant had not deceived him. There were over 30 barrels of 200 liters, each containing gasoline and diesel, more than 100 sacks of smokeless charcoal, and a stack of firewood hewn from wooden furniture, towering over 2 meters high against the wall. Additionally, there were 70 boxes of vacuum-sealed barley cakes, dried vegetables, and air-dried yak jerky. In one corner stood an iron cabinet over a meter tall. With a hint of disappointment, Zhang Chong walked over, opened the cabinet, and a smile broke on his face. "Indeed, there are quite a few supplies. It seems you truly scavenged extensively in the urban area. I suspect you hit the jackpot with the affluent households on the 5 shelves of the cabinet." Apart from the topmost layer, numerous luxurious box jewelry items were stacked, while the lower 4 shelves were filled entirely with investment gold bars. Zhang Chong examined them closely. 275 bars weighing 500 grams each and 62 bars weighing a kilogram. He then gathered the precious jewelry into a storage box, placing it on the shelf designated for gold, while the gold bars were stored in their respective container. After surveying the collection of investment gold bars, he noted that there were now 325 bars of 500 grams and 86 bars of 1 kilogram. Subsequently, he stored all the remaining supplies within the space, where they automatically organized themselves into designated areas. Reflecting on the night's endeavors, he mused that despite the fright, the chill, and the exertion, it was not in vain. Tonight, he would make do within this underground chamber. He dragged the criminal's lifeless body into the now empty warehouse and secured the iron door. Tossing some firewood into the 2 burning fire pits brightened the basement considerably. When morning arrived, he found it was already 8 o'clock, and the temperature had dropped significantly, observing the nearly extinguished flames of the 2 fire pits in the corners. He remained nestled in his sleeping bag, reluctant to rise, noticing Shiqiang pacing restlessly in the basement. Likely hungry, he begrudgingly emerged from his cocoon. He fetched a bottle of mineral water and a bag of air-dried yak jerky to feed Shiqiang, stowing away the moisture-resistant mat and outdoor sleeping bag into the space. Leading the dog outside, he braved the cold, where a biting chill assaulted him and heavy snowflakes fell like goose feathers, blanketing the world in silver and ice. The sky was only just beginning to brighten. Ordinarily, by 8, the sun would have long risen, illuminating the heavens. Zhang Chang understood that daylight was dwindling, and for an extended period, sunlight would be a distant memory. Giving way to the obscurity of the polar night, which had now commenced, gazing at the silent streets, he paused for a moment before retrieving his off-road vehicle from the space, ushering Shiqiang into the car. He ignited the engine, turned on the heater, and took a few sips from a bottle of electrolyte drink. From the toolbox in the trunk, he retrieved a set of tire chains and affixed them to all 4 wheels. Opening his phone's navigation app, he set the destination to the Sassity Residence Refuge and departed from the Naku urban area, where he had only spent the night. Time could not be wasted any longer. With the snow intensifying, he feared he might lose his way if he delayed further. The interior of the vehicle soon warmed up, and Zhang Chang glanced at the LCD screen displaying the outside temperature, minus 21 degrees. In just one day, the temperature had plummeted by approximately 10 degrees. Shiqiang sprawled across the back seat, stretching his limbs, and before long, he began to snore softly, succumbing to slumber. The journey of over 300 kilometers took more than 6 hours before they finally entered the Sassity region. Allowing Zhang Chang a sense of relief, he retrieved a meal box, opened a can of braised beef, and poured himself a glass of Shaoxing rice wine, all while observing the relentless drizzle outside the car window. He pondered the stark climatic contrasts across various regions of Tibet, marveling at the disparities. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he tidied up, lowered the car window slightly, and let the cold air rush in as he lit a cigarette. Although he had only been away for less than 2 days, he found himself longing for the cozy and comfortable little nook he had at the residence refuge. He mused that ultimately, people yearn for safety and stability. A life of wandering is merely a reluctant choice. He retrieved a small cardboard box containing medications from the corner of the space, placing on the passenger's seat. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the base, where, after presenting his personal identification and special pass, he was granted entry. First, he went to the official gas station to fill the vehicle's tank, parked it in the lot, and, with Shiqiang in tow, made his way toward the residential area, carrying the small box. Observing Zhang Chang's retreating figure, the slender youth, Jiza, stationed in the security booth, muttered to himself, "This person seems quite extraordinary, having just arrived at the base for a few days. He can so easily venture out that I suppose I should befriend him. It can only serve my interests." Zhang Chang arrived at his doorstep, first checking the half-used toothpick he had left in the door's crevice, which remained undisturbed. Entering the house, he released Shiqiang, who sniffed around while Zhang Chang inspected all the windows, ensuring they had not been tampered with. After meticulously checking every corner, he confirmed everything was in order. Allowing him to finally relax, he set Shiqiang's water and food bowls in the corner of the living room, filled a large bowl with clean water, and mixed a meal box into the food bowl, prompting the dog to scamper over eagerly to eat. After tidying up the house, he enjoyed a warm, refreshing shower, changed his clothes, and picked up his phone to send a text to the middle-aged man. "I've just returned, and the medications are safely secured." That a quick reply came from the middle-aged man, stating they would meet outside the residential area in 15 minutes. Zhang Chang responded affirmatively. "See you shortly," grabbing the small box from the floor. He closed the door and descended the stairs, heading toward the residential area's exit. A few minutes later, a black car pulled up nearby, and the middle-aged man, with a friendly demeanor and a smile, stepped out. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Chang handed over the small box and the fuel card to him. The middle-aged man opened the box, examined its contents, and smiled, saying, "I will arrange for you to learn flight operations at the base's helicopter airport soon." "Await my message." Zhang Chang nodded, replying with a smile, "I appreciate your efforts." Having concluded his conversation, he turned and departed, Returning to his humble abode in the residential area 2 days later, Zhang Chang received a call from a middle-aged man, who informed him that arrangements had been made for him to attend flight training at the helicopter airport the following day. Zhang Chang retrieved a pack of ordinary Huangala cigarettes and placed it into his multipurpose outdoor backpack. He gazed upward at the sky, where delicate strands of drizzle danced, reflecting upon the fact that he had seized an opportunity. Henceforth, his future would depend on his own efforts. Lighting the cigarette, he inhaled slowly. Currently, Zhang Chang visited the small helicopter airport within the base almost daily, immersing himself in the theoretical aspects of helicopter piloting, engaging in simulated flight operations, and acquiring essential skills for routine maintenance. Initially, the military helicopter pilot assigned to instruct him had devised a learning plan that required him to attend the airport twice a week. However, after receiving a pack of cigarettes, he tacitly allowed Zhang Chang to visit the airport daily, guiding him in operational skills whenever there was a mission. During idle times, he imparted knowledge on helicopter maintenance techniques and experiences. As over a month passed, Zhang Chang had become adept at piloting a helicopter independently and was proficient in addressing various in-flight situations. He understood the urgency of mastering flight skills to maximize his practice opportunities. After each flight, he diligently assisted the pilots and maintenance technicians in performing various upkeep tasks, absorbing their guidance and expertise. Days grew shorter. By 10 in the morning, the sky had barely brightened, yet by 5 in the afternoon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Following the completion of his 3-month flight training, he had forged strong friendships with the military pilots and maintenance technicians who had guided him. As he departed the airport, they exchanged contact numbers, and he presented them with gifts: a pack of Huangala cigarettes, 2 bottles of aged liquor, and a beautifully packaged box of premium candies. These gifts had become increasingly rare and invaluable luxury items. Zhang Chang felt that the gesture was worth every bit, and he would not hesitate to offer even tenfold such gifts without regret. Seated before his desk, cigarette in hand, he observed the pristine snowflakes swirling outside, the outdoor temperature plummeting to -15 degrees. The daylight only lasted for about 3 hours from noon to mid-afternoon before succumbing to darkness. He reflected on the onset of the polar night. Checking his balance on the convenience service website, he found he had 10,506 points remaining. With his rent due, he paid 5,500 points for another month, 540 points for 3 months of parking fees, and 300 points for electricity. Leaving him with a chip card balance of 4,166 points, he realized he needed to recharge his points as his monthly expenses were substantial. 5,500 points for rent, 180 points for parking, 900 points for meals at the cafeteria, along with additional utility payments from the designated shelf for storing gold. He extracted 10 500-gram investment gold bars, intending to exchange them for points at the convenience service hall the following noon when daylight returned. His gold reserves had grown considerable, yet he pondered the true utility of gold in the current climate. Beyond mere accumulation, it seemed that most high-ranking officials believed that the extreme climatic disasters would eventually pass, restoring conditions to their former prosperity, allowing gold to regain its worth. Sighing deeply, he recalled his past life amidst extreme calamities, clinging to the hope that such adversities would one day cease. He had believed that as long as one survived, any hardship could be endured. However, he had not anticipated that he would not witness the arrival of that day. In the kitchen, he retrieved a free-range chicken, sliced some ham, and placed them into a soup pot along with mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and daylily buds, filling it with water and placing on the gas stove to simmer. In a rice cooker, he prepared a pot of fragrant rice, sought spicy and sour cabbage, scrambled eggs with black fungus, and steamed a piece of cured fish, opening a bottle of Guojiao, 1573, to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. Silly Chong danced around his feet, likely anticipating a delightful meal. Filled with excitement, he slept soundly through the night, awakening to the pitch blackness outside. Rolling over, he drifted back to sleep. When he awoke again, he glanced outside to find the darkness still enveloping everything. Checking his watch, he realized it was already 12:30. At instantly alert, he recognized the implications of the polar night. Rising to wash up, he noticed his dog still nestled in its bed, oblivious to the time, a clear indication of the polar night's impact on natural rhythms. He roused the dog, filled its water bowl, mixed some warm chicken broth with rice, and added shredded chicken before feeding it. After tidying up, he grabbed his outdoor backpack, retrieved a flashlight, and led the dog downstairs toward the convenience service hall in the No. 1 office building. The temperature outside had dropped rapidly, with heavy snow swirling in the wind under a pitch-black sky, blanketing the base S roads in white. Not far ahead, a worker was clearing the snow from the road. Zhang Chang quickened his pace and soon arrived at the convenience service hall, where only a handful of residents were present, lending the place an unusually quiet atmosphere. He approached the point redemption window, presenting his investment gold bars and chip card. Within 5 to 6 minutes, the staff completed the weighing and testing of the gold, recharging his chip card with 30,000 points, which now showed a balance of 166 points. With Silly Chong in tow, he left the service hall and made his way to the parking lot, where he retrieved snow-clearing tools from the trunk and cleaned off the snow from his vehicle before donning a thick car cover. On his return to the residential area, he noticed government officials overseeing construction workers erecting a 2-meter-high protective barrier between the ordinary residential area and the row houses, complete with lighting and razor wire. A squad of fully armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity, flashlights in hand. Zhang Chang, initially taken aback, quickly understood. The authorities had likely recognized the imminent threat of a new extreme disaster and were implementing safety measures to prevent chaos within the base. Upon returning home, he secured the protective door tightly. Silly Chong seemed somewhat lethargic, having taken a few sips of water before retreating to its bed. Seated by the bedroom window, Zhang Chong lit a cigarette and contemplated the dire consequences of the polar night, which would far surpass the previous extremes of cold or heat. Prolonged exposure to complete darkness could induce severe psychological and physiological distress. During the polar night, the risks posed by human actions might eclipse those of natural disasters. Should chaos erupt during this period, the previously stable order within the base could unravel completely. He recalled how, in his past life, the governing bodies of various provinces had faltered amidst widespread chaos during the polar night, ultimately collapsing under the pressure and being replaced by new powers. Now, as he faced a similar scenario in this life, he yearned to avoid witnessing a hellish landscape strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Yet he recognized this was merely wishful thinking. What was destined to happen could not be avoided, and that which was meant to come would eventually arrive. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to prepare for potential human conflicts and calamities. Most crucially, it hinged on whether the authorities in charge of the resident evacuation base possessed the capability to resolve the crisis and the resolve to take decisive action. Zhang Chong retrieved firearms from the self-defense weapons section of his storage space. Meticulously disassembling 6 handguns and 1 submachine gun, performing maintenance with specialized tools, he inspected all the magazines, ensuring they were fully loaded. The silenced Glock pistol was placed beneath the pillow, while the other firearms were secured within the confines of the space. 2 high-powered electric batons were retrieved and plugged in for charging, and a military-style dagger was sheathed in a leather scabbard, affixed to the belt around his waist. Shiqiang took a brief respite, rejuvenating his spirits before dashing into the bedroom, where he affectionately nudged Zhang Chong's thigh with his furry head. Gently stroking the dog's head, he whispered, "From this moment forth, we must remain vigilant. The days ahead may become perilous and arduous." Contemplating the potential chaos that could ensue within the base during the polar night, he resolved to head to the small helicopter airport in advance. There he would secure the 3 helicopters, along with all the necessary maintenance tools, equipment, and a substantial supply of aviation fuel stored in barrels, before departing the base for the frontier province. Gazing out at the inky darkness, he noticed the pristine snowflakes accumulating thickly on the windowsill. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Zhang Chong dutifully made his way to the large cafeteria near the residential area to procure a meal. Holding a paper bag containing rice dumplings, he felt its weight noticeably lighter, and the vegetable soup had grown remarkably bland, instilling within him an unsettling premonition that the base's food reserves might be critically low. Moments after the snow on the roads had been cleared, a fresh layer quickly blanketed the ground, crunching beneath his feet. Armed patrols from the base crossed the intersection almost every half hour, a clear indication of the heightened security measures in place. Standing beneath his building, he looked up at the window of his 3rd-floor apartment, noting the ordinary aluminum plastic material with a slight frown. The entry door to his home was merely a standard iron security door, prompting him to consider upgrading to more robust doors and windows with superior protective features. The current installations were only capable of deterring the honorable and could hardly withstand the malicious. Pondering this, he proceeded toward the parking lot, where he encountered the lean young security guard, Jiza, lost in thought within the modest guard shack. Inside the small structure, a narrow bed was furnished with thick blankets, and personal belongings cluttered the space. Upon noticing Zhang Chong standing outside, Jiza stood up with a broad smile and inquired, "Big brother, are you heading out to drive?" Zhang Chong lit a cigarette and took a puff, then offered one to the lean young man, softly asking, "Have you been residing in the guard shack all this time?" Jiza accepted the cigarette, inhaled its aroma with a grin, and replied, "It's quite tranquil here, and I don't have to spend any points that it's far more comfortable than the communal dormitory in the apartment building. At least I have my own space." Zhang Chong chuckled and said, "It does sound appealing. Since you've been at the base for quite a while, do you happen to know anyone who could replace my doors and windows? I want to upgrade them to something with better security features." Jiza lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, scratching his head in contemplation before responding, "Big brother, I'll need a check for you. Only the infrastructure team can handle replacements, and they have access to the necessary materials. How about this? I'll inquire shortly, and you can leave me a contact number. I'll notify you as soon as I have news." Zhang Chong provided Jiza with his phone number, and before departing, he handed over the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smiling as he said, "Keep these for yourself. If you accomplish this task, I'll reward you further." A look of elation spread across Jiza's face as he accepted the cigarettes, exclaiming, "Rest assured, big brother, I will find a way to get this done for you." With a smile, Zhang Chong turned to leave, braving the wind and snow. As he returned home, he retrieved the paper bag containing the rice dumplings from the pocket of his outdoor jacket and consumed the now-cold dumplings bite by bite. In the afternoon, as he dozed off, the ringing of his phone startled him awake. It was an unfamiliar number, likely Jiza from the parking lot. Upon answering, he confirmed it was indeed Jiza, whose voice came through with a hint of hesitation. "Big brother, I've inquired. There's a guy in the infrastructure team who used to be my neighbor in Sassity, and he said he could provide doors and windows with security features comparable to those in the row houses. However, the price he quotes is rather steep." Zhang Chong chuckled softly and asked, "What kind of payment does he require?" After a moment of indecision, Jiza replied, "My friend mentioned that while installation is not a problem, sourcing the materials is quite challenging, and he would need to rely on others to obtain them. Thus, he requires 2 packs of cigarettes. What do you think?" Zhang Chong understood immediately and said, "Then I won't trouble your friend. I'll seek someone else." With that, he hung up the call. Meanwhile, Jiza sat in the guard shack, staring blankly at the disconnected phone. Beside him sat another young man of similar age with slightly crossed eyes, who eagerly asked, "So, did he agree?" Jiza shook his head, prompting the other to lean closer and whisper conspiratorially. After a moment's consideration, Jiza nodded in agreement, and a barely perceptible smirk crept across the other young man's face. Zhang Chong observed the increasingly heavy snowfall outside, the temperature plummeting to -23 degrees during the polar night, while temperatures do not drop to the extreme lows of -50 or 60 degrees typical of the coldest periods. They remain significantly lower than usual winter temperatures, particularly in the high-altitude region of Zhong province. The unique geographical and climatic conditions render it colder than inland provinces. Zhang Chong laid several layers of soft old cotton clothing in Shiqiang's dog bed and placed a heater nearby to maintain a warm environment in the small living room. The water bowl was nearly full, ensuring the air remained less or wide at 18 night. Zhang Chong mostly shed only his thick outdoor jacket and pants before sleeping. Although Shiqiang's dog bed was situated close to the entrance of the small living room, and the dog remained alert, he still refrained from letting his guard down. Become complacent at such a time would be akin to placing oneself at the brink of death in the middle of the night. While Zhang Chong was sound asleep, he was abruptly awakened by Shiqiang's barking in the small living room. He quickly rose, reaching for the energy-saving lamp switch on the bedside table, but it failed to respond. Nor did the overhead light illuminate when he pressed the switch. Grabbing his outdoor night vision goggles from the space, he hastily donned his winter clothing and boots, retrieving the Glock pistol from beneath his pillow and disengaging the safety before cautiously entering the small living room. To his shock, the entrance door had been fully opened, revealing two masked intruders brandishing flashlights and iron rods, locked in a standoff with the dog. Shurqiang was leaping back and forth, emitting low growls while facing the assailants, swinging their iron rods. Zhang Chong tucked the pistol behind his waist and drew the military-style dagger. Hurling it with precision, one of the masked men collapsed, his throat pierced, while the other turned to flee. He took only a few steps. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, glancing down to see a blade protruding from his torso, releasing a piercing scream. The surrounding residents turned on their lights, yet no one moved to intervene. A cold smile crept across Zhang Chong's face as he stowed the pistol back into the space and descended to the unit's entrance to activate the alarm. Minutes later, armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity and several police officers responsible for the base's security arrived simultaneously at the scene. Zhang Chong recounted the events to the officers, who secured the area for investigation. Among the fallen intruders, one was discovered to be carrying lock-picking tools, upon recognizing the identities of the masked assailants. The officers furrowed their brows and immediately reported the incident to their superiors at the base's security office. Zhang Chong sighed as he recognized the body of the parking lot's administrator, the lean young man Jiza, whose mask had been removed. Leading Shurqiang, he accompanied several officers to an office within the base's security department, where he provided a detailed account of the incident and asserted that the military-style dagger used to eliminate the two masked robbers was solely for self-defense. A police supervisor scrutinized Zhang Chong's identification, chip card, and special access pass for entering and exiting the base. Particularly noteworthy is the special pass recently issued by one of the highest echelons of the base's military management committee, which prompted a moment of contemplation. Observing Zhang Chong's serene demeanor, unruffled and composed, I reflected for a moment before softly articulating, such an incident is unprecedented within the base. This case of masked home invasion and robbery, indeed, falls under the realm of justifiable self-defense. However, the military standard dagger and katana you wielded are classified as regulated weapons, strictly prohibited for possession by residents within the base, that we shall certainly handle this matter judiciously. You may return for now. Having said that, I returned the documents, chip card, and special pass to Zhang Chong. He smiled and gently remarked, I have complete faith that our base's security and guard department will handle this heinous case fairly. Nevertheless, I hope to have my self-defense weapons returned to me promptly. I cannot be left defenseless, waiting to be harmed should I encounter such a situation again. The police chief, upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, furrowed his brow and retorted, Our security work within the base is characterized by high vigilance and effectiveness, but a single incident of this nature cannot overshadow the achievements and efforts we have made. As a resident living in the base, you should not question our capability to safeguard and protect the community. Zhang Chong placed the documents into the inner pocket of his outdoor jacket and sighed. Addressing the police chief, even if 100 such heinous incidents were to occur, they cannot erase the accomplishments and efforts you have made, that I merely wish to ensure my own safety in times of crisis. Every resident in the base shares this sentiment. Relying solely on others for protection is tantamount to awaiting death. Since the onset of extreme disasters, those harboring such thoughts have often met the earliest and most tragic ends. Without exception. With that, he took hold of Zhang Chong and turned to leave the office, heading towards the residential area. The police chief, recognizing the piercing truth in Zhang Chong's words, understood they were indeed factual and sincere. Yet, there was nothing to be done. In the realm of bureaucracy, certain officials often prefer compliant and docile citizens, even if it means adhering to erroneous decisions and systems, leaving no room for dissent or rebuttal. Upon returning home with his dog, Zhang Chong found that the bodies of the two assailants had already been removed by the police, aside from a few bloodstains remaining on the floor. It seemed as if nothing had occurred. Just as he prepared to clean the blood with a mop, the building's caretaker arrived with maintenance workers and cleaners. They restored the normal power supply to the apartment, cleaned the bloodstains from the door and hallway with cleaning agents, replaced the lock with a new core, and handed 3 new keys to Zhang Chong before departing. Zhang Chong slightly opened the window to let in some fresh air before closing it again and turning on the high-power heaters in the small living room and bedroom. He took out a bag of dried yak meat to feed his dog, which, after finishing its meal, returned to its doghouse. Back in the bedroom, He lit a cigarette and began to smoke, glancing at his watch. It was 4:30, and he felt entirely awake. After freshening up, he retrieved a box meal, opened a can of cod, poured himself a glass of guojiao, 1573, and sat down at the desk by the window to eat. In truth, Zhang Chong was indifferent to such occurrences. He had grown accustomed to them, that he understood that during times of extreme disaster, no one would concern themselves with your survival. Their focus would solely be on how to endure and thrive. And that was sufficient. Those overflowing with sympathy, exhibiting extreme kindness and compassion, had essentially perished early on in the dire circumstances, leaving no exceptions. The base's security department swiftly issued a statement throughout the facility, announcing that 2 residents had tested the law by attempting to rob and kill under the cover of night, armed and masked, only to be thwarted by the vigilant security personnel and military patrols, resulting in their demise during stubborn resistance. Upon reading the announcement, a wry smile crept across Zhang Chong's face, tinged with resignation. Soon after, he received back the military standard dagger and katana taken by the base's security, along with a text message from the convenience service center informing him of a 6-month reduction in rent and parking fees. Zhang Chong recognized that such actions by the security department were intended to caution residents harboring nefarious intentions. But it ended there that, in the current climate of acute food shortages and extreme conditions, the majority of residents were struggling to secure their basic sustenance. Thus, the base could only address issues as they arose, opting for a punitive approach to deter wrongdoing. At no point can absolute fairness be expected, particularly for those at the bottom rungs of society. Life continued in a monotonous yet perilous manner, with the quantity of food available in the base's cafeteria diminishing with each meal, while the number of restless residents increased. The station military forces, in conjunction with the security department, launched several stern crackdowns. Yet the results were minimal. In the 4 major residential districts of the base, gang violence and disputes over personal property erupted almost daily, with the number of residents suffering abnormal casualties steadily rising. There were even instances of gangs robbing the cafeteria and official supply stores. The base's management began to intensify penalties for collective criminal behavior among residents, employing brutal suppression tactics. Zhang Chong had since ventured out less frequently and no longer frequented the cafeteria for meals, opting to stay home, engaging in play with his dog while remaining vigilant about the base's developments. Each day, he would hear the relentless sounds of gunfire as clashes erupted in the neighboring apartment dormitories, accompanied by the cacophony of destruction and anguished cries. Once law-abiding residents began to feel a sense of insecurity, banding together to confront the various violent abuses and threats, the official departments of the base, overwhelmed by the chaos and the daily emergence of numerous violent incidents, gradually found themselves stretched thin, resorting to forceful suppression of offenders or directly expelling repeat offenders from the base, allowing them to fend for themselves. After a year and a half of perpetual polar nights, the population of the resident refuge base dwindled from a peak of over 300,000 to fewer than 100,000. The severe food supply shortages were temporarily alleviated by the significant decrease in population. The security order of the base began to stabilize slowly, with violent incidents occurring far less frequently. Residents engaged in various arduous labors, barely managing to maintain a basic level of sustenance. Zhang Chong understood that such a life could not last long, as the government's food reserves were now solely depleting without replenishment. The land, devoid of sunlight and subjected to temperatures below -30 degrees, was incapable of yielding crops. The dwindling food supplies in the base would eventually be exhausted, and that day was not far off. The polar night showed no signs of abating. It felt as though everything had fallen into a vicious cycle. Zhang Chong remained acutely aware of the situation at the base's military helicopter airport. Due to the stringent vigilance and formidable defenses of the military, he found it impossible to execute his plans and could only wait. However, he recognized that time was running short, should the food supplies continue to dwindle. The upper management of the base would ultimately abandon the entire facility and relocate to the central New City base in Xinjiang province. Moreover, the senior leadership and military of the Sa City base had already begun transferring many essential strategic materials and their families to Xinjiang. If the day came when the base was to be entirely forsaken, The remaining residents would be left to their own devices. Recently, Zhang Chong had acquired this confidential information regarding the base through transactions with a middle-aged man, a friend of Uncle Chun, from whom he had procured supplies twice. Zhang Chong was fully aware that his relatively stable and peaceful existence within the base was largely due to the fact that no department or individual within the base had ever troubled him. A significant factor being this middle-aged as long as he remained useful and of value to him. He hoped not to encounter any misfortune, provided he maintained a low profile and stability within the base. If one were to court disaster, it is likely that the other party would turn a blind eye. Thus, Zhang Chong has consistently maintained a low profile, approaching matters with caution and prudence, leaving no incriminating evidence for others to grasp. The middle-aged man seeking to engage him in another drug transaction feels an overwhelming urgency. Zhang Chong distinctly recalls that the previous deal provided enough medication for a 2-year supply, and considering the time elapsed since that transaction, the remaining stock should suffice for another 3 to 4 months. The pressing desire for an increased quantity of drugs, with conditions flexible within reason, suggests that the other party is aware of that. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this may very well be the final drug exchange. Such a situation indicates one crucial point. It is possible that the higher-ups at the base have already devised an evacuation plan, receiving authorization from the Central New City base in the Xinjiang province of China to relocate at any moment. Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, gazing into the pitch-black sky beyond the window, contemplating this transaction and pondering what more valuable resources he might extract from the other party. Acquiring a helicopter was out of the question. Even if one were offered, the other party would likely forego their drug needs rather than agree. Moreover, he had no expectation of relying solely on this trade to procure such a critical means of transportation for survival. Even if he could obtain one through negotiation, the cost would be utterly unacceptable to him. Stroking his chin, a smile crept onto his lips as he recalled his saying, "Leave a line when dealing with others, so that you may meet again in the future." After all, he too would eventually head to Xinjiang province. As for whether he would go to the Central New City base, he would let fate decide that he needed to carefully consider what kind of resources he required from the other party. Zhang Chong took his dog to the parking lot, equipped his vehicle with anti-skid chains on all 4 tires, and started the off-road vehicle, preparing to venture out. After all, the drugs he was to trade could not simply materialize out of thin air. And as the negotiator for both parties, he had to present a credible facade, ensuring that everything appeared seamless. In truth, Zhang Chong was extremely reluctant to leave the base at this moment, as the risks were considerable. The number of criminals expelled from the base, left to fend for themselves, was alarmingly high, particularly those in gangs, whose ruthlessness had become second nature. Having completely lost their humanity, it was likely that they had staked out significant territories and were now watching anyone emerging from the base with predatory intent. The middle-aged man had initially intended to send someone to protect Zhang Chong during the negotiations for the drugs, but Zhang Chong flatly refused. The middle-aged man understood this. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets they do not wish to expose. His primary concern was simply ensuring the safe return of the drugs. As for Zhang Chong's safety or the risks involved, he had no desire to contemplate them. Zhang Chong merely requested some weapons for self-defense, providing a list: 2 military-grade handguns, each with 2 magazines and 400 rounds, 1 military assault rifle with 4 magazines and 500 rounds, 1 submachine gun with 4 magazines and 500 rounds, and 2 boxes of military-grade high-explosive grenades. Upon reviewing the list, the middle-aged man readily agreed and swiftly arranged for the weapons and ammunition to be packed into the trunk of Zhang Chong's off-road vehicle. Inside the base, after presenting a special pass and identification, he was granted passage. Zhang Chong drove less than a kilometer from the base, pulled over to the side of the road, and swiftly stowed all the weapons and ammunition from the trunk onto the shelves in his spatial storage area designated for self-defense. Returning to the vehicle, he donned a high-performance Level 7 nano lightweight bulletproof vest, a Glock handgun, a suppressor, a spare magazine for M26 grenades, and outdoor night vision goggles, maintaining a steady speed and following the navigation on his phone. He drove along the highway towards Shannon City. The inky darkness enveloped everything, and the snowflakes were swept up by the wild winds, swirling through the air. Zhang Chong remained vigilant, attentive to the road ahead and the surrounding environment. Sha Chong lay sprawled in the back seat, gnawing on a chew toy. Zhang Chong's destination, as marked by his phone's navigation, was Shannon City, a mere 150 kilometers from S City, typically a 3-hour drive. However, given the treacherous icy roads and the cover of night, it would likely take 4 to 5 hours to arrive. Ultimately, he decided against it. No urban area in either city would be safe. And the situation in Shannon City was not much better than in S City. What concerned Zhang Chong now was not where to go, but rather to leave the S City area as swiftly as possible and find a safe, remote stretch of road to stop. Having just turned off a side road and reached the main thoroughfare, he spotted a roadblock a few dozen meters ahead on the icy surface, with several figures faintly visible nearby. Gradually, he reduced his speed, stopping the vehicle about 40 to 50 meters from the obstruction, switching the high beams to low. Lowering the window slightly, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he observed the roadblock on either side. Though the outside was shrouded in darkness and snowflakes continued to fall, Zhang Chong could see clearly through his outdoor night vision goggles. Around the roadblock, he discerned approximately 8 or 9 individuals, armed with various weapons. Occasionally peering over to observe his vehicle, a soft chuckle escaped Zhang Chong as he retrieved the handgun from the passenger seat, disengaging the safety while Sha Chong crouched in the back. Alert and peering out the window, he took his time smoking, cranked the heater to maximum, and hummed a tune, calmly awaiting the unfolding event. As the assailants concealed near the roadblock noticed that the vehicle showed no intention of advancing or retreating. They began to encircle it. When the assailants were still over 30 meters away, Zhang Chong produced 2 M26 high-explosive grenades, exited the vehicle, removed their safety pins, and swiftly hurled them towards the approaching assailants. Then took cover behind the car door. 2 deafening explosions shattered the stillness, illuminating the dark night with bursts of flame, followed by a cacophony of screams. As silence returned, the ground nearby erupted in a cloud of snow mixed with a thick fog of blood. Zhang Chong re-entered the vehicle, soothing the startled Sha Chong, then carefully surveyed the situation ahead, driving the vehicle up to the roadblock and removing it to continue on his way. Glancing at the Glock handgun resting nearby, he mused that sometimes grenades were indeed more efficient, simple, time-saving, and with greater lethality. After more than half an hour, having left the S City area, he parked the off-road vehicle on a relatively flat expanse of snow near the highway. He fed Sha Chong a bottle of purified water and a substantial portion of dried yak meat. Reflecting on his supplies, he retrieved 3 sealed packages of aspirin and tarot-coated tablets from a large medical kit in his spatial storage, along with 4 boxes of leftover medication from the previous transaction, placing them into a small cardboard box tucked away in the corner of his space. With 34 boxes of medication, each containing 48 tablets and requiring only 1 tablet a day. There was ample supply for the other party for over 4 years. The medication had a shelf life of 5 years, and time within the spatial storage was perfectly stagnant, ensuring its efficacy remained intact. Moreover, at such a time, having access to well-packaged medication was a tremendous blessing, and no one would concern themselves with the expiration date as long as it served to save lives. Entering his spatial storage, he surveyed the vast reserves of supplies, contemplating what additional items he might require. Weapons and ammunition, aviation fuel for the helicopter. Yet perhaps only weapons and ammunition would suffice. Acquiring aviation fuel alongside a helicopter would undoubtedly raise significant suspicion. At all times, safety must remain paramount. Furthermore, possessing such an extraordinary space must never be revealed, as the consequences would be unbearable. Even in seeking weapons and ammunition, the other party would undoubtedly weigh the risks and benefits. After all, unlike other supplies, an excessive demand for weapons might lead to outright refusal. Moderation was key. After a period of contemplation, Zhang Chong resolved to contact the middle-aged man the following morning, deciding to spend the night in this desolate wilderness. Outside, the icy winds howled fiercely, while fine snowflakes danced in the air, carried by the gusts. Waking early the next morning, he found Sha Chong howling, indicating a desire to go outside. After randomly disembarking with my dog, I took a leisurely stroll nearby. Sha Chong frolicked exuberantly in the snow, his joy unrestrained. After some playful moments, We returned to the car, only then realizing that I was utterly chilled that I retrieved a dry towel to dry Shachiang's damp fur. My stomach began to rumble, prompting me to take out 2 boxed meals that I mixed 1 portion for Shachiang and poured into his bowl, relishing the sight of the steaming hot food, which whetted my appetite. As I ate, I gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, devoid of any light, and pondered when this prolonged polar night would finally pass. Alas, no one knows that I took out my phone and composed a brief message to the middle-aged man. The client can provide 34 boxes of well-packaged, fully effective medications, sufficient for over 4 years of use. The counterpart requires 50 crates of military-grade high-explosive grenades, 5 standard military handguns with 10 compatible magazines, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 military assault rifles with 15 magazines, 20,000 rounds, and 5 submachine guns with 15 magazines, also totaling 20,000 rounds of ammunition, that if they agree to the transaction, they should bring the vehicle loaded with weapons and ammunition to the bridge 10 kilometers north of the base at exactly 7 o'clock tonight, and the personnel in the vehicle will leave on their own. Once the client has verified the materials and confirmed their acceptance, I will return the vehicle to the base along with the medications. After sending the message, Zhang Chang reflected that the requested quantity of weapons and ammunition was quite reasonable and entirely acceptable to the other party. Compared to the initial transaction, this could be considered a rock-bottom, friendly price. Coupled with the weapons and ammunition needed before this trip and my prior reserves, I would have ample means for self-defense in the future. Minutes later, I received a reply from the middle-aged man. Transaction confirmed. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Chang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Following this drug deal, aside from needing a helicopter and the corresponding maintenance equipment and tools, as well as aviation kerosene, I found myself wanting for nothing else. Upon completing this drug transaction and returning to the base, I would need to devise a plan to quickly acquire the life-saving supplies I desperately sought. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Chang departed from the temporary roadside encampment in the snow and headed toward the bridge at the border. As I entered the vicinity of Sassity, I became exceedingly cautious. After driving for several minutes, I encountered a group of a dozen bandits armed with various knives and clubs blocking the road. Zhang Chang smiled wryly at the sight of the grinning assailants surrounding his vehicle. He swiftly pressed the gas pedal and reversed rapidly, while the bandits brandished their weapons in pursuit. Rolling down the window, I retrieved a military submachine gun from the interior, disengaged the safety, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire through the window. The fiery tongues of the gunfire illuminated the dark night, and several of the assailants fell to the ground, injured. The remaining few scrambled away across the icy terrain, tumbling in their haste. Zhang Chang, with Shachiang in tow, hastily exited the vehicle to pursue. In just a few strides, the remaining bandits found themselves at the mercy of my gun. One bandit, bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to his abdomen, trembled in fear as he sat on the ground, about to plead for mercy when his head was swiftly severed by a gleaming katana, rolling away in an instant. Zhang Chang sighed, wiped the blood from the blade, and stowed it away. With Shachiang, I climbed back into the car and continued my journey. Along the way, I encountered several more waves of desperate bandit gangs, likely former residents of the base who, due to their criminal behavior and lack of remorse, have been forcibly expelled by the base's security forces. One of the gangs comprised nearly 100 individuals, compelling Zhang Chang to constantly switch out empty magazines for his military submachine gun and assault rifle, or to fire his handgun, even deploying 3 high-explosive grenades that in dealing with such marauders. Zhang Chang showed no mercy, intent on eradicating them entirely. Before 7 o'clock, I arrived near the bridge at the border, where the vehicle delivering the weapons and ammunition had yet to arrive. I stepped out with Shachiang, lighting a cigarette as I surveyed the battered state of my off-road vehicle, pockmarked and cracked, nearly unrecognizable. The rear windshield and side windows were shattered in several places, and 2 tires had been rendered nearly useless by sharp objects. Shaking my head, I realized that the vehicle was likely beyond repair. Having accompanied me through many trials since the onset of the extreme climatic disaster, that I promptly stored all items from the interior and shrunk into my space. After opening the fuel tank, I ignited the gasoline, and the off-road vehicle was soon engulfed in flames. At 7 o'clock, 2 vehicles arrived at the bridge, a small cargo van and a minivan. The driver of the cargo van turned off the engine, climbed into the minivan, and drove away. I watched the minivan disappear into the distance. I boarded the small cargo van with Shaqiang, started the engine, and left the bridge. I parked the vehicle in a secluded area nearby, disembarking with Shaqiang to inspect the surroundings for any anomalies. Just as I was about to open the cargo door to retrieve the supplies, I suddenly felt an inexplicable twitch in my eyelid. Contemplating this, I swiftly stored the small cargo van into my space. Meanwhile, in a room within the base's row of villas, the middle-aged man donned headphones and monitored the live feed from the cargo van on his laptop. Suddenly, all signals ceased, leaving no trace of response. The man's previously amiable expression shifted to one of surprise. He quickly regained his composure and chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems we are dealing with a rather extraordinary individual, employing some rather unconventional methods." Upon entering the space, Zhang Chong opened the door of the small cargo van and meticulously inspected the arrangement of weapons and ammunition within, finding everything aligned with his previous requests. He promptly transferred the supplies to the designated area for self-defense weapons, where various items were automatically categorized and neatly arranged, gazing at the shelves displaying an array of 13 handguns, 6 assault rifles, 7 submachine guns, their corresponding magazines, boxes of ammunition, 53 crates of high-explosive grenades, 3 concealed knives, a katana, a standard military dagger, and 2 high-performance, lightweight bulletproof vests rated at level 7. A smile of satisfaction spread across Zhang Chong's face. The stockpiled weapons and ammunition would undoubtedly suffice for self-defense amid future chaos brought on by extreme disasters, instilling a profound sense of security within him. If he could manage to secure the 3 military helicopters stationed at the base's airfield into his space, he would feel even more at ease and would need to strategize upon returning that he placed a small box containing medications in the passenger seat of the cargo van, then instantly transported the vehicle from space, climbing in with Shaqiang and setting off toward the base. Upon returning to the base, Zhang Chong drove the cargo van into the parking lot and sent a brief message to the middle-aged man, who soon arrived in his vehicle. Zhang Chong handed over the small box of medications along with the van's keys, exchanged pleasantries, and, with Shaqiang in tow, intended to return to his own quarters. The middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Do you intend to stay here indefinitely, or do you seek a more favorable destination?" Zhang Chong retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one for himself and offering another to the middle-aged man. With a gentle smile, he replied, "If a better place presents itself, I will leave. That if not, I shall also depart. Where nowadays can one find a truly lasting refuge? The sanctuary one deems secure today may very well vanish by tomorrow. My intentions are simple: to survive, to thrive, and to endure until all extreme disasters have passed." The middle-aged man took a deep drag of a cigarette, exhaled slowly, and nodded contemplatively, remarking, "Indeed, where can one find a lasting sanctuary? Everything is but fleeting. If you intend to leave, you must begin to plan swiftly." Having spoken, he lifted the small cardboard box, turned, and departed in the vehicle. Zhang Chong gazed at the rapidly vanishing silhouette of the car, sighed deeply, and led Shaqiang towards the residential area. Upon returning to his humble abode, he surveyed the various arrangements made before his departure, finding them undisturbed. Nevertheless, he meticulously inspected every corner, allowing Shaqiang to sniff around, not out of excessive caution, but from the awareness that negligence could yield dire consequences, especially in his current predicament. After indulging in a hot shower and changing out of his blood-stained attire, which he tossed in the washing machine, he prepared a bowl of noodles in the kitchen, garnishing it with some leafy greens, mushrooms, and dried shrimp. He opened a can of fermented black bean sturgeon, creating a small hot pot for himself, and poured a jar of Shaoxing rice wine. Relishing the comforting meal while Shaqiang nibbled on some dried yak meat in the corner, he retrieved his phone and logged into the Tibetan region network, only to find the web page utterly blank. Logging into the public service portal, he discovered that services had been suspended. The cacophony of sounds outside drew his attention, leading him to the window. There, he observed a row of villas, where various vehicles were parked at the entrances and people were bustling in and out, loading luggage into their cars. After watching for a while, he noted the absence of the military patrols that had previously been so frequent. The once brightly lit official office building of the base now shone only with a few scattered lights. Thoughts raced through his mind. It appeared that the upper echelons of the base had begun their evacuation. No wonder the middle-aged man had been so eager to trade pharmaceuticals. Time was of the essence. He glanced at his watch. It had just passed 9 o'clock. He retrieved his military-grade dagger and affixed it to his belt. Equipped his Glock pistol with a silencer, filled 2 magazines with bullets, and tucked them behind him. Donning a lightweight bulletproof vest and a tactical jacket, he surveyed the outdoor gear section of his space. Extracting a titanium alloy folding bicycle. After putting on night vision goggles, he crouched down to reassure Sha Chong before heading out, bicycle in tow, pedaling swiftly towards the helicopter airport, ASE near the airport. He found the vicinity surprisingly desolate. From a distance, he could see that aside from a few soldiers manning the checkpoint, the military guard who typically patrolled the airport were conspicuously absent. Zhang Chong's heart sank with worry. The airport had relaxed its security measures, had all the supplies and helicopters already been transferred. It had only been 2 days since he left the base, and the changes felt too abrupt. Riding along the outer road of the airport, he circled around, and through the tall fence, he could see that the hangars and maintenance workshops were shrouded in darkness. Having spent 3 months learning to fly here, he was intimately familiar with the environment and layout of the airport, particularly the hangars and maintenance areas. Zhang Chong felt a pang of regret. This airport had been his primary concern before leaving the base. If it had indeed been vacated, acquiring a helicopter in the future would be nearly impossible. Regardless, he resolved to investigate further. If the situation was as he feared, he would have to come to terms with it. Riding along the perimeter of the fence, he reached a public restroom near the maintenance workshop that he knew that from a window over 2 meters high on the back wall, he could easily climb into the airport. Folding his bicycle, he stashed it in a small compartment meant for cleaning supplies. Examining the half-open window on the wall, he donned a pair of cotton gloves, took 2 steps back, and leapt up, grasping the window ledge and swiftly pulling himself inside the airport. Following the edge of the fence, he soon arrived at the maintenance workshop and slipped through an open window. After a careful inspection, he noted that the workshop remained largely unchanged. The duty room at the entrance was empty, and he produced a hydraulic cutter from his space to snip the door lock, stepping quietly into the duty room. Observing the daily log sheet hanging on the wall, he could hardly contain his joy. The airport had not relaxed patrols. Rather, all military personnel had gone to the base's dining hall for a farewell banquet that evening, leaving only the sentinels at the checkpoint. Now, the 3 military helicopters in the hangar were fully serviced and fueled, ready for immediate deployment. By noon the following day, the troop stationed at the base would withdraw and relocate to the Xinjiang province, transferring control of the base, including the living quarters, offices, and helicopter airport, to the local government. Zhang Chong scratched his head, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have entered tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow would have been too late. From the duty room desk drawer, he found the key to the materials warehouse and successfully entered. He gazed at the vast array of supplies occupying 3/4 of the warehouse, with neatly arranged 200-liter barrels of aviation fuel, boxes of helicopter-specific oil, and various maintenance consumables, parts, and tools. He waved his hand, collecting them one by one into his space, designating a specific area for flight materials. Exiting the warehouse, he gathered various instruments, testing equipment, and tools from the maintenance workshop that would be useful to him. Next to the workshop was the hangar for storing helicopters, connected by a small door. Zhang Chong used the hydraulic cutter to sever the lock on this small door and enter the hangar. He carefully stored each of the 3 military helicopters within his space. Following the route he had taken, he quickly exited the airport and rode back to the residential area, observing the base's road, illuminated by the dazzling headlights of numerous vehicles inching towards the main gate. He returned to his small haven, his heart racing with excitement. Checking his watch, he noted it was exactly 11 o'clock. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs as he watched the long line of vehicles on the base road. Lost in thought, he had acquired everything he needed. Was it time to leave? Zhang Chong found himself quite reluctant to part with this little sanctuary he had come to cherish. Although modest in size, the accommodations are reasonably well equipped, encompassing all the essentials, with the most significant aspect being the warm, homely atmosphere it provides, in the face of enduring various extreme and dire calamities, nothing is more cherished than a safe and cozy haven. Yet, when the time comes to depart, one must inevitably do so. Zhang Chang recalled the words of a middle-aged man from the previous night. If one must leave, swift planning is imperative. This indicates that many high-ranking officials at the base are contemplating their future paths, or perhaps have already devised and begun executing their plans. Having seized 3 military helicopters from the helicopter airport, along with a substantial quantity of aviation fuel and various materials for helicopter maintenance, it seems he has effectively emptied the most valuable resources from the base's airport, making them vanish into thin air. This incident will not only astonish the highest echelons of leadership of the Xinjiang province's central new city base, but will also prompt accountability at this base, as authorities will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate such a significant theft. His sole vulnerability, and indeed the greatest suspicion, lies in the fact that he has spent 3 months mastering flight operations at the base airport, rendering him overly familiar with its surroundings. Watching the stream of vehicles on the base's roads gradually diminish, it is evident that the time to leave has arrived. He mentally surveyed the area designated for mobile transport within his spatial domain, noting 2 large luxury off-road motorhomes for SUVs and 3 small vans, 9 brand-new vehicles in total, which would suffice for his future needs. After taking a final glance around the cozy abode he had inhabited for nearly 2 years, he felt a pang of reluctance. Grabbing his outdoor backpack, he lifted the titanium alloy folding bicycle, and with S.H. Chang in tow, he exited his home, securely locking the door behind him. Descending the stairs, he handed the apartment keys and access card to the building's duty administrator. He rode his bicycle. S.H. Chang followed closely, jogging alongside him towards the main entrance of the base. Upon presenting his special pass and identification at the security checkpoint, he trailed behind other departing vehicles and exited the base. Just after passing through the gate, the alarm within the base blared urgently, and the imposing electric sliding doors began to close slowly. Zhang Chang smiled, realizing it was perfectly timed. Had he lingered a moment longer, he likely would not have made out. Following the other vehicles that had left the base, he rode for a while before gradually coming to a halt. Watching as the headlights of the cars ahead faded into the enveloping darkness, leaving only faint glimmers behind, he folded his bicycle and stored it within his spatial domain, swiftly retrieving an SUV from the mobile transport area. He filled the fuel tank with 2 barrels of 50 liters each, stowing the remainder in the trunk. With S.H. Chang on board, he started the vehicle, activated the heater, and set off in pursuit of the distant vehicles ahead. Before long, the red taillights of the cars ahead became clearly visible, and Zhang Chang maintained a distance of approximately 400 to 500 meters. Observing their route, it seemed their destination was indeed Xinjiang province, likely the families of influential figures from the base. Upon exiting the base, he noted several vehicles containing both the elderly and young, alongside one vehicle occupied by fully armed soldiers, presumably tasked with safeguarding their journey. S.H. Chang remained sprawled in the back seat, his nose twitching as he sniffed curiously at the unfamiliar interior of the new vehicle. Zhang Chang retrieved his phone, opened offline navigation, and set the destination to Wuxi in Xinjiang province. Wuxi not only serves as the provincial capital, but is also the administrative center of power in the country. It is home to the largest and most secure civilian refuge base in the nation, the central new city base. Zhang Chang had previously intended to visit Xinjiang when he traveled to Naku, but unfortunately, an early snow season thwarted his plans. Covering an expanse of over 1.6 million square kilometers, Xinjiang province boasts the world's second-largest moving desert. The Taklamakan, divided by the Tian Shan Mountains, is primarily categorized into southern and northern Xinjiang. The northern region is characterized by its diverse landscapes, featuring grasslands, lakes, forests, canyons, deserts, and Gobi. In contrast, southern Xinjiang is predominantly highland, marked by deserts, oases, and highland lakes, though it suffers from an exceptionally dry climate, starkly differing from the ecological conditions of the north. Nevertheless, the overall living environment in Xinjiang is significantly more favorable than that of Tibet, and Zhang Chang eagerly anticipates exploring the province, hoping to discover a picturesque, temperate, and secure place to settle. While he acknowledges that Given the current extreme climatic calamities, such aspirations may merely be dreams or wishful thinking. He believes that one must always harbor some hope to sustain oneself. As he contemplated a promising future, the sudden eruption of gunfire jolted him awake. He gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, switching off the headlights, while S.H. Chang scrambled up in the back seat. His ears perked. The occurrence of such events had long been anticipated by Zhang Chang, as he had recently experienced several violent assaults from bandits outside the base. His strategy of trailing the vehicles from a distance was intended to let them clear the path for him. Now, all he could do was hope that the occupants of those vehicles ahead could navigate the perilous situation unscathed. Beyond that, he could only extend his best wishes to them, for any assistance was utterly impossible in times like these. Who would jest with their own life to assist complete strangers, utterly unrelated individuals? Zhang Chang lowered the car window slightly, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and observed the unfolding chaos ahead. The gunfire, once intense, gradually diminished to a sparse cadence, eventually fading into silence within a mere 10 minutes. He disengaged the safety on his military standard pistol and submachine gun, placing them on the passenger seat, and retrieved two M26 high-explosive grenades, stowing them in his pocket as he proceeded cautiously down the road. Moments later, he arrived at the scene of the fierce gunfight, spotting a jeep with its wheels ensnared in a trap, obstructing the thoroughfare. Scattered across the ground nearby lay over 30 corpses clad in various attires, bloodied and lifeless, while an assortment of knives and blunt instruments littered the area. To his astonishment, Zhang Chang even beheld several primitive yet formidable bows and arrows by the roadside. Beside the jeep lay the bodies of two young soldiers in military uniform, tightly gripping their assault rifles. With a sigh, Zhang Chang exited the vehicle accompanied by Sha Chang. Surveying their surroundings, he carefully moved the two soldiers' bodies into the jeep's seats. Adjusting their clothing, he collected the soldiers' two military standard handguns, two assault rifles, along with spare magazines from their tactical vests, and an ammunition box from the jeep's interior, as well as 6 50-liter barrels of gasoline from the trunk, securing them within his spatial storage. It was evident to Zhang Chang that these armed soldiers had stayed behind to cover the retreat of other vehicles, engaging in a desperate battle against the assailants, ultimately succumbing to their injuries after vanquishing the foes. Navigating around the jeep, he continued his journey for over half an hour until he spotted 4 vehicles slowly traversing the winding mountain road ahead. Gradually decelerating, he maintained a distance of 400 to 500 meters from them. Approaching a fork in the mountain road, he veered off the highway, finding a relatively flat patch of terrain to park the vehicle. Removing his outdoor night vision goggles, he rubbed his brow, glancing at his watch to find it already past 2 in the morning. Feeling fatigued from the lack of proper rest over the past couple of days, he resolved to wait until the following morning to resume his journey. Observing Sha Chang, who was squatting in the back seat with his head peering out of the window, Zhang Chang turned off the engine and stepped out to stretch. From his spatial storage, he retrieved an outdoor rechargeable lantern and placed it atop the vehicle, instantly illuminating the surroundings. That he fetched the dog's water and food bowls, filling the latter with a generous portion of rice mixed with braised meat from a can, prompting the dog to eagerly devour the meal. Zhang Chang took out a box meal and a can of beer, placing them on the hood of the car as he began to eat. The temperature had risen slightly over the past couple of days, causing the icy road surface to soften as it gradually thawed. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky, he caught a faint glimpse of twinkling stars. He reflected on the fact that they had been in this polar night for almost 2 years, a period that seemed to be nearing its end. The sensation of bright sunlight had almost faded from his memory. Not only he, but even the dog appeared somewhat melancholic. While the polar day was hardly pleasant, it allowed for the cultivation of the land and the planting of crops. Providing a glimmer of hope for survival through the harvest of grains, he yearned for the morning to awaken him with the brilliance of the sun's rays, just as he intended to return to the vehicle to rest. Sha Chang unexpectedly darted outside, barking ferociously at a darkened area by the roadside, where a metal rod was brandished and swung towards him. Zhang Chang swiftly drew his military standard handgun from his waist, firing repeatedly into the darkness and its vicinity. After a few agonizing screams, silence reclaimed the night as Sha Chang scampered back, slightly disoriented. Reloading his magazine and donning his outdoor night vision goggles, He extinguished the overhead lantern and stored it away. Approaching the darkened area, he discovered 3 emaciated men wielding iron rods and machetes, now lifeless on the ground, having fallen victim to his fire. Zhang Chong shook his head, exhaling deeply. It seemed that danger lurked everywhere, and expending 15 bullets on such individuals felt rather extravagant. Nonetheless, it was beneficial to let the nearby assailants hear the gunfire, perhaps instilling a sense of caution among them. With this thought, he retrieved an M26 high-explosive grenade from his pocket, disengaged the safety pin, and hurled it toward the distant roadside that a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the earth to tremble slightly, startling the dog into the vehicle, where it lay still and silent on the back seat. Zhang Chong chuckled softly, resumed his seat, started the engine, activated the heater, and cracked the window slightly to calm the dog before reclining back and swiftly drifting into slumber. He awakened to the gentle nudging of Sha Chong's furry head, glancing at his watch to find it was already 10 in the morning. Outside, snowflakes were drifting down, and the temperature had dipped a few degrees. After stretching his limbs with the dog, he returned to the vehicle for a simple breakfast, then turned the car around and headed towards the mountain road. Activating his phone's offline navigation, he set the destination to Yuki City in Xinjiang province. Following National Highway 219, passing through Shigatse, Mount Kailash, Shikanhe, and Bangong Lake, the route would lead him to the boundary of Xinjiang province, traversing past Yecheng and Kashgar, culminating in Yuki City, an approximate total distance of over 4,000 kilometers. The journey promised breathtaking views along perilous peaks, though the darkness obscured much of the scenery. Zhang Chong was aware that he could have chosen an alternate route, which would have only spanned a little over 2,800 kilometers. However, he yearned to explore more places, equipped with sufficient mobility, fuel supplies, defensive weaponry, and food reserves, not to mention an abundance of time to spare. After driving continuously for 5 hours, he unexpectedly spotted the 4 vehicles he had followed the previous night, one of which was a military truck, presumably loaded with supplies needed for the journey. That a sense of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that they had chosen the same entry route into Xinjiang? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although the journey was longer, this route was sparsely populated, characterized by rugged terrain and towering cliffs, offering greater safety with minimal risk of human threats. It appeared that they too had meticulously considered their route before setting out. He subsequently reduced his speed, maintaining a distance of around 500 meters from the other vehicles. In truth, this arrangement was quite favorable. Should any dangers arise along the way, he would benefit from their lead in navigating potential hazards, which lightened his mood considerably. Zhang Chong understood that the occupants of the vehicles ahead would eventually notice the approaching vehicle following them, albeit at a distance where sounds could not easily be discerned. However, the glow of the headlights would certainly be visible in the inky darkness, standing out distinctly. Yet this posed no issue. They would each pursue their own paths undisturbed by one another, as long as peace reigned. The other party gradually recognized Zhang Chong's intentions, maintaining a steady speed as they drove on. Upon reaching Mount Kailash, Zhang Chong halted, leading Sha Chong around the steep, pyramid-like peaks, revered as the king of sacred mountains. Reputed to cleanse one's sins, this was also the premier sacred mountain of the Tibetan region, one of the 4 great sacred peaks, attracting countless devout pilgrims for circumambulation. Returning to the vehicle, he retrieved his packed meal and shared it with his dog, who had grown unusually quiet, even losing the usual excitement over food. The vehicles that had been ahead had already distanced themselves, and Zhang Chong felt no urge to follow any longer. After resting for 2 hours, he resumed his journey. Crossing the Shirkwan River and passing Bangong Lake, he approached the border of Tibet and Xinjiang. Zhang Chong felt a surge of excitement as he cautiously ascended the boundary mountain pass. Officially entering Xinjiang province, following his phone's navigation, he directed his vehicle towards Yecheng. The journey was desolate, the night still shrouded in darkness, yet he deeply appreciated the grandeur of the mountains and rivers, the imposing heights and treacherous paths. Sha Chong, lacking energy, lay languidly on the back seat, consuming significantly less at each meal. Zhang Chong recognized this as altitude sickness. He too felt the effects, traversing the route at elevations of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. where no one remained unscathed. Upon entering the Yecheng region, he caught sight of a colossal peak appearing to pierce the starry night sky. It must be K2, standing at 8,611 meters, the jewel of the Pamir Plateau and the second highest peak in the world. Before the catastrophic onslaught of extreme climatic disasters, this place, much like Mount Komalangma, was a veritable paradise for numerous climbing and adventure enthusiasts. Alas, during the polar night, one could only behold the vague outlines of the towering, majestic peaks from afar. Upon arriving at the urban area of Yi City, the 4 vehicles that had accompanied them earlier came to a halt as well. Zhang Chong paid them no heed and sought refuge in a relatively secluded and wind-sheltered street beside a building to rest. He turned off the engine and refueled the vehicle. Gradually, Sha Chong's spirits lifted. After drinking some water and consuming nearly half a bag of dried yak meat, he began to wander about the desolate streets. Zhang Chong stood by the car, observing the once bustling small town that now lay eerily quiet and devoid of life. Aside from the howling wind, the silence was almost frightening, with many buildings in ruins. Likely abandoned by residents who had long since fled to safety, he placed an outdoor rechargeable light on the roof of the car, illuminating the surroundings, and took out a boxed meal, setting it on the hood to eat. Watching Sha Chong frolic about the street, his spirits noticeably uplifted, Zhang Chong felt a sense of reassurance. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s and accompanied by a fully armed young soldier, ambled towards Zhang Chong. The dog swiftly returned, circling around Zhang Chong and keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching duo. Zhang Chong affectionately patted Sha Chong's fluffy head, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and regarded the elder who had stopped a few meters away. The old man, with a kind expression and a gentle smile, remarked, "That dog is exceptionally well trained. Its coat shines beautifully, and it possesses a robust physique, displaying intelligence and loyalty." Zhang Chong chuckled in response. "Indeed, many have praised it, but I must refrain from further flattery lest it grows arrogant." The elder laughed heartily. "Did you come from the refugee base in Sa City?" "It has been quite a journey." Zhang Chong nodded. "No matter how arduous, I've managed to persevere in these times. No matter where one is, life is seldom easy." The elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "Are you headed to the Chinese Central New City base in Yuki City?" "Perhaps we could travel together." Zhang Chong shook his head, softly replying, "I prefer to go where circumstances lead me. As long as I find a place that suits me, it's best we each follow our own paths." The elder nodded, smiling, and turned to leave with his escort. Zhang Chong searched for a relatively tidy residential courtyard and parked the SUV inside. He tidied the room a bit, intending to rest for a few days in this small town after the relentless days of travel that had left him quite fatigued. He retrieved a portable high-capacity power bank, an energy-efficient desk lamp, a portable air conditioner, a comfortable mattress, and a bedside table, arranging them neatly in the room. Venturing into the courtyard, he inspected the well beneath a withered tree. Discovering an abundance of clear, pure water, he drew a bucketful, savoring its cool sweetness. Setting up a gas stove and a gas canister on a stone slab beneath the eaves, he prepared to cook a hearty meal to improve their provisions. He took out a soup pot, rinsed fresh lamb, chopped white radish, and wrapped a crushing carp in cloth, filling the pot with water and placing it on the stove to simmer, that he steamed some dried eel and sausages in a steamer. Washed and chopped bitter melon and red pepper, ready to stir-fry. Erecting a portable dining table in the room, he poured himself a glass of wuliangye and took a sip, relishing its aroma. Zhang Chong felt he was more suited to a homely life. As the toil and strain of constant travel only gave him a headache, he came to realize that during such extraordinary and dire times, most plans and aspirations were futile, entirely unrealistic. After all, no one could predict what tomorrow might bring. One could only face the present with composure and live well in the moment. Suddenly, a series of deafening gunshots echoed nearby, prompting Sha Chong, who had been gnawing on a lamb bone, to lift his head, ears perked up. Zhang Chong patted the dog's head to soothe it. Remaining seated and continuing his meal, it was none of his concern as long as they did not intrude upon him. Before long, a cacophony of voices emerged from the street, followed by the distant roar of vehicles. Zhang Chong surmised that the elder's convoy had finished regrouping and was preparing to depart. after finishing his meal and tidying up. He readied himself for a wash and a foot soak when the sounds of commotion surged from outside the courtyard. Instantly alert, he disengaged the safety on his military-issued handgun, tucking it behind his back before stepping out with Sha Chong. Approaching the gate, he peered through the crack and saw a group of 30 to 40 men armed with various farming tools, sticks, whips, and knives entering each house along the street, seemingly searching for something. Zhang Chong furrowed his brow, pondering whether there were still residents in this small town who had not fled or perhaps remaining behind. These individuals did not appear to be bandits or rogues. Quickly, he concealed the parked SUV within his spatial storage and returned inside to stow away all his belongings. As the courtyard gate swung open, several men wielding knives and sticks entered the yard, and Sha Chong darted out, barking ferociously. Zhang Chong donned his night vision goggles and emerged from the room, observing the men in the courtyard brandishing their weapons to corner the darting dog. He fired a shot into the air, causing the men to halt their pursuit of the dog, their attention shifting to Zhang Chong, who stood at the doorway. He called Sha Chong back into the house, keeping an eye on the men in the yard, only to see another 10 men surge in from outside. Zhang Chong addressed the gathering crowd, stating, "I am merely passing through, taking a brief respite here. If this is your home, I shall leave immediately." A middle-aged man stepped forward from the throng, exclaiming, "Those men who drove by earlier and shot our people fled the scene. You have a gun. You must be accomplices. With so many of us here, there's no escape for you." Zhang Chong let out a resigned sigh, realizing that the base's occupants had indeed left him in a precarious situation. No wonder they had left in such haste, leaving the trouble for him to deal with. He replied, "I do not know them, nor am I affiliated with them. Otherwise, I would have left with them. Let me leave in peace, and I shall depart immediately." The crowd began to murmur among themselves, and a young man dashed off towards the street, presumably to summon more people. Zhang Chong gathered that they intended to prevent his departure. The middle-aged man regarded Zhang Chong and declared, "Leave your gun, ammunition, and all your supplies, including that dog. Leave behind an arm, and I may consider allowing you to leave alive." Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke, smiling as he replied, "That sounds reasonable, but what if the others do not agree? Wouldn't that put me in a difficult position?" At that moment, more people continued to filter into the courtyard. The middle-aged man raised his iron rake, shouting, "If you refuse, then you shall die." The others echoed his sentiment, chanting for his death. Zhang Chong swiftly retrieved 2M26 high-explosive grenade from his pocket with one hand, deftly removed the safety pins, and in a split second, hurled them before darting into the room. The sound of 2 explosions reverberated in quick succession, followed by a chorus of anguished cries echoing through the yard. Zhang Chong, having summoned a military submachine gun from his spatial storage, disengaged the safety and stepped out of the room, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Several individuals attempted to rise from the ground and flee the courtyard, only to be struck down in an instant. After swiftly replacing the magazine, he charged out of the courtyard alongside Sha Chong on the street. 8 or 9 figures were rushing towards them, prompting Zhang Chong to switch the submachine gun's firing mode to semi-automatic and commence shooting, each shot finding its mark, restoring tranquility to the street in no time. That he stowed the submachine gun back into his spatial storage, drew a standard-issue sidearm for his waist, and turned back into the courtyard, executing a mercy shot for each wounded individual yet clinging to life. From the energy resource section of his spatial storage, he retrieved 4 50-liter barrels of gasoline and doused the courtyard with it. Accompanied by Sha Chong, he exited the courtyard, summoned their SUV from his spatial storage, and with Sha Chong in tow, started the vehicle, activating offline navigation on his phone as they headed towards the outskirts of the city. With Kashgar as their next destination, that moment, flames erupted in the street, engulfing nearby buildings in a ferocious blaze, the inferno starkly illuminating the darkened night. Zhang Chong gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, and sighed deeply, contemplating the difficulty of seeking a few days of peace. Yet, he mused, perhaps this was for the best, a constant reminder that they were living through a period of extreme catastrophe, not a time of peace. No one would indulge or protect him, and only brutality and bloodshed accompanied the struggle for survival. Survival being the sole beacon of hope, much like this prolonged polar night. There would inevitably be an end. The darkness before dawn would eventually yield to light. The journey from Yecheng to Kashgar spanned over 250 kilometers, a mere 3-hour drive. Yet to Zhangchang, it felt remarkably prolonged, and the sole reason was his exhaustion, a desperate longing for sleep. Glancing at Sha Chong, who lay comfortably in the back seat, rhythmically snoring, Zhangchang could only feel a pang of envy. He found himself reminiscing about life in the refuge base in S-City, where each day was a simple cycle of eating and sleeping. Cherishing the days spent waking naturally, he pulled over to a sandy area beside the highway. Disregarding everything else, sleep was imperative. Even if the sky were to cave in, upon awakening, he glanced at his watch in disbelief. He had slept for over 10 hours. Sha Chong was squatting beside him, regarding him with an expression that seemed tinged with disdain. After stretching his limbs and revitalizing his spirits, he offered Sha Chong some fresh water and jerky while he munched on a boxed meal. His gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window. It was then that he noticed the edges of the highway were bordered by a lush oasis, while the distant yellow sand dunes rolled endlessly. A stark reminder of the surrounding desert, he filled the magazines of his standard-issue sidearm and submachine gun before returning them to his spatial storage. Resuming his journey on the highway, he hummed a tuneless melody, driving forward. Rubbing his eyes, he felt as if he were hallucinating, for the horizon ahead seemed to shimmer with a faint glow. Light, the light bestowed by the sun. Zhangchang instantly became alert. The polar night was coming to an end. After enduring 2 long years of darkness, his eyes welled with tears of joy, reflecting on the catastrophic climate events he had faced: torrential rains, blizzards, extreme cold, intense heat, plagues, and now the vanishing polar night. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Though he had experienced similar events in a past life, this time felt entirely different. Each calamity had lingered longer, the devastation more profound, and the torment even harsher, verging on apocalyptic. These thoughts swirled in his mind. He found himself reluctant to delve deeper, reminding himself to let nature take its course, to embrace whatever came his way. A bittersweet smile crept across his face, a resigned smile. The unexperienced held the potential for hope, while the endured often led to despair. Observing the gradually brightening horizon, Zhangchang's spirits began to lift. He felt as though this life had been a gift, an opportunity not to squander. Checking his offline navigation map, he noted that only 100 kilometers remained to Kashgar. Slowing down, he rolled down the window, relishing the gentle breeze, and lit a cigarette, after traversing a section of undulating road that felt akin to a roller coaster. Sha Chong clutched the passenger seat's backrest, his expression one of indescribable thrill. As they approached a cluster of familiar vehicles parked by the roadside, particularly a military truck, Zhangchang's heart sank. The doors were ajar, the vehicle riddled with bullet holes, and the tires had been shot out. These were the people who had departed from the base. Bloodstains marred the ground, and dozens of corpses lay strewn along the roadside. Weapons nowhere in sight. Something had gone horribly awry. He slowed the vehicle and pulled over, retrieving his standard-issue sidearm, disengaging the safety, and stepping out with Sha Chong. The vehicles were completely stripped of their contents, leaving them barren. The elderly man with whom he had conversed in Yecheng lay beside a jeep, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, the fatal shot to his forehead. The others bore similar fates, riddled with bullets of varying calibers. Zhangchang stroked his chin, examining the wounds and shell casings scattered on the ground. The assailants had been numerous and likely well-trained, perhaps even professional soldiers, wielding military-grade weapons and equipped with vehicles. It was unlikely that any gang capable of such an assault would resort to highway robbery. He spotted a distinctive yellow brass button on the ground, unlike any on the deceased's clothing, indicating it had fallen from the assailant's attire. Zhangchang returned to the vehicle, deep in thought as he drove away. Caution was paramount. Regardless of the adversary's identity or intentions, he could not confront them alone. Sunlight filtered through the car windows, and Zhangchang raised his hand to bask in the precious rays after 2 long years, finally feeling the sun's warmth, eliciting an excited yip from Sha Chong. Gradually, the silhouettes of urban structures emerged in the distance. Kashgar was near. From his spatial storage, he retrieved 6 M26 high-explosive grenades, placing them in the pockets of his outdoor jacket and backpack. He took out a Glock pistol, affixed a suppressor, and secured it at his waist, while he prepared his military submachine gun, ensuring it was ready at the passenger's seat. Soon, they approached the on-ramp leading into Kashgar. Zhang Chong hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to bypass the city and head straight to Yuki or to enter Kashgar for a brief reconnaissance. In the moment of indecision, they had already entered the ramp towards Kashgar, and Zhang Chong reasoned that if trouble awaited, it would be unavoidable regardless of the route taken. Thus, he accelerated into the city-bound road. To his surprise, a checkpoint awaited at the city's edge, where a military vehicle was stationed, and 4 fully armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity with automatic rifles slung over their shoulders. He swiftly stowed the submachine gun back into his spatial storage and slowed the vehicle. Before long, they reached the checkpoint. Pulling over, Zhang Chong lowered the window, and 2 soldiers approached. "I'm coming from the Tibetan province, heading to Yuki, and I'd like to rest in Kashgar for a bit," he stated. One soldier replied, "Kashgar is now a military-controlled zone. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. You should proceed directly to Yuki." Zhang Chong smiled. "Understood, I'll turn around." Just as he began to maneuver the vehicle, he caught sight of a brass button on the tactical vest of one soldier, an eerily familiar yellow button. The other soldier, who had previously held his rifle at shoulder height, now gripped it in his hands. In an instant, Zhang Chong drew his Glock from his waist, disengaged the safety, and fired. The 2 soldiers in front of the vehicle collapsed, hit by bullets, while the other 2 soldiers, barely lifting their rifles, fell dead from gunfire to their chests. Zhang Chong hastily exited the vehicle, and a military officer armed with a standard-issue sidearm burst forth from the checkpoint, ready to fire upon Zhang Chong. A faint gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared on the officer's forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground. Shaqiang squeezed out of the car window and dashed directly into the checkpoint. Zhang Chong raised his weapon in vigilance as he entered the checkpoint, only to find it deserted, prompting him to conduct a swift search. Shaqiang stumbled back outside and returned to the vehicle. Along the wall of the checkpoint stood 2 crates of ammunition, 6 barrels of 50 liters of gasoline, several boxes of vacuum-packed individual self-heating rations, and military-kin food. Zhang Chong promptly collected these along with the shelving unit into his storage space. He also secured the automatic rifles and standard-issue handguns of the 4 soldiers and the officer, along with spare magazines and ammunition boxes from their tactical vests. He then turned the vehicle around and sped towards the ramp. Entering the highway and racing toward Wuxi, Zhang Chong maintained a steady speed of 100 kilometers per hour, although there were no other vehicles on the road, nor any sight of people or animals. The terrain was rather complex, and he was reluctant to risk an accident that could cost him dearly. He needed to escape the confines of the Kashgar region quickly. The atmosphere at the checkpoint had already alerted him to the presence of danger. Had he not reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon and catching them off guard, he might not be alive now. It was almost certain that the vehicles that had departed from the base in Sashi and were subsequently attacked belonged to the military forces in the Kashgar region, or perhaps to the terrorist factions that had seized control of the area, though the motives behind their violent actions remained unclear, whether for wealth or simply a desire to kill. He knew that anyone capable of ruthlessly firing upon the vulnerable, such as women and children, was undoubtedly not of benevolent character. With over 1,500 kilometers still to travel from Kashgar to Wuxi, he hoped the journey would remain uneventful. The sun had risen, its rays somewhat blinding, yet the warmth enveloping his body felt comforting, even slightly hot. After 2 years without sunlight, he found himself unaccustomed to it. He retrieved his outdoor multifunctional protective glasses and donned them, instantly feeling relief for his eyes. Shaqiang, half squinting, yawned and slumped in his seat, basking in the sunlight. A faint smile of resignation crossed Zhang Chong's face as he caught sight of 2 military jeeps tailing them in the rearview mirror. He promptly accelerated slightly, retrieving 2 M26 high-explosive grenades from his pocket and placing them on the passenger seat. Not far ahead lay a narrow, winding mountain road. After contemplating briefly, he gradually decelerated. Once he rounded the bend of the mountain pass, he swiftly pulled over to the side, shutting off the engine just as the pursuing vehicles closed in, removing the safety pins from the grenades. He listened as the jeeps approached the mountain pass, then hurled the grenades out the window. As the jeeps rounded the bend, A loud explosion erupted, the grenades detonating above the front of the lead vehicle, which instantly lost control and crashed into the guardrail. The following vehicle slammed to a halt, and a grenade followed closely, resulting in a cacophony of screams from within. Zhang Chang retrieved his military submachine gun, advancing rapidly, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the two jeeps, emptying 2 magazines. When the gunfire ceased, all 8 fully armed soldiers within the jeeps lay dead. He collected 6 military automatic rifles, 2 military assault rifles, spare magazines, ammunition boxes, and 2 crates of ammunition and 4 barrels of gasoline from the vehicles into his storage space. Returning to his SUV, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before starting the vehicle and entering the winding mountain road. Later that evening, he spotted a small village near the highway and decided to rest there for the night. He drove off the road and parked in the village. Accompanied by Xiaqiang, he strolled through the town, finding nothing amiss. It was a forsaken settlement. Many of the houses had collapsed, and he felt a sense of relief as he stored the SUV in his space in a dilapidated house at the village's edge. He tidied a small room, shared a simple dinner with Xiaqiang, boiled water for a bath, and changed clothes. He retrieved a comfortable mattress from his storage space, placing it in the small room, and lay down, savoring the tranquility as he gradually drifted into slumber. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating the room. Zhang Chang rubbed his eyes, basking in the warm glow, feeling immensely pleased. Xiaqiang lay at his feet, still soundly asleep. Zhang Chang chuckled, stretching lazily. The season of continuous daylight was approaching, and he would soon find himself reminiscing about the nights spent in darkness. How he longed for normalcy, the cyclical rhythm of day and night. After freshening up, he stored the mattress back in his space, poured a large bowl of clean water for his dog, and mixed a box of military beef stew with rice for himself. He took out a portion of packaged meal and sat at the stone table in the dilapidated courtyard to eat. At the entrance of the courtyard, he retrieved the SUV, drove onto the highway, and checked the offline navigation on his phone. He had over 500 kilometers left to reach Wuxi. He contemplated a visit to the Tianshan pasture, though he suspected there were no longer herdsmen tending to flocks of cattle and sheep, likely leaving the grassland barren. After enduring extreme cold, heat, and prolonged darkness, the remaining flora would be rare and precious species. The forthcoming period of continuous daylight might mirror the duration of the endless night, and he needed to find a suitable refuge before its arrival. He was uncertain about the situation at the central new city base in China. It seemed he still had 34,166 unused points on his material exchange chip card. If he could continue using it there, it would be ideal. Otherwise, he would lament the loss of his 11 investment gold bars. The journey had been relatively smooth, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally crossed into the jurisdiction of Wuxi. The number of vehicles on the road increased, and he observed villagers diligently cultivating the reclaimed land in the fields, joyously welcoming the sunrise and daylight. At the checkpoint as he entered the city, a dozen fully armed soldiers stood guard. Zhang Chang parked his car in the designated inspection area, exited with Xiaqiang, and approached the service window of the checkpoint, presenting his identification and chip card for verification. The staff member collected the identification but returned the chip card to Zhang Chang, softly stating, "The Central News City Base has issued a new announcement, discontinuing the use of the original material exchange chip cards registered for domestic residents. This chip card is now void." Zhang Chang was taken aback and inquired, "Does that mean the points I had accumulated for material exchange on this chip card are also rendered useless?" The staff member confirmed, "Yes, both the card and the points are invalidated simultaneously. Residents now use the new currency issued by the base, and you may consult the material currency exchange points established by the government in the city for information on how to exchange for the new currency." Zhang Chang took back his identification and chip card, managing a wry smile. Alas, those 11 investment gold bars had indeed gone to waste. However, upon reflection, he realized that nothing remains unchanged. Everything evolves, much like this extreme climatic disaster. After the armed soldiers meticulously inspected the vehicle, they allowed him to pass. Driving slowly through the city, he observed the streets bustling with pedestrians, all wearing cheerful smiles, while vehicles flowed continuously, with traffic police diligently directing the flow of traffic. To Zhang Chang, the city appeared to have returned to its state prior to the extreme disaster, reinstating the semblance of social order and civilization. The dog nestled in the back seat, eagerly gazing out the window. After more than 20 minutes of driving through the urban landscape, he observed the buildings lining the road. Ahead, he spotted a storefront sign that read, "Official currency exchange for the central new city base of China." Accompanied by a parking lot nearby, he promptly pulled over and drove into the the entrance kiosk. He collected a parking ticket and found a space to park, turning off the engine. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved 5 gold bullion bars, each weighing 500 grams, from a dedicated shelf in his storage compartment and placed them into his outdoor backpack. He surveyed the entire stock of gold reserves on the shelves, noting that one of the 2 large storage boxes contained 320 bars of 500 grams each, while the other held 86 bars of 1 kilogram, each on a shelf divider. There was also a box filled with various exquisite jewelry pieces. Accompanied by his dog, he exited the vehicle and made his way to the currency exchange office. Upon seeing the staff member at the counter, he inquired, "Hello, I have just arrived from another province that I was informed that the points accrued on my material exchange chip card are now invalid. I would like to know how to exchange for the new currency." The staff member replied, "The material exchange chip cards previously issued to domestic residents have indeed been rendered obsolete. Currently, residents can obtain the new official currency by participating in various government-sponsored jobs or by exchanging designated valuable materials for currency. Here are the specified exchange rates for various materials." With that, the staff member handed Zhang Chong a booklet from the counter. Zhang Chong took the booklet and examined it closely, discovering that the contents were largely similar to those at the exchange point in the Tibetan province, with the primary distinction being that the latter operated on a point system, while this one dealt in cash. He then produced 5 investment gold bars and his identification, placing them on the counter. "Please assist me in exchanging these investment bars for cash," he requested. The staff member gazed at the 5 gold bars with astonishment, wide-eyed, and asked, "Are you certain you wish to exchange such a significant amount for cash? 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 5 yuan in the new currency, and our exchange office can only accommodate a maximum of 5,000 yuan in cash per day. It is not feasible to exchange that much gold in a single day." Zhang Chong retrieved 3 of the investment bars and placed them back into his outdoor backpack, softly stating, "Then I will exchange for 5,000 yuan in cash. I can return for more once I have used this." The staff member responded, "Very well. I will first weigh and verify the gold. If it meets the exchange standards, I will provide you with the cash." Afterward, they handed the gold bars to a staff member in the back room for weighing and verification. Zhang Chong then inquired, "What denominations does the new currency come in?" The staff member replied, "We have denominations of 100, 50, 20, 10, 5, 2, 1, and 5 and 1 jiao, totaling 9 different denominations. Currently, cash transactions typically do not exceed 50 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong nodded and requested, "Please provide me with as much cash as possible in denominations below 50 yuan. A few minutes later, the staff member from the back room returned, having completed the weighing and verification, and issued a material exchange slip. After signing, Zhang Chong received 5,000 yuan in a mix of bills, which he placed into his outdoor backpack, reclaiming his identification to tuck into his pocket. He then led his dog out of the official currency exchange office. After walking for a while, he noticed the surroundings were remarkably orderly and peaceful, devoid of any sense of being in a time of extreme disaster. Spotting a small restaurant by the roadside, he entered with his dog, where a friendly waitress promptly seated them and handed over the menu. Upon perusing the limited selection of dishes, hand-pulled noodles, roasted naan, thin-skinned dumplings, and mutton soup, he felt grateful, recognizing the quality of the offerings despite their high prices. That he nodded and ordered a bowl of mutton soup, 2 pieces of roasted naan, and 2 thin-skinned dumplings. He then asked, "Is the central new city base of China located within the city? How can ordinary residents purchase various living supplies here?" The waitress smiled and replied, "It seems you have just arrived from another province and are still unfamiliar with the area. This is the Tianshan district. The central new city base of China is vast, established on the outskirts of the city, significantly expanding the original Wuk County. It is much larger than the current Wuk City, located approximately 50 kilometers away. For purchasing living supplies, you can visit the material trade stores operated by government departments. However, there are strict limits on the quantity and variety of supplies individuals and families can purchase each month, particularly concerning staple grains and oils. But for you, it should not pose much of an issue. The meal you ordered costs about a third of my monthly salary. Zhang Chong smiled and replied, Thank you. I appreciate your help. He reflected that the policies and regulations here were quite similar to those in the Tibetan province, all adhering to the decisions made by the highest leadership of the central new city base of China. The waitress smiled back and turned to fetch their order. After sipping the mutton soup and enjoying 2 pieces of naan, he found the flavors delightful, though not filling enough. He fed the 2 dumplings to his dog. After paying 35 yuan for the meal, he left the restaurant with his dog and returned to the parking lot. Seated in the car, he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. He needed to find a temporary place to settle before searching for a safe, stable residence to endure the polar day period. Though he longed for a life of freedom under the sun, the relentless rays of the polar day offered no gentle warmth, only scorching heat and relentless brightness, with no intervals of darkness to break the cycle. The temperature during this season, while not reaching the extreme highs of over 70 degrees, subjected the land to unending heat, tormenting its inhabitants. As the cigarette burned down to the filter, it seared his fingers. Jolting him back to reality, he started the car, paid the 1 yuan parking fee at the exit, and merged into the bustling traffic of the main street. Zhang Chong drove his SUV slowly along some of the busiest streets in the city center, absorbing the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. The dog, perched at the window, wagged its tail and scanned the surroundings with curiosity. After passing an intersection, he noticed a small real estate agency by the roadside. He slowed down and parked near the entrance. Turning off the engine, he took his dog and entered the agency. The owner, noticing customers had arrived, promptly stood up and cordially asked, Hello, are you interested in renting or buying a home? Zhang Chong replied, I would like to rent a house. Do you have any with a private courtyard, a safe environment, and complete water and electricity facilities? Suburban locations would also be acceptable. The owner picked up a thick notebook and began flipping through it, saying, Such residences are quite rare at present. Ever since the central new city base of China was established in Wuk City, property prices and rents have surged significantly for both sales and leases. Wealthy individuals and dignitaries from across the country have flocked here to escape the turmoil. Zhang Chong took out a cigarette, lit one, inhaled, and offered one to the owner, saying, I heard the central new city base can accommodate millions of residents seeking refuge. How could property prices and rents still be so high? The owner accepted the cigarette with a smile, saying, I haven't had one of these in a long time. Thank you. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, he continued, The central new city base is an emergency refuge for the nation's highest power center, completed long before the onset of extreme weather disasters, and has remained a closed facility. IT was only activated after the disasters began. With numerous departments, armed forces, and elite personnel from across the nation pouring into the new city base. Even though it can accommodate millions of residents, it cannot house everyone. Consequently, many individuals lacking the necessary status or qualifications have sought to purchase or rent homes in this older district, driving property prices and rents higher. Zhang Chong nodded thoughtfully, took a puff of his cigarette, and remarked, Indeed, with so many elite talents and affluent individuals nationwide seeking refuge from extreme and dire calamities, it is hardly plausible to expect housing prices and rents to remain stagnant. The shop owner, with a resigned smile, replied, Such is the reality. Therefore, if you are looking for this type of residential rental, it is currently quite challenging, unless you are considering a very remote rural homestead. But at the moment, I do not have any such listings. If you are open to options in the city, you'll only find ordinary, aging residential buildings, and the rents are exorbitant. You might want to check with other real estate agencies nearby to see if they have suitable properties. Zhang Chong extinguished his cigarette but rose and said, There's no rush. I will take my time searching. Thank you, boss. With that, he took his dog and exited the agency. Not far ahead, he spotted an official goods trading store and promptly walked over. The shop was bustling with a few customers, and the 2 sales staff were busily attending to them. Zhang Chong surveyed the shelves filled with various daily necessities. Although the selection was not extensive, it was significantly more varied compared to the supply points in the Tibetan region. After observing for a while and noticing that the staff had become less occupied, he approached and inquired, I would like to purchase some staple foods such as grains and oils. The staff member replied, Do you possess grain and oil vouchers? The purchase of staple goods requires specialized vouchers issued by the official base. Zhang Chang was somewhat taken aback and asked, "I only have cash. Where can I obtain these vouchers?" The staff member responded, "Cash alone won't suffice. You must register and apply at the government's official material currency exchange office. Individuals or families can only collect various purchase vouchers once a month." Zhang Chang reflected on the past, recalling how, in the 1970s and 1980s, residents needed various government-issued vouchers to buy everyday goods. It seemed they had returned to such a state. There was no urgency now, especially since he wasn't in dire need of these supplies. He could register and apply for the vouchers when he had time. He then said, "All right, thank you that I will go and register for the vouchers when I have the time, and then return to purchase." Afterward, he took his dog and left the store, back at his car. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 5 o'clock, and he needed to find a place to stay. He wandered the streets and found a 5-star hotel, the Tianshan Snowy Region Grand Hotel. Near a residential area, he parked in the hotel's parking lot, retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, and, holding his dog, entered the hotel the front desk. The receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Hello, are you looking for accommodation? Here are the types of rooms we offer. Feel free to take a look." She handed Zhang Chang a beautifully printed brochure. After perusing it briefly, he chose a suite with a small living room and a balcony, presented his identification, and booked it for 3 days, paying 558 yuan. The receptionist completed the check-in process and handed Zhang Chang his identification and room access card. He pocketed them and casually inquired, "Does this hotel have a restaurant?" The receptionist replied with a smile, "Yes, we have a restaurant on the first floor that serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Zhang Chang took his dog, pulled his suitcase, and rode the elevator to his suite. After thoroughly inspecting the suite and finding no issues, he took out his dog's water and food bowls, placed them on the scenic balcony, filled a large bowl with clean water, and mixed rice with a can of braised beef for his dog. His dog hurried to the balcony and began to eat. After enjoying a hot bath in a bathtub, Zhang Chang felt refreshed and comfortable. He tossed his dirty clothes from the past few days into the washing machine and hung them on the balcony to dry. His dog, having eaten and presumably tired, lay down on the sofa in the small living room and fell into a deep slumber. Zhang Chang stored the 3 remaining investment gold bars, which he had not exchanged for currency, in a shelf storage box specifically for gold within his outdoor backpack. Feeling a bit hungry, he took his room access card and headed to the restaurant in the lobby. Upon examining the menu, he found a selection of dishes dismally limited, predominantly featuring local specialties from the Xinjiang region, yet the prices were shockingly high. He ordered a large plate of chicken, a serving of hand-pulled rice, and a bowl of meatball soup. Before the dishes arrived, he pondered whether he had ordered too much. However, when the server brought the food, he realized not only were the prices exorbitant, but the portions were disappointingly small, barely enough to fill his stomach. He glanced at the server and remarked with a smile, "The portions are quite modest. They barely suffice to satiate one's hunger." The server chuckled softly and replied, "Actually, these portions are considered generous. Many grains and meats are grown and raised by the central new city base itself, and the yields are not high, hence the limited supply. Our hotel, being a 5-star establishment, provides specially sourced ingredients, allowing us to serve some meat dishes in other hotels or eateries. One would only find noodles and broth." Zhang Chang sighed inwardly, reflecting on the current state of scarcity, particularly regarding food and grains. For ordinary residents, meat products were hardly a consideration. The fact that he could still afford to eat here was a fortunate circumstance. After barely satisfying his hunger, he called the server over to settle the bill, which amounted to 278 yuan. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 7 in the evening. However, the weather outside remained clear and sunny. He decided against searching for housing that day and opted to rest in his room, intending to explore further the following day, as the polar day period was likely to commence soon, necessitating prompt action. Awakening around 6 in the morning, Zhang Chang noticed the daylight streaming in, and feeling somewhat warm, he retrieved an outdoor thermometer and placed it on the balcony. After freshening up, he took out his portable camping stove and small pot, boiled some green bean noodles, added a few greens, an egg, mushrooms, and shrimp, and opened a can of tuna. He also mixed some noodle broth with barley flour pancakes and sausage for his dog. Once he finished eating and tidied up, he checked the outdoor thermometer. It had reached 26 degrees, Since the end of the polar night and the return of normal weather, temperatures have begun to rise gradually. Dressed in lightweight, comfortable spring and summer attire, he slung on his multifunctional outdoor backpack, took his dog, and exited the hotel, intending to stroll down the street and inquire at several real estate agencies about suitable housing options. He visited about 5 or 6 nearby real estate agencies, receiving responses similar to those from the first agency he had consulted. Indeed, housing availability in Yuki City was severely strained, particularly for the type of residence he sought. After returning to the hotel for lunch and resting for a bit, he left his dog behind and drove to Dabin District, the New City District, and Midong District, visiting over 10 real estate agencies in total, only to find that the situation remained unchanged from the morning's inquiries. A significant influx of displaced individuals continued to arrive in Yuki City, seeking refuge and new hope for a better life. Particularly, the affluent and powerful from other provinces, those who had survived the extreme calamities until now, were no ordinary individuals. Those who thrived amid such adversity were exceedingly rare. Each time a severe climatic disaster concluded, the population significantly diminished due to abnormal mortality rates. The current natural environment reflected a harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Zhang Chong fully understood this mindset, akin to his own initial decision to seek refuge in Sichuan province, then Tibet, and now here. Many individuals and families were perpetually relocating in search of safety and a hopeful new beginning. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, he soaked in the bathtub, contemplating his plans to explore the remaining districts the next day, though he anticipated that the chances of finding suitable housing were slim. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to try, even if it meant considering more remote rural homesteads, as long as there was a clean water source. Electricity was of little concern, given the abundance of solar photovoltaic equipment he had stored. Moreover, he had various models and power capacities of gasoline and diesel generators, along with ample reserves of fuel and energy supplies. After dinner, he washed and hung his dirty clothes to dry, and it was already 10 o'clock. Noticing that his dog had been cooped up in the room all afternoon and seemed restless, he felt a twinge of empathy for his companion. With that, they set off, intending to stroll around the street for a while before returning to rest. Shaqiang, upon exiting the hotel, was instantly filled with excitement. At 8 this moment, Zhang Chong observed that the sidewalk was nearly deserted, so he removed the dog leash, allowing the dog to dash out and run about freely. After meandering through 2 intersections, just as he prepared to head back with the dog, a rumbling camouflage SUV came to a halt by the roadside point. 2 young men emerged from the vehicle, playfully engaging with the dog that had darted to the roadside, prompting the dog to bark furiously at them. Zhang Chong whistled to call Shaqiang back, and the 2 young men approached him. One of them, with hair dyed red, remarked to Zhang Chong, "That is quite a dog you have. How much do you want for it? Just name your price." The other, a bald man, laughed and added, "This dog looks robust. Its meat must be delicious. We've grown tired of the cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks raised at the base. This will certainly enhance our meals." Zhang Chong frowned at their words, quickly fastening the leash back on Shaqiang, and replied to the red-haired man, "Not for sale." Turning to leave, he felt the bald man's hand grip his shoulder, and with a smile, the man said, "Don't be ungrateful. Selling us your dog would be a blessing for you." Before he could finish, Zhang Chong had already seized the bald man's wrist with his left hand, stepped back, and with a swift motion, executed a shoulder throw that sent the bald man crashing to the ground. The red-haired man's expression changed as he reached for his waist, drawing a compact handgun. Just as he was about to disengage the safety, Zhang Chong closed the distance, striking the red-haired man's throat with his palm, followed by a powerful elbow strike to the jaw. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bone fracturing, he then locked his hands around the man's head, and with a sudden twist, there was a sharp crack, and the red-haired man fell lifeless to the ground. The bald man struggled to rise, but as Shaqiang lunged toward him, Zhang Chong called him back, picking up the handgun that the red-haired man had dropped. Examining it, he approached the bald man, saying softly with a smile, "This Browning self-defense pistol is quite nice. I'll keep it as a token of your apology for my dog." As the bald man began to speak, Zhang Chong's palm struck heavily against his carotid artery. The bald man's eyes widened as blood flowed from his mouth and nostrils. His body swayed, and just as he was about to collapse, Zhang Chong caught him. After ensuring there were no witnesses, he placed the bald man into the camouflage SUV and laid the corpse of the red-haired man in the back seat before driving off with Shaqiang towards the outskirts. Upon reaching a secluded stretch of road, he parked the vehicle and rummaged through the SUV, discovering a spare magazine and a box of ammunition for the Browning in the glove compartment. Along with 4 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills, in the trunk lay a military-grade sniper rifle encased in a gun box, complete with optical and night vision sights, along with 3 boxes of specialized sniper ammunition. Zhang Chong chuckled, stroking Shaqiang's fluffy head. "We'll have a feast when we return. You've truly earned your keep this time." He retrieved a 50-liter barrel of gasoline from his storage space and drenched the SUV. Sighing at the waste of such a fine vehicle, leading Shaqiang, he turned back towards the city, watching as the SUV erupted into flames behind him. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 10 o'clock. After freshening up, he filled Shaqiang's water bowl and opened 2 cans of braised beef, pouring them into the dog's dish. The dog scampered from the small living room to the balcony, eagerly devouring its meal. Zhang Chong took out the 2 firearms he had collected the previous night, disassembled them, and meticulously cleaned and reassembled each one, placing them back in the designated area of his storage for self-defense weapons. Admiring the neatly arranged array of various handguns, military assault rifles, and yesterday's acquired military-grade sniper rifle, as well as a box of military-grade grenades, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Each time he gazed upon these weapons, a profound sense of security enveloped him. Realizing that his hotel suite would soon expire, and he had yet to secure new accommodation, he knew he needed to act swiftly. As daylight extended, the mornings brightened before 5 o'clock, while nights shortened, with full darkness settling only around 9. And after a light breakfast, he cleaned up, shouldered his outdoor backpack, and led Shaqiang downstairs to the hotel front desk. Presenting his identification to renew his stay for another day, he paid the 186 yuan fee. After retrieving his ID and stowing it away, just as he was about to exit, several armed police officers entered the lobby, requesting the reception staff to provide the records of guests who had checked in over the past week for inspection. Zhang Chong maintained a calm demeanor as he walked toward the hotel entrance with his dog. "You stop," called out a middle-aged officer from behind. Turning around, Zhang Chong met the officer's piercing gaze with a smile. "Officer, is there something I can assist you with?" The officer approached and inquired. "Where are you from? Are you a guest at this hotel?" Zhang Chong replied with a smile. "I came from the refugee base in Sashi, Zhong Province, arriving here the day before yesterday, staying at this hotel. Is there an issue?" The officer glanced at Shaqiang, who was sitting on the ground with his tongue out, then fixed his gaze back on Zhang Chong, saying, "Last night, a vicious robbery and murder occurred nearby. The assailants used extremely brutal methods, robbing and killing the victims before transporting their vehicle and bodies to the outskirts to incinerate the evidence." Zhang Chong chuckled. "Officer, I believe there's been a misunderstanding that I'm not your superior. There's no need to report case details to me." His eyes conveyed a hint of disdain. The officer, maintaining his stare, responded, "I just wanted to remind you that things outside are not safe. No offense. You may go." Zhang Chong calmly replied, "Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious." With that, he led Shaqiang out of the hotel. A young officer approached the middle-aged one and whispered, "Sir, do you think that man is suspicious?" The older officer shook his head, observing Zhang Chong's retreating figure. "It's hard to say." According to the friends of the victims, they parted ways around 10 o'clock last night nearby. They should have driven directly back to the central New City base and not headed towards the outskirts. However, the victims and their vehicle were found burned in the suburbs, indicating that was not the original crime scene. The assailants must have driven the victim's vehicle to the outskirts. Our forensic report indicates that the victims were killed by multiple blows to vital areas, and no weapons were used, implying the assailant acted with confidence and skill, likely trained in combat. When they strike, it's lethal. The young officer furrowed his brow, asking, "But why would the assailant want to kill these 2 victims?" The middle-aged officer sighed, shaking his head, and replied in a low voice, "These 2 had a notorious reputation for bullying others. If not for their family's influence, they would have faced justice long ago. This assailant has done the public a service. If I find him, and he is not a remorseless killer, I might consider letting him go. Realizing he had said too much, he chuckled softly and headed toward the front desk. Zhang Chong led Shaqiang to his SUV, starting the vehicle. Although the earlier encounter in the hotel lobby unsettled him, he had to endure it. He sensed the middle-aged officer's suspicion, likely a product of the officer's professional instincts. However, as long as there was suspicion, the officer would seek to verify it. Nevertheless, he had never sought out trouble, nor did he fear being embroiled in it, as long as his safety was not compromised. Regardless of who it may be, the only option left is to ensure the other party's everlasting disappearance. Following the directions indicated on the road signs, I arrived at the Shai Baku district. After consulting several real estate agents, I proceeded to view two relatively decent residences, albeit at exorbitant prices. While contemplating which property to secure within the real estate agency, I overheard a conversation between two agents. Subsequently, I resolved to temporarily reside in a hotel, dismissing the idea of renting a home for the time being. Zhang Chong, observing a female agent in her 40s, chuckled softly and inquired, "What you just mentioned, is it true or merely hearsay?" The female agent, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Of course it is true. My husband is the chief physician at the Central Hospital of Yuki City. They convened an emergency meeting last night and announced that the hospital at the Central New City base is in dire need of this medication. However, no matter how significant the opportunity or contribution, it is of no use. Who can possibly procure azithromycin these days? Otherwise, one could soar to great heights." She sighed deeply after her statement. Zhang Chong stroked his chin and concocted an excuse, claiming the rent was too steep, and decided to reconsider later. He led Shaqiang out of the real estate agency and back to the nearby vehicle. Upon entering the medical supplies area of the space, he quickly located a box containing azithromycin, an imported medication from the United States, available in both injectable and oral forms, all with a 5-year shelf life. He recalled acquiring this medication during the torrential downpours in Chengdu at a large pharmacy chain, where he had obtained it for free. Taking out a box of oral medication, he examined the instructions, confirming it was indeed an antibiotic. He remembered purchasing this antibiotic while stockpiling medical supplies from a comrade who worked as a pharmaceutical sales manager. Although it was certainly not this imported variety. After storing the medication within the space, he started the vehicle, deciding to make a trip to the Central Hospital of Yuki City, gazing at the dog lying in the back seat. Zhang Chong whispered, "If we seize this opportunity, we should soon be able to navigate the impending period of continuous daylight in the Central New City base of China with safety and comfort." After inquiring with pedestrians twice, he finally located the Central Hospital of Yuki City, parked in the hospital lot, and walked into the outpatient building with Shaqiang in tow. The hospital appeared eerily quiet. With only a handful of patients present, approaching the registration desk, he noticed two staff members engaged in idle chatter. "Hello, my throat feels rather uncomfortable. It may be tonsillitis that I would like to register for consultation," he stated. One of the seated staff members, frowning as she looked at Zhang Chong, replied, "If your throat is bothering you, just drink more water. Seeing a doctor would be futile. The pharmacy has been out of all medications for quite some time." She sighed as she finished speaking. Zhang Chong smiled and insisted, "I would still like to see a doctor. Could you please register me?" The staff member regarded him and said, "No need for registration. Just head up to the second floor. Any doctor can attend to you." Zhang Chong chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words. Ascending to the second floor, he observed the departmental signs hanging on the office doors and entered the surgical office. Inside, a male doctor in his 50s was engrossed in a medical book. Upon noticing Zhang Chong entering with a robust dog, he was startled and inquired, "Do you need something?" Zhang Chong turned to hang the dog leash on the door handle and sat beside the doctor, saying, "Hello, my throat is somewhat uncomfortable. Could it be tonsillitis? I would appreciate your examination." The doctor smiled and replied, "Open your mouth. Let me take a look." After examining him, he said, "There is nothing to worry about. Just drink plenty of water and avoid spicy foods that you'll be fine." Zhang Chong smiled, relieved. "That's good to know. I was worried it might be tonsillitis, or else I would have needed a few tablets of azithromycin." The doctor, initially smiling, suddenly appeared astonished and asked earnestly, "Did you just mention azithromycin?" Zhang Chong nodded and replied softly, "Yes, what about it?" The doctor's surprise swiftly transformed into excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you implying that you have azithromycin?" Observing the doctor's fluctuating expressions, Zhang Chang gently remarked, "Since my throat is fine, I want to keep you from your reading." Rising, he retrieved the dog leash from the door handle, preparing to depart. The seated doctor abruptly stood up and said, "Please wait a moment." Zhang Chang turned back. "Is there something else?" The doctor continued, "If you possess azithromycin, could you sell me some? I can offer a high price. Alternatively, let me know how much you need, and I will do my best to gather the funds." Zhang Chang, considering the doctor's urgency, replied, "I'm afraid I cannot as a physician. You should understand that in these times of extreme climatic disasters, medications are invaluable treasures capable of saving lives. Do you think I would sell an irreplaceable lifesaver for mere money? You would likely feel the same in my position." The doctor sighed, acknowledging Zhang Chang's words. "There is a patient at the new city-based hospital in urgent need of this medication. All hospitals in the city are mobilizing their staff to seek out this drug. However, since the onset of the extreme cold, I have not seen any medications in the hospital. The few remaining stocks were exhausted long ago." Zhang Chang was well aware of the situation. Ever since the torrential rains began, all pharmaceutical companies had ceased operations, and much of the produced stock and raw materials were ruined due to flooding. Coupled with the sudden onset of extreme cold and the scorching heat of 70 degrees, he sighed. Turning, he led the dog out of the doctor's office, descended to the parking lot, and drove out of the hospital. The surgeon remained at the window, watching as Zhang Chang and the dog made their way from the outpatient building to the parking lot, then drove away. With a resigned sigh, he pondered before exiting the office and heading towards the dean's office. Zhang Chang parked by the roadside and took the dog into the official material currency exchange. Presenting his identification, he requested to register for various bills to purchase daily necessities. After verifying his identification, the staff confirmed it was Zhang Chang's first registration and promptly processed the paperwork, handing him several purchase vouchers. Sitting in the car and examining the vouchers, he noted that the cooking oil voucher allowed for 2 kilograms per month, sugar for 1 kilogram annually, salt for 2 kilograms annually, dehydrated vegetables for 1 kilogram every 2 months, beef or mutton for 1 kilogram every 2 months, rice for 3 kilograms monthly, flour for 3 kilograms monthly, coarse grains for 14 kilograms monthly, and a 6-month voucher for daily necessities, detailing the types and quantities allowable for purchase. He reflected on how fortunate the residents of Yuki City were. Despite enduring several years of extreme disasters, Xinjiang province had experienced the least impact, although they were barely managing to meet basic needs. It was akin to living in paradise compared to residents of inland provinces. Passing by an official goods trading store, he produced the vouchers and purchased a month's worth of supplies, spending 75 yuan. Upon returning to the hotel, he first fed Shiqiang water and food, noticing the humidity on his skin as the weather grew hotter. Checking the outdoor thermometer on the balcony, it read 30 degrees. He turned on the air conditioning in the suite, setting it to 27 degrees as the room gradually cooled. After showering and changing into summer attire, he reclined on the sofa in the small living room, lit a cigarette, and pondered what to have for dinner when a gentle knock sounded at the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a hotel staff member. She softly inquired, "Is there anything you need?" The female attendant said, "Hello, there's an officer looking for you in the hotel lobby. Could you please go down?" Zhang Chang took a puff of smoke, exhaled lightly, and replied, "Could you please ask him to come up? I'll be waiting in my room." The attendant turned and left. Zhang Chang extinguished the cigarette, but, gazing at the blinding sunlight outside, chuckling to himself at how quickly they had come. It seemed the police in Yuki City possessed some capability. The middle-aged officer sat on the sofa in the small living room while Zhang Chang leaned against the window, and they exchanged glances. Shiqiang squatted on the floor, tongue out, wary of the officer. Zhang Chang smiled and said, "Officer, you've come to find me. Please feel free to state your business." The middle-aged policeman stated, "I have come to seek you out regarding a matter. This afternoon, were you walking your dog near the central hospital? Specifically at the surgical consultation office on the 2nd floor, were you consulted with a male doctor in his 50s? Zhang Chang smiled slightly and replied softly, "What? Is seeking medical attention now considered illegal?" The middle-aged policeman shook his head and responded, "Of course, seeking medical care is not illegal. However, in the case of murder, provided it involves those deserving of it, I do not view it as a criminal act, but rather as a means of delivering the populace from harm that we have just received an urgent notice from our superiors requesting assistance in locating a young man who was seen walking a robust, solid black dog and driving an unregistered SUV throughout the city. Zhang Chong nodded and said, "That would be me. But surely, this cannot merely be a request for assistance." The middle-aged policeman replied softly, "There are certain aspects I'm not entirely clear about, but since I have found you, I would like to ask you to accompany me for further clarification." Zhang Chong shook his head, stating, "If someone is looking for me, it must be related to pharmaceuticals. Please relay this to your superiors that I have some urgently needed medications, but I prefer equitable transactions and courteous dealings should I encounter someone who relies on intimidation and negotiations. Regardless of who they are, I'm afraid they will find nothing from me. I am a straightforward person. I prefer to speak plainly, so I hope you can understand." The middle-aged policeman fell into contemplation for a moment, then rose, retrieving a small paper package from his uniform pocket and placing it on the coffee table. That he approached the door, paused, and said softly, "Very well, I will promptly convey your sentiments to my superiors. Additionally, thank you." With that, he opened the door and exited the room. Zhang Chong sat down on the sofa, picked up the small paper package, and opened it to reveal a small clump of dark fur. He gently patted the furry head of his dog beside him and murmured, "The weather is getting warmer. It seems I need to give you a trim." After a simple dinner, he instructed the floor attendant to clean and tidy the room. He took his dog downstairs and strolled around the hotel vicinity for a while, dripping with sweat, feeling the rising heat outside, before returning to the hotel suite. After taking a refreshing shower and washing his clothes, it was already past 8 o'clock. Standing by the window, he gazed at the clear sky outside, still basked in bright sunlight, suspecting that the period of polar day would soon arrive, heralding a new climatic disaster. Suddenly, his dog leapt from his sofa to the door, ears perked up, as a knock echoed from outside. Zhang Chong called his dog back and peered through the peephole, unable to suppress a smile as he recognized two figures outside, an elderly man with triangular eyes emanating a sinister aura and, surprisingly, a familiar middle-aged man, a friend of Uncle Chun, with whom he had conducted 2 pharmaceutical transactions in Zhong province. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Chong and said with a smile, "It seems we are indeed fated to meet again." Upon hearing reports from below, I had a premonition it might be you, and lo and behold, I was right. This is Director Li from the Internal Security Department of the Central New City Base, who has come with me to discuss matters with you. Zhang Chong remained calm and replied softly, "I assume this concerns the azithromycin." He then produced a cigarette, lighting one for himself while offering the others to the middle-aged man and the elderly gentleman. The elderly man examined the cigarette in his hand, lit it, and took a puff, remarking, "Those who can still enjoy a cigarette are quite rare in the New City Base. It seems you indeed possess some skills. We have come specifically regarding the azithromycin. Name your price, and as long as it is within my means, I will not refuse whatever you desire." He then cast a piercing glance at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong exhaled a plume of smoke, smiling as he said, "You may have misunderstood my intentions at this juncture. Money or any material goods hold little value for me, if I desired such things. I have ample channels at my disposal. What I seek is a credential that grants me unrestricted access to the Central New City Base and a secure and comfortable residence within the compound. Beyond that, I ask for nothing else." That he then turned his attention to the middle-aged man seated opposite him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, glancing at the elderly man beside him. The elderly gentleman extinguished his cigarette and looked at Zhang Chong, stating, "That is impossible. You may not fully grasp the situation at the New City Base, which is entirely different from other provincial shelters. Your 2 demands are somewhat lofty and unrealistic." Zhang Chong regarded the elderly man and, with a slight air of disappointment, spread his hands and said, "Ah, then there is nothing more to discuss. That I am indifferent. There is no loss on my part, and I can always find another buyer. During this extreme and harsh disaster period, there will always be buyers for pharmaceuticals, albeit you may leave now. I will not see you out." He then stretched lazily. The elderly man glared at Zhang Chong and retorted angrily, "Do not forget where you are. You cannot be so arrogant and overbearing. Extreme disasters will eventually pass. This is not the end of the world." With that, he stood and exited the room. The middle-aged man shook his head and said softly, "I will report this matter promptly. You will have a response by tomorrow morning at the latest. But regarding the pharmaceuticals," Zhang Chong smiled and replied, "This is not our first transaction, although my appetite is quite substantial. I have never engaged in unreliable dealings." He then retrieved a box of imported injectable azithromycin from his outdoor backpack and placed it on the coffee table, saying softly, "This contains a day's worth of injectable medication. A token of our reunion, which should serve you well for your report." The middle-aged man picked up the box from the table, opened it to inspect the syringe inside, and smiled, tucking the box away as he said, "Thank you for your sincerity. While your appetite is indeed considerable, I too prefer to deal with those who have robust appetites." With that, he stood and exited the room. Zhang Chong sighed, observing the hurried passers-by and vehicles on the street below, muttering to himself, "At our age, how can we still be so naive? There is no end of the world. After the polar day passes, it may very well be the end of civilization." As the clock approached 4. Daylight had already broken, and the street outside was eerily quiet, with hardly any pedestrians or vehicles in sight. After freshening up, he took his dog downstairs and began his physical training regimen. Since that fateful night of confrontation, Zhang Chong had realized that his speed and strength had significantly diminished. During the sweltering heat, he had scarcely engaged in physical exercise, neglecting his combat training until now. A considerable oversight that it was high time to make up for that, as a healthy and strong body was paramount, especially in these dire circumstances. After running 5 kilometers, jumping rope 1,000 times, and completing 600 push-ups, he was left breathless and drenched in sweat. Feeling considerably weakened and in need of gradual adaptation and intensified training. Checking the time, he noted it was already 6 o'clock, and the streets were beginning to fill with pedestrians and vehicles once more. Accompanied by his equally exhausted dog, they returned to their hotel room. After soaking in a bath, he trimmed his dog's fur and washed it with pet shampoo, preparing to head downstairs for dinner at the hotel restaurant when it opened at 7. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette and watched as the street below grew livelier. Suddenly, a black, unregistered sedan entered the hotel parking lot, circling twice as if searching for something, before finally parking next to his SUV. Zhang Chong felt a surge of curiosity and positioned himself behind the curtains for a closer observation. 2 individuals emerged from the car, appearing to await someone, and one of them glanced around before swiftly crawling beneath his SUV. A few minutes later, 2 individuals emerged from beneath the vehicle and promptly entered a sleek black sedan, exiting the hotel parking lot. Zhang Chong stroked his chin, feeling fortunate to have witnessed this scene. Indeed, it was a considerable stroke of luck, yet he chastised himself for being overly complacent, as such negligence often exacts a heavy toll, possibly even one's life. After much contemplation, he concluded that he had underestimated the situation. He had overlooked the fact that even within the central new city base in China, factional struggles undoubtedly existed. Why providing pharmaceuticals to one faction, he had unwittingly positioned himself as an adversary to the other, which would likely seek to eliminate him swiftly. Even if he were to reside within the new city base, he could hardly expect a safe and comfortable environment. Rather, he would be stepping into a powder keg. With this realization, his thoughts about living within the base began to shift. Furthermore, once the polar day concluded, he would soon be confronted with even graver calamities, a global tectonic earthquake followed by a catastrophic tsunami. Even in Jiang province, the farthest from the ocean in the nation, safety was not guaranteed. Just like the various severe climatic disasters that had unfolded in recent years prior to their occurrence, one might deem them impossible. But once they transpired, all that remained was the helplessness of enduring the ensuing lamentations. An idea began to form in his mind. He should consider renting the apartment he had previously viewed in the Sheabek district. The 2 requests he had made to the middle-aged man could be exchanged for various energy resources instead. The storage space he had reserved for fresh water contained not only an assortment of bottled and barreled water, but also large tanks holding 200 tons of clean water. However, it now appeared to be insufficient. During the impending earthquake and tsunami, clean freshwater would prove even more precious than food. As he contemplated this, a knock sounded at the door. Upon peering through the peephole, he spotted the middle-aged man with whom he had transacted pharmaceuticals. After opening the door, he welcomed him inside. The man regarded Zhang Chong with a somewhat helpless expression and sighed, saying, "The medication you provided was utilized last night, and it yielded excellent results. The patient's condition has slightly improved. However, I regret to inform you that while the other party has agreed to facilitate your entry into the new city base and provide you with a residence at no charge, the request for unrestricted access to the base is simply unattainable due to checks and balances on authority that I hope you can understand. However, we can offer cash or material compensation. What do you think?" Zhang Chong lit a cigarette and offered one to the middle-aged man with a smile, saying, "If I cannot come and go freely, then I see no reason to reside within the base. I understand your predicament. Let us amend my 2 requests to be compensated with energy resources instead. Would that be agreeable?" The middle-aged man's demeanor brightened, and he replied with a smile, "Then I thank you in advance. What energy resources do you require, and in what quantities?" Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Let me write it down for you." He then retrieved paper and pen from his outdoor backpack and began to jot down the details. 600 barrels of aviation kerosene, 200 liters each. 600 barrels of high-definition gasoline, 200 liters each. 600 barrels of high-definition diesel, 200 liters each. 1,000 tons of high-calorie smokeless coke, and 1,000 tons of high-calorie smokeless charcoal. Once he finished, he handed the list to the middle-aged man, who frowned upon reading it and remarked with a grimace, "Your appetite is indeed substantial." Zhang Chong chuckled, "Aren't you fond of trading with those who have large appetites? Besides, I've already made concessions. Just a heads up before you set out in the future. It would be wise to thoroughly check your vehicle." The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, then seemed to have an epiphany, nodding in acknowledgement as he folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. "Thank you for the reminder. I will take care to do so. When do you need these resources delivered, and to where?" Zhang Chong considered the logistics, recalling that he had seen a warehouse for rent at the real estate agency he had visited in the Sheabek district. He decided to rent that warehouse for receiving supplies, as it would serve other purposes as well. The sooner, the better. "You can come by this afternoon or evening to collect the supplies, and I will have everything ready for you." The middle-aged man responded, "All right, I will return around 3 in the afternoon," before rising to leave the room. Zhang Chong took his dog downstairs and arrived at the Hotel's restaurant on the first floor, where he enjoyed a lavish breakfast. After finishing, he settled the bill of 358 yuan. Exiting the hotel, he approached the parking lot to inspect his SUV. He then turned back to the hotel entrance, retrieving a 20 yuan note from his pocket and handing it to the bellboy, saying, "My vehicle may have some issues. Could you please find a nearby mechanic to give it a thorough check?" The bellboy accepted the 20 yuan with an excited smile and replied, "Rest assured, there is an auto repair shop not far from the hotel. I will find a skilled mechanic for you right away." Zhang Chong wandered leisurely in the vicinity with his dog, and before long, the bellboy returned with the mechanic to the parking lot. Zhang Chong handed the car keys to the mechanic, who conducted a meticulous inspection and discovered that the brake system had been deliberately tampered with. The mechanic soon retrieved the necessary tools and replacement parts, quickly repairing the vehicle and ensuring that everything else was in order. Zhang Chong offered the mechanic a 50 yuan note as gratitude, to which the mechanic expressed his thanks repeatedly before departing joyfully. With his dog, Zhang Chong drove to the real estate agency in the Sheabek district, where, through the agency's staff, he temporarily rented a nearby logistics warehouse equipped with water and electricity for a month at a cost of 600 yuan. After signing a temporary rental agreement and paying the rent and agency fees, he received the keys to the warehouse. Upon inspecting the interior, he found it quite satisfactory, with an area of approximately 4,000 to 5,000 square meters, complete with utilities that, in one corner, 2 forklifts for loading and unloading were parked. Adjacent to the large iron door on the left side of the warehouse was a well-furnished office with a restroom. It turned out to be a warehouse that had belonged to a logistics company that went bankrupt during the early stages of the extreme disaster, leaving it unused and vacant until now. Zhang Chong mused that there was no need to rent a residence. It would be far more advantageous to live in this warehouse long-term. The spacious, airy environment, devoid of nearby residents, would allow him to lock the large iron door and live comfortably within. The ample roof space provided an opportunity to install solar photovoltaic panels, connecting them to the office's electrical system for free power in the future. The office with the restroom could be cleared of its original furnishings, cleaned, and arranged to serve as a bedroom. But he promptly decided that once this transaction for supplies was completed, he would secure the long-term rental of this warehouse for habitation. After leaving the warehouse, he drove around the Sheabake district with his dog, inquiring about vendors that sold water storage tanks. Eventually, he located a factory on the outskirts of the district that had ceased production of water storage tanks. After explaining his intentions, the owner, beaming with a smile, led Zhang Chong to the warehouse, pointing to the neatly stacked water tanks against the wall and saying, "These tanks were produced before the extreme disaster. Most of the smaller ones have already been sold, leaving only these large-capacity tanks that we have 30 tanks with a capacity of 50 tons, 25 tanks with 40 tons, and 10 tanks with 30 tons. All made from high-strength food-grade materials. Each tank comes with a faucet, a flexible inlet hose, and purification tablets that if you want all of them, I will sell them to you at the lowest cost price. And I will also include all the remaining purification tablets and fittings for free." Zhang Chong calculated in his mind that these tanks, once filled with fresh water, would hold 2,800 tons, and combined with the freshwater reserves in his storage space, he would have a total of 4,000 tons, sufficient for his future needs. With a smile, he inquired, "If I take them all, how much would that be?" The owner quickly did the math, and after a moment, looked up at Zhang Chong and said, "These storage tanks are priced based on production costs, and the current cash price is 10,675 yuan. That is already the lowest price." Zhang Chong considered it for a moment and found the price reasonable. Not too steep. Regardless, it was the money collected a few evenings ago from those two young men in their camouflaged off-road vehicle. He spoke up, "Very well, it's a deal that I will provide you with the warehouse address. Please pay an initial sum of 5,000 yuan for the goods. You can send a vehicle after 5 o'clock this afternoon. Once I receive the goods, I will remit the remaining payment to you." The owner eagerly nodded in agreement, and Zhang Chong left the warehouse address behind. He returned to his vehicle and took out a bundle of cash from a shelf where he stored gold, counting out 5,000 yuan, while placing the remaining 5,000 into his outdoor backpack. After exiting the car and handing the money to the owner, who expressed his gratitude and promised to deliver the goods punctually at 5 o'clock, Zhang Chong drove back to the vicinity of the hotel where he was staying. He parked the vehicle in a nearby residential area, leading the dog, Sha Chong, back to his suite in the hotel. After having lunch and resting for a while, he packed all his belongings in the suite into his space. He then took Sha Chong downstairs and checked out at the hotel front desk. Settling down in the lobby at 3 o'clock, the middle-aged man involved in the drug transaction arrived at the hotel. Zhang Chong promptly welcomed him, providing the warehouse address and discussing the details of the material transaction before they both departed the hotel. Zhang Chong drove to the logistics warehouse in the Shai Baku district, seeking out a nearby cleaning service shop to hire several cleaners to tidy up the office and restroom within the warehouse, as well as organizing the space itself. Upon the cleaner's recommendation, he found a professional plumber and electrician, retrieving 2 sets of solar photovoltaic power generation equipment and a high-pressure intelligent lithium battery storage system from his space, loading them into the trunk of his car. The plumber was instructed to securely install them on the roof of the warehouse, adjusting the inverter power conversion lines and connecting the lithium battery storage system to the electrical terminals in the office, enabling a seamless switch between power modes. Additionally, he had the plumber connect the warehouse to the municipal water supply and install 2 high-flow faucets in a corner of the warehouse. Once the cleaners and the plumber finished their tasks and departed, Zhang Chong connected the 2 power lines the plumber had left behind to the large iron gate of the warehouse, activating the power to test it, resulting in a satisfactory outcome as the iron gate transformed into 2 high-voltage electric doors. He arranged the items from his space, such as a comfortable mattress, bedside table, wardrobe, double-door refrigerator, sofa, coffee table, various small appliances, daily necessities, and personal hygiene products throughout the office, placing Sha Chong's dog bed, water bowl, and food bowl at the entrance. After organizing everything, he felt a sense of satisfaction, appreciating the cozy and inviting little nook he had created. Noticing the time, he saw it was nearly 5 o'clock when the sound of car horns echoed outside the warehouse. Upon stepping outside, he saw the delivery truck for the water storage tanks had arrived. The owner had procured 3 trucks to load dozens of storage tanks along with other accompanying supplies. He directed the hired workers to carefully unload the storage tanks and place them in the designated spots Zhang Chong had specified. After inspecting each item, he paid the owner the remaining sum of 5 675 yuan. The owner exchanged polite remarks before departing the warehouse with the workers. Zhang Chong looked at the 65 large-capacity storage tanks, realizing they all needed to be thoroughly cleaned before adding an appropriate amount of disinfectant tablets. Estimating that even with continuous filling, it would take approximately a month and a half to fill them completely. He glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 7, that the sunlight outside remained as intense as it was at noon, with temperatures soaring to 32 degrees. However, the warehouse, with its high ceilings and thick walls, remained relatively cool, providing a comfortable refuge from heat. He awaited the arrival of the middle-aged man, who was to begin delivering various energy-related materials later that night. At 11 o'clock, as the sky darkened, the temperature outside became considerably cooler. The middle-aged man arrived with a convoy of trucks at the warehouse, and the crew began unloading the cargo with the 2 forklifts available on site. Zhang Chong and the middle-aged man stood outside the warehouse, smoking and engaging in casual conversation. The middle-aged man remarked, "The quantity of energy materials for this transaction is quite substantial. Once we finish unloading this truck, we should make a couple more trips and complete everything before tomorrow morning." Zhang Chong nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling slowly. "I appreciate your efforts tonight. There are no tails following you, right?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "On the way here, we have already strategically placed our people at several intersections nearby. Even if there were tails, they would not return. You need not worry." Zhang Chong smiled, retrieving a tote bag from his outdoor backpack, which contained a box of well-packaged imported azithromycin injection medications and the remaining 9 scattered doses from the previous supply. He handed it to the middle-aged man, whispering, "This should be sufficient for their treatment. Please take care of it." The middle-aged man accepted the tote bag, glanced inside, and placed it into his leather bag, smiling as he said, "Regardless, I must thank you. The base's meteorological experts predict that a new climate disaster may be imminent, and the outside world is not likely to remain peaceful. Please take care and stay safe." Zhang Chong looked up at the now pitch-black sky, devoid of any starlight, and softly replied, "Thank you for the reminder. Indeed, a new calamity appears to be approaching swiftly." After that, they both fell into a contemplative silence, continuing to smoke their cigarettes. By 6 o'clock the next morning, the final delivery truck completed unloading, leaving the warehouse. Zhang Chong surveyed the substantial amount of energy materials within, including stacks of high-calorific smokeless coke and charcoal packed in ton bags, along with rows of barrels containing aviation kerosene, high-octane gasoline, and high-grade diesel. His heart swelled with joy, a smile spreading across his face as he meticulously organized each item into the designated energy storage area in his space, where they were automatically sorted and neatly stacked. After refreshing himself and having breakfast, he took Sha Chong nearby for 2 hours of physical training. Returning to the warehouse by 8 o'clock, he enjoyed a warm shower, tossing his sweat-soaked clothes into the washing machine, and changing into a comfortable pair of summer shorts and a round-neck shirt. He left Sha Chong at the warehouse to keep watch and headed to a local cleaning service shop. Upon finding the owner, he prepared to hire 4 cleaners to thoroughly wash all the storage tanks, adding an appropriate amount of disinfectant tablets and filling them with clean water through a soft water intake hose. Each worker would receive an 8 yuan daily wage, paid weekly. Although the work was easy, the hours would be long, from 5 in the morning until 10 at night, and they were to adhere strictly to the requirements starting today. The owner promptly agreed, quickly selecting 4 diligent cleaners to accompany Zhang Chong back to the warehouse. After reiterating the work details to the cleaners, they began their tasks with focused determination. Zhang Chong then drove to a real estate agency, expressing his desire to lease the logistics warehouse long-term, with the rent payable every 6 months. The agency staff readily agreed, drafting a new leasing contract. Zhang Chong had already settled the first month's rent and agency fee beforehand, having only paid 3,000 yuan for 5 months of rent. Zhang Chong returned to the warehouse, observing 4 cleaning staff working in harmonious coordination, their efforts meticulous and organized, which brought him a sense of relief. After dining, he took the simple-minded Chong for a stroll nearby, perspiration dripping from him as the temperature steadily rose each day. Standing outside the warehouse, he gazed at the fiery clouds on the horizon. As if they were ablaze, life passed in a tranquil and steady manner. Each night, after the cleaning crew tidied up and departed, he would store the filled water tank within his space, then continue to refill it. Soon, a night that lasted barely over an hour gave way to daylight and intense sunshine, the dark hours completely vanishing as the temperature soared to 39 degrees. After placing the last filled water tank into his space, he surveyed the neatly arranged hundreds of tanks of various capacities in the corner, a total reserve of 4,000 tons of fresh water, which solidified his sense of security. The following day, he rewarded each of the 4 hard-working cleaners with a bonus of 50 yuan, settling the wages owed to the proprietor of the cleaning service. Leisurely strolling down the street, the sweat trickled down his forehead, yet Zhang Chang felt exceptionally at ease. He visited the official currency exchange to collect a month's worth of various supply vouchers before purchasing enough personal provisions for a month at the supply trade store. Carrying them back towards the rented warehouse, from a distance, he spotted several youthful figures standing before the iron gate of the warehouse, from within which came the sound of Chang's barks. Quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the entrance. Zhang Chang observed 4 young men standing at the gate, their youthful faces displaying an air of arrogance. He placed the supplies beside the entrance, retrieved his keys, unlocked the heavy gate, and instantly, Chang bolted out, barking fiercely at the 4 youths. Ruffling Chang's fur, Zhang Chang picked up the supplies, entered the warehouse, and set them down. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff and softly inquired, "Are you here for something?" The 4 youths looked at Zhang Chang, who remained calm, his fingers pinching the cigarette, and stepped inside the warehouse. One of the bare-chested youths proclaimed loudly, "This warehouse is leased by you. Yet you may not be familiar with the rules here. From now on, you are to pay us a protection fee of 100 yuan each month, and we shall ensure your safety. Otherwise, your days may not be peaceful." Zhang Chang frowned slightly, gazing at the 4 youths, and replied softly, "I am giving you an opportunity to vanish from my sight immediately and to never appear before me again. Today, I will pretend I have not seen you. This chance is singular. Do not squander it." With that, he took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. 1 youth, wielding an iron rod, cursed, "You're being unreasonable. Today we'll stew this dog and feast on dog meat tonight." Raising the rod to strike Chang, a faint gunshot rang out. The youth, with a sudden blood hole appearing in his forehead, dropped the rod and collapsed. The remaining 3 youths, witnessing their companion's demise, froze in terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Chang sighed softly and murmured, "What a pity. Youth and ignorance are not sins, but when one is ungrateful, death is the only outcome." The 3 youths turned to flee towards the warehouse exit. Following 3 consecutive faint gunshots, Zhang Chang approached the heavy gate and closed it, shaking his head gently as he surveyed the 4 corpses on the ground with a wave of his hand. He stored the bodies and the weaponry in a corner of his space. Connecting a soft water hose to the faucet, he washed away the bloodstains. The ground quickly drying, he carried the purchased provisions into his small abode, with Chang following closely behind. Filling the dog's water bowl, he mixed rice with a can of braised beef and added some dried yak meat, pouring into Chang's bowl, who devoured it eagerly. He set up a liquefied gas stove on a wooden table outside, connecting it to a large gas tank beneath. Taking out a pot, he cooked a porridge of millet, steamed a bass fish drizzled with some soy sauce, and prepared a plate of cucumber and jellyfish salad, bringing it into the room. Adjusting the portable air conditioner to a cool 26 degrees, the room quickly became refreshing. He retrieved a can of beer from the fridge, savoring it slowly. Just as he picked up a tender piece of fish to his mouth, the heavy iron gate was banged upon, causing Chang to rush to the door, barking loudly. Zhang Chang set down his chopsticks, stepped out of the room, and approached the door, asking, "Who is it? Can't you knock? Must you bang on the door?" A booming voice responded from outside. "Open the door. A few of my subordinates came here earlier and have not returned. Let me in to check, or I will break down the door." Zhang Chang chuckled, unlatched the heavy gate, and pushed it open. Standing outside were 3 robust men, each bearing sheathed knives at their waists. Without waiting for Zhang Chang to speak, they entered the warehouse, examining their surroundings. Zhang Chang closed the gate and secured it. Turning to the 3 men, he smiled and said, "Are you looking for those 4 youths who came to collect my protection fee? Allow me to escort you to meet them." Upon finishing his sentence, he swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful elbow strike to one man's chest, the sound of breaking bones echoing as the man turned pale. Clutching his chest in agony, Zhang Chong seized the knife from the man's waist and swiftly plunged it into the neck of another man beside him. The third man, regaining his composure, drew his dagger. But before he could raise his arm, Zhang Chong locked his wrist, applying a painful counterhold. In an instant, the dagger was in Zhang Chong's possession, and a sudden pain shot through the man's chest as he looked down to find the blade embedded deep within. Zhang Chong stepped back, positioning himself behind the man crouched on the ground, crossing his arms to lock the man's head, swiftly snapping his neck. Observing the three corpses on the ground, Zhang Chong sighed and remarked softly, "It seems I need to strengthen my training. My movements are rather stiff." Sigh. Even eating a meal has become a source of unease. Approaching the bodies, he waved his hand, storing them in a space alongside the previous four corpses. Using the soft water hose, he washed away the blood splatters from the ground before returning to the room to continue his meal. After finishing his meal and tidying up, leaving Chong to guard the house, he drove out of the warehouse, heading towards the suburbs. After half an hour, he arrived at a desolate area of the countryside, disembarking and walking for several minutes until he found a low-lying pit. Surveying the surroundings, nothing but desolation surrounded him as he swiftly removed the 7 corpses from the corner of the space. He procured a 50-liter barrel of gasoline, poured it over the bodies, ignited it, and hastily retreated, the flames erupting behind him in an instant. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhang Chong discovered that his crew neck shirt was completely drenched in sweat. That he started the engine, activated the air conditioning, and drove away. Back at his cozy hideaway in the warehouse, he took a warm shower and reclined on the soft bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. After shutting the door to his room, it became exceedingly dim, nearly devoid of light. Zhang Chong slept soundly, quickly drifting into slumber. Upon waking, he glanced at his watch and noted that it was already past 7 as he opened the door. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the gaps of the warehouse's large iron gate, casting a glaring radiance upon the floor. He looked at the outdoor thermometer mounted on the wall and saw that the temperature had soared to 40 degrees. It was likely even hotter outside the warehouse. Silly Chong frolicked within the warehouse, wandering about and expending his abundant energy. After freshening up, he commenced various physical exercises in the spacious warehouse. 2 hours of high-intensity training in the sweltering heat felt akin to a grueling trial, tormenting his spirit and honing his willpower. After exercising, he retrieved a bottle of electrolyte beverage and downed a few gulps, followed by 2 bottles of diluted salt water, before the insatiable thirst began to subside. After showering, he sat before the mobile air conditioner, basking in its refreshing breeze. Without comparison, there could be no suffering. The contrast between the previous intense workout and his current state was akin to being in paradise versus being immersed in hell. Yet, he relished this sensation. After enduring extreme hardship comes unparalleled comfort. Silly Chong lay by his feet, nuzzling Zhang Chong's thigh with his fluffy head. As he stroked the dog's head, he thought to himself, how he wished for this loyal companion to stay by his side throughout his life. Living a monotonous yet orderly life, Zhang Chong gradually became aware of the profound impact of the polar day on both physiological and psychological states. Despite feeling tired, the blinding sunlight outside and the oppressive heat jolted him awake, reminding him that it was daytime, not a time for slumber. Occasionally, when checking the time, he found it challenging to discern whether it was day or night. During his leisure hours, aside from physical training, he entertained himself by playing with his dog, contemplating diverse culinary delights, strolling around the warehouse, retrieving the helicopter to familiarize himself with its controls and simulate flying skills. Alternatively, he maintained his weapons and listened to the radio, where he could still catch snippets of human voices from 2 channels. Life, in this manner, felt reassuring and fulfilling. Zhang Chong pondered that he could not remain confined to the warehouse and his room indefinitely. Prolonged exposure to darkness was detrimental to his health, and he resolved to take his dog out for a stroll daily, even if just in the vicinity. Moreover, the monthly procurement of essential supplies could not be overlooked. He felt as though he had returned to the days spent in Linji City, enduring the sweltering season. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 9, regardless of whether it was day or night. He decided to venture outside. As he opened the large iron gate of the warehouse, a wave of heat rushed towards him. The ground outside felt hot beneath his feet. However, having endured extreme temperatures. This heat felt trivial. The dog ran a few steps before turning back towards the warehouse, prompting Zhang Chong to chuckle helplessly. If the dog preferred to stay home, so be it. He noticed a payment notice affixed to the warehouse door, issued by the water supply department. Upon inspection, he discovered the water bill amounted to 4,252.5 yuan, indicating a consumption of 2,835 tons of water, with the price per ton being 1.5 yuan. That he realized he must pay this fee, as it was for his own usage. Failure to do so would likely result in a water shut-off, compelling him to rely on his stored freshwater. Checking the payment address on the notice, he noted that payments could be made at the official material currency exchange or the official material trading store, which was relatively convenient. He drove the car out of the warehouse, turned on the air conditioning, and headed to the nearby official material currency exchange to settle the outstanding water bill, also recharging his water account with 150 yuan. After checking the warehouse's electricity account number, he saw he owed only 115 yuan. So he recharged his electricity account with 300 yuan. Subsequently, he produced his identification to receive a voucher for purchasing various daily necessities for the month and made his way to the nearby official material trading store, where he purchased a month's worth of supplies for 76 yuan. As he exited the store with his goods, a slender young man clad in a white t-shirt and wearing a sun hat approached him, whispering, "Big brother, do you need any supplies? I have everything you might want. No need for supply vouchers." Zhang Chong glanced at the youth and replied, "Everything you say? Then give me 2 boxes of well-packaged antibiotics or anti-inflammatory drugs." The young man scratched his head, chuckling, "Big brother, you truly have a sense of humor. If I had such exceedingly rare and expensive items, I'd be a legendary figure, not out here in this heat." Braving the sun for a meager meal, Zhang Chong chose not to engage further with the young man. Placing his supplies in the car and lighting a cigarette, taking a puff, he looked at the youth and said, "What I want, you don't have. What you have, I don't need. Go find other customers." The young man, looking at Zhang Chong, quietly remarked, "Big brother, if you truly seek those particularly scarce items, you can find them daily at 6 o'clock on a large street past the next 2 intersections." At the Yijing building, the underground parking lot, there is a black market trading hub where many influential figures often exchange supplies. However, it's primarily barter. Cash transactions are not accepted. Zhang Chong inquired, "Have you been there?" The young man, somewhat bashful, admitted, "I haven't, but our boss has been there twice and told us that in the underground black market, as long as you can offer what the other party desires, even firearms and ammunition are not an issue. Unfortunately, our boss and several brothers have recently gone missing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be forced to engage in such trades." With a sigh, he turned and left to seek other customers. Zhang Chong entered his vehicle, started the engine, and activated the air conditioning. Remarkably, in a short span of their conversation, he had already broken into a sweat. He meandered along the road, deciding to explore a bit longer now that he was out. With Silly Chong at home, he had little to worry about. Passing by the Yijing building that the youth had mentioned, he noted it was a 5-story commercial structure with an underground parking lot. Contemplating a future visit, although he currently lacked for nothing in terms of supplies, with ample reserves, it could be entertaining to observe the hustle and bustle. Who knows, he might find something of interest worth trading. The streets were sparsely populated, and under the scorching sun, anyone who could remain indoors surely would. He found himself in the Tianshan district, spotting an official gas station not far from the roadside. Checking his fuel gauge, he noted he had 3 bars left. He recalled that since arriving in Wuxi City, he had yet to refuel at a gas station, having used collected gasoline instead. Thus, he pulled over and drove into the gas station. Upon examining the fuel prices, he was taken aback to find that 92-octane gasoline cost 4 yuan per liter, and each individual could only refuel once a week, with a limit of 50 liters per occasion. It was evident that the government was using exorbitant fuel prices to escalate the operational costs for vehicle owners, ultimately discouraging ordinary residents from driving, thereby conserving energy resources, rather than completely halting fuel supplies. This approach demonstrated that the higher-ups managing the new central city base in China were still rather humane and considerate in their governance. Zhang Chong presented his identification for registration and filled up his car with 50 liters of gasoline, paying 200 yuan in cash. Now, he aimed to conserve his stored resources wherever possible. He lowered the sun visor, instantly finding relief for his eyes. Though the air conditioning was set to cool, the sunlight streamed through the car windows, enveloping the interior in a stifling heat reminiscent of a sauna. Glancing at the clock, I realized I had been out for 2 hours. It felt as though the car roof could roast a person alive if exposed any longer. I promptly turned the vehicle around at the intersection, retracing my route towards the warehouse. Upon my return, the outdoor thermometer registered a sweltering 45 degrees. After indulging in a warm shower, I felt an immediate wave of relief. Settling down in the cool interior with a cup of exquisite by Luo Chun tea. Savoring it slowly, I watched the tea leaves unfurl, shimmering silver and emerald, their slender forms captivating. The first sip revealed a delicate yet rich flavor, with a lingering aroma that evoked the lines, "In Dongting, jade green is everywhere." By Luo Chun's fragrance intoxicates the morning. Lighting a cigarette, I took a slow drag, exhaling the smoke gently through my nostrils. I pondered that had it not been for the various extreme climate disasters, I would likely not be enjoying such leisure. I too would be toiling like those 9-to-5 workers, hustling for a living. Lost in thought, a bitter smile crept across my face, a realization that I had become overly sentimental. Certainly not a good trait. Such a disposition often leads to indecisiveness, and in this state of mind, it could be akin to courting disaster. Perhaps I was simply too idle. One cannot afford to be too idle, lest they spiral into unwarranted musings. This is particularly true during the polar day, where such climatic conditions can severely impact one's mental and physical state, making one susceptible to depression. Once ensnared by despair, the ultimate outcome is an inability to withstand the pressures of reality, culminating in the tragic choice to end one's life. At the underground parking lot of Yijing building. Every day at 6 o'clock, Zhang Chong recalled the words of the young intermediary. If prominent figures frequented such transactions, it surely was not mere commonplace black market dealings, nor solely about tangible goods. I contemplated. Despite my skepticism towards the young man's claims, a flicker of intrigue ignited within me. A monotonous life, overly tranquil, is hardly favorable. Much like a serene lake, it is the slightest ripple that brings harmony. Absent such ripples, one might as well cast a stone to create them. Checking my watch, I noted it was 11 o'clock. I resolved to return around 5:30. Since it was a transaction, I ought to prepare some noteworthy items for exchange. My mind shifted to the storage space, where I rummaged through the tobacco, alcohol, and tea section, retrieving a box of premium hand-rolled Cuban cigars, a bottle of 53-degree Fatia Matai, and a collection-grade pu'er tea cake encased in a classic wooden box, placing them into my outdoor multifunctional backpack. If one wishes to catch a big fish, they must be willing to bait the hook generously to AS for what I might harvest. That remains a matter of chance, or rather, whether I can stir my own heart. Even should I return empty-handed, at least I could inject a modicum of joy into my otherwise mundane existence. Surveying the array of supplies within the space, I realized that suitable items capable of stirring my interest were indeed scarce. I retrieved whole wheat noodles, a fresh crucian carp, prepared ginger and garlic, frying the fish and simmering a broth for the noodles. Additionally, I steamed half a salted goose, prepared a plate of sweet and sour shredded radish, and brought forth a bottle of 10-year-old yellow rice wine that I mixed the fish broth with rice for silly chong, adding a few strips of air-dried yak beef jerky, filling a basin with clean water. After dining and tidying up, I took my dog for a stroll around the warehouse. Observing my exuberant dog darting about, I contemplated where to find a companion for it. Being solitary was not ideal for either of us. At the very least, I ought to acquire a few pups, which would not only enhance the joy, but also prevent Silly Chong from being left alone. Checking the time, I noticed it was already past 5. Deciding to leave Silly Chong to guard the house while I ventured alone to the underground black market at Yijing building. Starting the car in the warehouse, I activated the air conditioning. And after a brief while, I drove out. The sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, the pavement radiating heat as if trapped within a colossal steam chamber, suffocating in its embrace. Soon, I arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Yijing building, where several burly men were enjoying the cool air in the security booth. Upon seeing my SUV pull up, 2 men emerged from the booth and approached my vehicle. Lowering the window, I spoke softly. I heard from a friend that transactions could be conducted here, so I came to see if I might acquire what I seek. A middle-aged man standing by the car glanced at me and the interior, smiling as he remarked, "We deal in goods that are quite scarce on the market, if you are merely after ordinary items." He chuckled, casting a knowing glance at me that I smiled back, retrieving my outdoor multifunctional backpack from the passenger seat, opening it at the window for the middle-aged man to inspect.